With the possession of dragon blood, I have ascended to become the clandestine dragon king of the world. A single drop of dragon blood plunges into the ocean, inciting a frenzied scramble among fish and shrimp. Ginseng and tea, cultivated from dragon dung and urine, grant youthfulness and vitality with a mere sip, turning gray hair to black. Dragon blood honey, dragon bone liquor, dragon spittle. Each item is an extraordinary treasure that defies conventional understanding. I forge an invincible army with dragon blood, nurturing colossal sea creatures that transcend all limits. In my fishing grounds, a single trophy fish commands a bounty of 5 million. My aquarium showcases creatures that exist solely in the realm of legend. As global elites squander fortunes for a cup of dragon blood tea, they remain oblivious that this is merely the tip of the iceberg of my dragon blood empire. Chapter 1. The Secret of the Red Rock Heavenly Book. At this moment, Li Xiaolong lies upon the bed of a cramped rental room in the city village of the Magic City. His gaze is vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting in a haze. This very morning, he encountered an extraordinarily bizarre incident. Manager Chen Jinyo of the company absurdly dismissed him, citing the preposterous reason that he had stepped into the company with his left foot first. At noon, his girlfriend Wang Qin returned to the rental apartment. Upon learning of his dismissal, rather than offering a word of consolation, she expressed disappointment and resolutely declared, "Xiaolong, let us part ways." Li Xiaolong quietly regarded Wang Qin, observing the girl who once clung to him like a fledgling bird. He did not inquire about the reasons. He simply smiled and nodded gently, saying, "All right, I wish you happiness." Wang Qin found Li Xiaolong's calm demeanor rather perplexing. She was filled with confusion as to why he exhibited no signs of entreaty or reluctance. While she felt a sense of relief, an indescribable pang of loss and disappointment welled up within her. However, she quickly shook her head, gathered her belongings with determination, and left the place she had inhabited for 2 years without hesitation. In truth, Li Xiaolong had long anticipated the breakup. After all, among his peers who graduated from university, most couples had already gone their separate ways. Their endurance until now had been notably prolonged. Initially, it was Wang Qin who pursued him. At that time, he was recognized as one of the most handsome men in school. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion, a well-proportioned physique, and features as chiseled as if carved from stone, he exuded an air of charisma. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, his physique embodied a perfect state of health. Regrettably, he was merely a rural boy from a small village in Guizhou, with pockets emptier than his face, and dared not entertain thoughts of pursuing girls, for courting a girlfriend was an exceedingly costly endeavor. At that time, it was Wang Qin, also a fellow villager from Guizhou, who persistently wore him down until he finally consented to date her. After graduation, he successfully secured a position in a specialized construction company. Each day, he busied himself like an incessantly spinning top, having been retained by the company to work through the new year for 2 consecutive years, steadfastly remaining at his post. Yet, who could have anticipated that during these 2 years, the real estate sector would experience such pervasive downturn? In the recent wave of company layoffs, he, lacking any connections, found himself the prime target, dismissed under the most peculiar of pretexts. The passage of 2 years rushed by, yet he had achieved naught. Reflecting upon the moment he stepped out of the academic realm, he recalls the fervent ambition and spirited determination he once possessed. However, now he is left with nothing but an endless stream of bitter laughter. The experiences of these 2 years have profoundly revealed to him the naivety of his former self. Society, that great university, has illuminated the stark realities of life. In a world where connections and familial ties reign supreme, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to rise above the fray. He had long been psychologically prepared for his girlfriend's departure. He bore her no ill will and understood that any attempts to retain her would be futile. All he could do was sincerely wish her well, hoping for her future happiness and fulfillment. After graduation, with his pockets rather empty, he had already spent 2 spring festivals away from home. Aside from the company-imposed shifts, he sought to save on travel expenses while earning the double wages typical of the holiday, leaving him with no time to return home. After all, with a meager salary and no significant accomplishments to boast, he was disinclined to confront the seemingly caring yet inherently competitive inquiries of those in his rural hometown, where comparison was the norm. Thus, upon being dismissed from the company, he felt no urgency to seek new employment. Instead, he planned to embark on a journey that would allow him to travel while returning to his hometown in Guizhou, treating it as an extended holiday. He first canceled his rent, sending back his only valuable possession, a second-hand laptop, to his home in Guizhou before setting forth on his adventure. Today marks the third day since his departure. He has finally returned to Guizhou, yet a considerable distance remains to his home. At this moment, he has arrived at a renowned attraction known as the Red Cliff Heavenly Script. This place was originally named Red Cliff Steel, with Red Cliff referring to the mountain that houses the Red Cliff Heavenly Script. The Red Cliff Heavenly Script is a mysterious and unique landscape hidden within Anshuan, Guizhou. It is situated on the hillside of Shijia Mountain, approximately 15 kilometers east of the town of Guanling in the Biye and Miao Autonomous County. For centuries, countless scholars have conducted in-depth research on the Red Cliff Heavenly Script, endeavoring to unravel the enigma of the strange symbols etched upon the cliff and to uncover the secrets concealed within these markings. Upon that lofty cliff face, those red, variably shaped, mysterious symbols appear uncarved and unrefined, bearing no trace of chisel or tool. Even after enduring the ravages of time and the elements for centuries, their colors remain as vibrant as ever, a phenomenon that has captivated and garnered significant attention from historians both domestically and internationally. On a long, towering precipice, a cluster of peculiar symbols is arranged. They possess an ancient style and an unusual layout. Viewed from a distance, they evoke a sense of antiquity and charm, prompting an instinctive desire to delve deeper into the hidden truths they harbor. These characters exhibit an archaic brushwork and peculiar structures, some as large as a scoop and others resembling baskets. They appear like a mysterious formation, arranged in a captivating array. The Red Cliff Heavenly Script is imbued with an aura of profound mystery, almost as if it possesses an invisible allure that beckons all who encounter it to explore its depths, yearning to unveil its enigmatic veil. Yet, to this day, despite the relentless research and exploration undertaken by successive generations of experts, no one has succeeded in truly deciphering the meaning of these mystical symbols. Although Li Xiaolong hails from Guizhou, he had never before laid eyes on the wondrous spectacle of the Red Cliff Heavenly Script. Previously, he had only glimpsed related videos on the Douyin platform. Today, however, he finally stands in this place, witnessing the marvel of the world with his own eyes. Standing atop a high stone platform, immersed in the experience, he gazes closely at the enigmatic Red Cliff Heavenly Script, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion and profound astonishment surging within him. After observing from distance for a while, in order to genuinely appreciate the enchanting allure of the Red Cliff Heavenly Script, Li Xiaolong deliberately approached the base of the stone wall. Yet, upon reaching the base, he discovered that the height above obscured his view of the mysterious symbols. Having already observed them from above, he did not dwell on this oversight. He extended his hands, gently exploring the rough surface of the stone wall, pressing his fingers against its hardness, and found himself pondering how ancient individuals managed to inscribe such mysterious characters on such a towering and formidable cliff. He gazed upward at the towering wall, his hands gliding over the coarse stone as he slowly moved along the cliff. Suddenly, Li Xiaolong felt his right foot make contact with something soft beneath him. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. He instinctively looked down, his face paling in shock. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, realizing he had stepped on the tail of a five-step snake. Before he could react further, the enraged five-step snake struck like lightning, sinking its fangs into his ankle. The five-step snake is notoriously venomous, earning the grim moniker of death within 5 steps. He quickly regained his composure, forcefully kicking his right foot forward to dislodge the snake. He recalled a video he had seen on Douyin, where someone had commented, "What to do if bitten by a 5-step snake?" Someone had replied, "If bitten, do not walk forward. Instead, take 5 steps back." This response was utterly absurd. However, Li Xiaolong was not foolish enough to adhere to such advice. He immediately crouched down, though not out of belief in that ridiculous theory. He first tore his shirt, then tightly bound the fabric around his lower leg, attempting to prevent the venom from spreading. Immediately, he swiftly extracted a small fruit knife from his bag, laboriously maneuvering his ankle into view. Gritting his teeth, he raised the blade and decisively traced a circle around the wound inflicted by the 5-step snake. In an instant, the wound expanded and blood surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, gushing uncontrollably outward. He maneuvered his foot to his mouth, fervently sucking the blood from the wound at his ankle. With each sip of the crimson fluid, he would turn his head to expel it. Time and again, he repeated this grim task. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he was more resolute and capable of ruthless decisions than the average person. He even went so far as to carve a small circular incision at the wound with the fruit knife, severing and discarding a ring of flesh. Consequently, the blood flowed forth with increasing urgency. He continued to draw the venomous blood, gulping mouthful after mouthful and spitting it against the adjacent stone wall. As time stretched on, his mouth began to swell, and a numbing sensation crept into his lips. Though the situation appeared dire, he dared not cease his efforts. He understood all too well that even if the blood had transformed from black to bright red, he must not let his guard down. After all, the realms of medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Having learned a bit of medical knowledge alongside martial arts under his master, he was keenly aware that a mere trickle of blood would generally not pose a threat to life. However, if he failed to extract the poisonous blood, it could indeed cost him his life. Moreover, at this very moment, even if he wished to call for help, he could see no one around. Most visitors were above on the stone platform, admiring the red cliff inscriptions, with very few venturing down to this stone wall. Thus, Li Xiaolong crouched here, invisible to others. Even if he stood, he would be obscured by the surrounding thickets and cliffs. And even if someone did see him, what difference would it make? Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself to escape this predicament. After sucking the blood from the wound for a while longer, Li Xiaolong felt it was sufficient and dared not continue. Otherwise, he would either succumb to the venom of the five-step snake or lose his life from excessive blood loss. He turned to survey the wild grass and small bushes nearby, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He immediately reached for a handful of grass by the roadside. The grass, a narrow-leaved herbaceous plant of the Asteraceae family, could be used medicinally after preparation. However, he had no time for such processes now. He simply chewed it thoroughly and pressed it firmly against the wound, then meticulously bandaged it with the previously torn cloth strips. Traditional Chinese medicine posits that this roadside grass, bitter in taste and neutral in nature, possesses hemostatic properties and can be employed in the treatment of snake bites. Since Li Xiaolong had been spitting out blood mixed with snake venom through a small crevice on the right side of the stone wall, his blood had already been seeping through that gap, flowing steadily into the unknown depths beyond. Gradually, Li Xiaolong began to feel dizzy, his reactions becoming increasingly sluggish. Am I, Li Xiaolong, destined to perish so pathetically here today? What a waste of my name. I, Li Xiaolong, have yet to conquer the world like the other Li Xiaolong. How can I possibly meet my end in such a cowardly manner? Just as despair and unwillingness enveloped him, a brilliant light suddenly flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Chapter 2. The Dragon-Subduing Pendant. Before he could fully comprehend the nature of his surroundings, a searing warmth surged into his right leg. This warmth, akin to a mighty tide, was unstoppable, swiftly expelling the remnants of the five-step snake venom from his body. Even after purging the venom, this invigorating flow did not depart. Like a nimble serpent, it coursed through his veins, gradually permeating his limbs and vital organs. In an instant, his entire being felt as though it were engulfed in flames, turning a vivid crimson. The temperature within him soared alarmingly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind. The sheer volume was so immense that it nearly overwhelmed him, threatening to burst his very skull. After what felt like an eternity, yet also merely a fleeting moment, the throbbing in his head subsided. At last, he found the energy to sift through the intricate web of information swirling in his consciousness. It turned out that the inscriptions on the Crimson Cliff were left by the barefoot immortal. In ancient times, the mortal realm was shrouded in darkness, besieged by two malevolent dragons that rampaged unchecked, wreaking havoc as if they were lords of chaos. They stirred up monstrous waves, mercilessly devouring the bountiful harvests cultivated by the hard-working populace, reducing a year's labor to naught, plunging the people into the depths of despair and famine. With claws bared and flames erupting from their maws, they savagely attacked the innocent cattle and sheep, their anguished cries resonating through the skies. Even more appalling was their unrestrained brutality towards humanity itself. Wherever they roamed, cries of sorrow filled the air, and the populace lived in abject misery, enduring unspeakable hardship. The compassionate and resolute barefoot immortal, upon hearing of this calamity, was filled with righteous indignation. He boldly approached the Jade Emperor, requesting the arduous task of vanquishing the demons. The Jade Emperor, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, generously bestowed upon him a powerful and enigmatic artifact to assist in subduing the dragons. Upon descending to the mortal realm, the barefoot immortal tirelessly pursued the dragon's trail. Eventually, he cornered the two ferocious dragons in the vicinity of Daluo Mountain in Wenzhou, Zhejiang Province. There, a breathtaking battle unfolded, a life-or-death struggle amidst the towering peaks. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, roiling in a terrifying display. As thunder and lightning intertwined in a chaotic symphony, the wind howled ferociously, as if threatening to tear the world asunder. The barefoot immortal stood tall upon clouds, his figure as resolute as a pine tree. Exuding an ethereal presence, he gazed unwaveringly at the two fearsome dragons, displaying no trace of fear. The dragons, colossal as mountains, bore scales that glinted with a sinister sheen in the lightning's glare, akin to hellish armor radiating a chilling aura. They unleashed torrents of searing flames, intent on incinerating everything in their path. As the battle commenced, the two dragons, leveraging their immense size and ferocity, attempted to overwhelm the barefoot immortal in a concerted assault. However, he danced between them with the grace of a swallow, deftly evading their strikes. His agile form flitted through the tempest, rendering their attacks futile. Yet, the barefoot immortal was not merely evasive. His keen eyes sought the opportune moment to counterattack. At last, he discerned his chance, deliberately maneuvering the dragons into alignment. In the fleeting instant when the powerful black dragon's line of sight was obstructed by its slightly weaker counterpart, he seized the moment to strike. As the dragon lunged with its gaping maw, the barefoot immortal, undaunted, surged forward with the force of a tempest. In that instant, a resplendent sword, shimmering with a cold brilliance, materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it with all his might. The blade soared through the air like a meteor, piercing the dragon's head with unerring precision. With the explosive release of celestial energy from the sword's tip, a deafening roar reverberated across the heavens and earth. The dragon's head was rent asunder, blood gushing forth in torrents. While the head did not shatter entirely, the dragon's vitality was irrevocably extinguished. It plummeted from the sky, crashing into Daluo Mountain with earth-shaking force. The barefoot immortal triumphed in his first battle, successfully slaying the weaker black dragon. His fearless stance shone like a beacon of hope in the darkness, illuminating the world below. The corpse of the slain dragon, over the course of a millennium, transformed into a magnificent dragon spine on Daluo Mountain, a testament to its former reign of terror. Following its death, the remains became a renowned tourist attraction in Wenzhou, drawing numerous visitors. Perhaps this was the way the black dragon, after experiencing divine enlightenment in the afterlife, sought to atone for its sins and repay the local people. Meanwhile, witnessing the swift demise of its companion, the other dragon was seized by panic. In the midst of combat, it feigned a maneuver and promptly fled. The barefoot immortal, of course, would not permit the dragon to escape, pursuing it relentlessly. The dragon, now terrified, dared not soar through the skies, instead skimming low across the rocky terrain. As it evaded attacks, it fled in desperation. The dragon's low flight forced the barefoot immortal to descend to the ground, where he pursued it along the mountain ridges. This chase commenced in Zhejiang Province and led the dragon into Guizhou, where it sought refuge amid the complex topography of the Wuling Mountains. As the barefoot immortal chased the dragon across the land, he left behind massive footprints. Ultimately, he caught up with the dragon near the Red Cliff Script in Guizhou, inflicting severe injuries upon it. The prolonged skirmish in the region left behind an abundance of the barefoot immortal's footprints. At one point, he inflicted a grievous wound upon the dragon and skinned part of its scales to dry on the mountainside, which became known as the sun-dried armor mountain, named for the dragon's scales he had once laid there. Having sustained significant blood loss, the dragon's blood was used by the barefoot immortal to inscribe the mysterious Red Cliff script on the nearby stone wall. Prior to this, the site bore no name, as the script did not exist. It was only after the barefoot immortal's inscription that it became known as the Red Cliff script. The red referred to the color of the dragon's blood, cliff denoted the mountain wall, and script indicated the enigmatic characters left by the celestial beings descending from the heavens. At this moment, Li Xiaolong had gleaned the entire narrative from the dragon-subduing pendant. It turned out that the final dragon, possessing a notable lineage, was the third prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Furthermore, this third prince had encountered fortuitous circumstances in his youth, which had enabled him to cultivate the long-lost immortal dragon unbreakable body. In his early years, the third prince ventured forth into the world and chanced upon a mysterious cavern, where he obtained the inheritance of the eternal dragon body. Additionally, he acquired a droplet of nearly perfected immortal blood. It was through this singular drop that he swiftly cultivated his eternal dragon body to a mid-tier level. This revered eternal dragon body is said to have been conceived by the primordial ancestor dragon of the first generation. Should it be cultivated to perfection, it would grant one eternal life, allowing for rebirth through blood. This explains why the barefoot immortal was unable to utterly vanquish this malevolent dragon. It was not for lack of desire, but rather due to the impossibility of slaying such a formidable creature in a short span of time. Moreover, considering the favor of the East Sea Dragon King, he refrained from lingering to methodically subdue the dragon. He was also constrained by time and opportunity. As the East Sea Dragon King, upon learning of the situation, hastened to gather his 3 brothers, arriving with urgency that rendered it impossible for the barefoot immortal to linger. The Tome of the Red Cliff, astonishingly, contained incantations akin to the tightening spell recited by the Tang monk in Journey to the West, specifically designed to subdue and torment the third prince, the dragon. Once the incantation was invoked, the runes inscribed within the tome would manifest, encircling the third prince's neck. The more hastily and fervently the incantation was recited, the smaller the circle of runes would become, their mysterious power constricting around the dragon's neck, inflicting excruciating pain. According to the words of the dragon-suppressing pendant, whoever could master these incantations would gain dominion over the suppressed third prince of the dragon clan. This pendant is an extraordinary artifact, crafted by the Jade Emperor specifically for the purpose of imprisoning and controlling the third prince. Within its confines, the dragon prince was entombed in the icy depths of the pendant's core. Chapter 3. Encountering the true dragon. The reason the barefoot immortal did not take the dragon-suppressing pendant with him was that the East Sea Dragon King, upon receiving news of the incident, was consumed with anxiety and immediately summoned his 3 brothers, the 4 great dragon kings. Accompanied by a formidable host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, surged forth with great fervor to intercept the barefoot immortal, intent on rescuing their progeny. Faced with such overwhelming opposition, the barefoot immortal had no choice but to conceal the dragon-suppressing pendant within the crevices beneath the Red Cliff Tome, marking it with the tome itself before hastily retreating, cleverly diverting the 4 dragon kings to another locale. Originally, the barefoot immortal intended to return later to reclaim the pendant. However, he could not have foreseen that upon being intercepted by the 4 dragon kings, they would search him thoroughly yet find no trace of the pendant, remaining oblivious to the whereabouts of their child. In a fit of rage, the 4 dragon kings took the barefoot immortal to the heavenly court to demand an explanation from the Jade Emperor. This marked a turning point in fate. Thereafter, the barefoot immortal never had the opportunity to descend to the mortal realm again. As time flowed inexorably onward, the age of decline quietly descended. The once mystical and resplendent heavenly court faded into obscurity amidst the tides of time. Yet, the dragon-suppressing pendant remained quietly ensconced within that crevice, awaiting the whims of destiny. Since the dragon-suppressing pendant was originally bestowed upon the barefoot immortal by the Jade Emperor for temporary use, he did not formally recognize it as his own. Consequently, the pendant remained unclaimed, becoming an enigmatic treasure. Unexpectedly, today, the pendant absorbed a significant amount of Bruce Lee's blood, leading to an unforeseen bond forming between them. It must be said that Bruce Lee's fortune was astonishingly favorable, as if destiny itself had smiled upon him. With clarity in his mind, curiosity sparked within Bruce Lee, prompting him to begin reciting the verses of the Red Cliff Tome, word by word. As he grew increasingly familiar with the incantations, his recitation quickened. At that moment, the third prince, imprisoned in the icy depths of the dragon-suppressing pendant, met with misfortune. A resounding roar, imbued with fear, agony, and fury, erupted from the frozen depths of the pendant. This sound seemed to transcend the sands of time, echoing with profound resentment. For countless years, he had languished in the icy depths, enduring a protracted period of solitude. As the ages slipped by, he never anticipated that the incantations reminiscent of the tightening spell would once again resound in his ears. When Bruce Lee first heard the dragon's roar, he was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that he was indeed witnessing the legendary dragon's lament. Regaining his composure, he turned to gaze in the direction from whence the sound emanated. In the distance, several hundred meters away, in the heart of the frigid, bone-chilling pool, a massive dragon was ensnared by heavy iron chains. These chains, meticulously forged from ancient cold iron, shimmered with a dark, eerie light, concealing immeasurable power. Intricate and enigmatic runes adorned the chains, resembling the trajectories of ancient celestial bodies. Periodically, strange bursts of light flickered along the chains, as if narrating the passage of time. The once mighty dragon now appeared emaciated, its formidable body reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Stretching over 300 meters, it had been starved over countless years, leaving it gaunt and skeletal. Its scales clung tightly to its ribs, each bone starkly visible, silently recounting the suffering and torment endured throughout the ages. The dragon's head, once grand, now appeared shrunken and skeletal. Its deep-set eyes glimmered with despair and defiance, while its long whiskers and horns had withered and yellowed, bereft of their former luster. Exuding an aura of desolation, Its once powerful limbs had also grown frail and delicate. Each claw appeared withered and weak, stripped of its former majesty. The waters of the icy pool were frigid to the bone, seemingly capable of freezing all life. Bound in this place, the dragon could not escape. Helpless against the encroaching chill that seeped into its parched body. Its scales had dulled and many areas revealed the skin beneath, marred by the passage of time and scars. Despite enduring such suffering, the dragon retained its dignity and pride. It held its head high, glaring fiercely ahead, as if awaiting an opportunity. Yearning for the day of its resurgence. Its silhouette amidst the icy waters appeared both lonely and desolate, yet it radiated an indomitable spirit. Had Bruce Lee not been aware of the entire backstory, knowing that the dragon had once been a malevolent creature, he might have been deceived by its current pitiable appearance. The man and the dragon locked eyes across the void, both astonished. The third prince was taken aback to discover that, after eons of confinement, it was a seemingly insignificant mortal capable of reciting the tightening spell that had entered the dragon's suppressing pendant. Conversely, Bruce Lee was astonished to find that this dragon, which he had envisioned as a formidable and powerful being, was utterly incongruous with the reality before him. Although the dragon retained its immense size, it exuded not an ounce of fearsome intimidation. He fails to consider that anyone who has endured hunger for centuries, even millennia, without succumbing to death, is inherently extraordinary. The current frail form of this dragon is certainly not comparable to its majestic appearance in its prime. The Dragon King's third prince gazed at Bruce Lee and inquired, "Youngster, was it you who recited the tightening spell just now?" Bruce Lee was taken aback to discover that this divine dragon could indeed speak, though he was not overly surprised. After all, it is quite customary for dragons and legends to possess the gift of speech. "Yes, it was I who recited the tightening spell." "What of it?" Bruce Lee asked, addressing the distant dragon with neither deference nor arrogance. "You, a mere mortal, possess the audacity to recite the tightening spell upon me? Release me at once, or I shall devour you whole." The Dragon King's third prince roared in fury. "If you wish to eat me, then come forth and do so," Bruce Lee retorted fearlessly. He was acutely aware that the iron chain binding the dragon was secure, preventing it from escaping the cold pool. To test the potency of the tightening spell, Bruce Lee began to recite the incantations from the Scarlet Cliff's heavenly script. Suddenly, he paused, realizing that the phonetics of the tightening spell resembled education, healthcare, mortgage, organ transplant. This was utterly preposterous. It hurts terribly." The Dragon King's third prince let out a wretched scream as Bruce Lee recited the spell. Its body thrashed violently in the cold pool, sending waves crashing and splashing water everywhere. "Stop. Cease your recitation," the Dragon King's third prince pleaded, unable to endure the torment of the tightening spell. Already weakened, it could hardly withstand Bruce Lee's relentless chanting, leading it to surrender almost immediately. Having been trapped in the cold pool for countless years, the Dragon King's third prince had long since lost its sharp edges, diminishing its pride as a dragon. "What do I gain from sparing you?" Bruce Lee demanded, extorting the dragon. This question left the Dragon King's third prince at a loss. After years of confinement, it possessed nothing of value to offer. "Spare me, and I shall bestow upon you treasures. I have many treasures," the dragon hastily proclaimed. Hearing of treasures, Bruce Lee's eyes sparkled, and he promptly halted his recitation of the tightening spell. "Where are these treasures?" "Show me," the dragon awkwardly replied. "My treasures are concealed within my dragon lair. Release me, and I shall guide you to them." Upon hearing this, Bruce Lee couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Do you take me for a fool? Release you, and you would be off before I could even blink. Besides, even if I did let you go, I doubt I could protect myself afterward." If the Dragon King's third prince were to suppress its headache and swallow him whole, he would truly be doomed. "Release you so you can lead me to your lair? Do you think I am naive?" Without having seen any treasures, Bruce Lee resumed reciting the tightening spell, becoming increasingly adept at it. This drove the Dragon King's third prince into a frenzy of lamentation, its cries echoing mournfully through the cold pool. "Stop, please. I have a secret martial arts manual to offer," the dragon pleaded once more. Upon hearing of the manual, Bruce Lee's interest was piqued. This could be beneficial. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, yet his training was likely of only average caliber. Coupled with limited combat experience, Bruce Lee was uncertain of his current skill level, especially since, in his homeland, people seldom dared to engage in fights. This reluctance contributed to the foreign perception of them as the sick man of Asia. Any altercation often led to mutual assaults. Losing meant suffering injuries, while winning resulted in legal repercussions, both equally grim. Thus, ordinary individuals typically refrained from fighting. Chapter 4. Dragon Clan Martial Arts. What manuals do you possess? Present them, Bruce Lee urged eagerly. "I do not have any written manuals, but I can recite them for you," the Dragon King's third prince responded helplessly. "Tell me what you have," Bruce Lee pressed further. I possess the dragon fist. The dragon proclaimed loudly. And what else? You cannot possibly know only this one technique, Bruce Lee said skeptically. I also have the dragon's agile movement. The prince continued. Is that all? Don't tell me you only know these two. Bruce Lee clearly doubted him. Initially, the Dragon King's third prince had intended to reveal only these two techniques. But seeing Bruce Lee's incredulous expression, it reluctantly continued. I possess a body-refining technique, the eternal dragon body. This is a closely guarded secret of the dragon clan. Not many dragons know it. It was created by the original ancestor dragon and is an invincible body-refining method. What other techniques do you have? Bruce Lee persisted. There are two more techniques that may be of little use to you. One is called the water dragon clone, and the other is our clan's innate divine ability, the cloud and rain technique, which you mortals refer to as summoning wind and rain. The Dragon King's third prince explained. Our dragon clan requires no training. Upon reaching maturity, we naturally become immensely powerful. I only know these few techniques. Recite them slowly for me, and I shall commit them to memory, Bruce Lee declared, hastily pulling out his phone to activate the voice recording feature, ready to document the martial arts techniques recited by the Dragon King's third prince. As he opened his phone, he cautiously approached the edge of the cold pool, remaining vigilant in case the prince attempted a sudden attack. Though he was not afraid, he dared not let his guard down. After recognizing the method of entry and exit for the dragon suppressing pendant, he knew that with a mere thought, he could instantly transport himself outside its confines, thwarting any ambush from the Dragon King's third prince. In truth, the prince had initially intended to lure Bruce Lee to the edge of the cold pool and launch a surprise attack to devour him. However, it feared the consequences of a failed ambush, which would spell disaster for it. Moreover, if it were to consume Bruce Lee yet remain trapped, it would truly be at the mercy of fate. Thus, the Dragon King's third prince genuinely sought to befriend Bruce Lee, hoping to extract some sustenance. As it felt utterly famished, almost hearing the growling of its own stomach, the Dragon King's third prince began. The Dragon Fist is the martial art practiced by our divine dragon clan when transformed into human form, comprising a total of 36 techniques. The first technique, Divine Dragon Turns, akin to a dragon abruptly flipping in the depths of the ocean, unleashing a tremendous force that intimidates opponents. The second technique, Divine Dragon Extends Claw, resembling a dragon reaching out from the clouds with its sharp claws, swift and incisive, striking at the enemy's vital points. The third technique, Divine Dragon Swings Tail, akin to a dragon dancing through the realms, its immense power capable of sweeping away entire armies. The fourth technique, Dragon Soars to the Nine Heavens, like a divine dragon breaking through the clouds, soaring into the sky with an indomitable momentum. The fifth technique, Swimming Dragon Plays with Phoenix, when executed, resembles a dragon frolicking with a phoenix. It appears effortless yet conceals profound intricacies, bewildering its adversaries. Chapter 6. The Tidal Fury. The sixth technique, known as Tidal Fury, unleashes a force akin to stirring the vast seas, summoning tumultuous waves that possess astonishing power. Chapter 7. The Dragon's Battle in the Wild. The seventh technique, Dragon's Battle in the Wild, manifests with explosive ferocity, radiating the might of a dragon as if engaged in a fierce struggle across the wilderness, showcasing the dragon's unparalleled bravery. Chapter 8. Dragon Goddess Guardian. The eighth technique, Dragon Goddess Guardian, allows one to consolidate power into a shield reminiscent of divine protection from a dragon, effectively repelling enemy assaults. Chapter 9. Dragon's Terror. The ninth technique, Dragon's Terror, releases a horrifying pressure akin to the dread of a dragoness prison, instilling fear in the hearts of adversaries. Chapter 10. Dragon's Roar Resonates. The 10th technique, Dragon's Roar Resonates, emits a piercing cry that reverberates through the surroundings, disorienting foes and diminishing their combat prowess. Chapter 11. The Dragon's Journey Across the Seas. The 11th technique, the Dragon's Journey Across the Seas, enables one to move with the grace of a dragon gliding through the waters, rendering enemies unable to anticipate one's next move. Chapter 36. Dragon's Combat in All Directions. The 36th technique, Dragon's Combat in All Directions, culminates the essence of the Dragon Fist, delivering a simultaneous assault from 8 directions, providing a comprehensive onslaught against opponents. When paired with the agile dragoness movements, its effectiveness in battle is exponentially amplified. The technique known as Dragon's Movements is, as its name implies, an exceptional form of agility that can be executed on land, in the air, or beneath the water surface, particularly in water. One moves with the grace of a fish, empowered like a tiger. On land, it ensures light-footedness and instantaneous relocation to evade enemy attacks. In the air, it facilitates nimble navigation, allowing mastery over the battlefield. Underwater, one becomes akin to a true divine dragon, moving freely and with astonishing speed. Water Dragon's clone. Once one successfully cultivates the Water Dragon's clone, whenever submerged in water, or even with any part of one's body in contact with water, one can summon the clone. This manifestation not only transforms into a tangible water dragon to attack foes, but also confounds enemies' vision, making it difficult for them to discern the true form. Simultaneously, it can sense all conditions in the water, such as temperature, with precise awareness of every degree of change, the size and variety of aquatic life, and the direction of water currents, all becoming immediately clear. Furthermore, it can keenly detect temperature variations, assisting in concealing one's true self and enabling stealthy evasion in the water, rendering detection by enemies nearly impossible. Cloud and rain manipulation technique. The cloud and rain manipulation technique is most easily executed when dark clouds gather in the sky. If there are no rain-bearing clouds, one merely needs to splash a bowl of water into the air, then perform the technique to draw together dispersed water vapor, forming cumulonimbus clouds that ultimately unleash a downpour. The stronger one's power, the broader the area of rainfall. Conversely, a weaker power results in a smaller range. This technique not only gathers clouds, but can also disperse rain layers, preventing further precipitation in areas afflicted by floods, thereby controlling the weather for the benefit of the land or influencing the dynamics of battle. Indestructible Holy Dragon Body. The indestructible Holy Dragon Body is an invincible method of body refinement. Upon reaching a state of perfection, one achieves a corporeal form that does not decay, is impervious to destruction, can resurrect from one's blood, and is immune to all forms of harm. Cultivating this technique gradually fortifies the body, significantly enhancing strength to the extent of achieving the power of 100 or even 1,000 dragons, rendering one unmatched in the world. A single dragon's power, according to human standards, is approximately equivalent to 1,000,000 pounds of force. Upon hearing this, Bruce Lee felt a surge of interest and inquired, "At your peak, how much dragon power did you possess?" In response, the Dragon King's third prince, brimming with pride, raised his dragon head and proclaimed, "At my pinnacle, I wielded the power of 80 dragons." His gaze upon Bruce Lee seemed to convey, "Aren't I impressive? Praise me." However, Bruce Lee held no concept of the significance of 80 dragon powers and did not regard it as particularly formidable. If it were indeed powerful, it would not have been subdued by the barefoot immortal and confined within this dragon-suppressing pendant for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, deprived of sunlight. Moreover, the present age pales in comparison to ancient times. Even if he practiced the indestructible Holy Dragon Body technique, Bruce Lee doubted he could ever attain even a single dragon's power. Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. In ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and elixirs and potions were plentiful. Now, in this age of decline, it seemed improbable to cultivate such techniques. The Dragon King's third prince was exceedingly curious about the mobile device in Bruce Lee's hand, perplexed as to why it recorded everything he uttered without any trace of spiritual energy. In the past, the Dragon Palace was one of the most treasure-laden places in the three realms, yet he had never encountered or heard of an artifact like the one Bruce Lee possessed. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Young man, what treasure is that in your hand? Do not call me young man again, or I shall recite the incantation to subdue you." Bruce Lee threatened. "Then what is your name?" asked the Dragon King's third prince hastily. "I am Bruce Lee." "You are Bruce Lee?" The Dragon King's third prince exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, what a twist of fate. You are named Bruce Lee, while I am the third prince of the Dragon Clan. You are a little dragon, and I am a great dragon. How about we refer to each other as brothers from now on?" After some contemplation, Bruce Lee nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall call you Elder Brother. What is your name?" "I am Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King." Though Bruce Lee recognized Ao Bing's words as mere flattery, he played along. "Elder Brother Ao Bing, the object in my hand is called a mobile phone. I cannot explain it to you in a moment, but we shall discuss it later." "Wonderful. I am truly delighted. I never anticipated gaining a brother today." "Brother, I have been locked in this cold pool for countless years, nearly starving to death. Could you perhaps procure some fish or shrimp for me to eat? You are the third prince of the Dragon Clan. Do you really get hungry?" "Of course, brother. The chains that bind me are no ordinary shackles. After all, how could mere chains restrain someone of my stature? Procure fish or shrimp. But I have no money." Bruce Lee's expression revealed his difficulties. "An elder brother, your size means that even a small amount of fish or shrimp would hardly suffice for you." It was evident that Ao Bing was a voracious eater, and Bruce Lee could not fathom spending money to buy food for him. "Elder brother, if you possess any treasures, why not bring them forth? I can sell them to procure food for you. How does that sound?" "Brother, I truly have no treasures. All the valuables I once possessed were thoroughly pillaged by that old scoundrel, the barefoot immortal. What shall we do then? I too am quite impoverished." It appeared that the Dragon King's third prince was indeed speaking the truth. he truly possessed no treasures. Frowning in contemplation, the Dragon King's third prince finally proposed. "Brother, how about I offer you some dragon blood? You can sell it to buy me food, and you will also need it to cultivate the indestructible holy dragon body." Sell dragon blood? Wouldn't that be courting death? Bruce Lee thought, realizing that while he could not directly sell dragon blood, he could certainly use it for fishing. He could mix the dragon blood with bait and place it in traps to catch fish, shrimp, crabs, and eels. Chapter 5. Returning home during his time in his hometown. Bruce Lee was an avid enthusiast of fishing and catching shrimp. This passion stemmed not only from his profound interest in these activities, but also from the immense joy they brought him. Moreover, he was a rather gluttonous individual. Due to a humble upbringing, having a meal with meat was a rare luxury, possible only during festive occasions. In an effort to enhance his family's culinary experience, he frequently ventured out to fish, catch eels, or set traps in the mountains to capture wild chickens and rabbits. In the past, whenever he returned home for the holidays, if he managed to catch a rabbit, his cherished younger sister, who was 18 years his junior, would immediately shield the rabbit, protesting in her sweet, babyish voice, "How could we kill such a lovely rabbit? Brother, you are a big bad guy." Yet, once the rabbit meat was cooked, it was ironically this very sister, who had vehemently opposed the killing, who relished it the most. "Oh, the rabbit meat is so delicious." Reflecting on the image of his sister, cheeks smeared with rabbit meat, and her adorably incoherent words, Li Xiaolong couldn't help but smile indulgently. He found himself missing the little one. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had passed since their last encounter, and she must have grown quite a bit by now, at over 5 years of age. "Big brother, your method is brilliant. I'll exchange some dragon blood for money outside, and then buy you something delicious." "All right, but do you have anything to contain the dragon blood?" Li Xiaolong looked down at himself. Apart from a backpack for his clothes, he had nothing else. The only item he could think of to hold something was a half-full bottle of mineral water. "Big brother, will this bottle do? Just pour the water out." Ao Bing glanced disdainfully at the bottle in Li Xiaolong's hand. "Brother, this bottle is far too small. How much can it hold?" At that moment, Li Xiaolong suddenly realized that while it was a large mineral water bottle, it indeed appeared minuscule for the grandiose figure of the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing. Even though Ao Bing had endured countless years of hunger, he still possessed a massive body over 300 meters long and more than 12 meters thick. Just imagine the quantity of dragon blood contained within such a colossal form. It seemed that any small puncture that Ao Bing deemed minor would yield enough blood to fill a barrel. With that thought, excitement surged within Li Xiaolong. He was on the verge of a fortune. "Big brother, I'll head out first. I'm still on my way home. Once I get there, I'll find something larger to hold the dragon blood and return with food for you. Please be patient and wait for me." "It's fine. After all this time, waiting another 10 days or half a month is no trouble at all." Despite such reassurances, in truth, the Dragon King's third prince Ao Bing was itching for food to be placed before him, so he could indulge heartily. Li Xiaolong fully understood Ao Bing's urgency, and after bidding farewell, he swiftly exited the dragon-suppressing pendant and hurried down the mountain. At that moment, he felt an intense longing to return home. On one hand, he eagerly wished to reunite with his long-absent parents and little sister. On the other, he brimmed with anticipation regarding the miraculous effects of dragon blood. Eager to experience them firsthand, legend has it that all creatures, whether fish swimming in water, beasts racing on land, or birds soaring in the sky, salivate at the thought of dragon flesh and blood. The dragon race has always symbolized power and nobility, with dragon meat being heralded as the finest delicacy in the world. Should one have the opportunity to acquire dragon blood and thereby obtain a trace of dragon lineage, it was likely that every creature would vie for it, even at the risk of injury. Upon descending the mountain, Li Xiaolong quickly hailed a vehicle and rushed towards the city. He boarded a bus bound for Jinyi, his heart racing with impatience. However, the mountainous roads of Guizhou are notoriously treacherous. Although the roads have been improved considerably, the winding mountain paths are numerous, twisting and turning in a seemingly endless series of curves. The driver, prioritizing everyone's safety, dared not speed. Navigating these mountain roads in Guizhou requires a mindset of better slow than fast. After much ado, they finally arrived in Jinyi. Li Xiaolong then boarded a bus heading to Meitan. Once on board, he leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes feigning sleep, while in reality, his mind raced with thoughts on how to best utilize the precious dragon blood. He understood that he would undoubtedly need the dragon blood for his cultivation. He had encountered numerous texts stating that cultivators often used beast blood and dragon blood to temper their physiques. In those moments, he had envied them greatly, dreaming of the day he could bathe in dragon blood. Little did he know that his dream was about to come true. It felt utterly surreal. The bloodline of Ao Bing, the legendary Dragon King's third prince, was undoubtedly the most noble and authentic of dragon lineage. Furthermore, Ao Bing had cultivated the indestructible body of the holy dragon, making his blood even more potent than that of ordinary dragons, and its effects surely more formidable. Li Xiaolong firmly believed that whether flying in the skies, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, no creature could resist the allure of dragon blood. After approximately 3 hours, the bus finally arrived in Meitan County. Li Xiaolong did not rush home immediately. Instead, he first visited a shopping center, carefully selecting an outfit and a pair of shoes for his parents. As for his younger sister, Li Xiaofeng, having not seen her for 2 years, he was uncertain of her size, despite having glimpsed her via video. To surprise his parents and sister, he refrained from notifying them of his return. Ultimately, under the enthusiastic guidance of a sales assistant, he purchased a fluffy teddy bear and a colorful building block set purported to enhance intelligence and imagination. Once his shopping was complete, Li Xiaolong boarded a bus passing through Nyochong village. By around 5 in the afternoon, he finally arrived home. His family resided just a short distance from the roadside, eliminating the need for further walking. The gentle glow of the setting sun bathed the tranquil village in a warm, golden hue, adorning each house with a delicate, ethereal veil. In front of a typical rural courtyard, a 5-year-old girl was crouched on the ground, completely absorbed in her toys. She had cascading, glossy black hair that flowed gently in the breeze like satin. Her large, bright eyes resembled sparkling black jewels, brimming with curiosity and innocence about the world. The child's cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, rendering her irresistibly adorable and prompting an overwhelming desire to kiss her. Her skin was fair and delicate, exuding a subtle pink hue reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. When she smiled, her lips curled slightly upward, revealing 2 deep dimples that seemed to harbor endless sweetness, making anyone who gazed upon her smile in return. She wore a pink puffy dress, its hem swaying with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming flower. On her feet were a pair of pink little shoes, slightly soiled, indicative of her recent frolic outside. The girl clutched her beloved toy, a fluffy teddy bear gifted to her by Li Xiaolong 2 years prior. She was animatedly sharing her little secrets and grand dreams with the bear, as if it were her closest confidant. At times, she would laugh uncontrollably, her melodious laughter echoing through the air like the tinkling of silver bells. Other moments found her resting her chin in her hands, deep in thought, completely immersed in her whimsical world. The air around her seemed to sparkle with her purity and joy, as even the breeze turned unusually gentle. In the distance, the boisterous laughter of neighboring children at play could be heard, yet the little girl seemed utterly oblivious to it. Her gaze was solely fixed upon her teddy bear and the enchanting world of her imagination. This 5-year-old girl resembled a vibrant, living canvas, vividly illustrating the beauty and innocence of childhood. Her smile, every gesture, and the sparkle in her eyes exuded an irresistible charm, allowing one to glimpse the simple and pure joys of their own youth through her. Chapter 6. Li Family Village. The little girl was none other than Li Xiaofeng, the sister whom Li Xiaolong cherished dearly. Stealthily, Li Xiaolong approached his sister from behind, carefully setting down the bag he held. He extended his hands and gently covered her eyes, playfully adopting a mysterious tone. "Guess who I am?" Startled by the sudden darkness, the little girl instinctively began to struggle. However, upon hearing that familiar and affectionate voice, she paused momentarily, then joyfully exclaimed, "Is it my brother?" How clever Xiaofeng was, instantly recognizing her brother. A tender smile graced Li Xiaolong's face as he released his hands from her eyes and, with a flourish, produced a fluffy teddy bear from behind him, presenting it to the little one. "Xiaofeng, I brought you a teddy bear. Do you like it?" "Ah, I love it. Everything my brother buys, I love." She squealed in excitement. "Come, let us take the teddy bear to our room. Xiaofeng, are Mom and Dad home?" "Mom's cooking, and Dad hasn't returned from the fields yet." Once inside, Li Xiaolong produced a colorful set of building blocks from the bag and offered them to his sister. "Xiaofeng, I also got you these blocks. They're so much fun. Wow, I have blocks now too, how wonderful." "Thank you, brother." The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed. Clambering onto a stool with effort, she jumped onto the table, reaching out to tightly embrace Li Xiaolong's head, planting a loud kiss on his cheek as a reward. "Brother, before, only Xiaoying had blocks, and she wouldn't let us play with them. Now I have blocks, and mine are prettier and bigger than hers. I wouldn't let her play with mine either." Li Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable antics as he gently lifted her off the table. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she released him like a joyful little rabbit and dashed towards the kitchen, calling out, "Mom, my brother is back." Li Xiaolong hurried after her, calling out with concern, "Xiaofeng, slow down. Be careful not to fall." Before long, they reached the kitchen, where Li Xiaolong called out, "Mom, I'm home. You rascal, why didn't you give me a call when you returned?" His mother, Hu Xiaomei, was now 44 years old. Years of hard work had made her appear older than her peers in the city. As Li Xiaolong looked at the lines etched on her face by time, he silently vowed to himself, I must earn more money quickly so that my parents can enjoy their later years without the burden of laboring for this family. Are you tired? Take a break and wash your face. Dinner will be ready soon. Mom, I'm not tired at all. I've just come by bus, Li Xiaolong replied, filling a basin with water to wash his face. Afterward, he rolled up his sleeves and began helping his mother carry the prepared dishes to the 8 immortals table in the main room. At that moment, a commotion at the door caught his attention. Li Xiaolong guessed it was his father returning from the fields. Peering towards the entrance, he saw his father, Li Difu, coming home. At 45, the trials of life had etched deep lines on his face. Sweat trickled down his weathered cheeks, seemingly narrating the hardships of existence. Clad in a slightly faded blue cloth garment, with dirt-stained trousers that bore the marks of his diligent labor, he approached with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Despite his weary gait, his eyes shone with determination and anticipation of home. Upon spotting his son, a flicker of surprise lit up his eyes. He quickly set down the hoe and strode over, a genuine smile illuminating his face, filled with warmth and longing for his son. Xiaolong, you're back. Li Difu's voice was slightly hoarse from fatigue, yet exuded warmth and excitement. He scrutinized his son with care, his gaze filled with concern and pride. Li Xiaolong embraced his father, feeling the profound connection that tied them together, a bond as unbreakable as it was deep. Father, you should wash your hands and prepare for dinner. After speaking, Li Xiaolong picked up the hoe his father had set down and placed it in the designated corner for farming tools. Soon, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table, the cozy atmosphere akin to the warmth of sunlight, enveloping the entire room. His father, filled with joy, raised a glass. A radiant smile on his face. Today, my son is home. Let us celebrate with a bottle of wine. Xiaofeng jumped up in excitement, shouting, I want a drink. Her innocence and exuberance brought a delightful ambience to the home. Li Xiaolong looked at his sister with affectionate eyes, smiling as he said, All right, brother will get you a bottle of drink. With that, he exited the room, heading towards the village shop. Before long, he returned with 2 bottles of his sister's favorite Waha AD calcium milk, his steps light and cheerful. The family began to enjoy the meal, laughter and chatter filling the air. His father sipped his wine, a look of contentment gracing his face, while his mother attentively catered to Xiaofeng's needs, occasionally serving food to both siblings. In this warm family gathering, each face radiated happiness. They were not merely savoring the feast, but relishing the warmth of familial bonds and companionship. This home was brimming with love and laughter, resembling a tranquil and warm harbor, offering solace to every heart. When his parents inquired about Li Xiaolong's work, he hesitated briefly before opting to weave a little white lie. Mom and Dad, I've come across a better business opportunity, so I've resigned from my previous job. What opportunity? Both parents asked curiously. Li Xiaolong chuckled. That's a secret for now. You'll know once I achieve results. I have great confidence in this endeavor. In just a year, you 2 won't have to toil anymore and can enjoy a life of comfort. Really? Then we shall wait for next year to enjoy our leisure. His mother replied with a smile. In truth, for parents, it wasn't as crucial whether they could enjoy a comfortable life, but rather that their children could thrive. That knowledge brought them immense satisfaction. After dinner, Li Xiaolong began to search the house for a suitable container to hold dragon blood. The home had wooden barrels and plastic buckets, but these vessels were clearly not appropriate for such a purpose. Bruce Lee pondered for a moment and ultimately leaned towards using a capped plastic bottle to store the dragon's blood, as it would allow him to seal the bottle securely. According to the fantastical novels he often read, the ideal vessel for this dragon's blood would be a jade bottle, as it was said that only such a container could preserve the essence of the dragon's blood. However, a jade bottle of that size was far beyond his financial means. Although he possessed the miraculous dragon-suppressing pendant, which contained a vast space, it was suitable for storage, but not for excavating a pit to hold dragon's blood. Perhaps he could conceal the dragon's blood in a location out of sight from the third Prince Ao Bing, such as behind some boulders. Nevertheless, he needed to first transfer the blood into a mineral water bottle and secure the cap tightly to ensure safety. With this thought in mind, Bruce Lee strolled leisurely to the village shop after finishing his meal. Upon seeing 2 large 5-liter bottles of mineral water displayed in the shop, he purchased them without hesitation. After paying, he noticed that the shopkeeper had 2 empty 5-liter plastic bottles lying around. Uncle, could you spare me 2 empty plastic bottles? I need them to store something. Sure, take them, the shopkeeper replied readily. After all, to him, 2 empty bottles were of little consequence. Their village was named Li Family Village, and most of its residents bore the surname Li, all tracing their lineage back to 2 ancestral figures. According to Bruce Lee's father, these 2 ancestors had fled from Jiangxi to Guizhou during a time of turmoil, eventually settling in this place. The 2 brothers married and had children, and through generations of procreation, The village had surprisingly grown to over 100 inhabitants. Chapter 7. The dragon's blood acquired upon returning home. Bruce Lee headed straight for the kitchen. He poured the contents of the 2 large bottles of mineral water into a teapot. Normally, he would never waste water in such a manner, but in order to free the mineral water bottles for the dragon's blood, he had no choice but to resort to this measure. He had purchased the type of large bottle containing 3 liters of mineral water, and with 4 bottles in total. He theoretically had the capacity to hold 12 liters of liquid. However, the opening of the mineral water bottles was too small, making it likely for the dragon's blood to spill if poured directly, resulting in waste. Thus, an idea struck him. He retrieved some flour from his home and added a bit of water to a pot. He then skillfully lit a fire and patiently cooked the mixture into paste. After a short while, the paste was ready. He rummaged through his home to find a thick piece of plastic sheeting and meticulously brushed a layer of paste over it. He then carefully folded the plastic sheeting in half. Next, he pinched one corner of the plastic and slowly rolled it into a funnel shape, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Once rolled, he took a pair of scissors and trimmed the plastic, creating a large circular opening at the top, ensuring that it could be securely inserted into the mineral water bottle to collect the dragon's blood. Having completed this task, he entered his room and gently closed the door behind him. He then lifted the 4 large mineral water bottles and, with a mere thought, vanished into the space within the dragon-suppressing pendant. Although it was evening in the real world, the space within the pendant seemed to be devoid of the concept of night, remaining as bright as day. The distant, undulating mountains, the rushing rivers below, and the vast cold pool at the center of the pendant were all vividly visible, creating an atmosphere that was both real and mysterious. Bruce Lee had never taken the time to carefully observe the space within the dragon-suppressing pendant before. He thought to himself that once his current tasks were completed, he would make it a point to explore this wondrous space thoroughly and make the most of it. Within the pendant, his movements were unrestricted. With a mere shift in thought, he could instantaneously arrive at any location within this realm. In no time, he found himself near the cold pool and called out, "Ayo Bing, I've brought the bottles. Brother, why did you only bring these small 4 bottles? And the openings are so tiny." Ayo Bing's voice carried a note of confusion and dissatisfaction. Bruce Lee quickly produced the funnel-shaped tube he had crafted from plastic and explained, "Brother, the small opening is not an issue. If we insert this into the bottle, the blood won't spill outside." Ayo Bing chuckled at Bruce Lee, shaking his head gently. "That's unnecessary. Have you forgotten my identity? I am of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's mastery over water is unparalleled in the world. Dragon's blood falls within the realm of water, does it not? Controlling the blood to flow into the bottle is a trivial matter for me. As a mere mortal, I had forgotten about your Dragon Clan's abilities," Bruce Lee said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "It seems my efforts were in vain. But it's wonderful that you can control the blood to flow into the bottle." Ayo Bing, perhaps eager to finally obtain sustenance after a prolonged period of hunger, replied, "Open the caps of the 4 bottles. I will pour the blood inside." With that, he curiously scrutinized the 4 bottles Bruce Lee had brought. They were neither jade nor crystal, possessing a remarkably light and transparent quality that was truly peculiar. He thought to himself, as the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, he had seen numerous rare treasures, yet each item presented by Bruce Lee, an ordinary mortal, was more bizarre and unfamiliar than the last. However, he restrained his curiosity, for it was imperative to focus on the task at hand. He raised his sharp dragon claw and decisively pierced a small hole in his left foot. Soon, Bruce Lee observed a thin stream of blood, akin to a small finger, rising gracefully from Ayo Bing's left foreclaw, as if guided by an invisible hand, and it accurately flowed into the plastic bottle resting on the ground. Ayo Bing's control over the blood was indeed precise. The stream entered the mineral water bottle without spilling a single drop. Before long, the first mineral water bottle was nearly full, and Ayo Bing effortlessly directed the blood into another bottle. Witnessing this, Bruce Lee hurried to secure the cap of the first bottle, twisting it tight. Thus, the two worked in perfect harmony until the 4th plastic bottle was also filled with dragon's blood. Subsequently, the flow of blood ceased, and Ayo Bing's injury did not yield a single drop of excess dragon's blood, achieving a remarkable feat of waste-free efficiency. Bruce Lee could not help but extend his right hand and give a thumbs up, genuinely praising Ayo Bing. "You are truly impressive. Your ability to control blood is astounding." Ayo Bing humbly shook his head. "Nonsense, brother, this is merely child's play. If I couldn't precisely manage such a small amount of blood, it would be a disgrace to my Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Bruce Lee felt a pang of envy. He mused that if he could master such a skill, he would never need hemostatic agents in the hospital again. He could simply command the blood to flow backward, making things far simpler. He found himself daydreaming, wondering if he could one day control blood at will, making it flow or halt as he pleased. If he could achieve that, it It would be truly remarkable. Brother, I will take the blood outside and see if I can exchange it for something for you. Very well, then you may go. I hope you will put in extra effort on this matter, my brother. You've spoken too formally, big brother. It brings me great joy to assist you. I shall take my leave now. With that, Bruce Lee swiftly vanished, reappearing on the other side of the mountain within the spatial realm. Here, the gaze of the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing, could no longer reach him, for his sight could not pierce through the entire mountain. Bruce Lee meticulously selected a small cave, carefully concealing 3 vials of dragon blood within, and artfully covered them with stones. He undertook this task because, in the novels he had read, spaces often possessed the ability to preserve items. He hoped this would maintain the spirit and vitality of the dragon blood, as he was uncertain whether it would gradually lose its potency over time. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to inquire with Ao Bing about the longevity of dragon blood in the outside world. Once he had securely hidden the 3 vials, he grasped one and, with a flicker of thought, exited the spatial realm, reappearing in his bedroom. He had no doubt about the immense benefits dragon blood would bestow upon his cultivation, especially regarding the training of the sacred dragon's immortal body. However, he needed to experiment further to ascertain the effectiveness of dragon blood in luring fish. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that all life forms, whether they dwell in air, land, or sea, would be unable to resist the powerful allure of dragon blood. After all, dragon blood is undeniably a rare and precious treasure in this world, especially coming from an authentic dragon. He gently placed the dragon blood beneath his bed and quietly opened the door to step outside. It was just past 6 o'clock, and his parents were seated in the living room, engrossed in television. Dad, where do we keep the mining lamp? I want to check by the river to see if I can catch some fish for a treat. Such a restless child, his mother, Hu Xiaomei, said with concern. Xiaolong, you've been on the bus all day. Are you not tired? No, Mom. Your son is in great shape. What is a little journey like this? Bruce Lee responded confidently. I know where the mining lamp is. I'll take you to get it. Before their father could speak, his younger sister, Li Xiaofeng, leapt from the sofa like a cheerful little bird, pulling Bruce Lee outside. She quickly ran to the large drawer of the ceramic house, strained to open it, and turned to Bruce Lee with sparkling eyes. Brother, the mining lamp is here. Can you take me fishing too? Xiaofeng, be a good girl and stay at home with Mom and Dad watching TV. It's dark outside, and there are snakes by the river, Bruce Lee gently advised, crouching down. Although the little one was eager to accompany him, she hesitated upon hearing her brother mention snakes. Girls naturally have a fear of insects, snakes, and mice. And Xiaofeng was no exception. Then be careful, okay? I want to go. I'll wait for you to come back. She replied in a sweet voice. All right, I'll catch a big fish for you to eat when I return. How does that sound? Bruce Lee smiled, trying to reassure her. Okay, let us make a pinky promise. You must keep your word. Xiaofeng extended her chubby little hand. Pinky promise. For 100 years it shall not change. Whoever breaks their word will turn into Zhu Beiji. Xiaofeng's bright and innocent words seemed to hold a magical quality, instantly bringing laughter to Bruce Lee's face. He realized that he must indeed return with a fish tonight, lest he truly turn into Zhu Beiji. Bruce Lee retrieved the mining lamp, gently pressed the switch, and the light instantly illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. He checked the battery, finding it fully charged and the light exceedingly bright. Next, he rummaged through the house for his large fishing net from previous outings, and after some thought, he also grabbed a fish keeper and a plastic bucket. He then located some leftover bait from past fishing trips. Finally, he found an old sock in the house, casually slipping it into his pocket, preparing to take it with him to the riverbank. Returning to his room, Bruce Lee carefully retrieved the vial of dragon blood from beneath his bed. After pondering for a moment, he placed the dragon blood into the spatial realm of the dragon-suppressing pendant, though he did not enter it himself. The space within the pendant was remarkably convenient. He could place items anywhere and retrieve them at will without entering, making it extremely practical. Approximately 300 to 400 meters from Li family village flowed a quietly meandering river. At its narrowest, the river measured only 2 to 3 meters across, while at its widest, it spanned about a dozen meters. The water was not deep. Even at its deepest, it was no more than 2 meters, with shallower areas measuring merely 50 to 60 centimeters. Bruce Lee, carrying the mining lamp, arrived at the spot where they often bathed as children, a location with a constructed embankment known as Li Family Weir. At the embankment, there were only 4 small openings on either side, through which the river water flowed into the lower channel with a 2-meter drop. Without this embankment, the water at Li Family Weir would become exceedingly shallow. The 4 openings were positioned near the bank, elevated enough that water would only flow into the lower channel once it overflowed. This area was typically used by the villagers of Li Family Village for washing clothes and shoes, and during summer, both adults and children frequently bathed here. Bruce Lee approached the left side of the embankment, gathered a few stones from the side, and blocked one of the openings with them. Next, he took out the bait he had brought and poured a little water on it, then began to knead it carefully, adjusting the mixture to a slightly dry and firm consistency. He then flattened the bait mixture on the cement embankment, gradually pressing it into a thin layer. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, the vial of dragon blood appeared in his right hand. He cautiously twisted off the cap, treating it like a rare treasure, and slowly dripped a single drop of dragon blood onto the thin layer of bait. After finishing, he quickly tightened the cap and returned the plastic bottle to the space within the dragon-suppressing pendant for safekeeping. Then, he swiftly lifted the thin layer of bait and covered the other side, rolling it repeatedly on the cement ground to ensure that the dragon blood was perfectly integrated into the mixture. After completing this task, he untied the shoelaces of his right sneaker, took out the sock from his pocket, stuffed the bait mixture into the sock, and securely tied the opening with the shoelaces. He then tossed the back end of the fish keeper into the flowing water below the opening. This fish keeper, over 2 meters long, was perfectly positioned to dangle over the river surface, and he carefully secured the entrance of the keeper at the opening. Thus, if any fish swam through this opening, they would be caught inside the keeper without any risk of being swept away by the current. Once everything was set up, he tied the sock containing the bait mixture firmly to the top of the fish keeper, ensuring it floated just at the water's surface. Due to the turbulent water at the opening, the sock with the bait was pushed slightly into the fish keeper. After placing the keeper, Bruce Lee took a few steps back to the riverbank. He switched on the flashlight, cautiously scanning the area around him, primarily to guard against any snakes that might suddenly emerge from the bushes. At last, he chose a spot devoid of weeds, extinguished his miner's lamp, and quietly crouched there, his gaze fixed intently upon the water's surface, commencing a patient vigil. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. It was April, the sky adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, while the chorus of chirping insects and croaking frogs by the riverside intertwined, composing a nocturnal symphony. As Li Xiaolong turned off his lamp, the peculiar scent emanating from the dragon blood bait began to diffuse through the air like invisible tendrils, swiftly spreading its allure. Under the potent attraction of that enchanting aroma, the once placid river surface erupted as though struck by a heavy bomb, boiling with fervor. Countless fish, seemingly enchanted by a mysterious magic, surged from the depths, darting frantically like arrows towards the water's edge. Their scales shimmered under the moonlight, radiating a lustrous glow, reminiscent of a throng of sprites racing towards a grand feast or participants in a magnificent parade. Not only the fish, but other creatures inhabiting the river also found themselves unable to resist the temptation of that tantalizing scent. Toads, mice, water snakes, and even the normally secretive eels emerged from their hiding places, eager to join the fray. They swam swiftly across the surface, jostling for position as they rushed towards the source of the alluring fragrance, as if it were their sole redemption in life. The scene along the riverbank was nothing short of astonishing. Beneath the embankment, the water's surface had become a chaotic assembly of various fish, frogs, water snakes, and rodents. Driven by an invisible yet powerful force, they leapt desperately, striving to break free from the water's constraints, or clambered up the slippery stone walls, refusing to relent, their singular focus on reaching the embankment to partake in the aromatic bait. Frogs leaped from the grass, mice scurried out from their burrows, and serpents slithered towards the shore, while even mosquitoes, moths, and flies emerged from their concealed refuges to join the fray. What was even more astonishing was that even caterpillars on the crops and ants in the soil seemed to be under a spell, altering their paths to converge towards the water's exit. Li Xiaolong stood by, illuminated by the light of his miner's lamp, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle. A shiver coursed through him, filled with profound astonishment. He had never witnessed such a colossal tidal wave of life. This captivating scene felt like nature unveiling a wild and enigmatic drama before him. Gripping his net tightly, his nerves taut with anticipation, he remained ever vigilant for any potential danger. Whenever a snake approached his position, he would swiftly and decisively flick it away with his net to ensure his safety. The entire river and its banks were now teeming with vitality. Yet an undercurrent of peril and chaos permeated the atmosphere. The creatures, in their desperation to claim the enticing bait, surged forward recklessly, creating a spectacle both magnificent and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Dragon Prince, imprisoned at the heart of the dragon-suppressing pendant's icy pool, remained restrained. Chapter 9. The effect was too wild. Due to the gradient between the exit and the river below, the current surged with the ferocity of a wild stallion. The fish, mice, frogs, and snakes swept into this tumultuous torrent, barely having time to react to the bait before being whisked away like arrows into the confines of the fish net. In the blink of an eye, the net was filled to the brim with an assortment of fish and other creatures. The sight before Li Xiaolong was utterly spine-chilling. Yet he understood that he could no longer afford to wait idly. Otherwise, the net might shatter under the overwhelming weight at any moment. This was a substantial net, measuring over 2 meters in length, and it was already half filled with catch, weighing several hundred pounds. To lift such a heavy net unaided was nothing short of a pipe dream. Fortunately, he possessed the miraculous space of the dragon-suppressing pendant, allowing him to effortlessly stow the net despite its weight. He first removed his clothing, carefully wrapping his hands, and then gingerly retrieved the bait from his socks, securing it in the space within the pendant. Next, he grasped the sides of the net tightly, ever alert for any lurking snakes that might pose a threat. He silently envisioned the spot by the icy pool of the pendant and uttered softly, "Receive." In an instant, he and the net appeared by the icy pool. He forcefully tossed the net onto the ground, then seized its tail and gave it a vigorous shake, emptying its contents in a single motion. "Brother, I brought you food. This is all I could manage at once, but if it's insufficient, I shall gather more." Long before Li Xiaolong entered the space, Ao Bing, the dragon prince, had eagerly arrived at the shore. He had endured countless years of hunger, the specter of starvation ever present during that protracted time. Now, with the opportunity to savor delicacies once more, how could he contain his excitement? "Thank you, brother," Ao Bing exclaimed without hesitation, opening his cavernous maw to inhale deeply. The creatures that Li Xiaolong had dumped onto the ground, be they the fish, shrimp, and crabs swimming in the water or the snakes, frogs, toads, and mice on land, lay motionless like sculptures, as if they had instantly lost their vitality, either feigning death or paralyzed by Ao Bing's formidable dragon aura. They appeared as though under a spell, rigid and unyielding, with even the fish failing to show any signs of movement in their mouths. As Ao Bing inhaled, these creatures rushed towards his gaping maw like moths drawn to a flame. The fish, shrimp, crabs, mice, and frogs entered his mouth without so much as a chew, swallowed whole into his belly. After consuming everything Li Xiaolong had brought, Ao Bing, still unsated, licked his massive jaws and gently patted his flat belly with his front paw, saying to Li Xiaolong, "Brother, this is far too little. I am still hungry. Fear not, I shall fetch you more food." With that, Li Xiaolong wasted no time. Instantly vanishing to the other side of the mountain within the pendant space, he retrieved the bait wrapped in his sock, and in the next moment, he was back at the riverside. Earlier, he had collected fish and shrimp from the upstream bank. Now, he intended to descend to the embankment below. He distinctly recalled the abundance of fish that had been present. Even if they leapt with all their might, they could only reach the net and not enter it. Ultimately falling back into the water, he first picked up the net, striking the dense underbrush along the riverbank. This was to ensure no venomous snakes lurked within the grass, adhering to the adage of disturbing the grass to scare away snakes. Once he confirmed no poisonous serpents were present, he illuminated the sandy bank with his spotlight. The bank rose over a meter high. He crouched slightly before leaping down in one bound. Fortunately, due to the snake's rapid movements, those that had been present earlier had already been captured along with the fish and shrimp, now long since devoured by Ao Bing. Beneath the embankment, although the bait emanating the scent of dragon's blood had vanished, a considerable multitude of fish and shrimp stubbornly lingered at the water's surface, swirling around as if perplexed by the sudden disappearance of that enticing aroma. However, upon the arrival of Bruce Lee, the fish instantly erupted into a frenzy. That enchanting fragrance, seemingly imbued with magical properties, re-emerged, awakening a primal craving deep within their very essence. It was as if they innately understood that consuming such a delicacy would bestow upon them immeasurable benefits, perhaps even catalyzing their evolution into formidable beings. Gazing at the densely packed school of fish advancing towards him, Bruce Lee felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, he was not afflicted by a fear of crowds. Otherwise, he might have been utterly petrified. With nimbleness, he secured the bait-laden sock to the fish net and swiftly lowered the net into the river. He casually placed the net at the water's edge, gripping the rope attached to it tightly, fully concentrated to prevent it from being swept away by the current. Although the flow of the river was relatively gentle, the overwhelming throng of fish surged forward, all vying for the bait. The fish at the front were relentlessly pushed forward by those behind them, resulting in the leading fish being forced into the net, while the subsequent waves of fish were similarly ushered in. Moreover, from downstream, an unending stream of fish surged forth like a tidal wave. Not only were there fish and shrimp, but crabs, loaches, and even amphibious creatures like frogs, mice, and snakes reappeared in a frenzy. The sight of such rampant chaos left Bruce Lee profoundly astonished. This scene was utterly surreal and terrifying. One could only imagine that those with a modicum of timidity would be too daunted to even reach for the net. This dragon's blood bait was nothing short of a supremely powerful weapon. Look, even the mosquitoes along the riverbank were flocking towards the net. Small birds. Despite seeing Bruce Lee standing at the riverbank with a spotlight, recklessly dove towards the net in a bid to snatch the bait. Regrettably, the bait, ensconced in the sock and submerged beneath the water, was entirely out of their reach. Some unfortunate birds, inadvertently landing in the water, were promptly jostled by the frenzied fish and swept into the depths of the net. This was sheer madness. It seemed that Bruce Lee had overindulged in the amount of dragon's blood this time, and he resolved to dilute it for next time. As he observed the wild spectacle on the river's surface, he engaged in a moment of self-reflection. With the net teeming with fish, mice, frogs, and more, he understood that it was time to haul it in, lest the net buckle under the strain. He continued to cradle his arms with his clothing, reminding himself to purchase several pairs of gloves next time, preferably rubber ones. After all, encountering a venomous snake in the net would be rather alarming. Although he was not the type to be traumatized by a snake bite, why not mitigate potential dangers whenever possible? He took 2 steps forward, reached the riverbank, and abruptly lifted the net, shaking it vigorously a couple of times. This way, even if a snake were lurking at the net's opening, it would be dislodged to the bottom of the net. He proceeded as before, untying the sock containing the dragon's blood bait and sending it to the other side of the mountain in his spatial realm. This way, at least the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing, would remain oblivious to his use of dragon's blood to lure the fish. Then, he envisioned the dragon suppressing pendant by the cold pond in his mind, murmuring, "Enter." Sure enough, he found himself once again by the cold pond in his spatial realm. Chapter 10. The carp leaps over the dragon gate. Just like the last time, Bruce Lee steadily placed the fish net down, then gripped the bottom tightly, shaking it forcefully twice. In an instant, the various creatures contained within the net tumbled forth like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, landing 2 meters away from the cold pond. Perhaps it was due to the innate hierarchical suppression of the dragon clan. Or perhaps it was the intimidation stemming from their potent bloodline, or perhaps a combination of both. Regardless, the vibrant creatures that had been lively within the net suddenly seemed to have conspired to feign death upon reaching the cold pond's edge. This was remarkably convenient for Bruce Lee. As he shook the net to release the fish, he stepped forward a couple of paces. In doing so, the fish, shrimp, crabs, mice, and other creatures would not pile up chaotically. "Brother, I'll take a couple of fish back to eat. The rest are yours." No sooner had he spoken than he began meticulously selecting from the pile of fish. 4 grass carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds each wriggled slightly on the ground, glimmering in the light, along with 2 hefty crucian carp, each over a pound, and a particularly conspicuous yellow eel, also weighing over a pound. He placed these fish carefully back into the net. After all, he had promised the little girl he would bring back large fish. He had no desire to face the consequences of breaking a promise. Just the thought of the little girl as punishment was enough to give him a headache. At this moment, Ao Bing's dragon head had long since eagerly extended towards the cold pond's edge. "No worries, brother. Take as many as you wish." For Ao Bing, the few fish Bruce Lee had taken were utterly inconsequential and scarcely enough to satisfy his hunger. Moreover, these fish had been procured through Bruce Lee's arduous efforts. How could Ao Bing dare to object to Bruce Lee taking them? "Brother, don't you think you're taking too few fish? Would you like to grab a few more?" Ao Bing feigned generosity, though his words were insincere. "Thank you, big brother, but this few is already sufficient for me." Bruce Lee was resolute and chose not to take more fish. Ao Bing, no longer being polite, opened his dragon mouth wide and inhaled deeply. All the seemingly lifeless fish, shrimp, turtles, frogs, toads, mice, snakes, eels, and more were irresistibly drawn towards his gaping maw by an unseen force. Bruce Lee watched Ao Bing's impressive eating technique and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, sincerely praising, "This dragon truly lives up to its name." Even eating with such prowess, there's no need for claws to grasp the food, just a simple inhale, and the fish and shrimp fly right into his mouth. After Ao Bing devoured the fish and shrimp, he let out a satisfied belch and looked at Bruce Lee, saying, "Thank you, brother. It's been ages since I last had a meal. It's truly a blessing to have something to eat." Bruce Lee observed Ao Bing's still massive yet emaciated form and asked with concern, "Big brother, are you full?" Ao Bing gently shook his head, "Not quite, brother. These are merely a light snack. However, I haven't had a meal in ages, so I thought it best to start off small." Though he said this, Ao Bing harbored deeper concerns. He feared that indulging too much on his first meal might stretch his stomach, leaving him perpetually hungry in the days to come. Unable to satiate himself, it would be prudent to take it slow and steady. After all, if he ate too much initially, he might frighten Bruce Lee away from wanting to feed him again, which would be troublesome. "Since big brother isn't full yet, I'll make an effort to fetch some more," Bruce Lee declared boldly to Ao Bing. "Big brother, see you shortly." With the fish net in hand, Bruce Lee focused his thoughts and, in an instant, found himself back at the location on the other side of the mountain where he had placed the dragon's blood bait. He meticulously secured the bait to the fishing net, ensuring it was tightly fastened before he gingerly lifted the net from the space and made his way back to the riverbank with steady steps. He first filled a plastic bucket with a little less than half a bucket of water from the river and then carefully transferred several fish from the net into the bucket to keep them alive. However, the size of these fish proved to be quite overwhelming, particularly the few grass carps, whose elongated bodies could barely fit into the plastic container. With no other option, Li Xiaolong had to let them remain with their heads submerged and their tails dangling outside the bucket, making do for the time being. Once again, he positioned the fishing net at the narrow outlet of the cement slab on the embankment. Although he had nearly emptied this stretch of water earlier, curiosity gnawed at him. He wanted to ascertain the limits of the dragon blood bait, to explore just how far its alluring scent could entice the fish. After setting the net in place, he stepped away from the embankment and approached the riverbank. As expected, the first fish to arrive were those in the section of the river directly beneath the embankment. This was easily understandable, as the current carried the enticing aroma downstream, making the scent more potent below than above. Nevertheless, the upstream section was not to be underestimated. While fish were thrashing about beneath the embankment, a dense congregation of fish also surfaced upstream. Regardless of their size, whether large fish, small fish, eels, frogs, or others, they all floated to the surface, hastily swimming towards the direction of the dragon blood bait with fervent urgency. One might say they were racing towards reincarnation, a phrase that perfectly encapsulated this scene. These creatures were indeed in hot pursuit of their rebirth, observing their frantic attempts to be the first. It was as though they feared falling behind, worried that any delay would cause them to miss their chance at reincarnation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong couldn't help but marvel at the sheer potency of the dragon blood. It was truly formidable, and all of this was merely a droplet of it. Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed across the surface of the river, resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. Water erupted into the air, shimmering under the beam of the spotlight like glistening pearls cascading from the heavens. A gigantic carp, with its powerful tail, struck the surface of the water, utilizing the force of the rebound to propel its massive body forward like an arrow, charging towards the embankment with unrelenting fervor. The distance from the river surface to the embankment was over a meter, yet this colossal carp leaped upwards, soaring nearly a meter above the embankment. Moments later, a thunderous sound echoed as it plunged into the upper water, vanishing from sight, leaving only ripples in its wake. Goodness! This was the real-life version of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Alas, it was not a dragon gate it leapt, but rather the dragon's mouth. For he had already witnessed that enormous carp, estimated to weigh over 20 pounds, surfacing and racing towards the fishing net. The direction was wrong. All efforts would be in vain. Sometimes, despite one's hard work leading to success, the outcome may not necessarily be favorable. After his tumultuous endeavors, this stretch of river would likely leave many anglers empty-handed for quite a while, particularly those fishing enthusiasts who favored this segment of the river, as the embankment had created the deepest waters here, making it a prime fishing spot. Once he assessed that the net was nearly full, he carefully removed the bait wrapped in the sock from the net and transported it to the other side of the mountain in the Dragon King's space. He was determined to keep the fact that he had used a sock to wrap the dragon blood bait a secret from Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King. Gripping the fishing net tightly, he recalled the location by the cold pool and clearly uttered, "Enter." In an instant, time and space seemed to undergo a wondrous transformation, and he found himself once again beside the cold pool. With practiced ease, he shook his hand, emptying the contents of the fishing net onto the ground. "Brother, I brought you some more. Hurry and eat." "Thank you, brother. I want to be polite," Ao Bing exclaimed, opening his mouth wide and swallowing all the fish Li Xiaolong had brought for the third time. Chapter 11, Cultivation. In total, Li Xiaolong had delivered fish to Ao Bing 3 times, with the total weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. This time, even though Ao Bing had not yet satiated his hunger, Li Xiaolong decided not to bring any more. Delivering such a generous amount the first time was already quite enough. He couldn't afford to indulge Ao Bing's appetite excessively, as it would surely prove disadvantageous for him in the future. He was still counting on catching more fish to sell. While the dragon blood bait was astonishingly effective, it could not conjure fish from thin air. Take tonight, for example. After his disruption, it would take a considerable amount of time for the fish population in this river to return to its original density. He was uncertain just how far he had impacted the fish population along this stretch of river, but it seemed likely that he had displaced a significant number, leaving behind mostly smaller fish. Given the limited size of these waters, it appeared that his only option would be to venture out to sea for fishing, where he could catch more fish and have enough to offer Ao Bing. "Brother, I must take my leave for today. I'll come back to chat with you when I have the chance." "All right, brother. Take care on your way back." After bidding farewell to Ao Bing, Li Xiaolong grasped the empty fishing net and exited the space, returning to the riverbank. There, he found his plastic bucket still resting on the shore, containing the few fish he had chosen to keep. He detached the two-section landing net pole, stowing it away before grasping the fishing net, the landing net head, and the pole in one hand, while holding the plastic bucket in the other, with the left hand carrying the fishing net and the spotlight to illuminate his path. He made his way home, despite making 3 trips to the riverbank and hauling over 1,000 pounds of fish. The time spent was surprisingly brief. He estimated it to be around an hour. Upon returning home, the little girl, hearing the sound of the front door opening, rushed out first. "Brother, did you catch big fish? Let me see." No sooner had she spoken than she dashed towards Li Xiaolong, noticing the tail of a grass carp protruding from the plastic bucket, reaching out to touch it. "Wow, a big fish tail?" Li Xiaolong quickly grasped her tiny hand. "Don't get your hands dirty. No touching. Just look with the light." To prevent the little girl from continuing to touch the fish, he set the plastic bucket down and directed the spotlight towards its contents. "Wow, such big fish. So many big fish. Mom, Dad, come quick. Brother has brought back loads of fish. Wow, we'll have fish for dinner tomorrow, big fish." The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Afterward, she looked up at Li Xiaolong with admiration. "Brother is so amazing. All big fish. Unlike that stinky pidden, his brother only catches tiny fish. Humph. My brother is the best. Tomorrow, I'll bring Pidden and Shirtu to my house to see the big fish. They'll be so envious. All right, look at you. So proud." Hearing Li Xiaolong's sister's excited exclamations, their parents also emerged from the house. Bruce Lee's mother gazed at the 4 sizable grass carp, 2 large crucian carp, and the over 1-pound yellow eel nestled in the bucket, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, have you truly caught so many impressive fish? Tonight is indeed fortuitous. Having captured several substantial specimens, I shall take 2 grass carp to present to Master in the morning." Bruce Lee turned to his father and continued, "Dad, I noticed some individuals by the riverbank today, seemingly fishing with electricity. As soon as I approached, they fled, and I couldn't discern their identities. The river in front of our village stretches quite a distance, and I suspect it has already been depleted by others using electric fishing methods. For the time being, it seems futile to fish in that section of the river, as it is likely that no fish can be caught there. No one in our village engages in electric fishing. It must be people from nearby villages." Upon hearing Bruce's words, his father responded affirmatively, deciding to refrain from fishing in that section of the river for the time being. He understood that any area subjected to electric fishing would take a month or 2 to recover, making it improbable to catch fish. Bruce Lee had indeed removed a significant number of fish from that river, necessitating a plausible explanation. Otherwise, it would be peculiar for everyone to be unable to catch anything. However, attributing it to electric fishing provided a coherent rationale. Bruce Lee retrieved a large wooden basin from home, filled it with water, and poured the fish from the bucket into the basin. Once the fish were in the basin, their size became even more apparent. The little girl clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, such large fish. So many fish. Now, Pei Dan and Shirtu must be envious." To prevent the fish from leaping out and perishing during the night, Bruce Lee thoughtfully found a bamboo lid to cover the wooden basin. This also served to deter cats from attempting to snatch the fish. After all, the basin was shallow, and if a wild cat caught a whiff of the fish scent, it would surely try to steal the 2 sizable crucian carp. Once all matters were settled, Bruce Lee headed to the backyard to commence his daily regimen of martial arts training, unwavering in his dedication. The first step before practice was to warm up and stretch his muscles. He began with the soft bone technique, primarily focusing on enhancing the flexibility and elasticity of his waist. After all, without a nimble waist, one's martial skills would inevitably falter. Next came the leg stretching, further enhancing his muscle elasticity. As the saying goes, 3 parts stretching, 7 parts sliding. Without the latter, one is as clumsy as an ox. Once his body was thoroughly warmed up, he proceeded to practice the various sets of martial arts techniques he had learned. Repetition of strikes reveals their essence. There are no shortcuts in training. Only through diligent practice and perseverance can one achieve mastery. After completing a few sets of techniques, he transitioned into a horse stance, firmly grounding his feet while swiftly throwing punches, simultaneously practicing speed in his strikes. After concluding his training, Bruce Lee fetched 2 buckets of water from the courtyard to cool off before returning to his room to attempt the cultivation of the sacred dragon indestructible body technique. As taught by A.O. Bing, sitting on his bed, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to recall the intricate details of the technique. Each nuance vividly replayed in his mind, and he earnestly absorbed the essence of every movement, ensuring he comprehended the flow of energy through his meridians, where it began and where it concluded. Once satisfied that he had not overlooked any detail, Bruce Lee slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the vial containing dragon blood. Carefully, he unscrewed the cap and allowed a single droplet of dragon blood to touch his tongue. The droplet was akin to water freshly drawn from boiling cauldron, exuding an intense warmth and an aura of vitality. It felt almost as if a living entity radiated a subtle dragon power within his mouth, evoking a sense of reverence. Swiftly, Bruce Lee secured the cap back on the vial and returned it to his spatial storage, hoping to preserve the dragon blood's spiritual essence. He then commenced the operation of the sacred dragon indestructible body technique. Every muscle in his body seemed to be infused with a formidable energy, causing each inch of his skin to quiver. He sensed a profound transformation occurring within him, as if a tremendous power surged through his being, igniting warmth in his internal organs. It felt as though all 36,000 pores in his body had opened wide, enveloping him in a sensation akin to being immersed in a warm and comforting hot spring, a truly delightful experience. As time passed, Bruce Lee felt his energy become increasingly robust, his strength magnifying. He envisioned himself transforming into a majestic dragon, filled with infinite authority and power. Ultimately, he successfully absorbed the essence of that single droplet of dragon blood, thereby initiating his journey in mastering the sacred dragon indestructible body technique. Though this was merely his first attempt at cultivation and he had only absorbed a single droplet of dragon blood, he distinctly felt his body strengthening and his power amplifying. He understood that this technique, combined with A.O. Bing's dragon blood, would serve as a crucial foundation for his future cultivation, enabling him to progress further and higher on his martial arts journey. Chapter 12, Dragon Fist. As he concluded his practice and rose, an unexpected foul odor assailed his senses. He was taken aback, realizing the dragon blood possessed the miraculous effect of purging impurities, a truly remarkable phenomenon. He pondered inwardly. If he were to regularly utilize dragon blood for cultivation, it would continuously cleanse his body of impurities. Consequently, his innate aptitude for cultivation would improve, accelerating his training speed and enhancing its effectiveness. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, this was a tremendous gain. He hurried back to the backyard to wash away the residue from his body. After applying shower gel twice and scrubbing vigorously until the unpleasant odor dissipated, he dried himself off and returned to his room for rest. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, he rose early, a habit ingrained within him through long practice. He first skillfully practiced his martial arts routine, and once his body was limber, he began to recall the dragon fist that A.O. Bing had taught him, attempting to emulate the movements. This dragon fist was no ordinary technique, but a true martial art stemming from the dragon lineage, imbued with the mysterious power and unique skills of the dragon clan. The first move, divine dragon rolls, saw him leap from the ground, propelling himself forward. In midair, he skillfully twisted his waist, utilizing his formidable core strength to execute a rolling maneuver. At that moment, his feet resembled scissor blades, akin to interlacing dragon tails in a majestic display. His hands formed into claw-like shapes, palms facing outward, fingers aligned, with his right hand firmly pressing against his left wrist. As his body spun through the air, his clawed hands traced a rapid circular motion. This technique was versatile in combat, exceedingly practical. His feet could perform scissor-like strikes, kicks, and thrusts against adversaries, while his claws could adeptly execute joint locks, captures, pressure point strikes, or directly inflict harm upon foes. It was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, characterized by fluidity and adaptability. Bruce Lee did not hastily move on to the subsequent techniques, but instead focused intently on refining this one move throughout the morning. He had a plan in mind, intending to dedicate each day to mastering a single technique, while revisiting the previously learned moves before advancing to new ones. In this manner, after 36 days, he would fully master the dragon fist. Subsequently, he began to learn the dragon glide technique, having only grasped the first and second steps of this movement so far. He diligently marked 4 of his own footprints on the ground of his backyard, adhering to the practice methods of the dragon treading technique. Subsequently, he practiced repeatedly, stepping from the first print to the second and then retreating back to the first, engaging in this cycle incessantly. Today, as he was occupied with learning the dragon fist, delving into the intricacies of the dragon treading technique, and finally practicing the water dragon clone technique for a considerable duration, he concluded his training only after it had passed 9 o'clock. Upon entering the front yard, he immediately observed a little girl surrounded by several village children, proudly showcasing a large wooden basin. How about that? Are you convinced now? I told you my brother is the strongest. Your brothers cannot compare to him. None of them can catch such a big fish. Little Stone, feeling defiant, retorted, my brother is also quite formidable. He once caught a really big fish. My brother even dares to climb trees to fetch bird eggs. Does your brother dare to do that? Pai Dan, not to be outdone, exclaimed loudly. At that moment, among the group of children, Li Ba Zi unexpectedly made a startling declaration. My brother dares to eat feces. Li Bazi earned this name because, as a child, while warming himself by the fire, he dozed off beside the brazier and accidentally fell into it, resulting in a burn that left a scar. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly countered defiantly, "My brother dares." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xiaolong interjected loudly, cutting her off. "Xiaofeng, sure too, Pai Dan, Bazi, what are you all doing here? Xiaofeng, have you had breakfast?" "No, brother. Generally speaking, having breakfast is more a habit of city dwellers. In rural areas, it is uncommon for people to eat breakfast unless during busy farming seasons when they need to replenish their energy. Typically, they forgo breakfast. At least in Li Xiaolong's household, mornings are consumed with farm work, leaving no time for breakfast. Rural chores seem never-ending. Are you feeling hungry? I'll give you 10 yuan. Take Pai Dan and Sure Tu to the shop to buy some snacks." "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." The other little ones echoed in unison. Watching the little ones hop away with the money, Li Xiaolong secretly wiped his cold sweat, thinking that had he emerged a moment later, he might have been teased by his little sister about daring to eat feces. That would indeed be embarrassing. He then brought over the plastic bucket he had used for fish the previous night, filling it with a little more than half a bucket of tap water. Next, he selected 2 grass carp from the large wooden basin, which had turned pale but were still alive, and gently placed them into the bucket. He securely set the plastic bucket on his electric bike and mounted it, heading towards Yangjia village, which was over a mile away from Li family village. His master resided in Yangjia village. In the old days, the Yang family was renowned as a significant merchant family, their business vast and well-known far and wide. However, in the early days of liberation, the world was in chaos, with bandits and thieves rampant, causing immense suffering for the common folk. Once, a caravan belonging to the Yang family was intercepted by bandits over 100 miles away from Yangjia village. These bandits had no sense of honor. They sought not only to seize valuables, but also to take lives. In this dire moment, a wandering master suddenly appeared. This master, standing alone against over 100 bandits, displayed no fear. With a speed like lightning and a ferocity akin to slicing through vegetables, he effortlessly dispatched more than 20 bandits while remaining unharmed. The remaining bandits, witnessing this, fled in terror. The Yang family was immensely grateful to this master and welcomed him back to Yangjia village. Later, it was discovered that this elder had no kin, no children, and had spent his life wandering from place to place. The Yang family, filled with gratitude, wished to care for the elder, hoping he could enjoy his twilight years in their village, while also beseeching him to impart his martial arts to the Yang family's youth. Despite their heartfelt sincerity and promises of care, the elder initially declined. However, upon learning that the elder had a fondness for wine, the Yang family pledged to provide him with over half a gene of fine wine daily, offering even more on holidays. Ultimately, the elder was moved by their sincerity and decided to stay in Yangjia village. Yet, aside from knowing that the elder's surname was Li, no one had any further information about him. No one knew where he came from, where his hometown was, who his master was, or what school of martial arts he practiced. The elder revealed nothing of this. Perhaps the martial arts taught by the elder with the surname Li were not from his own school, but rather a unique creation of his own. This lineage was still relatively new, having not yet made its mark in the martial world, thus remaining unknown to others. Li Xiaolong only knew that his ancestral master shared the surname Li. Beyond that, he was entirely unaware. It stands to reason that this master Li must be a figure steeped in legend. Li Xiaolong's master was named Yang Baiwan, although that was merely his nickname. After the founding of the New China, although the Yang family surrendered a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures to the state, many speculated that they had not surrendered everything. Subsequently, the Yang family began doing business in the county town, and their enterprise flourished remarkably well. It was said that the Yang family's financial foundation was profound, and that Li Xiaolong's master's family possessed at least a fortune of over 1 million, hence his nickname, Yang Baiwan. Yang Baiwan had only fought once in his life, yet that single battle established his reputation, and thereafter, no one dared to provoke him lightly. On that occasion, a burly man, standing at 185 meters tall and wielding a carrying pole, charged aggressively at his master. In contrast, his master stood at only 173 meters, appearing quite slender. Yet, his master remained unperturbed, standing his ground with the demeanor of a true master. With his left hand behind his back, he swiftly raised his right hand to block, and with a loud crack, the carrying pole snapped in two. Following this, his bent right arm lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. The burly man was sent flying 2 meters away, landing in the hospital for over 2 months before he could walk again. From that day forth, his master's reputation soared, and no one dared to underestimate him in the surrounding area. While the locals had previously known the Yang family to possess martial prowess, many had dismissed it, often saying, no matter how high one's skills, a kitchen knife can still be feared, No matter how good one's skills, a brick can still knock one down. However, after that incident, no one dared to speak lightly of them again. Chapter 13, Market Day. Li Xiaolong rode his electric bike all the way to his master's home. Upon pushing the door open, he found only his master's wife inside, diligently caring for two elderly individuals. His master's wife, also surnamed Li and a native of Li family village, was distantly related to Li Xiaolong. "Ah, it's Xiaolong. I haven't seen you in years. When did you return?" she exclaimed, turning around with surprise in her eyes. "I just came back yesterday, Master's wife," Li Xiaolong replied respectfully. "Then stay and have lunch before you head back," she warmly invited. "No need, Master's wife. I have matters to attend to at home and must return shortly." Li Xiaolong politely declined. "Master's wife, why haven't I seen Master around? Where has he gone?" Bruce Lee inquired with curiosity. "Oh, you mean him? He has grown weary of idleness and has gone fishing by the river," replied Master's wife, attending to her tasks. "Master's wife, I was by the river last night, and it seemed I spotted someone using electricity to catch fish. The river in front of our village has probably become unfishable after that. I wonder if this stretch of river has suffered the same fate. If it hasn't been electrocuted, perhaps we could still catch some fish," Bruce Lee remarked, knitting his brows. "Someone is electrofishing. Why didn't you catch them?" Master's wife asked, somewhat astonished. "When I arrived, they had already fled far away. It was simply too distant to give chase." Bruce Lee replied with a shake of his head in resignation. "Master's wife, I shall take my leave now," he said, noticing she was alone at home. After exchanging a few brief words, he bid farewell and departed. Upon returning home, with ample time before dinner, he picked up a hoe and made his way to the family fields. Since he had returned home after such a long absence, he aimed to assist his parents with the farming tasks, thereby fulfilling his filial duty. During his stay, apart from diligently practicing the newly learned martial arts each day, Bruce Lee immersed himself in helping his parents with labor. Meanwhile, he pondered that the dragon's blood bait in his sock should not go to waste. Thus, he took his fishing rod and headed to the riverbank. To his astonishment, even after 2 days, the efficacy of the dragon's blood bait remained astonishingly remarkable. He rolled 2 small balls from the bait, affixed them to the hook, and with a gentle flick, cast the hook into the water. The float immediately began to show signs of movement, bobbing slightly. Bruce Lee understood that it was small fish testing the bait. Given the bait's immense allure to all fish species, he had deliberately formed the bait into a firmer consistency and adjusted the float to be less sensitive. Having been prepared for a day or two, the outer layer of the bait had dried somewhat. He carefully sprayed water on the bait's exterior, waited for a moment, and then focused intently on fishing. At this juncture, the small ball of bait had matured over the 2 days, becoming more resilient, with exceptionally long strands and an enhanced stickiness compared to when it was first prepared. With his right hand firmly grasping the fishing rod, his eyes fixated on the float, he concentrated, poised to raise the rod at any moment. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from beneath the water, yanking the rod violently. The float vanished in an instant. What immense strength! This fish must weigh at least several pounds. To think there were still such large fish around. It seemed there were plenty of overlooked catches from last time, Bruce Lee mused with delight. This time, he opted to fish from beneath the embankment, where he had previously observed numerous fish swimming and anticipated a fruitful outing. Skillfully, he raised the rod to hook the fish. This seemingly simple action concealed intricate techniques. A slight pause in the motion linked 2 actions seamlessly. If the initial thrust were too forceful, he risked snagging a tree, and if the hook flew back towards him, danger could ensue. Moreover, if a large fish were caught, excessive force could lead to a snapped line. Novice anglers often lose fish at the precise moment of lifting the rod. Just as he had managed to pull the fish a slight distance, it seemed to sense danger, and with a sudden burst of energy, it darted towards the depths. The long-awaited sound of the fishing line slicing through the water echoed, reverberating in his ears. For all anglers, this sound is the most yearned for, the most anticipated, the sweetest melody. Even amidst frequent empty casts, and regardless of the harshness of the weather, this sound serves as the driving force for anglers braving the elements by the river. The tip of the rod began to tremble violently. The fishing rod was bent into an exaggerated arc, as if it might snap at any moment. The fish below surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, quickly reaching the limit of the fishing line. Bruce Lee was using a hand rod, without a reel, and thus could not let out line like one would with a sea rod to tire the fish. He had no choice but to stabilize the rod against the riverbank, gripping it tightly with both hands, enduring the struggle against the fish. Once he sensed the fish's thrashing had diminished, he cautiously lifted the rod, gradually reeling the fish towards the surface and the shore. The water in the small river was exceptionally clear. Even before the fish fully emerged, its silhouette was distinctly visible. Splash! Just as the fish was about to be pulled from the water, it veered to the right, and with a powerful flick of its tail, It created a massive splash. Bruce Lee instantly recognized the fish as a carp by the tail that had surfaced. The carp, with a swift shake of its head, twisted and bolted to the left once more. Bruce Lee's tackle was purchased affordably online. A 15-pound main line coupled with a 12-pound leader line was relatively robust among those fishing by the small river. Previously, he would have typically used an 8-pound main line paired with a 4 or 6-pound leader. However, equipped with the miraculous dragon-blood bait, he opted for a sturdier setup to prevent line breaks. After several more minutes of struggle, as the fish's strength waned, he steadily reeled it to the bank, swiftly using a landing net to scoop up the sizable catch. What a prize! A carp weighing over 6 pounds, its plump body thrashing energetically in the net. Fortunately, he had brought a fish keeper. Otherwise, with just a plastic bucket, only half of the fish would fit, and such a large catch could easily escape. Continuing his efforts, luck seemed to shine brightly upon him. He subsequently caught another 2-pound carp, a grass carp weighing over 3 pounds, and a grass carp of about 1.5 pounds, even landing a sizable soft-shelled turtle weighing 2.5 pounds. In total, he gathered 4 fish and 1 large turtle before deciding to cease fishing. After all, in the countryside, excess catches would go uneaten and would be challenging to sell. On the 4th day after his return home, it was market day in the nearby town. The local market convened every 4 days, drawing villagers eager to partake in the bustling atmosphere. Early in the morning, his little sister chirped like a joyful bird, pestering Bruce Lee to take her to the market to have fun. Accompanying her brother to the market meant indulging in various delicious snacks. If she went with their mother, the prospect of treats would be futile, as their mother would surely admonish against unhealthy snacking. Unable to resist her pleas, Bruce Lee hopped on his electric bike and took the little one to the bustling market, located several miles away. Upon arrival, he noticed that the crowd seemed significantly diminished compared to previous visits. In earlier days, the market had been a sea of faces, teeming with people, a vibrant spectacle. Now, however, it was sparse, with individuals scattered here and there, the majority being elderly folk or children, with young adults being a rare sight. Throughout the journey, his little sister was ecstatic, clutching spicy skewers in one hand and holding a candied hawthorn in the other, her face smeared with sauce, radiating pure satisfaction. This was precisely why she insisted on pestering her brother to take her to the market. Accompanying him allowed her to relish in culinary delights. Having returned home only a few days prior, Bruce Lee was now preparing to embark on another adventure. Thus, today, he was inclined to fulfill all of his little sister's wishes. Not only that, but he also bought extra snacks for her to carry home and enjoy at her leisure. This way, she could boast to the other children in the village, relishing in her little triumph. As the two passed by a place selling puppies, the little girl was instantly captivated, standing there resolutely, refusing to budge. "Brother, the puppies are so adorable. Let us buy one." At the market, a family was selling local mutts, commonly referred to as Chinese rural dogs. The plump, spirited puppies were undeniably charming, exuding an irresistible allure that warmed the heart. "All right, let us purchase one, but you must take care of it from now on," Li Xiaolong said with a smile, noting the glimmer of longing in the girl's eyes. "I promise, dear brother, I will make sure it grows up chubby and healthy." The little one exclaimed excitedly, thumping her chest in assurance. "Old man, how much for this local dog?" Li Xiaolong inquired as he approached. "These dogs are raised at home. 20 yuan each," the old man replied with a smile, his voice imbued with simplicity. Li Xiaolong did not haggle. He simply took out his phone to complete the payment. 20 yuan for a dog in the countryside was indeed a reasonable price. That day, he also visited the post office at the market to retrieve his laptop that he had sent home. That evening, the family gathered around the dinner table. Li Xiaolong looked at his parents earnestly and said, "Mom, Dad, I plan to go out tomorrow. Once I earn a fortune, you can enjoy a life of ease, free from the burdens you carry now. You're old enough now, you can make your own decisions, and we won't interfere too much." His father replied slowly as he set down his chopsticks. "Just be careful out there. Don't stir up trouble or get into fights. And don't let your martial arts skills lead you into reckless heroics." His mother cautioned as she served him more food, emphasizing that the world was complex, and sometimes noble intentions did not yield favorable outcomes. Chapter 14, Departure to the Seaside. That night, it was time to feed the puppy. Li Xiaolong discreetly sought out a secluded corner, cautiously retrieving a vial containing dragon's blood. He pondered its remarkable potency, hoping it wouldn't be too strong for the puppy. He secretly added a drop of it to a large basin of fish soup. To facilitate gradual absorption, he decided to present the entire basin of leftover fish soup to the puppy, reasoning that if it couldn't finish it in one sitting, it could continue to drink at the next meal. However, he worried that the unique scent of the dragon's blood might attract unwelcome guests like rats or weasels. Therefore, he turned to the storage room and found a large basket, covering the puppy and its food bowl securely. For added security, He placed another layer of the basket on top, and then set a heavy stone atop it. He thought to himself that this should suffice. Even cockroaches would struggle to enter. If a rat attempted to gnaw through the baskets, the 2 layers would surely damage its teeth, preventing entry. Yet, he remained uneasy, fearing ants might sneak in through the gaps. Thus, he carefully sprayed pesticide around the outside of the basket, ensuring every aspect was considered before he finally returned to his room to commence his training. At present, he had mastered 4 techniques of the dragon fist and could skillfully execute 4 steps of the dragon-esque glide. In essence, the so-called gliding was fundamentally about footwork. One merely needed to follow specific steps. However, a prevalent issue among most martial artists was that while they practiced diligently, their movements appeared commendable. Yet once faced with actual combat, they would forget all forms and techniques entirely. Such individuals lacked a true understanding of martial principles. When practicing, they failed to grasp the rationale behind their training, leading to chaotic and unfocused strikes during real encounters, where well-honed techniques devolved into senseless flailing. Moreover, a crucial factor was the lack of solid foundational skills. If one possessed a strong foundation, the body would react instinctively during combat, naturally executing certain techniques. According to Li Xiaolong's master, this was referred to as the intention precedes the fist. The importance of foundational skills in martial arts was undeniable. As the saying goes, if one practices martial arts without a solid foundation, all efforts are in vain. Only through diligent practice would one achieve true mastery. Li Xiaolong deeply understood this concept. He recalled when they first began learning martial arts. His junior brother had seen Shaolin monks practicing the carp leap on television and found it immensely impressive. Consequently, the junior brother insisted that their master teach them how to perform the carp leap. The master, smiling, agreed but did not immediately show them the specific movements of the carp leap. Instead, he intensified their daily squatting exercises and focused on strengthening their waist. Every day, they were required to bend at the waist, rotating clockwise to the fullest extent for a total of 36 circles. After completing this, they would then rotate counterclockwise, striving for the same maximum arc. Finally, they stood upright, bending forward to touch their heads to their shins while tightly gripping their feet, repeating this exercise. Furthermore, they were instructed to lie on the ground, with their toes pointed upward and their bodies continually rising. Their arms would stretch forward, and they endeavored to bring their heads closer to their toes, ensuring their knees remained still throughout. They practiced this repeatedly for 7 days without ever actually executing the carp leap itself. The junior brother, having endured 7 days of restraint, could no longer contain himself and approached the master. "Master, when will you teach us the actual carp leap?" The master chuckled and led them to a gently sloping hill. "Now, lie down here and attempt the carp leap." To their astonishment, each of them succeeded effortlessly. They were thrilled, joyfully performing several carp leaps in succession. The master then brought them to level ground, where, surprisingly, they again succeeded without a single failure. The junior brother, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master, I saw those others on television practicing for days without success. How is it that we could do it without specific practice?" The master patiently explained. "Who said you weren't practicing? You have been practicing every day. You were simply honing your foundational skills, not specifically training for the carp leap, and in reality, there is no need to practice the carp leap in isolation. This is what it means for skills to develop naturally. Once your foundational skills are solid, other techniques will follow effortlessly. Just like with the carp leap, as long as your waist strength is sufficient and your body coordination is excellent, the rest will not pose a problem." Though Li Xiaolong planned to set out the next day, he had yet to solidify a specific goal. Nevertheless, this was not a challenge for him. As the saying goes, 100 inquiries lead to 1,000 insights. He took out his phone and began searching online for information. After a meticulous search and comparison, he ultimately resolved to visit Yushan Island in Ningbo, Zhejiang. Since he was unfamiliar with any location, it seemed inconsequential where he went. He merely desired a place where fishing was bountiful. Yushan Island is renowned as the premier fishing ground in Asia. Situated within the Yushan archipelago of Xiangshan County, Ningbo City. It comprises 3 major islands, North Yushan, South Yushan, and Wuhu Reef, along with 13 smaller islets and 41 reefs, encompassing a total area of approximately 2 square kilometers. The rich diversity of its islands and stunning coral reefs attract a plethora of marine life, including an array of fish, shellfish, and algae. Commonly caught species in these waters include red snapper, black sea bream, yellowfin sea bream, rockfish, grouper, and bass, among others. Furthermore, the Yushan archipelago offers an extensive fishing season, lasting nearly 10 months from March to December, which significantly influenced Bruce Lee's decision to choose this destination. The previous night, the little dog had barked intermittently. Each time it did, Bruce would promptly step outside to investigate, yet he found nothing amiss on every occasion. He speculated that perhaps the noise of his footsteps whether from mice or other creatures, had frightened them away. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Bruce rose early. The first thing he did was to check on the little dog. Indeed, he discovered clear signs of gnawing on the basket. Fortunately, the basket was woven tightly and robustly, preventing it from being completely chewed through. Crouching down, he scrutinized the dog's condition. Aside from appearing more energetic and its eyes sparkling with vitality, there seemed to be no significant change in its size. He gently lifted the basket to reveal the little dog eagerly licking the bowl, having devoured all the fish soup, its belly round and taut like a little ball. Having gotten up early, Bruce's mother had risen even earlier, preparing a steaming breakfast for him. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to his father, mother, and younger sister. With his parents' repeated admonitions echoing in his mind, he hastily exited the village. He refrained from disclosing his plans to visit the seaside, fearing it would cause them unnecessary worry. Upon reaching the roadside, he waited briefly until a passing rural bus caught his eye, and he waved it down. Once aboard, he headed towards the county seat. Upon arriving in Maytan County, he did not rush to leave, but instead visited a well-known large supermarket. There, he spent 320 yuan on a renowned local tea called Mei Cha and selected 2 bottles of Mei Jiao liquor, notable for having won the International Golden Award. Carrying his purchases, he made his way directly to his master's home. His master, known colloquially as Yang Million, was originally named Yang Xiaofeng. Years ago, his master had invested 200,000 yuan to purchase 2 commercial properties in the county, a considerable sum when properties were only a few thousand at that time, indicating his master's substantial wealth. His master operated a building materials business that had thrived during the real estate boom. However, with the current downturn in the market, Bruce wondered how his master was faring now. Upon entering the store, Bruce saw 2 individuals behind the counter, one a familiar face from Yang family village and the other a city dweller. "Shaolin, is my master in the store?" Bruce inquired. "He just stepped out to deliver goods. Would you like me to call him?" Shaolin replied. "That won't be necessary. There's nothing urgent. I just came to visit my master while I was in town. If he is not here, I'll take my leave," Bruce said, before stepping into Yang Xiaofeng's office, gently placing the 2 bottles of liquor and the tea leaves on the desk, and then exiting the Sifong building materials store. Chapter 15. Choosing a location. In recent years, despite his ventures, he had achieved nothing substantial. It was perhaps fortunate that his master was absent, as he would have been at a loss for words had he been asked about his experiences outside. Returning to the bus station, he serendipitously found a bus heading to Junyi. Without hesitation, he boarded the bus. By midday, he arrived in Junyi without incident. He quickly grabbed a bite at a small roadside eatery to satiate his hunger before heading straight to the train station. Upon inquiry, he discovered that only tickets for the early morning train the next day were available. With no other option, he purchased a ticket for the 7 a.m. train. Nearby the station, he found a modest inn to spend the night. The following morning, he hurried back to the train station. Fortunately, being off-peak season, the train was not crowded. That afternoon, he successfully reached Ningbo City, Zhejiang Province. He then boarded Metro Line 2, transferring to Line 1 to arrive at Beifeng Station. After disembarking, he took a ferry bound for Yushan Island. After a series of transfers, he finally set foot on Yushan Island, only to realize that his initial research had been woefully inadequate. This indeed felt like a rather regrettable choice. Although the fishing conditions were undeniably pleasant, and nature's beauty was captivating, the overall convenience of life here was sorely lacking. Firstly, the ferry ticket to and from Yushan Island cost a staggering 440 yuan. Moreover, the island's underdevelopment meant that the accommodation was substandard yet exorbitantly priced, with even the most modest lodging costing 800 yuan per night. Adding meal expenses into the mix, the daily costs were daunting. Initially, he had contemplated renting a place on the island for an extended stay to focus on fishing. But now he understood how naive that notion had been. The rent for a simple dwelling was far from negligible, while it served as a decent spot for short-term visits. The inconveniences of long-term fishing, difficulty in purchasing supplies, and the challenges of selling any catch were overwhelming. That evening, he spent the night on Yushan Island. The next morning, before dawn had fully arrived, he took a boat back, returning to Ningbo. This time, he re-evaluated his plans and purchased a train ticket to Huizhou, Guangdong. This decision came after an extensive search the previous night. Huizhou Port is one of the key ports in the Pearl River Delta region, strategically located in Huizhou City, adjacent to Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Not only is it one of the 6 major ports in the Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macau Greater Bay Area, but it is also the only port in the Pearl River Delta capable of accommodating large vessels of up to 300,000 tons. Its annual throughput continues to grow, playing a crucial role as a hub connecting the mainland to overseas markets. Most importantly, the vicinity offers ample rental opportunities, with numerous farmhouses available for lease. After another exhausting journey, He first took a train to Guangzhou, then a bus to Huizhou. By nightfall, he finally arrived in Huizhou, seeking accommodation in a hotel near the port for the night. The following morning, he was eager to visit the Huizhou port for an in-depth exploration. After his inspection, he resolved to make this place his new home. He rented a shared bicycle from the roadside and began his quest for a rustic farmhouse in the nearby towns. In the rural areas of Huizhou, the prices for farmhouses were quite reasonable, although most were rather dilapidated. He meticulously selected and ultimately chose a spacious farmhouse with decent accommodations. The rooms were already furnished, making it convenient for him to move in with just his belongings. This property consisted of 2 buildings with a front courtyard, available for an annual rent of only 2,000 yuan, requiring a 1-year deposit and payment. However, he found the front building too worn down and opted for the one at the back instead. The house he selected boasted 2 stories and a total of 10 rooms, with an annual rent of 6,000 yuan, again necessitating a year's rent up front along with an equivalent deposit. Unfamiliar with the area, he sought the assistance of a real estate agent, only to be shocked by the exorbitant fees for the front farmhouse. Although the rent was merely 2,000 yuan per year, the viewing fee for Li Xiaolong amounted to 500 yuan, while the introduction fee soared to a staggering 13,000 yuan. For the farmhouse he chose, the introduction fee was 15,000 yuan, and the viewing fee was 500 yuan. Li Xiaolong inwardly chastised himself for being so careless and not inquiring about these costs beforehand. However, having already progressed this far, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rent the house. After all, he needed to settle quickly so he could start fishing for income. After some negotiation, the agent finally agreed to waive the 500 yuan viewing fee. Thus, he ended up paying a total of 27,000 yuan. With his savings of 60,000 yuan, this meant that within just 2 or 3 days, he had already depleted half of his funds. Upon receiving the keys, he stepped into the house, donned a mask, and began the arduous task of cleaning. The house had been uninhabited for 6 months, resulting in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs throughout. Fortunately, a full array of cleaning supplies, including buckets and brooms, were available, saving him considerable effort. These items had been left behind by the previous tenant, who, being an outsider, found them worthless and too cumbersome to sell. After more than 2 hours of diligent cleaning, he managed to tidy up all 10 rooms. He descended the stairs and ventured into the courtyard, where he was met with overgrown weeds, some reaching nearly to his shoulders. Armed with a kitchen knife he found in the house, he set about clearing the weeds. After a thorough cleanup, the courtyard appeared significantly more spacious. Enclosed by walls, it boasted an impressive area of at least 120 square meters, featuring 2 flourishing osmanthus trees that seemed to have stood for many years, their branches thick and verdant. Once he had tidied both the interior and exterior, he changed out of his dust-covered clothes and tossed them into the washing machine. From a half-pack of laundry detergent discovered during his cleaning, he poured some into the machine, pressed the switch, and set it to work. He then retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, having worked up a sweat and covered himself in grime from the cleaning. After bathing, he stepped outside, just in time to hear the washing machine finish its cycle. He hung his freshly spun clothes in the courtyard and changed into the clean attire he had brought with him. Later, he visited a nearby fast food restaurant for a quick meal. On his way back, he picked up some vegetables, rice, and flour, as cooking for himself would be more economical for his long-term stay. By the time he returned home, twilight was descending. He placed the groceries in the kitchen and proceeded to the front courtyard to commence his daily martial arts practice. This locale was remarkably tranquil, with only 2 farmhouses in the vicinity. The other house remained unoccupied, and the stillness was so profound that he could hear his own heartbeat. Such an environment might not appeal to the average person, as it was exceedingly quiet. Humans are inherently social creatures and typically shy away from solitude. However, Li Xiaolong was different. With so many secrets to harbor, this serene environment was precisely what he required. He began by stretching and loosening his muscles, preparing his body for movement. He then practiced his martial arts routines, each punch and kick executed with precision and vigor. Today, he had also mastered an additional technique in both the dragon fist and the dragon movement. After completing his practice, he returned to his room, settled cross-legged on the bed, and retrieved a vial containing dragon's blood from his storage. Carefully, he administered a drop onto his tongue, swiftly resealing the bottle and returning it to its place. He then calmed his mind, breathing slowly and steadily, channeling the spiritual energy through his meridians according to the sacred dragon immortal body technique. Chapter 16. Acquiring equipment. At dawn the following day, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Li Xiaolong's face. He rose early, rummaging through his rented abode to find a small plastic bucket. Though modest in size, this bucket was an invaluable asset for his upcoming fishing expedition at the seaside. After bringing the bucket into his room, he fetched a pair of scissors and meticulously punctured several small holes in the lid. This would prevent the scent of dragon's blood from dispersing excessively while allowing the small fish and shrimp kept within to breathe, thus avoiding suffocation. With this task completed, he set out for a nearby electric scooter dealership. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a dazzling array of electric scooters. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected a heavy-duty electric scooter, ideal for both transportation and carrying items. However, this type of scooter came with its own set of challenges, as it was often subject to scrutiny from authorities. Yet, for him, the inconvenience of not having a vehicle was far too great. As a man of limited means, a four-wheeled car was beyond his reach, leaving him with no choice but to procure a two-wheeled electric scooter. Riding it felt akin to transgressing some unspoken law, necessitating constant vigilance and readiness to evade any potential complications. This electric scooter cost him 200 yuan. After completing the payment, he rode away from the dealership, retrieving his phone to skillfully search for nearby fishing gear shops. Given the proximity to the sea, numerous individuals engaged in fishing-related activities made finding such shops relatively simple. After filtering through his options, he chose Good Fortune Diving Equipment Store. This shop was quite substantial, easily identifiable from a distance by its prominent and eye-catching signboard. He parked his electric scooter securely in front of the store, switched it off, removed the key, and tucked it into his pocket before striding confidently into the shop. Upon entering, he was captivated by the sight before him. The spacious interior was adorned with an impressive assortment of fishing gear and diving equipment. A diverse array of fishing rods is available, ranging from lightweight and portable creek rods to robust and sturdy sea fishing rods, along with various types of fishing lines and hooks, large and small, in an assortment of shapes. Additionally, there is a plethora of fish nets, landing nets, and even spear guns, diving equipment, life jackets, and more. Whether one seeks leisurely fishing gear suitable for riverbanks or specialized equipment for ocean fishing, or even nets for trapping, this place truly has it all. Young man, what are you planning to purchase? The plump owner of the fishing tackle shop squinted his eyes and greeted Li Xiaolong with a beaming smile. Boss, let me take a look first, and I'll call you when I'm ready. Li Xiaolong responded. In this region, it is common for people to address one another as handsome boy or beautiful girl, regardless of their actual appearance. As Li Xiaolong meandered through the store, he was captivated by various items, contemplating their potential usefulness for future fishing endeavors. However, the harsh reality was that he had less than 30,000 yuan in his account, which severely limited his purchasing power. He understood that his first priority must be to acquire sea fishing rods, and at least 2 would be necessary. Given the unpredictable conditions at sea, if a rod were to break or be swept away by a strong fish, he would be unable to continue fishing. Thus, 2 sea rods were the minimum requirement, with plans to acquire more when finances permitted. Fortunately, he possessed a wondrous space where he could store the rods without them taking up room, ready for use at any time. Initially, he intended to purchase 2 domestic rods. However, he soon found that the top-ranked rods in the world were predominantly foreign brands. The number 1 spot was occupied by a rod from the land of the rising sun, followed closely by another from the same country, with German rods in 3rd place, and American rods in 4th. After much deliberation and considering the strength required to catch larger fish, he ultimately decided against the domestic options and opted for the American product. After all, if the rod were to fail at a crucial moment due to quality issues, regret would be unavoidable. In the end, he selected 2 Fenwick Eagle sea rods. Fenwick Eagle is a renowned American company, celebrated for its durable and reliable sea rods. Crafted from high-strength fiberglass material, these rods exhibit exceptional durability, capable of withstanding prolonged use in various challenging environments, while also demonstrating remarkable reliability. They are equipped with large-capacity line cups that can hold ample fishing line, as well as a powerful braking system, making them adept at handling both extended fishing sessions and intense pulls with ease. Furthermore, the design of these sea rods is simple and practical, facilitating easy cleaning and maintenance, which was a significant factor in Li Xiaolong's choice. Understanding that his future livelihood would revolve around sea fishing, he recognized that selecting such robust and enduring rods was undoubtedly the wisest decision. After choosing the rods, he picked 3 sets of hooks, sizes 11, 12, and the largest 13. He dismissed hooks smaller than size 11 without a second thought, as he had no intention of targeting small fish. Next, he selected fishing lines. After careful consideration, he chose only 2 types. One was nylon line, the preferred choice of most, with 57% of anglers leaning toward it, while the other was steel wire line. He planned to connect the steel wire line and nylon line, using the former for the front section and the latter for the back. Due to his limited funds, he initially purchased 10 lengths of steel wire, thinking that he would certainly buy more as soon as he had the means. For the rod S-line cup, He specifically chose one capable of accommodating over 500 meters of line. He knew that if the capacity was too small and the line too short, encountering a larger, stronger fish could quickly deplete the line, leading to a critical situation. A fishing box was indispensable, so he selected one for himself. Alongside it, he also purchased a compatible oxygen pump, ensuring that any caught fish could survive longer in the box. A large fish net was also essential, and he opted for an extra-large size, anticipating that he would likely catch many large fish in the future, which a standard-sized net could not accommodate. Naturally, a landing net was also necessary. He chose one with a 5-section pole, extending a full 5 meters when fully extended, making it easier to scoop up larger fish. He purchased approximately 100 live sandworms, the most commonly used bait for sea fishing, along with 2 bags of pungent bait that would effectively attract fish in the ocean. Despite strictly adhering to his budget, he found that even with these few items, he had exhausted his 27,000 yuan. The owner assured him that this was already a discounted price. Fishing is indeed an expensive pursuit. Initially, he had intended to order some specialized traps, but upon seeing his nearly empty wallet and dwindling account balance, he reluctantly set that idea aside. After all, his dragon-blood bait proved incredibly effective, and if he were to purchase ordinary traps, they would likely break after just one use due to the potency of the dragon blood. He silently resolved that once he earned more money, he would invest in a complete set of professional diving gear and acquire several fishing spears. At that moment, he had only 35 yuan left in his account. If he didn't earn money soon, even affording meals would become problematic. With all his purchases in hand, he exited the fishing tackle shop, greeted by the owner's cheerful farewell. "Young man, take care, and welcome back next time." He carefully strapped the larger items, such as the fishing rods and nets, onto the frame of his electric bike. The smaller items, including fishing line, hooks, and bait, were all stored in his fishing box to prevent them from falling out during his ride. After ensuring everything was securely fastened, he confidently rode his electric bike toward the sea. As the saying goes, with food in hand, one is not anxious, yet his situation was quite the opposite. After leaving home that morning, he had first sought out shops selling electric bikes, then busied himself finding the fishing tackle store. Now, with all his items procured, it was lunchtime. Passing a fast food restaurant in a city village, he parked his bike outside and went in for a meal, which cost him 12 yuan. He then spent another 3 yuan at a nearby shop for a bottle of Waha mineral water. At this point, he had only 20 yuan remaining in his account. He reminded himself to refrain from unnecessary spending and to hasten to the seaside to earn some money. "The sea, here I come." He revved up his electric bike, filled with exuberance as he headed for the shore, shouting, "Mobile banknotes of the ocean, how are you? I, Li Xiaolong, have arrived. I bring you the finest pies in the world." Chapter 17, Journey to the Sea. As the electric bike ambled along, it was not long before the distinct salty aroma of the sea wafted toward him, carried by the gentle sea breeze. The aroma, infused with the mysteries and vastness of the ocean's depths, seems to narrate endless tales. Upon arriving at the seaside, one gazes into the distance where the sea meets the sky, the boundless waters glistening under the sun's radiance. Li Xiaolong, overwhelmed with emotion, finds his poetic muse surging forth and promptly composes a verse. "Oh, mighty ocean, you are entirely water." Though he does not continue the poem, the fervor of that moment resonates deeply within him. He does not halt his electric bicycle. Instead, he continues to ride along the shore at a leisurely pace. The place he has rented is situated in Huizhou County, adjacent to the sea. For an avid angler like him, discovering an exceptional fishing spot is an essential preliminary step. When fishing on land, there are numerous intricacies involved. For instance, one might select fishing points based on movement and width, adhering to the principles of dynamic fishing in static waters, and vice versa, fishing in wide areas versus narrow ones, or targeting the middle ground where width and narrowness converge. Particularly, backwater bays are considered prime locations. However, when it comes to sea fishing, the selection of fishing spots follows a different set of guidelines. While land fishing emphasizes areas with vegetation or without, and searching for vegetation if absent, sea fishing's optimal choices lie near coral reefs or rocky outcrops. Though these areas may pose a risk of snagging, they often yield a bountiful catch. Such locations naturally form congregations of fish, where smaller fish seek refuge from larger predators. And in turn, the larger fish are drawn here in pursuit of their smaller counterparts. As the saying goes, to catch more, one must venture into complex and challenging terrains. This principle holds true for both freshwater and saltwater fishing. After all, it is only in intricately varied landscapes that one can hope to reap a plentiful harvest and realize the dream of a bountiful catch. Of course, unless one possesses a magical elixir for bait or, like Li Xiaolong, a special bait infused with dragon's blood, one cannot disregard the constraints of the terrain. Waiting patiently for fish to bite, Regardless of the fishing location, shallow waters are decidedly unsuitable. Just as he had previously traversed areas where the water was clearly too shallow, they were unfit for angling. As he rounded a bend, a breakwater finally came into view. Below the breakwater lay a chaotic assemblage of rocks, the terrain quite steep. Fishing here could be perilous. A moment's inattention might lead to a slip, and should a strong fish be hooked, there exists the risk of being pulled into the sea. However, the water here displayed a profound, mysterious green hue, a stark contrast to the transparent shallows encountered earlier. This enigmatic depth convinced Li Xiaolong that he had finally discovered his ideal fishing locale. Moreover, he noticed numerous cigarette butts scattered about, as well as other signs of previous anglers. He scoured the breakwater until he found a relatively flat area, skillfully constructed from stones by prior fishermen. Although it was not spacious, it afforded enough room to stand. Yet, at this moment, no one was fishing there. It is well known that prime fishing spots are often occupied by night. Most anglers in the vicinity prefer to take boats to nearby islands for fishing. They may charter a boat for solitary enjoyment or share the cost with friends, enhancing the fishing experience. Li Xiaolong recalled seeing a notice at the Haiyulai tackle shop, announcing good news regarding a boat that ferried people to nearby islands for fishing. The notice included a phone number and the names of several nearby islands, as well as details about the fishing vessel. It was said that experienced masters would provide guidance, ensuring that even novice anglers need not worry about their lack of skills. Additionally, the boat was equipped with life jackets and bottled water, though food had to be prepared in advance. Each day at 7:40 a.m., the boat departed punctually from the dock for a fishing duration of 9 hours, returning in the afternoon, with a fee of 100 yuan per person. Li Xiaolong placed his tackle box securely on the stone slab prepared by others, and then picked up a small bucket specifically for drawing water. He carefully descended the steps of the breakwater to the shoreline, drawing 2 small buckets of water and straining to bring them back, pouring them into his tackle box. Confident in his fishing skills, he was certain he would catch fish from the sea, so he made these preparations to avoid any chaos later. The 2 fishing rods he purchased were already rigged, and he could always make adjustments if something did not meet his satisfaction. He first retrieved the landing net handle and net head, deftly assembling them. Next, he twisted the handle section by section, producing a satisfying series of clicks as all 5 segments of the landing net were extended, transforming the previously compact net into an impressive 5-meter-long apparatus. He gently set the extended net beside his left foot, ensuring it lay flat to prevent it from accidentally rolling off the breakwater. Subsequently, he retrieved a small plastic bucket from his storage. He had initially thought this small bucket would be perfect for holding bait. Sea fishing predominantly utilizes live bait, and this bucket was of ideal dimensions, neither too tall nor too large, compact yet deep enough to keep small fish and shrimp from escaping. He poured the 100 or so sandworms from the plastic bag into the small bucket. Noticing the water level was low, he scooped water from the tackle box to fill it further. After completing these tasks, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before carefully extracting a small vial containing dragon's blood from his storage. He swiftly unscrewed the cap, but instead of pouring the dragon's blood directly, he selected a stem from the nearby grass. With care, he inserted the stem into the vial, submerging it slightly before retrieving it, now coated with the precious liquid. He gently dipped the blood-soaked stem into the bucket of seawater, swirling it in circles, striving to dissolve as much of the dragon's blood as possible into the water. Finally, he pinched off a small bit of the stem that had absorbed the dragon's blood and let it soak in the seawater. He then vigorously stirred the sandworms in the bucket, promptly sealing the lid. After securely fastening the cap on the dragon's blood vial, he returned it to his storage. Just as he closed the plastic bucket, he heard a commotion from within. The once lethargic sandworms now appeared revitalized, writhing energetically in the bucket, likely competing to drink the dragon's blood-infused seawater. Once he had assembled one of his sea rods, he opened the lid of the plastic bucket. Indeed, the sandworms had become plump, evidently having consumed a significant amount of the enriched seawater. Upon inspecting the bucket, he noted that the water had nearly been depleted by the voracious sandworms. Li Xiaolong felt a twinge of doubt. Would the effectiveness of attracting fish be diminished if these creatures had ingested the dragon's blood-laced seawater? However, he soon reconsidered, believing that using fishy bait enhanced with dragon's blood would likely be more effective than directly using small fish or shrimp. After all, bait mixed with the dragon's blood would create a cloud in the seawater, attracting fish over a wider area, thereby enhancing the overall allure. He reached into the bucket, skillfully grasping a sandworm and expertly hooking it onto the fishing line, originally equipped with a size 9 hook, which was quite appropriate. Bruce Lee decided against replacing it for the time being. He resolved to wait until it had fulfilled its mission and gracefully retired before switching to the larger hook he had purchased. While many anglers prefer to use artificial bait during sea fishing, Bruce Lee was reluctant to allow his precious dragon blood to soak into a mere imitation. Such an act would cause the enticing aroma to dissipate into the ocean, rendering it ineffective for attracting fish. Before casting his line, he glanced back to confirm that no one was watching. He gently opened the line spool and meticulously tested the tension of the fishing line, ensuring that everything was in perfect order before resting the rod on his right shoulder and adjusting the drop line to the optimal length. With a sudden burst of energy, he thrust the rod forward. Whoosh! The sinker, along with the hook, soared through the air like an arrow released from a bow, tracing a perfect parabolic arc as it flew far across the sea surface. Attached to his fishing line was an automatic depth-finding bobber. While some preferred a fish without a float, Bruce Lee favored its presence, as it allowed for clearer observation of any fish activity, providing him with a unique sense of reassurance. As the hook, adorned with sandworms, gradually descended to the ocean floor, Bruce Lee gripped the fishing rod tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the bobber dancing on the water's surface. His heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment when the float would suddenly dip, signaling a bite. For fishermen, casting their line often feels like a release from all worries, and the appearance of a submerged float signifies a complete dissolution of their concerns. Just as the hook settled at the ocean's depths, the bobber, which had been swaying gently with the waves, was abruptly yanked underwater by a powerful force. Prepared for action, Bruce Lee reacted swiftly, raising his rod high. "Got one," he shouted excitedly, feeling the pull from the other end of the line. Thus began the contest with a formidable fish. Chapter 18. First Sea Fishing. Bruce Lee swiftly lifted the fishing rod. In an instant, a force as strong as a surging undercurrent surged through the rod like electricity. As the saying goes, 1 pound of fish requires 10 pounds of strength. And this was especially true for sea fish, which are far more ferocious and powerful than their freshwater counterparts. This is perhaps due to their carnivorous nature, having developed tremendous strength in the harsh marine environment. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and there was no risk of snagging. Bruce Lee quickly raised the rod high, exerting all his strength to prevent the fish from dragging the rod down into the depths. He closely monitored the curvature of the rod, estimating that this fish was likely not too large. Thus, he began to cautiously attempt to reel the fish toward the surface. After all, if the fish continued to dart about at the bottom, it could easily become entangled in debris or rub against the sharp edges of underwater rocks, putting the fishing line in jeopardy. As Bruce Lee exerted force, he indeed began to draw the fish away from the ocean floor. However, before it had risen even 2 meters, the fish seemed to sense danger and, with a sudden turn, darted back toward the depths with an even greater speed. Bruce Lee had already discerned from the feedback through the rod that this fish was not large, even as the line emitted a whirring sound. He quickly secured the rod with his left hand, stabilizing it against his belly, while gripping the reel handle tightly with his right hand. With great effort, he began to lift the rod upward, then quickly lowered it, simultaneously reeling in some line. He then lifted the rod again, pulling and releasing, reeling in more line with each motion. He repeated this action continuously, akin to a skilled dancer engaged in a captivating duel with the fish. As more line filled the reel, he successfully brought the fish to the surface. At last, he made a decisive upward thrust with the rod. In that moment, the fish leapt out of the water like an arrow and swiftly approached him. With quick reflexes, he reached out with his left hand, firmly grasping the flying line before gently lowering the rod to free the fish from the hook. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a bright red snapper. Although not large, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, this fish had a market price of approximately $50 per pound, making it roughly worth $200. Indeed, this was a splendid omen, a true auspicious beginning. Moreover, the sandworm on the hook remained intact, having only been caught on the fish's upper lip. Filled with joy, Bruce Lee placed the fish in his tackle box, activated the oxygen pump, and prepared to continue fishing. He raised the rod once more, forcefully casting the hook back to the same spot where it had just been dropped. As the sinker and hook descended slowly, the bobber began to sway gently with the sea's movements. Suddenly, something felt amiss. Bruce Lee's heart raced. The movement was far too pronounced. Could this be the fabled bite? Without hesitation, he resolved that even if he misjudged, he could always recast. However, if it truly was a fish biting, he would need to strike before it was too late. With this thought, he lifted the rod with moderate force. To his delightful surprise, he had indeed hooked something. The weight transmitted through the rod confirmed that, while this fish was not large, it was undeniably caught. He quickly raised the rod, struggling to drag the hooked fish from the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a stonefish, weighing about half a pound. The market price for stonefish ranges from $50 to $70 per pound, meaning this one could fetch $20 to $30. He thought to himself, whatever, it's not much, but every little bit counts. If I keep catching fish, it all adds up. Yet, He couldn't help but wonder if there were any larger fish nearby, as his last 2 catches had been on the smaller side. Carefully wrapping a towel around the back of the stonefish, he gently removed the hook and placed it in his tackle box to keep it alive for future endeavors. Although the sandworm had been partially bitten away, a good portion still clung to the hook. With his right hand holding the rod upright and his left hand grasping the line, he skillfully coordinated both hands to cast again, precisely landing it in the same location. As the hook sank, the bobber began to move delicately once more. Bruce Lee understood that this was due to his float being set too lightly and the fish nibbling being too small, compounded by the choppy seas making the signals less distinct. Nevertheless, he had unwavering faith in the potency of his dragon blood bait, convinced that fish would indeed bite. With a sudden jerk of his right wrist, he struck again. "I've got another," he exclaimed, astonished. How could they be getting smaller? Sensing the fish's struggle was weak, he quickly turned the reel and, at the right moment, executed a powerful upward thrust to launch the fish into the air. As he made this swift movement, the fish breached the surface and instantly flew toward him. Once again, it was a stonefish, but this one appeared to weigh only 3 to 4 ounces. He chuckled helplessly, thinking, whatever, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He reeled it in. As he removed the fishhook, he was astonished to discover that this modest 3-ounce rockfish had devoured all the sandworms affixed to his line. Amused yet exasperated, he lamented the unfortunate trade. Such a diminutive fish had consumed the majority of his bait, rendering his endeavor a rather unprofitable venture. He reached for the lid of his small plastic bucket, removed it, and retrieved another sandworm, securing the lid back in place before deftly hooking the bait onto his line. While others sought to enhance their catch by heavily baiting the area, adhering to the adage that one must trade grain for fish, he, Li Xiaolong, employed the allure of dragon's blood for fishing. Was there truly a need for additional baiting with such a potent attractant? He believed that any fish in the vicinity, upon catching a whiff of the dragon's blood, would be irresistibly drawn, as if ensnared by a spell. It seemed, however, that the local fish population was rather sparse. Even the dragon's blood seemed to have lost its formidable potency. No wonder this place was devoid of fellow anglers. It appeared only inexperienced newcomers like him ventured to fish here. By the spirits of heaven and earth, may a great fish come forth, he chanted softly, this time casting his line not to the usual spot, but instead, he steadied himself, channeling his energy, and with a powerful flick of his rod, he cast the hook far into the shimmering sea. A soft plop echoed 30 meters away as the lead sinker met the water, creating a delicate splash. The droplets sparkled under the sun, resembling pearls falling onto a jade plate, each reflecting a moment of exquisite beauty. The fishhook, now adorned with the sandworm, began its slow descent to the ocean floor. Once again, Li Xiaolong did not have to wait long. After all, the efficacy of the dragon's blood was no mere boast. The float, which had been languidly drifting on the surface, abruptly plunged forward, disappearing without a trace. Given the force with which it sank, he surmised that this fish must be of considerable size. His mind raced with possibilities, yet his hands remained steady. In an instant, he lifted the rod high and shouted, "Fish on!" The piercing sound of the line slicing through the water erupted, followed by an immense force akin to a tsunami surging from the depths. Bending his rod into an exaggerated arc, the reel whirred violently as the line spooled out at an astonishing speed, leaving more than 100 meters in its wake. The sensation of resistance was exhilarating. It was precisely the thrill that every angler craved. Could this be a large fish from the deep waters? Lured by the scent of dragon's blood, he pondered, utterly captivated by the ferocity of this aquatic adversary. The raw power of the fish as it surged through the water was intoxicating, an experience that would remain etched in his memory forever. As the great fish commenced its frantic escape, the taut line stretched even further, and Li Xiaolong gripped the rod with both hands, bracing it against his abdomen. Steadfast as a pillar, the tip quivered wildly from the fish's relentless struggle, yet the rod itself remained unwavering. In this moment, the frustrations of being dismissed from his job and the sorrow of a recent breakup dissipated like mist, leaving only the thrill of the chase. At this juncture, Li Xiaolong resolved that henceforth, he would dedicate a significant portion of his days to the pursuit of fishing, relishing the excitement and challenge it presented. Chapter 19. The enormous mahi-mahi as the line hissed, extending beyond 200 meters, a sense of urgency gripped Li Xiaolong, prompting him to decisively halt the line's release. He understood that further unwarranted spooling was out of the question. At that moment, the initial surge of the great fish had passed, akin to a fierce storm taking a brief respite. This was his opportune moment to reel in. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Li Xiaolong possessed a solid foundation. Recently, he had harnessed the power of dragon's blood to cultivate the indomitable body technique of the dragon clan, dramatically amplifying his strength. As the saying goes, a single force can overcome 10 skills, And in this contest with the fish, his physical advantage began to manifest. With hands moving as swiftly as a well-oiled machine, he worked the reel with fervor. Each turn of his hands was infused with vigor, and under his deft manipulation, the line began to retract rapidly. In no time, he had successfully reeled in 50 to 60 meters. Initially, perhaps the fish had exhausted its strength from the earlier frantic dash. Or perhaps the pain from the hook lodged in its lip compelled it to return along the line. After some time, it seemed to regain a measure of strength. Or perhaps its instincts warned it of the impending danger ahead. In an instant, it resumed its fierce struggle, thrashing as if to churn the very ocean itself. With a renewed burst of energy, it abruptly changed direction, darting to the left like a released arrow. The sound of the line slicing through the water intensified, echoing the fish's furious roars as it challenged Li Xiaolong. The fish, akin to an unyielding perpetual motion machine, disregarded all else in its desperate bid for freedom. At this moment, Li Xiaolong dared not recklessly reel in. He could only watch as the line continued to unfurl at a rapid pace. The taut line emitted a mournful whine, narrating the intensity of this battle between man and fish. Surely, you must be nearing your limit, Li Xiaolong murmured to himself, fixated on the surface of the water. If this fish wished to test his patience, it had certainly chosen the wrong opponent. Trained from an early age, his endurance was remarkable. He had no fear of this aquatic creature. After the second surge of the fish, he discerned, through years of angling experience, that it was beginning to tire. Like a seasoned general, he perceived the enemy's weaknesses. Immediately, he locked the reel, ceasing the line's release. With his left hand firmly grasping the rod, his right hand poised like a hunting leopard, he seized the moments when the fish showed signs of fatigue, cranking the reel to draw in line. Each time he sensed the fish's waning strength, he acted with precision, seizing the opportunity to reel in more line. With every segment he retrieved, the fish would exert itself in a final desperate struggle. Yet, it was evident that each effort grew shorter, its vitality waning as it approached the brink of exhaustion. Seize the moment. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Xiaolong's eyes. As the fish's struggles diminished, he increased his force on the reel, accelerating the retrieval process. After a prolonged standstill and exertion, at last, a slender, approximately 2-meter-long fish broke the surface of the water. It was a mahi-mahi, also known as the dolphin fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor and nutritional richness. This fish is celebrated for its culinary excellence, promoting brain development in children, enhancing their cognitive abilities and bolstering memory, while also serving as a preventive measure against age-related dementia, making it a truly exceptional ingredient for both culinary and medicinal purposes. The mackerel, scientifically known as the four-fingered mackerel, belongs to the warm-temperate marine fish category and is characterized by its euryhaline nature. It thrives effortlessly in freshwater, brackish, and marine environments alike. Preferring to inhabit sandy or muddy bottoms, it is often found in coastal shallow waters and estuaries at depths of up to 23 meters, occasionally venturing into the downstream sections of rivers. Its diet is rather diverse, primarily comprising benthic organisms. Wild specimens of the mackerel exhibit significant market price variability. Those exceeding 10 pounds typically command prices ranging from 150 to 200 yuan per pound, while individuals over 30 pounds can fetch as much as 400 yuan per pound. However, this fish is relatively scarce in other regions, with its population predominantly concentrated in Guangdong, where it is somewhat more abundant. Notably, large specimens of the mackerel are exceedingly rare, with weights of 3 to 5 pounds considered substantial. As Bruce Lee gazed at the enormous mackerel, longer than his own body, he couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. It is well known that mackerels of such size are typically very wary and exceptionally cunning, rarely succumbing to bait. Unfortunately for this fish, it encountered Li's dragon blood lure. The lure, imbued with mysterious powers, emanated a lethal allure that proved irresistible, leading the great fish to take the bait. Observing the mackerel floating on the surface, breathing rapidly and struggling, Li sprang into action. With precision, he extended his left foot beneath the landing net pole, gently curling his foot upwards, akin to a skilled acrobat, deftly lifting the net pole. Simultaneously, his left hand darted downward like lightning, swiftly grasping the net pole, firmly holding the net with his left hand. He cautiously reached toward the fish's head on the water's surface, while his right hand tautened the fishing line, ensuring no slack that might allow this nearly captured fish to escape at the last moment. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly without incident. It appeared that the large mackerel was truly exhausted, unable to resist any further. He successfully maneuvered the mackerel onto the embankment using the landing net and gently placed it into a new, oversized fishing bag. Thankfully, he had the foresight to purchase such a large fish bag. Otherwise, this lengthy specimen would not have fit. This fish weighed at least 30 pounds. And at a price of 400 yuan per pound, It amounted to a staggering 12,000 yuan. Not bad at all. A sandworm traded for 12,000 yuan. What a bargain! Li exclaimed excitedly to himself. With renewed vigor and confidence ignited like a blazing fire, he hastened to the small bucket, gently opened the lid, and retrieved another plump sandworm. The sandworm, nourished by the dragon blood, appeared particularly vibrant. He skillfully hooked it onto the fishing line. The hook, expertly tied by the tackle shop owner, was a size 9, perfectly proportioned, not too large, yet not too small. After meticulously adjusting the fishing line, he steadied the rod on his right shoulder, raised both hands high, and with all his might, cast it forward. However, due to excessive force applied beneath him, his left foot suddenly slipped off a small stone, causing him to stumble and lean forward. This misstep altered his casting direction entirely. What was intended to be a straight throw aimed ahead veered off to the left. No matter, a little deviation might just be fortuitous. Li reassured himself. Watching the hook and struggling, coiling sandworms slowly sink beneath the water's surface, Li had no intention of reeling in and casting again. His right hand gripped the rod tightly. His eyes fixated on the bobber, his focus sharpened as he prepared to strike at any moment. Indeed, his anticipation was rewarded. Just as the hook was about to settle, the bobber suddenly dipped forcefully. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand reacted instinctively, raising the rod while he shouted, "Strike." A heavy sensation surged from the tip of the rod, confirming a solid catch. He shouted in exhilaration. Following this, Li seemed to have entered a phase of continuous luck, landing a 6-pound black snapper, also known as the gag grouper, with a market price between 50 and 70 yuan per pound, weighing 6 pounds. This catch was substantial among its peers, potentially selling for at least 400 yuan. Soon after, he hooked other fish, including oilfish, eels, and large croakers, all of commendable size. The first eel he caught was modest, weighing just over 3 pounds. However, the second eel was a real prize, weighing at least 10 pounds. Both eels were caught in quick succession. After landing the first, the hook plunged back into the water, and shortly thereafter, the second large eel was caught. Li couldn't help but wonder if these two eels were parent and offspring. For the 10-pound eel, he refrained from attempting to reel it in hastily. Instead, he carefully played it for about 10 minutes before successfully bringing it to the surface. He quickly netted it and steadily lifted it ashore, placing it in the fish bag for safekeeping. The eel appeared quite formidable, its body resembling a sinuous snake, adorned with sharp teeth that could instill fear. A bite from it would undoubtedly be no trivial matter. Once again, he attached a sandworm, preparing meticulously for the next cast. This time, he gripped the rod firmly with both hands, aimed straight ahead, and with a powerful flick, sent the weight, hook, and sandworm soaring directly towards his target without deviation. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the weight was airborne, a large seabird, swift as lightning, descended from the sky, targeting the sandworm attached to the hook. Chapter 20. Fishing for a bird wow. Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding situation. The hook had yet to touch the surface of the sea when a large bird swooped down, intercepting the sandworm just as it was about to hit the water. In an astonishing display of speed, the bird devoured the sandworm and the hook in one swift motion. However, as it attempted to ascend with its prize, the sharp hook cruelly snagged its beak. The bird, now tethered by the fishing line, soared into the sky like a wild steed breaking free from its reins. The line on the reel spun rapidly as the bird ascended, creating a spectacle reminiscent of flying a kite. Only this time, it was a living, breathing bird. Seeing this, Li quickly regained his composure and frantically cranked the reel to retrieve the line. The bird, struggling desperately to fly higher, faced Li's determined efforts to reel it back in. The two parties found themselves ensnared in a fierce tug-of-war, as if engaged in a contest of strength. Ultimately, it was Bruce Li's might that prevailed. Drawing upon his formidable power, he gradually pulled the large bird down from the sky. When the bird thudded heavily onto the coastal embankment, Li's swift reflexes enabled him to seize it firmly. Once captured, the bird erupted into a frenzy, thrashing violently in an attempt to grasp Li with its sharp talons while simultaneously snapping at him with its pointed beak. Nevertheless, Li was remarkably quick, deftly securing the bird's claws with one hand, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm. He then spotted a piece of tattered cloth on the embankment, swiftly picked it up, and tightly bound the bird's talons. Following this, he used his feet to pin down the bird's legs, ensuring complete control over it. With both hands freed, he cautiously retrieved a hook extractor, preparing to remove the fishhook lodged deep within the bird's beak. Unfortunately, the hook was embedded far too deeply, complicating the extraction process. Throughout this endeavor, the bird was far from cooperative, struggling desperately against Li's efforts. Yet, through his exceptional skill, unwavering determination, and ample patience, he ultimately succeeded in extracting the hook from the bird's beak. After liberating the hook, he gently released the unidentified bird. Once free, it flapped its wings wildly, emitting frantic cries, and hastily fled the scene. Although the bird had endured a harrowing scare, it had at least succeeded in consuming a sandworm. In this regard, one might argue that the bird did not fare too poorly. A single drop of dragon's blood was divided among approximately 100 sandworms, and the minuscule amount of blood contained within each worm raises questions about its impact on the bird. Casting aside these tumultuous thoughts, Lee reignited his resolve. He carefully extracted a sandworm from a small bucket, adeptly affixed it to the hook, and cast it once more into the sea. Before casting, he took a moment to gaze upward at the sky. The weather was exceptionally clear, a gentle breeze wafting through, and clouds drifted lazily. The sun hung high, unabashedly radiating its fervent warmth. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of seabirds nearby. However, the waves on the surface of the sea appeared to have grown slightly more tumultuous. Gazing into the distance, he observed the sea swells resembling a herd of galloping behemoths, rolling in with relentless force, each wave taller than the last, closing in on the shore. As the waves ultimately crashed against the embankment, they produced a thunderous roar akin to a grand dialogue between the earth and the ocean. The spray soared high, reaching several meters into the air, creating a mist as white as snow. Under the sun's illumination, this mist shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, almost dreamlike. The waves performed as if in a grand spectacle, leaping and dancing in the air before gently descending back into the warm embrace of the sea. The relentless waves pounded against the embankment time and again, seemingly unceasing, allowing one to deeply appreciate the boundless power and captivating allure of nature. Lee had chosen this location precisely because it provided refuge from the direct onslaught of the waves. Just 5 meters ahead of him to the right, the waves surged like ferocious beasts, each wave higher than the last, tirelessly crashing against the embankment as if intent on devouring all in their path. This time, however, no unforeseen mishap occurred. The hook, bearing the sandworm, settled steadily onto the sea's surface before swiftly sinking toward the depths. Lee raised his gaze to the sun, inwardly lamenting how scorching the sun in Guangdong can be. It seemed prudent to acquire a sun hat, lest he end up sunburned after 2 months of fishing in this locale. Gripping the fishing rod tightly with his right hand, he instinctively raised his left hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, wary of losing sight of the bobber's signals. Just as the sunlight began to daze him, he suddenly realized that the bobber had vanished. Oh no, he had become distracted. Without a moment to ponder further, his right hand instinctively jerked upward as he shouted, "Set the hook!" In an instant, a tremendous force surged from the depths, akin to an electric current. The sensation of hooking a fish was simply exquisite. As the fish darted wildly through the water, the line sliced through the surface with a sharp, piercing sound. Even amidst the deafening roar of the waves crashing against the embankment, the exhilarating symphony of the fishing line being pulled could not be overshadowed. In the blink of an eye, the line had been drawn out over 150 meters, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Lee reacted swiftly, tightening the drag to prevent any further line from being released. With all his might, he began to reel it in, determined to bring the fish to shore. The fish, intent on escaping into the depths, clashed against Lee's resolve, resulting in a stalemate. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. After an intense struggle, it was ultimately Lee who triumphed in this contest. Gradually, he managed to draw the fish closer to the shore. After approximately half an hour of exertion, he finally exhausted the fish. He quickly netted the large catch and, upon closer inspection, recognized it as a giant grouper. However, among the giants, this one could only be considered a smaller specimen, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. It is noteworthy that giant groupers can grow up to 2 meters in length and weigh as much as 400 pounds. In comparison, this fish was rather unremarkable. Lee carefully removed the hook from its mouth and gently placed it into a live well. He then baited another sandworm, using all his strength to cast it toward the distant sea. This sandworm, having ingested seawater infused with dragon's blood, now possessed an even more tenacious vitality. Even when cruelly pierced by the hook, it continued to struggle desperately upon reaching the sea floor, intent on breaking free and escaping this perilous predicament. As the sandworm writhed, the mixture of dragon's blood and seawater it had consumed began to seep into the ocean through the puncture made by the hook. At a distance of 100 meters, 200 meters, and even 300 meters beneath the surface, creatures foraging among the coral reefs seemed to catch a whiff of something mysterious and enticing, pausing in their pursuits. They slowly raised their heads, their collective gaze fixated on the direction of the sandworm. In a moment of collective instinct, they abandoned their current quarry, one particularly large fish even regurgitating the smaller fish it had caught. Then, as if driven mad, they surged toward the sandworm with unparalleled speed, fueled by an insatiable hunger. Faster, ever faster. At this moment, it seemed as though they had awakened every ounce of potential within them, racing at speeds that not only matched their limits but transcended them in a frenzied dash. The fish in the nearby waters, within a radius of several hundred meters, appeared to be summoned by an unseen force, rushing madly towards the location of the sandworm. Thus commenced an extraordinarily intense contest of speed. Chapter 21. The Ascent of the Sea Base. While the underwater shoals were embroiled in chaos, Bruce Lee remained blissfully unaware. His gaze, sharp and unwavering like that of a leopard locking onto its prey, was fixed upon the bobbing buoy on the surface of the ocean. In an instant, without the slightest warning, the buoy was yanked beneath the waves as if by an invisible giant hand, vanishing without a trace. It has come. I will strike. Grasping the fishing rod with his right hand, he instinctively lifted it with a flourish and called out, "Strike." In that split second, an immense force surged through the fishing line, transmitting a powerful pull akin to a current of electricity. Bruce's heart tightened. He quickly raised the rod again, striving to drive the hook deeper, securely piercing the fish's lips. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly casual lift of the rod would trigger an eruption of strength from the depths of the ocean. This force barreled towards Bruce like a rampaging bull, catching him completely off guard and nearly sending him tumbling into the sea from the embankment. Goodness, how ferocious! I almost got dragged into the water by this fish. The sudden onslaught struck Bruce like a heavy hammer, shocking him to his core. The taut fishing line resembled an enraged python, bending his rod into a taut bowstring. The rod creaked under the strain, lamenting as if in agony, threatening to splinter into countless shards at any moment. The shrill sound of the line slicing through the water echoed like a wailing specter, filling the air with an unending cacophony. Bruce dared not relent. He tightened his left hand around the rod, bracing it against his abdomen. In that moment, he resembled a warrior grappling with the ocean, his hands gripping the rod like iron pincers as its tip quivered wildly in the gusts. With every ounce of strength, he lifted the rod, every muscle taut as he engaged in a fierce struggle against the colossal force beneath the waves, determined not to let the rod be pulled down by the frenzied fish. The reel screamed as it released line at a breakneck pace, the sharp sounds piercing the air as if to breach the heavens. The anguished creaking of the reel echoed like a desperate lament, while the water-slicing line emitted a chilling, terrifying hiss, reminiscent of a sea monster's roar. The distant crashing of waves against the embankment resounded with a mighty force, threatening to engulf everything. These sounds intertwined, creating a symphony of exhilarating intensity, each note igniting the senses, sending adrenaline surging through Bruce's veins, as if he were amid a heart-stopping battlefield. The fish surged through the water with the swiftness of lightning, its strength astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the line was drawn out over 200 meters, and it relentlessly continued to pull away. With the line's lightning-fast release and the overwhelming force transmitted through the rod, Bruce realized that this fish was undoubtedly larger than all the others he had previously caught combined. Such overwhelming power presented Bruce with both an unexpected thrill and a daunting challenge. After all, he had never before encountered such a formidable creature. This was the largest fish he had ever hooked, and if it were to escape now, Bruce knew he would be haunted by regret for a lifetime. Unable to eat or sleep for over a week, consumed by size and disinterest in all pursuits. For an angler, nothing is more agonizing than hooking a big fish, only to have the rod snap, the line break, and the fish flee. Casting a glance at the reel, Bruce noted the dwindling line and felt a surge of anxiety. He could not afford to let out more line. If it ran out completely, he would be in dire trouble. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to the temptation of a cheaper option, but had instead chosen a prestigious fishing rod, ranked fourth in the world. This rod was designed for high-intensity fishing, extraordinarily durable and robust, precisely why he had chosen it. He began to vigorously crank the reel, attempting to retrieve the line. But it felt as though the reel were welded shut, utterly unyielding, with the line remaining stubbornly taut. However, the silver lining was that although he could not reel it in, the line had not continued to unfurl. For the moment, he had it under control. The massive fish had surged over 300 meters into the depths, and it seemed to be growing weary. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce's eyes sparkled with determination as he frantically cranked the reel to gather the line, simultaneously exerting force to pull the fish upwards into the midwater column. It appeared that the fish had indeed exhausted its initial burst of strength, as Bruce was able to reel in over 100 meters without encountering any resistance, dragging it forward with ease. Yet, the quieter the fish became, the more cautious Bruce grew, given the ferocity he had felt moments earlier. How could this creature yield so easily after its first powerful surge? It was undoubtedly conserving its strength, preparing for a counterattack. Bruce muttered to himself as he focused intently, bracing for whatever might come next. Just as he had anticipated, the seemingly docile fish suddenly surged with vigor in the water. It shot forward like an arrow, darting towards the left and upward, as if striving to break free from the ocean's grasp. With a resounding splash, a massive black fish head broke the surface over 100 meters away, soaring into the air like a great dragon, rising amidst the cascading waves. Its head and tail flailed wildly as it ascended, as if to demonstrate its power and indomitable spirit to the world. This was the renowned ultimate maneuver of species such as the sea bass and the marine whitefish, the washing gills. Bruce's reflexes were swift. He immediately pressed the rod down and pulled it to the right, calmly countering the sea bass's washing gill technique. Countless anglers had faltered in this thrilling yet tense moment, bewildered by the sudden loss of their catch, unsure of how to respond. One must remember to set the hook firmly after hooking a fish, ensuring it pierces the mouth completely, avoiding any slack line, and to maneuver sideways when the fish washes its gills, keeping the tip of the rod as low as possible. This series of critical tactics raced through Bruce's mind. The sea bass, having leaped nearly a meter high, was now spent, its body falling sideways towards the water's surface. With a thunderous splash, the colossal fish crashed into the ocean, sending waves splashing outward in all directions. Amidst a cascade of splashing water, the sea bass vanished from the surface, leaving only ripples that radiated outward, as if narrating the reality of the recent events rather than mere illusions. Seizing this rare opportunity, Bruce Lee firmly grasped the fishing rod with his left hand, tautening the fishing line, while hastily retrieving a Waha mineral water bottle with his right. With only half a bottle remaining, he unhesitatingly poured its contents onto the spinning reel to cool it down. The massive sea bass, having plunged into the water, did not cease its struggle, propelling itself forward. Yet, under Bruce's adept guidance from the left front, it veered to the right, allowing him to reclaim some line during its charge. The sea bass surged ahead for over 50 meters, its formidable tail whipping the water with a resounding splash, sending sprays in all directions. With this powerful flick, it broke through the surface once more, akin to a dragon soaring through the sky, its body undulating as it surged forward. This time, it leapt at least 1.5 meters before crashing back into the sea with a thunderous sound. No matter how cunning it was, it would still taste the hunter's waters. Bruce Lee sat firmly on the embankment, as steady as a mountain, employing the 1,000-pound drop technique taught by his master. Regardless of the mighty force of the fish beneath the water, it could not budge him in the slightest. This riveting tug-of-war persisted for over an hour. Eventually, after relentless effort, this colossal sea bass, measuring 1.7 meters in length and weighing no less than 80 pounds, gradually lost its strength and was successfully turned over by Bruce. Gazing at the enormous fish, nearly equal to his height, Bruce could not help but shake his head gently and sigh. It was indeed large, but regrettably not worth much. On the market, it could only fetch 20 to 30 yuan per pound. Such a catch was not profitable. It would be better to give it to Ao Bing to eat. Chapter 22. The continuation of the catch. Acting swiftly upon his thoughts, Bruce decisively seized the large fish, skillfully removing the hook. He directly placed it at the edge of the cold pool within the Dragon King's treasure space. At that moment, Ao Bing languished in the chilly waters, pondering why Bruce had not entered for several days. "Brother, you mustn't encounter any mishap. I am counting on you." Just then, he suddenly spotted a small fish appearing by the cold pool, and his heart leaped with joy. Could this be his little brother arriving? Surely, it was sent for him to eat. Indeed, in the eyes of the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, this fish weighing over 80 pounds resembled nothing more than a small fish. After waiting for a moment without seeing Bruce appear, he assumed Bruce was preoccupied and would take some time to come back. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and swiftly inhaled the small fish. Meanwhile, Bruce inspected the hook line before attaching the sandworm. To ensure absolute safety, he decisively replaced it with an 11-sized hook. Then, he carefully caught a sandworm from the bucket and reattached it to the hook. Subsequently, he gripped the fishing rod tightly, casting it forcefully forward. With a whoosh, the sinker and hook flew through the air like a shooting star. This time, Bruce did not wait for the hook to sink fully. As it descended slightly, he mimicked a lure technique, slowly reeling in the line while occasionally lifting the rod to keep the sandworm moving in the midwater column. After just 2 turns of the reel, he felt a significant tug. Experience told him a fish had bitten. He swiftly lifted the rod and shouted, "Strike!" The heavy sensation coursed through the tip, and he rejoiced. He had hooked it. Raising the rod high, he began to reel in rapidly. With each pull, he simultaneously retrieved the line. Despite the fish's desperate struggles underwater, Bruce's immense strength soon brought it to the surface. The fish was not particularly large, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. As it surfaced, Bruce steadied himself and forcefully swung the rod to the left. In an instant, the fish leapt from the water like a cannonball, landing on the embankment. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a brilliantly colored East Star grouper. Weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, he was unsure if it reached the 5-pound mark. It is worth noting that groupers over 5 pounds can fetch prices between 500 to 1,000 yuan per pound. If it was under 5 pounds, the price would plummet. Since he had already caught one, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and see if another East Star grouper would bite. Noticing that the sandworm on the hook had been devoured, he quickly reattached another one. Time is money, so he hastened his pace. After securing the sandworm, he swiftly cast the hook into the sea. To his surprise, before the hook even sank fully, he felt a bite. Quick on the draw, he lifted the rod decisively. The force transmitted through the rod indicated he had hooked another fish. This one felt slightly heavier than the last. If it was another East Star grouper, it would be a delight. For fish weighing a few pounds, there was no need to tire them out. He should haul them in directly. He forcefully cranked the reel, rapidly reeling in. Although the fish thrashed and fought in the water, under Bruce's tremendous pulling strength, it was soon drawn to the surface. When the line was nearly taut, suitable for flinging the fish, he gripped the rod tightly and swung it forcefully upward. Once again, he flung the fish onto the left embankment. He chose the left side because the right slope was steep, making it easy for the fish to roll back into the sea. The left side, being relatively level, provided a better chance of keeping the fish from escaping. Indeed, his wishes came true. Astonishingly, the second catch was another East Star grouper. This one appeared to weigh at least 6 pounds, promising a good price. After reattaching the sandworm to the hook once more, he casually cast the hook into the sea. This time, there was no bite. The hook sank to the bottom without any movement. However, he remained unperturbed, as he had complete confidence in his bait. If one were to rank the blood of all creatures, dragon blood would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle, leading the list. No other animal's blood could entice other beings as effectively as dragon blood. Sure enough, the dragon blood bait did not disappoint. Soon, there were signs of activity. However, this time the float did not dip, but merely wavered, resembling the nibbling of smaller fish. The float bobbed 4 or 5 times, and he seized the moment, jerking the rod upward and exclaiming, "Strike!" Instantly, a heavy sensation surged through his hands. However, the sensation felt rather peculiar. It bore little resemblance to the thrill of catching a fish, more akin to snagging a brick. Though it was heavy, it lacked the lively struggle characteristic of fish. Could it be that he had hooked a stone instead? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he resolutely lifted his fishing rod, commencing a vigorous reel in. His speed was astonishing, his hands a blur as he worked the reel. When the object submerged beneath the surface was finally drawn forth, he fixed his gaze upon it, revealing a large blue crab. No wonder there was no distinctive sense of struggle. With deftness, he seized the landing net and hurriedly swept it towards the sizable crab. Judging by its size, this crab weighed no less than 4 pounds. Such a creature could easily fetch $400 per pound, making this one worth nearly $1,000. Subsequently, he managed to catch a mudskipper, also known as a red beam-toothed eel, typically priced between $200 to $300. He also reeled in several bass, some weighing 8 to 9 pounds, while others reached a hefty 10 pounds. He placed all these fish into the icy waters of his spatial realm, bestowing them upon the third prince, A.O. Bing. The day's haul was quite remarkable. Yet, even with Bruce Lee's robust physique, his arms felt exceedingly weary. The primary reason was the substantial size of the sea fish, coupled with their inherent strength. Previously, Bruce had never engaged in such prolonged, high-intensity fishing. Of course, that was primarily due to the lack of opportunity. After all, without the extraordinary effects of dragon blood, how could one hope to catch fish so frequently? He glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. He mused that it was nearly time to pack up. The most prudent choice now was to sell the fish, as his pockets were empty, and a sense of urgency gnawed at him. He meticulously inspected the catch within the fishing box and the net. All fish priced below $50 per pound were promptly sent into the spatial realm to feed his good brother, A.O. Bing. Observing the fish in the net, his brow furrowed. These fish were cumbersome to transport. The fishing box could hardly accommodate them. For instance, the 30-plus pound grouper simply wouldn't fit. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could create a small fish pond within the spatial realm specifically for storing his catches. With this thought, he concentrated, directing his attention to the spatial realm of the dragon taming pendant. He envisioned a small pond manifesting within. To his astonishment, it indeed materialized. Gradually, a small pond, 2 meters deep and spanning several square meters, appeared in the space. It would suffice for now, should it become too small in the future. He could always expand it or create another. He carefully selected a gently sloping area and cautiously made his way to the seaside. Then, he plunged his hand into the seawater, and with a focused thought, he uttered, "Gather." Instantly, torrents of seawater were drawn into the small pond as if by an invisible hand, flowing ceaselessly. This was exhilarating. Future catches would no longer be a concern for storage. Chapter 23, The Holy Land of Beachcombing. He first turned his head cautiously, his gaze piercing as he thoroughly surveyed his surroundings. Once satisfied that no one was near, he decisively proceeded. He swiftly gathered the lively fish from the net and those succulent and agile specimens from the fishing box, depositing them all into the small pond in the spatial realm for safekeeping. Finally, he gathered up everything: plastic buckets, fishing box, fishing rod, landing net, and fish net, storing them all in the spatial realm. Instantly, he felt as though he had been liberated from burdens. The sensation of possessing a space was truly delightful. He climbed over the embankment and returned to the roadside. Yet, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze to the right. The fishing spot he occupied was nearly at the road's end. Further ahead lay the crashing waves, where a vast expanse of steep, towering rocks formed a natural barrier, blocking his path. This massive rock appeared to rise over 20 meters high. For an ordinary person, scaling it would be an insurmountable challenge, especially for beachcombers. Attempting to climb down to the shore with tools and buckets in hand was utterly impossible. After all, the sheer steepness of the rock face rendered ascent an unthinkable task. Additionally, the sea surface below was littered with sharp, jagged reefs scattered haphazardly, making navigation even by boat impossible. Bruce had carefully observed this area upon his arrival for fishing. It was a cove that dipped inward, yet behind it loomed equally steep cliffs. Peering into the distance, he could see more towering cliffs rising from afar, shrouded in dense thickets, rendering the place a veritable paradise, secluded from the world and inaccessible to the uninitiated. At this moment, Bruce, stripped of all possessions and empty-handed, began to stride towards the great stone. The base of this colossal rock was as smooth and steep as a mirror. Moreover, the entire formation sloped outward, making direct ascent from below an impossible dream, even more challenging than reaching the heavens. However, for Bruce, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. Before even reaching the stone face, he accelerated into a sprint. Harnessing the powerful momentum, he leaped with great force. His right foot landed precisely and powerfully on a protruding rock ledge over a meter high. In the next instant, he propelled himself upward, securing a firm grip nearly 3 meters high on the rock face. Then, employing his wall-climbing technique akin to that of a gecko, he swiftly ascended using both hands and feet, moving with the agility of the creature. Upon reaching the top of the massive rock, he surveyed the area with astonishment. He discovered that this cove was surprisingly vast, spanning at least several dozen acres. Near the foot of the mountain lay a pristine white sandy beach. As he gazed further, he noticed numerous puddles scattered across the beach, some resembling miniature lakes, while others sparkled like exquisite pearls. Bruce's eyes gleamed with excitement at this sight. It was truly a beachcomber's paradise. Furthermore, as long as he could access this place, he could indulge in beachcombing alone, untroubled by competition. On the side nearest to Bruce, a chaotic expanse of exposed reefs lay scattered across the tide. With his wealth of experience, Bruce Lee surmised that the submerged rocks beneath the sea were undoubtedly plentiful. Nearby, along the coastal edge, sparse mangroves flourished. A wave of curiosity washed over him, in such a veritable paradise for coastal foraging. Despite the challenging climbs and the impossibility of boat access, why had no one attempted to descend from the mountains using ropes? Driven by intrigue, Bruce carefully navigated the rocky ledge at the summit, making his way towards the mountain's rear. As he proceeded, he observed not only the serpentine forms of sea snakes weaving through the beach and crevices, but also their occasional appearances on the mountainside beneath the rocky cliffs. He noticed several shed skins of the sea snakes entwined among the low shrub roots and branches, swaying gently in the sea breeze, as if whispering the mysteries of this region. Clearly, the population of sea snakes here was substantial. Upon reaching the mountain's backside, he discovered a chaotic jumble of stones. Traversing this terrain was exceedingly arduous, not only for vehicles, but even for unencumbered foot traffic. The steep gradients posed significant challenges, as if someone had deliberately altered the more accessible paths to thwart climbers. It was no wonder that such an exquisite coastal foraging haven remained untouched. Even if one were to haul hundreds of pounds of fish from here, the endeavor of transporting them would be fraught with peril. Though access was difficult for others, it held a unique allure for Bruce. Despite the abundance of venomous snakes, the age-old adage rang true: fortune favors the bold. Moreover, having trained for a week in the water dragon clone technique, coupled with the dragon glide method, he felt confident in his ability to navigate this formidable location with ease. Resolute in his decision, he planned to sell his catch and procure some coastal foraging gear, envisioning the thrill of exploring this remarkable locale. Previously, he had only glimpsed others foraging via videos on his phone, filled with longing. Now, he could not only forage in this pristine area, but also personally relish the excitement of drawing water from the pits. Unlike others burdened with cumbersome pumps and costly diesel, he could simply extend his hand into the water and, utilizing the extraordinary power of space, draw all the water from the pit into the confines of his dragon suppression pendant. This would enable him to extract water at a pace far superior to those using pumps, achieving a cleaner and more thorough result. It was essentially a risk-free venture with boundless profit potential. Furthermore, he could completely drain a pit, capture all the fish, shrimp, and crabs, and then release the water back, allowing any untrapped fish to survive rather than perish from lack of water. Beyond that, he could expand his spatial domain to accommodate larger lobsters and crabs that had yet to reach market size, nurturing them until they were ready for sale. Possessing the dragon suppression pendant endowed him with a tailored advantage for coastal foraging and drawing water from pits. While others fretted over costs, fearing their earnings might barely cover fuel expenses, he faced no such concerns. With his remarkable speed, it was likely that while others were still extracting water from one pit, he would have already finished capturing all the fish in his own. However, it was prudent to keep these fish sheltered on the far side of the mountain, away from the watchful eyes of Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon King. Should that ravenous creature devour his valuable catch, he would surely regret it. Moreover, maintaining a good rapport with him was essential for obtaining more dragon blood. Nevertheless, the ascent and descent in this area presented significant challenges. It seemed prudent to acquire a sturdy rope to secure along the cliffside, facilitating his climbing endeavors. Chapter 24, Selling Fish. He retraced his earlier path, slowly returning to the rocky wall he had previously scaled. Climbing upwards proved relatively easy, yet descending was increasingly difficult. He proceeded cautiously, step by step, until he was roughly 3 meters from the ground. Taking a deep breath, he leaped, his body soaring from the cliff like an arrow released from a bow. During his descent, he tilted his head slightly downwards, executing a swift 360-degree flip in midair. He then bent his knees and landed gracefully on the ground, akin to a stealthy leopard, making no sound. Subsequently, he hastened to the spot where his electric scooter was parked, skillfully mounting it and steering towards his rental home. He understood that only by returning to his lodgings could he procure suitable containers for his fish, enabling him to transport them for sale. Riding the scooter, he returned to his rented abode in less than half an hour. He parked the scooter securely in the yard, then entered the room to search. He recalled having seen a sizable plastic storage box while cleaning, a detail that lingered in his memory due to its considerable size. However, he could not recall its exact location. Thus, he patiently began his search. It was likely that the previous tenant had used it for storing miscellaneous items and left it behind upon returning home, now fortuitously benefiting Bruce. After a thorough search, he finally located the box. He brought it to the water pipe, turned on the faucet, and began rinsing it. He meticulously cleaned every stained area, and upon inspecting the now pristine storage box, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was perfectly suited for transporting fish. This large storage box was at least 3 times the size of his fishing tackle box. Carrying the clean storage box to his heavy-duty electric scooter, he opened the rear frame to widen it for easier placement of the box. He carefully positioned the storage box on the frame and secured it with rope. Once this was accomplished, he was ready to release the fish and seawater from his spatial realm. First, he poured a small amount of water from his space into the fishing box, then retrieved a small vial of dragon blood, carefully dripping a drop into the water. After stirring his hand in the water to ensure the dragon blood fully blended, he released the school of fish from his space into the storage box. As anticipated, upon entering the box, the fish behaved as if starving, eagerly gulping down the water without restraint. Before long, the seawater in the storage box was entirely consumed. At this moment, when observing the once listless sea fish, they appeared transformed, as if they were entirely different creatures. Not only had each one regained vitality, but crucially, they also looked plump and robust, far more appealing than before. Fortunately, the seawater that Bruce Lee had initially placed in the fishing box was limited. Otherwise, had these fish imbibed too much seawater, their appearance would have been rather peculiar. At that point, others might have questioned whether Bruce Lee was selling fish that had been artificially inflated with water. Although there were vendors collecting fish at the nearby coastal village and dock, Bruce Lee was not content with that. He contemplated taking his catch to the city in hopes of fetching a higher price at one of the prominent hotels. After all, he intended to pursue this line of work long-term, and his fish haul would undoubtedly be substantial. He needed to establish a reliable partnership with a merchant. Thus, he retrieved his phone and entered pertinent keywords into the search bar to locate the top-ranking seafood establishments in Huizhou. Soon, several prominent hotels appeared on his screen, all renowned for their seafood offerings. The top-ranked was the Huizhou Global International Hotel, followed by the Huizhou Peninsula Space International Hotel, and in third place, the Xinke Lai International Hotel. He paid little heed to the information regarding the fourth and fifth establishments, feeling that the first 3 would suffice. Should negotiations with these fail, he would then consider the subsequent options. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to visit the first hotel, the Global International Hotel. Being ranked first, it surely possessed exceptional qualities. To prevent the seawater from sloshing out during his ride, he thoughtfully procured some small branches adorned with leaves to place atop the storage box, thereby minimizing the turbulence. He then mounted his electric bike, adhering to the directions provided by his navigation app. However, the navigation proved unreliable, leading him astray, and he found himself compelled to backtrack. Upon finally arriving at the Global International Hotel, he parked his bike and briskly approached the security guard at the entrance. With a polite smile, he offered a cigarette and inquired, "Excuse me, good sir, does your hotel accept fish? These are freshly caught from my recent excursion." The guard shook his head gently and replied, "Our hotel has established supply channels, and we do not accept fish brought in haphazardly. You would be better off selling them at the market. But these are rare, quality catches." Bruce Lee insisted. "Could you possibly check with your manager?" The guard, growing impatient at Bruce Lee's persistent presence, waved him off, saying, "Be on your way. Not just anyone can come here to sell fish." Faced with the guard's dismissive attitude, Bruce Lee shook his head in resignation and departed. Not far from the hotel, he noticed a crowd gathered outside a cafe, piquing his curiosity about the commotion. Soon, he witnessed a heavily made-up young woman being pushed out by the cafe's patrons. As she was ejected, she protested loudly. "How can you throw me out while allowing that delivery person to remain? This is outrageous." Bruce Lee learned from the surrounding onlookers that a delivery worker, likely parched, had sought a drink inside the cafe. However, the young woman, drinking coffee at the time, had audibly demanded the establishment remove the delivery person, declaring that such a refined venue was no place for lower-class workers. Surprisingly, the cafe owner stood firm, refusing to comply with her demands, and instead ejected the loud and disruptive woman, stating, "Such a lofty lady as yourself is far too grand for our humble establishment. We do not welcome you here." Bruce Lee felt a sense of vindication and could not help but give a thumbs up to the owner, exclaiming, "Bravo, a man of integrity." Looking at the woman, he noted her appearance was rather ordinary, yet her face bore a thick layer of white powder, rendering her ghastly. From her garish demeanor, Bruce Lee discerned she was certainly not a genuine member of the upper class. He shook his head subtly, revving his bike, reminding himself that selling his fish was the priority, not indulging in idle spectacle. Following the navigation's directions, he arrived at the Space International Hotel. As he parked and prepared to ascend the steps to inquire with the security personnel, a car sped past him, nearly brushing against his body before halting at the hotel entrance. The gust from the vehicle lifted his clothing, and he was startled to see a familiar figure emerge from the car. It was the same woman who had just caused a scene at the cafe. Chapter 25, Selling Fish, 2. Bruce Lee felt a surge of irritation and was about to confront her about her reckless driving, questioning her lack of awareness for others on the road. However, upon recognizing her as the self-important woman from earlier, his anger dissipated like a splash of cold water. There was little point in reasoning with someone so self-absorbed. He reminded himself that his purpose for visiting was to sell fish, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. The imperative was to sell his catch. Suppressing his discontent, he approached the security booth and politely inquired of the two guards, "Excuse me, gentlemen, does your hotel accept fish? These are freshly caught sea fish." Just then, the woman ascended the steps. As she passed Bruce Lee, she dramatically covered her nose and mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "Ugh, it stinks. Security, hurry and remove him. This is a high-class hotel, not a place for just anyone to peddle their wares. The smell of fish is unbearable. You'll drive away our guests. Get rid of him, or I shall report you to your manager and demand a deduction from your wages, or even your dismissal." The two guards, one older and one younger, likely a recent veteran, felt a deep-seated disdain for her behavior. The younger guard could not help but spit in her direction, yet he knew he had to bow to her demands. He quietly urged Bruce Lee, "Brother, you should leave. We have no choice in this matter." Seeing the guard's predicament, Bruce Lee was reluctant to impose further. After all, they had their own challenges, and if he lingered, they might indeed lose their jobs. He decided that if this hotel was unwilling to accommodate him, he would seek opportunities elsewhere. He could hardly believe that such exquisite fish could go unsold. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Today, you may disregard me, but tomorrow, I shall make you wish you had not." As Li Xiaolong fervently contemplated this, he hastened down the stone steps and mounted his electric bike, swiftly departing. Why linger here to endure the ridicule of others? Observing the two security guards, he noted that although they shared a disdain for the woman, they were also wary of provoking her. It was evident that she had powerful connections within the hotel, otherwise, her audacious demeanor would be inexplicable. Today had truly been an inauspicious start. 2 hotels in succession, and he had yet to even cross their thresholds. Perhaps this was what they meant by "the king is easy to see, but the little devils are hard to deal with." Soon, he arrived at the Zhangkali International Hotel, ranked 3rd in Huizhou. He halted his electric bike and approached the security guard stationed at the entrance. At that moment, he resolved that if he could not sell his fish this time, he would forego the hotels altogether and sell directly to the second-hand dealers instead. Although the latter would fetch a lower price, it would spare him the humiliation he had endured thus far. In the land of happiness, there was a saying, cigarettes bridge gaps, and liquor paves the way. Thus, before inquiring further, he produced 2 cigarettes and offered them to the guards at the door. Gentlemen, may I inquire if your hotel purchases seafood? I have some fresh catches. At this, one of the guards looked at Li Xiaolong and replied, we do accept seafood, but only rare varieties. We do not deal in common fare. My seafood is of exceptional quality. Shall I call your manager, or perhaps your head chef to assess? Just then, 2 stunningly beautiful women emerged from the hotel, walking gracefully toward him. Noticing Li Xiaolong conversing with the guards, they approached out of curiosity, asking, may we assist you? The guards promptly introduced, this is the owner of our hotel. If you wish to sell fish, you should speak with her. Instinctively, Li Xiaolong lifted his gaze to the 2 beauties and was instantly captivated by their exquisite beauty. They were truly remarkable. Previously, he had thought his girlfriend was quite attractive. Yet in comparison to these 2, she paled in both appearance and grace. Especially striking was the serene poise they exuded, a quality not often possessed by ordinary individuals. Lu Shiyun, the beautiful owner of the Xiankulai Hotel, embodied a beauty as poetic as her name, radiating elegance and charm. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, bright and profound, seemingly capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. Her facial contours were refined, her skin as fair as mutton fat jade, delicate and smooth, appearing almost fragile. Her tall and graceful figure exuded an innate elegance and confidence with every gesture. When she smiled, it was akin to the warm sun of spring, inviting and comforting, akin to a breath of fresh air. Next to her stood another stunning beauty, Wang Shengnan, the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Huizhou Police. Her beauty was equally striking but possessed a unique character. Her sharp, bright eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, conveyed a sense of determination and decisiveness. Her facial features were strong, her skin a healthy wheat color, indicative of her long-standing commitment to her demanding profession. Standing tall and erect, she naturally emanated an imposing aura. A rare smile graced her lips, her expression serious, instilling a sense of intimidation. Just one glance from Li Xiaolong told him that this woman was not someone with whom one could easily jest. Though the 2 beauties exhibited starkly different personalities, each possessed a unique allure. Lu Shiyun's beauty was gentle and graceful, akin to a blooming lily, evoking comfort and joy, whereas Wang Shengnan's beauty was resolute and steadfast, like a resounding rose, embodying the spirit of a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Wow, I didn't expect the owner of Xiankulai to be so young and beautiful. It's truly astonishing. He exclaimed, ladies, does your hotel purchase seafood? I have some of excellent quality. Would you care to take a look? Very well, I shall have a look, but I must clarify that we only accept premium seafood. We have no use for the ordinary. Then let us take a look, Li Xiaolong replied, leading them to his electric bike parked by the roadside. The 2 beauties had already noticed the conspicuous large box on the back seat, which contained seawater and fish, the silhouettes of marine life barely visible from the steps. As they reached the bike, Li Xiaolong first removed the branches from the basket. Ladies, behold, these are truly remarkable seafood. This grouper weighs over 30 pounds. A rare find indeed. The moment Li Xiaolong's hand touched the grouper, it reacted as if ignited by a fuse, flipping over with a loud splash, sending seawater cascading over Li Xiaolong's head and face. He quickly wiped the seawater from his face, chuckling. This grouper is a specialty of Guangdong. And look at these 2 leopard groupers. They are quite sizable as well. And this large crab weighs over 4 pounds. It's quite substantial, wouldn't you say? While the quantity of fish in Li Xiaolong's plastic basket was not vast, each specimen he displayed was of exceptional quality. Moreover, these fish, having nourished themselves in seawater infused with dragon's blood, appeared plump and enticing. They were lively and vigorous, demonstrating their freshness. The moment Li Xiaolong reached in to touch them, they darted about in the basket, eager to escape. Upon seeing these marine treasures, Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled with delight, and she immediately took out her phone to call the hotel's head chef, urging him to come to the entrance without delay. It was said that Lu Shiyun hailed from the imperial capital, possessing a formidable background. However, even the strongest dragon could not suppress the local snake. Currently, the top 10 hotels in Huizhou had united to collectively undermine her establishment. Leveraging their established connections and relationships, they had effectively sealed off all channels for acquiring rare fish, leaving the catches of larger trawlers to be monopolized by them. These hotels divided all the fish caught by the large vessels, making it so that even with ample cash in hand, Lu Shiyun could not procure those rare seafood delicacies. Chapter 26. Selling Fish 3. In no time, the head chef, Zhao Yunlong, hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing Zhao Yunlong, a saying about chefs involuntarily came to mind: a big head and a thick neck, either a general or a cook. In this case, the adage held a certain truth. The head chef before him was indeed a quintessential representation of that description. Zhao Yunlong stood just over 1.7 meters tall, with a robust and stocky build. As the head chef of the Zhangkalai Hotel, he boasted extensive experience in the culinary field. His large head was indicative of his vast knowledge of culinary arts, while his thick neck muscles not only showcased his physical prowess, but also perfectly illustrated the adage. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, possessing an extraordinary insight that allowed him to discern even the most subtle nuances in food, ensuring that each dish reached its pinnacle of quality. His facial features were defined and robust, his complexion radiating health. It was evident that he upheld a meticulous work ethic and exemplary lifestyle habits. In his daily interactions, he wore a benevolent smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness, embodying the quintessential image of a good-natured individual. Upon arriving outside the hotel, he immediately spotted the owner, Lu Shiyun, alongside the conspicuously large basket on Li Xiaolong's electric bike, teeming with lively fish. Observing this scene, without the need for Lu Shiyun to utter a word, he understood that he was summoned to assess the quality of these fish, determining whether they met the hotel's procurement standards. Zhao Yunlong approached the plastic basket with swift steps and respectfully addressed Lu Shiyun. "Boss, are these the fish we need to procure?" "Yes, take a good look and see how they fare," Lu Shiyun replied. "All right, I shall do so," Zhao Yunlong responded. His gaze first fell upon the back of a large mackerel, partially submerged in the basket. Due to some water spilled during transit, the seawater was now scant, and the mackerel was so substantial that its dorsal fin was clearly visible. He cautiously extended his hands above the water's surface, securely lifting the approximately 30-pound fish, examining it meticulously while murmuring to himself, "This fish is quite commendable." After a thorough inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed a genuine wild mackerel. Subsequently, he gently set the mackerel down and began to scrutinize the other fish. In Guangdong, mackerel are rarely farmed due to the extreme difficulty of cultivation, and most available in the market are wild-caught. Next, his attention shifted to two large East Star groupers. One weighed over 5 pounds, while the other was at least 6 pounds. They were brimming with vitality in the basket, their vigorous demeanor eliciting delight. Moreover, their scales remained intact, and their colors were vibrant and resplendent, shimmering with an enchanting luster in the sunlight, truly a rare find. The large blue crab was equally captivating, weighing over 4 pounds. Just a glance at its glossy, dark shell revealed that it was no ordinary specimen, also a remarkable treasure. The 1-pound dragonfish was yet another exceptional catch. As for the other fish priced at 50 to 80 yuan per pound, they were relatively ordinary for a grand hotel like theirs. However, even these seemingly mundane fish appeared remarkably lively, each exuding a robust vitality. Zhao Yunlong instantly deduced that these fish must have been caught not long ago, for they would not be so spirited otherwise. After his evaluation, Zhao Yunlong nodded at Lu Shiyun and remarked, "Indeed, these fish brought by this young man are exceptionally fresh and of high quality." Typically, the procurement manager would be responsible for pricing. However, with Lu Shiyun present, she naturally took the initiative. "Young man, for this mackerel, let us price it at the market rate of 400 yuan per pound. What do you think?" Lu Shiyun inquired of Li Xiaolong. "Sounds good. Let's proceed as you say, Boss Lu," Li Xiaolong readily agreed. "The two East Star groupers will be priced at 500 yuan per pound each, and this large blue crab at 300 yuan per pound," Lu Shiyun continued. "The dragonfish will be priced at 200 yuan per pound. As for the other fish, we usually do not procure them, but since your quantity is modest, we will make an exception this time." "All right then, we shall go with what you've proposed, boss," Li Xiaolong consented. Following this, Li Xiaolong and Chef Zhao Yunlong worked together to pour out the seawater from the plastic basket, leaving only the fish inside. They then lifted the basket together and made their way to the kitchen of Zhangkalai, where a scale awaited to categorize and weigh the fish individually. After weighing, the total weight of the fish was close to Li Xiaolong's estimate. Although having absorbed a fair amount of seawater, each fish was slightly heavier, culminating in an additional 20 pounds overall. Li Xiaolong, an avid fisherman, had a keen eye for estimating the weight of his catches. Ultimately, the mackerel was sold for 12,000 yuan at a price of 400 yuan per pound. The 4.2-pound blue crab fetched 1,260 yuan at 300 yuan per pound. The two East Star groupers, priced at 500 yuan per pound, garnered a total of 5,200 yuan. In total, the fish amounted to over 19,860 yuan. Lu Shiyun, displaying her generosity, rounded the amount up to 20,000 yuan, as she genuinely appreciated the quality and freshness of Li Xiaolong's catch. After concluding the transaction, she retrieved a business card from her elegant purse and smiled as she handed it to Li Xiaolong. Here is my card. If you have good catches next time, feel free to call me. Thank you, beautiful lady. If I have a large haul next time, would your hotel be able to send a vehicle to collect it? Li Xiaolong inquired. If all you bring are those rare treasures, our hotel would not fear an abundance of fish. Rather, we would worry about a shortage. We will certainly arrange for a vehicle to pick them up, Lu Shiyun replied with a smile. As Li Xiaolong turned to leave, Lu Shiyun called out to him. Young man, let us exchange phone numbers and add each other on WeChat. Taken aback at the mention of WeChat, Li Xiaolong momentarily paused but quickly regained his composure. He thought little of it, assuming it was merely for convenience in future communications. After all, he was not vain enough to believe that anyone would find him appealing. He provided his phone number, and they exchanged WeChat contacts before he exited the hotel. Lu Shiyun's request for his number and WeChat stemmed from her realization that the fish supplies from the major boat owners in Huizhou were predominantly monopolized by other hotels. She had long sought a stable source of seafood but had yet to succeed. Transporting seafood from afar was costly, and the freshness would inevitably diminish. After all, seafood is defined by its freshness. Additionally, the distant sources were often pre-ordered, and competing for them would necessitate higher prices, resulting in exorbitant costs that were hardly worth the effort. However, with Li Xiaolong, even if other hotels sought to purchase his catch, Lu Shiyun could compete fairly. After all, Li Xiaolong had approached her first for the transaction, and judging by his appearance, he was likely just starting his fishing endeavors. Many renowned fishermen in Huizhou had their catches pre-ordered by various hotels. After leaving the hotel, Li Xiaolong returned to the Heo Yunlai fishing gear shop, intending to acquire a set of professional coastal fishing equipment. He meticulously selected various tools he deemed necessary, purchasing them all. He first selected a robust and durable pair of leather pants, followed by procuring a comprehensive set of tools for beachcombing, encompassing everything from crab clamping pincers to iron hooks, sand shovels, spades, and headlamps. He had it all. He also purchased 2 ordinary spear guns, which might prove invaluable during his beachcombing excursions. Subsequently, he acquired 100 fish traps, along with a special order for an additional 100 custom traps. These bespoke traps were crafted to his specifications, necessitating nylon ropes of chopstick thickness, with dimensions of 1.5 meters in height and width, and a length of 3 meters. The cost of these specially made traps was exorbitant, amounting to 10 times that of standard traps. Only after paying half the deposit did the proprietor of the fishing gear store agree to assist him with this order. Additionally, he acquired 10 large plastic fish baskets, each equipped with sealable lids, and procured a matching oxygen pump, specifically intended for storing the fish he would catch and the bounty gathered during beachcombing, ensuring the freshness of his haul. Finally, he purchased 5 oversized plastic eel-catching traps, which he had further plans for. Chapter 27. All set. Afterward, he visited the hardware store, where he spent 100 yuan on a roll of wire. He also selected an iron drill suitable for shoelaces, paired with a small spool of thread. Moreover, he obtained the thickest rope available, measuring a full 100 meters in length. With these new acquisitions in tow, he rode his electric bike towards a nearby village, which housed a stall specializing in clothing alterations, zipper installations, and hemming pants. He parked his bike steadily by the roadside and approached the stall. "Madam, may I place a custom order?" he inquired politely. "Young man, what would you like to order? Do tell." The woman responded with enthusiasm. "My request is rather straightforward. I require a long pocket, fashioned from folded white fabric, stitched with extra seams for added durability. It should resemble a long cylindrical bag, with openings left at both ends, but not sealed at the back. I need 5 of these long pockets, each measuring between 2.5 to 3 meters in length. And the fabric must be of sturdy quality. I will procure the white fabric myself. How much will it cost for these 5 pockets? I am rather pressed for time, so I would appreciate a rush order. While making these pockets is not particularly challenging, I cannot accurately assess the amount of white fabric required. Would you prefer I inquire at the fabric store for clarity and then call you with the price? That would be fine. Please check and inform me accordingly. I will provide half the deposit up front," he replied, understanding that to expedite the process, he needed to offer a deposit. After all, if he were to abandon the order, the fabric bags would be difficult to sell, as they were not commonly sought after. "Could you possibly expedite the process? I truly need them urgently." "I will take my leave now," he said, bidding farewell to the stall owner. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he found the courtyard empty, which was quite advantageous. He promptly stored all the plastic baskets and beachcombing equipment inside the space, leaving only the charging headlamp and spotlight out, as he intended to continue charging them to extend their operational time. He retrieved the bundle of wire he had purchased and, using pliers, cut the wire into segments measuring 1-2 meters each. These wires were intended for use inside the fabric bags. However, at that moment, he did not bind them into circles, as he was uncertain of the precise dimensions of the bags. If he secured them now, they might not fit properly later, necessitating further adjustments. Thus, he opted to simply cut the wire into segments, allowing for flexible adjustments when the time came. After cutting the entire roll of wire into 1-2 meter lengths, he stood up and stretched, feeling that everything was nearly ready, awaiting the completion of the fabric bags. Just then, his phone rang. "Young man, I have inquired about the white fabric." The voice of the stall owner came through. After she relayed the price, he agreed without hesitation. Recognizing that if he did not allow her to earn a reasonable profit, she would lack the motivation to assist him. "All right, madam, let us proceed at your quoted price. I will transfer 100 yuan to you now." With that, he promptly sent the money. He deemed her pricing reasonable and saw no need to haggle. After earning 20,000 yuan from selling fish earlier that day, he realized he had spent a considerable amount in a short time. The majority of the expense stemmed from the 100 fish traps and 2 spear guns, along with the deposit for the custom traps. Money seemed to slip through his fingers like flowing water. Since he had time that afternoon, he decided to prepare his own meal, aiming to save a little where possible. Moreover, the vegetables he had previously bought were still in the refrigerator, and if left uneaten for too long, they would go to waste. After casually preparing a meal to fill his stomach, he found himself with some idle time and began practicing in the small courtyard. This time for practice was like water in a sponge. There was always some to be squeezed out if one was willing. By 8 p.m., he rode his electric bike back to the village. The stall owner had completed the 5 fabric bags he requested. He picked them up and meticulously inspected them, finding them to be quite sturdy. After settling the remaining balance, he folded the 5 fabric bags and placed them in the basket of his heavy-duty electric bike. He then returned home, where he immediately set to work. He first folded the cut wire into circles and placed them inside the fabric bags to test the fit. Discovering that they were just right, he then divided the wires into 5 portions and, at measured intervals, encircled them around the exterior of the 5 fabric bags. Next, he took the iron drill and sewed the wires onto the bags with thread. Finally, he turned the bags inside out so that the wire circles were enclosed within. This method was akin to the iron circles used in traps, albeit he opted for a circular design, as he found crafting square shapes to be overly cumbersome. Ultimately, after this use, there might not be many opportunities to utilize them again. Furthermore, even if they were circular, it would not affect their functionality. As long as the bait was sufficiently enticing, what difference did it make whether they were round or square? Once all the fabric bags were complete, he retrieved the 5 plastic eel-catching trap heads he had purchased from the fishing gear store. He meticulously stitched them onto the openings of the 5 fabric bags, marking the completion of his project. At the back of the white fabric bags, he casually bound them together with 5 pieces of rope, making it convenient to untie them when it was time to empty the contents. These eel-catching traps were available both as complete units and as separate trap heads, and he had chosen the latter. These trap heads were expertly designed for easy entry while presenting a challenge for eels to escape. Now that the fabric bags were fully prepared, he stored them inside the designated space. Next, he retrieved the rope he had bought from the hardware store. Every 30 centimeters or so, a knot was fashioned upon the rope. With these knots in place, climbing upwards would become significantly less laborious. Once the knots were securely tied, he stowed the rope into his spatial storage. Subsequently, he retrieved a plastic basin from his space, filled it with fresh water, and carefully dripped a drop of dragon's blood into it. He then lifted his leg and stepped into the basin, sitting cross-legged, only to realize that his head still protruded above the water's surface. Therefore, he simply lowered his head, submerging his entire body beneath the water. Immediately, he commenced the operation of the sacred dragon immortal body technique, guiding the internal energy within him along the prescribed paths of the method. Consuming dragon's blood for cultivation fortified the body from within, while the current method of introducing dragon's blood into the water fortified it from the outside in. Although the approaches differed, the ultimate goal remained the same. Moreover, absorbing and refining dragon's blood in water would render the cultivation process considerably gentler. He also planned to conduct both methods simultaneously in a few days, not only dripping dragon's blood in the water, but also ingesting a drop of it before entering the water for cultivation. He believed that such a regimen would undoubtedly expedite his progress. However, he recognized that this would also intensify the suffering endured during training. Yet, as the saying goes, one must endure hardship to rise above others. In the future, he would gradually increase the quantity of dragon's blood in the water, starting with 1 drop, then 2, 3, and 5. Naturally, the amount ingested internally would also increase, albeit at a slower pace than that of the water. After all, cultivation must be gradual and cannot be rushed. The potency of dragon's blood is formidable, Exceeding the safe limit of internal consumption could potentially harm the internal organs. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, regret would be of no use. Chapter 28. Capturing Sea Serpents 1. At 5 o'clock on the following morning, Li Xiaolong rose early. Today, he had meticulously prepared to venture into the mysterious valley to gather from the sea. This area had, for an extended period, been devoid of any signs of a village within a considerable distance. Even the newly established village had only been constructed within the last 30 to 40 years. He first tossed 2 bottles of mineral water into his spatial storage, along with 5 empty plastic bottles that he had deliberately perforated with small holes using an iron drill. Following that, he placed a hammer and a sturdy iron stake, over 30 centimeters in length, purchased from a hardware store, into the spatial storage. Once these preparations were complete, he cooked some noodles at home for a simple breakfast before setting out on his electric bike. Although the environment where he resided was quite tranquil, it also presented certain inconveniences. For instance, breakfast could not be procured nearby. One had to travel to the village ahead for that. Riding his electric bike, Li Xiaolong swiftly arrived at the edge of the cliff. He casually stowed the bike into the spatial storage, readying himself for a lighter load. After a brief run, he leaped onto the stone wall and began to ascend towards the top, skillfully employing the lizard wall-crawling technique. He moved with the agility of a gecko and quickly reached the summit of the rock face. Upon arrival, he followed the path leading inward, cautiously observing his surroundings in search of an appropriate descent point. However, after surveying the area, he found that the conditions were quite similar everywhere, with no particular spot that truly satisfied him. Ultimately, he chose a relatively lower location, though it still stood at a height of at least 22 meters above the ground below. He retrieved the hammer and iron stake from his spatial storage, selected a recessed point on the rock face, placed the stake in position, and then raised the hammer to begin striking downwards. The resounding clang of the hammer on the stake echoed through the valley, awakening the resting birds in the rear mountains. The birds chirped in protest, seemingly indignant, as they took flight, perhaps complaining about the lack of consideration for their slumber. Under Li Xiaolong's vigorous strikes, the 30-centimeter-long iron stake sank at least 20 centimeters deep into the stone before he ceased his efforts. Next, he took the thick rope from his spatial storage, tied a secure loop at one end, and secured it to the iron stake. Gripping the rope tightly, he tested its strength. The stake remained steadfast, appearing quite secure. However, he did not immediately descend along the rope. Instead, he retrieved a packet of pungent bait he had purchased at the fishing tackle store, poured a little into a small basin, added some mineral water, and carefully dripped a drop of dragon's blood into the mixture, stirring it rapidly. Soon, he had formed a fist-sized ball of bait mixed with dragon's blood. He divided this ball into 5 portions and returned them to his spatial storage. Afterwards, he donned the leather pants he had stored, primarily to protect himself from any venomous snakes lurking in the valley. Once all preparations were complete, he tossed the rope down towards the valley below, grasped it firmly with both hands, and swiftly began to slide downwards. Shortly, he reached the valley floor. However, he did not immediately commence gathering from the sea. During a prior visit to survey the area, he had noticed an abundance of sea serpents in this valley. He meticulously selected 5 locations near the back of the valley, placing a handmade net trap at each site. He then took a small amount of bait, placed it in a mineral water bottle, secured the cap tightly, and tossed the bait-filled bottle into the white cloth net trap. In this manner, he set up 5 traps, each containing a small portion of bait mixed with dragon's blood. To prevent the traps from shifting due to the movements of any snakes, he placed several stones on either side of each trap to secure them firmly in place. Completing these tasks, he quickly returned to the point where the rope hung down, gripped it tightly with both hands, and rapidly climbed back to the top of the rock face. As he reached the summit and looked down, a wave of vertigo washed over him. It was now 6 o'clock, and daylight had fully arrived. From every corner of the valley, sea serpents began to emerge, eagerly making their way towards the 5 traps. The serpents appeared from various places, some slithering out from crevices, others emerging from caves, and some even leaping straight up from the water. The previously serene valley erupted into a cacophony of movement and noise. The ground was awash with the rustling sounds of serpents slithering and the hissing of their flickering tongues. This scene was truly terrifying. Even Li Xiaolong, typically bold, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. How frightful! Li Xiaolong marveled inwardly, observing the valley teeming with sea serpents of all sizes, scrambling in a frenzy towards the 5 traps. Good heavens, how many sea serpents could there possibly be? Bruce Lee could not help but murmur to himself. The smaller sea snakes weighed merely 1 or 2 taels to half a gene, whereas the larger ones could weigh 2, 3, or even 5 to 6 genes. Historical records indicate that the longest sea snake does not exceed 3 meters, and the heaviest only reaches about 1 gene. At this moment, Bruce Lee was eager to summon those so-called experts to witness the spectacle before him. He distinctly observed sea snakes measuring 4, 5, and even 6 meters in length, not to mention the weights, with a notable 13-gene sea snake prominently in view. Thus, the words of experts should not always be taken at face value, especially those from certain nations who seem to engage in sheer nonsense. What astonished Bruce Lee further was not only the multitude of sea snakes frantically crawling towards the 5 traps, but also the crabs and lobsters emerging from beneath the sandy shore, within the crevices of rocks, and even from the waters. They appeared utterly unperturbed by the numerous sea snakes surrounding them, eagerly advancing towards the traps. Moreover, in the waters near the valley's edge, several fish were energetically leaping about. Some fish even swam towards the valley, with a few daring to attempt to crawl onto land. However, the lobsters and crabs that ventured ashore moved at a pace far inferior to that of the sea snakes. At this juncture, several sea snakes had already reached the traps, writhing as they attempted to burrow into the nets. Others continued to emerge from the distant sea. Those newly surfaced snakes were primarily inhabitants of the coral reefs beneath the ocean's surface. As it was low tide, many rocks were now exposed on the sea's surface. Bruce Lee surveyed the area, noting that at least within a kilometer, the terrain was strewn with such rocky formations. In the distance, more rocks were discernible above the water's surface, also part of the coral reef, although submerged beneath deeper waters, with only the highest points peaking above. Even with the tide receding, most remained hidden beneath the water, their full shapes concealed. This likely explained why no one dared to come here to gather shellfish. Not only was it inaccessible by boat, but the coral reef was teeming with venomous creatures. In such a complex and rocky environment, human reflexes could not possibly compare to those of the sea snakes. To make a living here, gathering shellfish was exceedingly perilous. Bruce Lee had prepared bait mixed with dragon's blood, securely contained within a mineral water bottle, without any concern that a snake might swallow it and thus diminish its alluring scent for the sea snakes. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the serpents slithering into the white fabric traps. One snake, the first to enter, appeared intent on seizing the opportunity to devour the precious dragon's blood bait before its competitors arrived. However, the snakes that followed would not afford it such an advantage. As the leading snake approached the bait, the others, filled with rage, bit down on its tail. With a swift flick of its head, it flung the foremost snake behind it, seizing the moment to surge forward, eager to claim the prize. Yet, the other snakes that had entered the trap were not so easily outdone. This snake soon met a similar fate, becoming ensnared by another's bite and forcibly dragged to the back. In an instant, the trap descended into chaos. The serpents intertwined and writhed, none able to approach and consume the plastic bottle containing the dragon's blood bait. As the snakes in the white fabric trap contorted wildly, Bruce Lee, perched on the cliff, clearly saw the trap rolling and tumbling across the ground without a moment's respite. Fortunately, he had foreseen this scenario and had secured the entrance of the trap with stones, ensuring that despite the violent thrashing behind, the entrance remained firmly in place, allowing more snakes to continue their entry. All 5 traps were in this state of disarray, and even the seasoned Bruce Lee could not help but marvel at the sheer number of sea snakes in this valley. It was not until the 5 white fabric traps were fully packed with sea snakes that the number outside began to dwindle. Observing closely, he noted that the larger sea snakes had vanished, while crabs, lobsters, sea turtles, and mantis shrimp were vigorously climbing ashore, nearing the entrance of the traps. Strangely, there were no frogs or toads in sight, likely having been devoured by the countless sea snakes before they had a chance to mature. However, some jumping fish were making their way towards the dragon's blood bait. Under normal circumstances, the sea snakes would have seized such an opportunistic feast without hesitation. Yet today was markedly different. These sea snakes showed no interest in the nearby jumping fish, mantis shrimp, rock crabs, or lobsters, fixated solely on hastening towards the traps, fearful of falling behind and missing the tantalizing dragon's blood bait. Seeing this unfolding scenario, Bruce Lee made a swift decision, sliding down the rope rapidly to the valley floor. In a flurry of motion, he collected all 5 traps into his spatial realm. He understood the necessity of preventing the lobsters and crabs from entering the traps. After all, these sea snakes were highly venomous, and even if he managed to extract the lobsters and crabs from the traps, he would never dare sell them. If someone were to consume those lobsters or crabs and fall ill, the repercussions would inevitably befall him. In each trap, he estimated there were at least 500 sea snakes, possibly even more. The weight of each trap was substantial, each exceeding 500 genes. The sizes of these sea snakes varied greatly, with the smaller ones weighing only 2 or 3 tails to half a gene, while the larger ones reached 2 genes, 3 genes, and even 5 or 6, or 8 to 10 genes. Once he had stored all the traps in the spatial realm, Bruce Lee followed suit, entering the space. He made his way directly to the cold pool, eagerly addressing the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing. "Brother, I have brought you some delicious food." "Thank you, brother," Ao Bing replied, extending his massive dragon head towards the edge of the cold pool. After Bruce Lee emptied the sea snakes from the traps, Ao Bing opened his great maw, and, with a powerful inhale, the sea snakes were drawn towards him as if by an invisible force, swiftly disappearing into his belly. Once Bruce Lee had emptied all 5 traps of their sea snakes, he informed Ao Bing, "Brother, I have matters to attend to." "All right, brother, you go ahead." Ao Bing, having consumed the poisonous snakes from the first trap, decided to savor the remaining 4 traps slowly. After all, as the esteemed third son of the Dragon Clan, he felt that eating should possess a certain ceremonial quality. He did not wish to simply gulp down all the food at once. Bruce Lee set the 5 traps on several large stones, ensuring that only the adeptly crawling sea snakes could easily enter, while making it considerably more challenging for the lobsters and crabs to gain access. At this moment, although the entire valley was still graced by a scattering of small and large sea snakes languidly making their way towards the traps, the potent allure of the dragon-blood bait deterred any of them from launching an attack on Bruce Lee. Instead, they fervently raced towards the 5 traps, driven by a primal fear that the delectable morsels would be snatched away by their peers if they tarried too long. This fortunate scenario greatly facilitated Bruce Lee's expedition, allowing him to focus on capturing lobsters and crabs with peace of mind. He swiftly approached the fastest-moving lobsters and crabs, expertly utilizing his claws to grasp them one by one and promptly depositing them into plastic baskets filled with a modest amount of seawater. Several meters ahead of the 5 traps, he had already placed a plastic box for each pre-filled with 1/3 of seawater. Other fishermen, when catching a crab, would typically bind its formidable claws with rubber bands or ropes before securing it properly. However, Bruce Lee had no time for such meticulous tasks. His hands were already full with the frantic capture of these creatures. He darted among the 5 plastic baskets, swiftly seizing the approaching lobsters and crabs and tossing them into the containers. If one were to gaze down from the skies at that moment, they would behold a peculiar spectacle. Lobsters, crabs, and mantis shrimp, seemingly enchanted, emerged in a steady stream from the sea, crawling out from crevices and beneath the sand, all hastening towards Bruce Lee, willingly offering themselves to be captured. Yet, it was not only the large crabs that approached. Small crabs, juvenile lobsters, and various types of shrimp also made their way towards him. For those shrimp of decent value, Bruce Lee would take a moment to select a few larger specimens. Conversely, he paid no heed to the diminutive stone crabs, which, despite their abundance, were utterly unremarkable and worthless, wasting his time merely by their presence. Even with blue crabs or swimming crabs, he opted solely for the larger ones, ignoring those that did not meet market size, as he had no time to waste on the smaller varieties. Among the crawling creatures, the most troublesome were the sea turtles. Smaller turtles were manageable. He could easily catch them and return them to the sea. However, the larger ones, weighing over 100 or 200 pounds, posed a significant challenge. Not only were they fierce and capable of biting, but they were also relentless in their pursuit of the dragon-blood bait, stubbornly crawling towards it. Eventually, with no other option, Bruce Lee resorted to transporting these large turtles directly into his spatial realm, disregarding the fate that awaited them at the hands of the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing. As the initial wave of shrimp and crabs passed, a few sea snails and clams emerged from the water, also inching towards the dragon-blood bait. Their pace, however, was excruciatingly slow, akin to the lagging tail of a procession. Outside the valley, fish leapt joyfully from the water's surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand aquatic ballet. Particularly in the waterholes within the valley, the fish were in a frenzy, leaping high in a desperate attempt to break free from the constraints of the water's surface. Some even recklessly leapt directly onto the shore, seemingly risking their lives in the process. Witnessing the frenzied spectacle of marine life striving to crawl into the valley, Bruce Lee felt a profound sense of astonishment. The scene was nothing short of madness. Alas, while others scoured the mountains in search of their catch, laboriously digging and hunting, my own endeavor in gathering seafood was effortless and exhilarating. I needed not exert myself in seeking and excavating. The fish and shrimp appeared as if under a spell, presenting themselves at my feet. I merely sat back, awaiting their arrival, extending my hands to gather them with a sense of leisure. Truly, one does not realize the difference until they experience it firsthand. Those modestly satisfied fishermen, if they were to witness my frenzied capture of seafood, would likely question their very existence, perhaps even have their eyes pop out in disbelief. There is no denying that while all roads may lead to Rome, some are fortunate enough to be born in Rome itself. While you toil and strive through trials to reach Rome, I find myself already within its bounds, needing no desperate journey. That is the crux of the disparity. Ah, to ponder my own fortune. How could I, Bruce Lee, be so blessed with such an extraordinary encounter? Perhaps I must have saved the entire galaxy in my past life. As Bruce Lee indulged in these fanciful thoughts, his hands remained unceasing in their task. Behold, this magnificent blue crab must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Just look at those claws, thicker than a child's arm. I suspect they alone weigh a pound or two. Such a rare find. A sizable blue crab scuttled toward him, its carapace as large as a football, glistening with a captivating hue under the morning sun, instantly drawing the eye. Contemplating the sight of this colossal crab, Bruce Lee recalled a saying he once encountered. If crabs were to become the rulers of the world, all creatures would be compelled to walk sideways. In such a world, everything would have to traverse laterally. Any attempt to walk straight would be deemed a grave transgression, resulting in severe punishment. Seizing the moment, Bruce Lee swiftly raised his claw to grasp the giant blue crab. Sensing the impending danger, the crab did not retreat. Rather, it defiantly raised its formidable claws, aggressively snapping at Bruce Lee's iron claw. With a resounding crack, the enormous claw clamped down on Bruce Lee's grasping claw, refusing to relinquish its hold. With no other choice, Bruce Lee attempted to maneuver the crab into the plastic basket, but the stubborn creature clung tightly, showing no signs of letting go. The left claw joined the fray, further entangling Bruce Lee's claw in a vice-like grip that seemed intent on crushing it. At this point, the blue crab had latched on with tenacity akin to that of a stubborn adhesive. Reluctant to waste excessive time on this single crab, Bruce Lee quickly removed his claw from the basket and positioned it on the ground, allowing the crab's back to touch the earth. This maneuver promptly flipped the crab onto its back. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective. The blue crab released its grip on Bruce Lee's claw. However, as the crab righted itself, it raised its claws defiantly, opting not to attack again, but instead attempting to circumvent Bruce Lee as it continued its determined crawl towards the dragon-blood bait. Bruce Lee would not allow it to succeed. With remarkable agility, he deftly extended the iron clamp to the rear of the large blue crab, swiftly flipping it onto the ground. He then promptly grasped the crab by its rear, exerting a forceful toss that sent it into the plastic basket. With remarkable speed, Bruce Lee captured several lobsters and crabs in front of the basket, placing them inside before hastily darting toward the next plastic container. During the brief moment he was delayed, a massive lobster had already traversed past the basket, making its way towards the dragon-blood bait. Although it could not escape Bruce Lee's grasp, even if it reached the white cloth trap, the interior was teeming with sea snakes, whose venom was notoriously potent, and there were more than just one or two. At this moment, sea snakes in the valley had become a rare sight, primarily because their slithering speed surpassed that of the crabs, most of which had already burrowed into the traps. The thought of having to sift through a trap brimming with venomous sea snakes to find the lobster and crabs made Bruce Lee feel uneasy. He dashed forward, barely pausing to use the clamp, and reached out with his right hand to seize the lobster's body, hurling it towards the plastic basket with astonishing swiftness. With a resounding thud, the water splashed as the large lobster flew over a meter before landing perfectly in the basket. Thus, Bruce Lee resembled a tireless bee, diligently flitting back and forth along a straight line in the valley. He scooped up all the marine delicacies within reach and tossed them into the plastic basket, then swiftly moved on to the next one. For the moment, he chose to disregard the large lobsters or crabs approaching from afar, opting instead to clear the immediate line of sea creatures before attending to those nearby. Fortunately, he was the sole individual combing the coastline in the entire valley at that time. Otherwise, such an extraordinary scene would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded and filled with skepticism. He knew he needed to hasten his pace. Despite Bruce Lee's already impressive speed in catching seafood, he gradually found himself overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The reason was the continuous influx of creatures from afar. First, a dense swarm of mantis shrimp, followed closely by octopuses and squids, not to mention the leisurely movements of sea snails and clams. He was even taken aback to see sea cucumbers sluggishly making their way towards him at the rear of the procession. Everything imaginable, spicy snails, oysters, clams, Buddha's hand snails, white shrimp, and more, was rushing towards Bruce Lee. The crowd had become denser and larger, though regrettably, most were of little value. Naturally, Bruce Lee prioritized capturing the more lucrative specimens, dismissing the less valuable smaller creatures as mere nuisances, fearing he might accidentally trample one or two. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly. The 5 large plastic baskets were already filled to the brim with lobsters, crabs, and other seafood. Each basket likely contained a minimum of 200 pounds of seafood. Combined, these 5 baskets amounted to an astonishing 1,000 pounds of marine bounty, consisting entirely of large and valuable specimens. As he gazed upon the nearly overflowing baskets, a smile of joy spread across Bruce Lee's face. After toiling for an hour or two, he felt it was all worth the effort, a fitting reward for the sweat he had shed and the diligence he had displayed. In that moment, he completely forgot the days of his diligent yet arduous work, earning meager wages month after month. Just 2 hours spent bending down to catch seafood made him feel as though he had truly labored hard. Perhaps he was becoming a bit too euphoric. Chapter 31. A Bountiful Harvest 1. Bruce Lee decisively stored the 5 plastic baskets brimming with his catch into his spatial storage. He then retrieved 5 pristine plastic baskets from within, carefully adding some seawater before plunging back into the fray of capturing lobsters and crabs. After all, these were mobile currency delivered right to his doorstep. When encountering particularly large white shrimp, he certainly did not let them slip away, capturing them one by one. If he spotted an exceptionally large flower crab, he remained equally unflinching, swiftly seizing it. The nature of seafood is well known. The larger it is, the more valuable. Thus, Bruce Lee was resolute in not allowing any substantial marine creature to escape his grasp. After nearly another hour of labor, the 5 new plastic baskets were each filled to about 1/3 capacity with seafood. At this point, the marine creatures crawling ashore had noticeably dwindled. It was only natural, as he had effectively swept the nearby areas clean of lobsters and crabs. Currently, there was hardly any trace of sea snakes in the valley. Thus, Bruce Lee strolled over to the traps made of white cloth, skillfully collecting each one into his spatial storage. This time, most of the sea snakes were small, with only a few larger ones remaining. It seemed that the larger sea snakes had been captured during the initial round, leaving behind those that had swum over from the more distant coral reef areas. If he were to consolidate the sea snakes from all 5 traps, their collective weight would roughly equate to that of 2 traps from earlier. With a firm grip, he held 2 traps in his left hand and 3 in his right. A thought flashed through his mind, and in an instant, he materialized by the edge of the cold pool. "Brother, I presume you haven't had your fill yet. I brought you some more delicacies." "Thank you, my brother." A.O. Bing, having enjoyed the sea snakes earlier, had not left the shore of the cold pool, remaining there as if awaiting Bruce Lee's return. Bruce Lee promptly opened the back end of the traps, dumping the sea snakes out in a heap. A.O. Bing wasted no time, opening his mouth wide to indulge in the feast. At that moment, Bruce Lee suddenly noticed a cluster of dark, indistinct objects about 100 meters away from where he stood by the cold pool. He was immediately intrigued, for he had previously surveyed the area and found nothing of particular note besides some small weeds. Curiously, he glanced at A.O. Bing and inquired, "Brother, what is that large pile of dark objects by the cold pool? I don't recall seeing it last time." The Dragon King's 3rd prince, A.O. Bing, appeared slightly embarrassed as he replied, "Brother, that is merely the waste I produced. You see, I live in the cold pool and cannot relieve myself there." My goodness. Bruce Lee was taken aback. It turned out to be dragon dung. This was the first time he had learned that dragons also defecated. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the large, dark mound of dragon dung by the cold pool. Dragon excrement. How many in this world have ever laid eyes on dragon dung? Gazing from his vantage point, the dark mass of dragon dung 100 meters away resembled a colossal python coiling in repose. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least a couple of 100 pounds. However, upon recalling A.O. Bing's astounding appetite, he found himself at ease. This fellow consumes between 1,000 to 2,000 pounds of food at each meal. Thus, producing 200 or 300 pounds of excrement seems entirely reasonable. No worries, my brother. Feel free to relieve yourself by the cold pond. I shall come to clean it up later and dispose of it far away to spare you the stench. Brother, I shall arrange a special basket for your dragon urine. You can use it, and I will transport it away daily, ensuring you are not bothered by it here. Ah, thank you so much, brother. You are truly wonderful. At that moment, A.O. Bing was genuinely touched. While Li Xiaolong's delivery of food could be seen as a mere transaction, his voluntary offer to assist with the cleanup demonstrated that the young brother sincerely regarded him as an elder brother. Contemplating this, A.O. Bing could not help but inquire again. "Brother, are you out of dragon blood? If so, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as I have something to eat, providing you with some dragon blood is no trouble at all. Brother, I have a little left from the last supply. I will come to you for more once it is finished, but then it may trouble you. No need for such formalities between brothers. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Li Xiaolong departed the space. Previously, he had only heard of dragon saliva and dragon grass as rare treasures of the world. The thought of using dragon saliva to concoct bait for fishing was undoubtedly enticing, albeit somewhat revolting, given that dragon saliva possesses such miraculous properties, capable of nurturing dragon grass. One might wonder if the products derived from dragon dung and urine would also bear extraordinary effects. It is often said that crops flourish through the application of manure. Thus, dragon dung and urine must not go to waste, but should be utilized thoughtfully. Moreover, The vast emptiness of the space felt quite unsettling. It would indeed be prudent to cultivate something worthwhile within it. Yet, what precisely should be grown with dragon dung and urine? Never mind. I shall not dwell on that for now. I must focus on gathering from the sea. Upon exiting the space, he encountered a few straggling marine creatures making their slow approach. At this moment, Li Xiaolong was no longer content to wait for them to reach the edge of his basket. He took the initiative to scour the area for seafood. A sizable 5-pound coconut snail that crawled ashore was certainly worth collecting. What are you land snails doing, stumbling ashore to join the commotion? You're small and worthless. With a face full of disdain, Li Xiaolong stepped over the larger sea snails and continued his quest for more valuable finds. After meticulously combing through the entire valley, he gathered all the seafood that caught his eye. He then arrived at the largest puddle within the valley. Swiftly, he snatched a black sea bream weighing about 2 pounds that had leaped out of the puddle. He carefully placed the fish into a live fish box filled with seawater and activated the oxygen pump. Otherwise, in a short while, this fish would surely perish. At that moment, it gasped for air, appearing quite feeble. Immediately after, he found a silver pomfret weighing over 2 pounds, a 1-pound oilfish, and another sea bass exceeding 2 pounds. Upon sensing the aroma of the dragon-blood bait, these fish had joyfully leaped around, only to find themselves stranded on the sandy shore. This puddle, nearly an acre in size, bordered a massive reef on one side, while the other 3 sides were flat sandy terrain. Scattered across this sandy expanse were numerous rocks of varying sizes. At present, several fish were merrily jumping about on the water's surface. Had they possessed limbs, they likely would have scurried towards the dragon-blood bait long ago. Li Xiaolong first excavated a pit in the space, measuring roughly 2 acres and 2 to 3 meters deep. He then extended his hand into the puddle, concentrated, and exclaimed, "Gather!" Instantly, the seawater from the large puddle was drawn into the pit he had just created, as if compelled by a mysterious force. The water was siphoned out completely, leaving only a variety of fish, large and small, floundering in panic at the bottom of the now dry puddle. Li Xiaolong hurriedly retrieved his last remaining fish basket, an old plastic container from his rented room. He approached the bottom of the large puddle, selected a relatively flat area, and set aside the fish to clear space. He meticulously tossed aside the larger stones and positioned the basket securely. Next, he poured a small amount of seawater into the basket before beginning to catch the fish from the puddle. Chapter 32. A Bountiful Harvest. 2. The locals referred to this valley as Poison Dragon Bay. Legend has it that a gigantic venomous sea serpent resides within. Such tales are not without merit. For Li Xiaolong had previously captured several large sea serpents weighing 5 to 6 pounds and 7 to 8 pounds in the traps he set. These serpents were thicker than an adult's arm and several meters long, evoking fear at first glance. However, after Li Xiaolong's extensive foraging, it seemed only the smaller, shrimp-like sea serpents remained. The larger serpents had likely been captured, leaving only those that had not yet returned from the depths. The large puddle where Li Xiaolong now stood appeared to be untouched by human hands, resulting in an uneven bottom. As the water was drained, various rocks emerged, their sharp and jagged forms cluttering the puddle's base. The first thing Li Xiaolong noticed was a 3-pound eastern star grouper, a true gem among fish. Its vibrant colors shimmered, with a striking red body that made it a breathtaking sight. With utmost care, he donned gloves and gently lifted the fish from both sides, as if cradling a rare treasure, and slowly placed it into the live fish box. He feared that any rough movement might harm this exquisite red grouper. Next, he caught 2 blue-spotted groupers, known for their shape resembling sunflower seeds. One measured over 30 centimeters, while the other exceeded 60 centimeters. Such blue-spotted groupers are considered high-end varieties within the grouper family, fetching prices upwards of 200 yuan per pound. The bottom of the puddle was covered in mud, with patches of moss making it quite slippery. In such an environment, fish catching required utmost caution, as a slip could lead to a fall. While it was manageable to tumble onto the mud, a fall onto the sharp stones would be quite painful. Although Li Xiaolong had just drained the water from the puddle, a steady stream continued to seep from above, and with the fish and shrimp stirring about, the remaining water became increasingly murky. Bruce Lee first gathered several large stone crabs into a basket, deciding to leave the smaller ones in the puddle, as he would replenish the water shortly. Subsequently, he shifted a stone slab adjacent to the crabs, uncovering an octopus weighing over 2 pounds. Even when the rocks above it were removed, it clung steadfastly to the mud below, motionless, as if silently reciting, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." Alas, its prayers went unanswered, and Bruce swiftly seized it, tossing it into the bucket. The octopus held a decent market value, fetching between 80 to 100 yuan per pound. Afterward, he discovered a stonefish nestled in a crevice, weighing a substantial 6 or 7 pounds. Stonefish commanded a price of 100 yuan per pound, meaning this 7-pound specimen would yield an impressive 700 yuan. Bruce continued his endeavor, capturing several sea bass weighing 1 to 3 pounds from the bottom of the puddle. The larger fish had nearly all been netted, and the puddle was devoid of lobsters, crabs, and shrimp, as they had long since made their way to shore. Observing the struggling little fish at the puddle's base, Bruce realized that if left unattended, they would soon perish. Thus, he wasted no time in relocating the plastic basket to the puddle's edge, promptly releasing the seawater he had previously collected to refill the large pit. Next, he approached the second largest puddle in the valley, employing the same technique and swiftly siphoning the seawater into his storage. This time, he left the large plastic basket atop the puddle, opting instead to extract a bucket and dive in to catch fish. While still above the puddle, he locked his gaze onto a target, a 3-pound dog shark resting in a depression at the bottom, its lower half submerged in a mere inch of water. With its dorsal fin exposed to the air, he extended his gloved right hand, grasping the shark by its tail and lifting it. Suddenly seized by the tail, the dog shark thrashed violently, flipping over to reveal its razor-sharp teeth, attempting to bite Bruce's hand. However, it could not reach him, and Bruce continuously shook his hand, preventing it from twisting around. Rather than placing the 2-pound shark in the hanging plastic bucket, Bruce carried it to the shore and tossed it into the large basket. While ascending from the puddle, he fortuitously discovered a conch shell weighing over 2 pounds, which had been quietly adhering to the reverse side of a large stone, now ruthlessly pried away by Bruce. Such a conch could command a price of 180 yuan per pound. He then dove back to the bottom of the puddle, capturing another sea bass exceeding 3 pounds to place in the bucket. This type of sea bass was currently valued at around 30 yuan per pound, meaning this 3-pound catch would yield approximately 100 yuan. Next, he encountered a small cluster of stone crabs, 5 or 6 crammed into a shallow puddle. However, Bruce only collected 3 of the larger ones, leaving the remaining 3 behind. With careful selection, the bucket soon brimmed with his haul. Realizing the puddle had little left to offer, he exited and replenished it with seawater once more. He then transferred all the fish from the plastic bucket into the large basket and continued his journey toward other smaller puddles. Employing the same method, he visited the remaining 7 or 8 puddles, each varying in size, the smallest measuring merely 2 to 3 square meters. Regardless of their dimensions, Bruce left no puddle unexamined, thoroughly scouring each one. The valley's myriad puddles were completely stripped of their aquatic inhabitants, and the large basket was now filled with an impressive catch, totaling several hundred pounds. After transferring all the baskets into his storage space, Bruce made his way toward the rope hanging from the valley's stone wall, taking in his surroundings. At this point, the only area left unsearched was the patch of mangroves to the right of the valley. However, he surmised that any crabs or mudskippers had already ventured over, and thus he had no intention of heading there. As he walked, Bruce suddenly halted, scrutinizing the valley more closely. Something felt amiss. This valley bore no signs of human activity, yet exuded an eerie aura. The surrounding stone walls, both above and below, offered no suitable footholds for climbing, as if deliberately crafted to prevent ascent. Deep within the valley lay a chaotic pile of stones, haphazardly stacked, yet oddly uniform in their distribution. The spacing between the rocks seemed too consistent, as though someone had intentionally scattered them while subconsciously maintaining a similar distance. Intrigued, Bruce examined the entire valley with renewed focus. His gaze lingered on the towering pile of rocks, exceeding 3 meters in height, surrounded by low shrubs and weeds. These stones appeared rather peculiar. Were this not Bruce? Others might dismiss their oddity, for moving such a pile would require considerable effort. But for Bruce, possessing the remarkable ability to manipulate space rendered the task trivial. Could this site have once been a pirate's treasure hideaway, a place where plundered riches were concealed and sea serpents bred? Was this the origin of the local fisherman's moniker for the area, Toxic Dragon Bay, due to the abundance of serpents? After all, how could such a modest valley of less than 100 acres harbor so many sea serpents? With these musings, Bruce approached the disordered stone pile, carefully inspecting it before deciding to start collecting stones from the summit. Climbing to the top, he reflected that, in the past, few would dare to scale such a chaotic heap of rocks, as many crevices served as perfect hiding spots for sea serpents. However, any serpents that had once dwelled there had long since been lured into Bruce's traps, devoured by the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing. Clad in waterproof trousers, he felt no need to fear sudden attacks from the serpents. Placing his hands on a large stone, he silently commanded, "Collect." In an instant, the stone vanished into his storage. Whether small rocks weighing a few dozen pounds or larger ones tipping the scales at 100 or 200 pounds, as long as his hands rested upon them and he focused on the command, they would promptly disappear. The pile of stones, once towering over 3 meters, quickly diminished to a mere 2 meters. As he cleared away the smaller stones, he began to uncover several snake skins nestled within the gaps beneath the rocks. Among them, the largest skin, though devoid of its owner, was formidable in size and undoubtedly daunting. The once towering pile of stones was soon reduced, revealing a massive rock at its base. It stood at least 2 meters tall, 5 or 6 meters long, and over 3 meters wide, lying there like a colossal beast from a distant prehistoric era. However, atop it rested a slightly smaller stone, weighing no less than 500 or 600 pounds. Aside from this second largest stone and a few scattered smaller ones nearby, all other rocks had been removed. For an ordinary person, it would take several individuals to lift this stone. Yet, Li Xiaolong merely placed his hands upon it and silently uttered the word collect, effortlessly drawing the massive rock into his spatial realm. Nevertheless, he felt a distinct strain while doing so, as if lifting this several hundred-pound stone was nearing his limits. As the stone was taken away, it revealed an opening over a meter wide beneath it. The stone had indeed been wedged in the entrance, explaining the difficulty he had experienced in collecting it. As expected, there was a cave, and fortune favored him this time. However, within this opening, another sizable stone was lodged. But this posed no challenge for Li Xiaolong. He placed his hands on it and swiftly collected it, ultimately unveiling the mysterious entrance beneath. Li Xiaolong did not act recklessly. He refrained from immediately diving into the cave. Instead, he retrieved a white cloth trap and threw 2 plastic bottles filled with dragon-blood bait into it, aligning the trap's opening with the cave entrance. He wished to probe the depths first and ascertain whether any venomous snakes lurked within. After waiting for a moment, the dark cave remained silent. Only then did Li Xiaolong breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that the allure of the dragon-blood bait was irresistible even to sea snakes. Even if snakes had been present earlier, they had now been lured into the trap. He took out a flashlight from his spatial realm, while arming himself with a spear in his right hand, and positioned himself at the cave's entrance, directing the light within. To his surprise, the cave twisted unexpectedly, and the light illuminated only one of the stone walls, revealing nothing further. Moreover, the cave's dimensions were rather confined, with a ceiling height of barely 1 meter 30 to 40, making it impossible to stand upright within. However, this did not deter Li Xiaolong. He raised the spear in front of him and crawled into the cave. Having come this far, he would never yield, even if faced with perilous trials. How could he possibly turn back without uncovering the mysteries that lay ahead? As he crawled deeper, he examined the cave with the aid of his flashlight. From the illumination, it appeared to be a natural cave, not hewn by pirates. Nevertheless, there were signs of modification, suggesting that the cave had been expanded from its original size. After crawling over 3 meters, the beam of his flashlight finally revealed several wooden chests, comparable in size to the cave itself. Rather than opening them inside the cave, he placed his hands on the chests and swiftly collected them into his spatial realm. There were only 5 chests, but each was extraordinarily heavy. After securing the 5 chests, he meticulously searched the cave again, only to discover that there were no hidden passages, which left him somewhat disappointed. Did not novels often depict treasure-laden locations as harboring secret chambers within secret chambers? Once assured of no omissions, he himself instantly entered the spatial realm. At this moment, he was eager to open the chests and discover their contents. Each chest bore a lock, though they were all rusted beyond recognition. With a firm twist of his hand, he easily broke the locks. Upon opening the first chest, he was astonished to find it brimming with gleaming gold bars, their dazzling brilliance nearly blinding. In that instant, even the usually composed Li Xiaolong felt his heart race with excitement. How much could an entire chest of gold be worth? He proceeded to the second chest and found it filled with strings of jewelry. Some had tarnished, crafted from pearls, while the chest also contained jade bracelets, as well as rubies and emeralds. What astonished Li Xiaolong the most was the presence of silver plates, albeit they were all rusted. When he opened the third treasure chest, a golden crown emerged, intricately fashioned and adorned with gemstones of varying sizes. Centrally placed on the forehead was a magnificent ruby, shimmering radiantly. Yet, the crown's design suggested it did not originate from his homeland, likely belonging to a foreign dignitary. The remaining 2 chests contained a small quantity of gold leaves, while the majority held a considerable amount of silver coins. After examining all 5 treasure chests, Li Xiaolong quickly exited the spatial realm, releasing all the stones back to their original positions. Relying on his memory, he managed to restore the disarrayed pile of stones to around 80 to 90% of its initial state. He estimated that even if the pirates who had buried these treasures returned, they would struggle to discern any signs of disturbance in the rubble. Chapter 34. A New Transaction. After thoroughly surveying the valley once more, he firmly grasped the rope that hung down, swiftly climbing up the stone wall like an agile monkey. This expedition had yielded results beyond his wildest expectations, filling his coffers to overflowing. It was imperative to return promptly and organize the fish, shrimp, and crabs he had captured. The lobsters and crabs were still lively, yet he had yet to bind them. Moreover, the fish needed to be sold while fresh to secure the best price. To ensure their vitality, he exerted considerable effort, adding 2 drops of dragon blood, carefully diluting it before evenly distributing it into 11 plastic containers. Additionally, he meticulously divided the 5 portions of dragon blood bait into 11 equal parts, then gently rolled and placed them into the containers. He would not return to this valley for some time. He retrieved the rope from the iron pick and stowed it in his spatial realm. Next, he cautiously made his way along the top of the stone wall towards the exit. Upon reaching the spot where he had climbed up, he slowly began descending. When he was less than 3 meters from the ground, he seized the opportunity to leap, landing securely on the earth below. Once on solid ground, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming that this place was indeed exceedingly remote, eerily silent, and devoid of any human presence. Nestled against the mountains, it lay in the most secluded outskirts of Huizhou. It was likely due to its isolation and the presence of sea snakes that few ventured here. He summoned the heavy-duty electric bike from his spatial realm, mounted the seat, and swiftly rode towards his rented abode. In truth, the place he resided could hardly be termed a village, consisting of merely 2 households, separated by a considerable distance, lending an air of desolation. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, he gently closed the gate before slipping back into his spatial realm. He first liberated a large plastic container, draining some water, and then began the task of capturing the crabs one by one to bind their formidable claws. While catching fish had been exhilarating, the process of binding crabs was undeniably tedious. The rubber bands he employed were a complimentary gift from the shopkeeper when he had purchased his fishing gear. As he bound the crabs, a pang of regret washed over him. As he observed, numerous lobsters with formidable pincers were engaged in fierce skirmishes within the basket, ultimately resulting in the self-inflicted severing of their own claws. Left with no other recourse, Bruce Lee reluctantly proceeded to meticulously bind the intact crabs, placing them aside with care. Those crabs' missing limbs were bound with their severed appendages affixed to their bodies and placed into a separate container. Of course, whether these detached limbs belonged to their respective crabs remained a matter of speculation. Nonetheless, he endeavored to match them as closely as possible, pairing the left-clawed crabs with left claws, albeit in a rather makeshift manner. However, the sight of these maimed crustaceans was undeniably unappealing, and their market value would undoubtedly suffer a significant depreciation. What a lamentable loss. It seemed prudent for future harvests to secure and bind each catch immediately, even if it meant sacrificing speed, for it was far preferable to avoid the distress of witnessing them in such a tragic state. By fastening them on the spot, he could not only prevent the crabs from pinching him, but also thwart their internecine conflicts or the risk of self-inflicted injuries during their struggles. Fortuitously, he had ample baskets at his disposal, and after clearing some space, he began to organize his haul by species and size, facilitating a more efficient sale later on. He toiled diligently for an hour or two, until the rumbling of his stomach jolted him into the realization that he had yet to partake of any sustenance. Hastily retrieving his phone, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, it's already 1:30. Having commenced his day at 5 a.m. with breakfast before heading out to collect seafood, he had lost track of time amidst the chaos of binding crab claws. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he opted against preparing a meal and instead ventured out, mounting his electric bike towards the neighboring village. Although referred to as a nearby village, it took him a good 10 minutes of cycling to arrive. He halted in front of a fast food establishment and, upon entering, discovered that they were nearly closing down, with only remnants of dishes remaining. Bruce Lee, not one to be particularly finicky, having grown up in a humble household, casually ordered a few dishes and began to devour them ravenously. When one is exceedingly hungry, every morsel seems delectable, and the meal was particularly satisfying. After finishing, he exited the restaurant and popped into a nearby shop to grab a bottle of Waha AD calcium milk, placing it in the basket of his bike for convenience. Starting the vehicle, he made his way back to his rented accommodation to resume binding the claws of the crabs and lobsters. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but after a couple of hours of practice, his speed had markedly improved. He continued to labor until the afternoon, finally completing the meticulous sorting of his entire catch. Gazing at the 11 large plastic baskets brimming with an assortment of fish, lobsters, crabs, and other seafood, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This bounty represented tangible wealth. He contemplated the necessity of having a meal before calling Lu Shiyun to arrange for transportation, as otherwise, the transaction of these fish and crustaceans would consume considerable time, leaving him ravenous. Once again, he hopped onto his beloved electric bike and set off towards the neighboring village. Before long, he returned to the same fast food restaurant from earlier. This time, instead of dining in, he opted to take away 2 meals, carefully selecting 4 or 5 dishes. After settling the bill, he returned to his rented room. Rather than diving straight into his meal, he first retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Shiyun, the beautiful owner of the Xian Kulai restaurant. "Hello, gorgeous. This is Bruce Lee. I've just procured another impressive haul, surpassing the last one significantly, with approximately over 5,000 pounds. Wow, you're incredible. Send me your address, and we'll dispatch a vehicle immediately." Upon hearing Bruce Lee mention the substantial 5,000 pound catch, Lu Shiyun's interest was piqued. Even managing to select 1,000 pounds from this bounty would be remarkable, as they typically struggled to secure even 100 pounds, particularly after the last batch of seafood Bruce provided, which received unanimous acclaim from patrons. She was determined to seize this opportunity. The quality of the seafood was exceptional, leaving diners feeling as though a warm glow enveloped them, akin to basking in a hot spring. Despite being wild seafood, Bruce Lee's offerings seemed to possess an extraordinary allure, making them notably superior in flavor. Hence, Lu Shiyun resolved to acquire this seafood at any cost, recognizing the importance of maintaining this valuable supply chain. She harbored an instinctive belief that if their restaurant were to thrive, securing Bruce Lee as a supplier was imperative. Chapter 35, A Profitable Venture. After hanging up, Lu Shiyun sprang into action. She swiftly organized a driver and prepared a fish transport vehicle to head to Bruce Lee's village. Simultaneously, she called the head chef, Zhao Yunlong. "Chef Zhao, gather 2 staff members and join me. We're going to collect fish. It's Bruce Lee again, the one who sold us fish last time. This time, he seems to have a considerable quantity." Zhao Yunlong vividly recalled the previous batch of fish and shrimp sold by Bruce Lee, each specimen vibrant and plump. Although they had noticed a slight reduction in size upon preparation, they attributed it to the fish adjusting to their new environment in the hotel's fish tank. Moreover, that particular batch had been devoured instantly, with rave reviews from customers who clamored for more. Some diners even remarked that after years of consuming seafood, only now had they truly savored authentic wild seafood. Many began to question whether what they had previously eaten was genuinely fresh. Indeed, some fishermen, when conditions permitted, would raise their catch that hadn't yet met market standards for a brief period. While such short-term aquaculture could not compare to true wild seafood, the flavor was still superior to that of conventionally farmed varieties due to the minimal growing time. Furthermore, these quickly fattened sea creatures often appeared particularly robust. After ensuring the restaurant's operations were in order, Lu Shiyun descended to the hotel exterior, meeting up with Chef Zhao Yunlong, 2 waitstaff, and the driver. They followed the navigation to Bruce Lee's village. With a fish transport vehicle leading the way, Lu Shiyun drove her car closely behind, heading toward the address provided by Bruce Lee. Fortunately, with the advent of GPS, Bruce Lee no longer needed to struggle with directions, as his residence hardly resembled a traditional village and lacked even a formal name. The navigation proved straightforward, given that there were only a few roads leading to Bruce Lee's rural abode. Soon, the 2 vehicles arrived at Bruce Lee's rented accommodation. Bruce Lee had already relocated the 11 baskets filled with fish, shrimp, and crabs from the space to the roadside, discarding a significant portion of the water. At this moment, only a small amount of water remained in the baskets, allowing for a clear view of the fish, shrimp, and crabs within. He had meticulously sorted all the lobsters, crabs, and fish by type. Seated in the passenger seat of the seafood transport truck was the head chef, Zhao Yunlong, from Xian Kulai. From a distance, he spotted Bruce Lee standing by the roadside alongside the neatly arranged 11 large baskets. The driver of the fish transport truck also noticed and inquired of Zhao Yunlong, "Chef, these are the fish, right?" Zhao Yunlong nodded in affirmation. Consequently, the driver promptly maneuvered the truck beside the plastic baskets for easier loading later. Just then, Lu Shiyun's vehicle came to a steady halt. She opened the car door and stepped out. "Hey there, this harvest is quite substantial," Lu Shiyun exclaimed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 11 large baskets, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. She thought to herself that if the fish and shrimp in these baskets were as plentiful as last time, the hotel would attract an influx of food enthusiasts once again. "This haul is decent. Boss Lu, please take a closer look first. Once you've assessed the goods, we can discuss other matters." Chef Zhao Yunlong, without needing any prompting from Lu Shiyun, walked directly to the large baskets designated for loading the fish. He picked up a sizable, bound blue crab from a basket. Scrutinizing it intently, he first examined the crab's back, noting its thick, sturdy shell, deep color, and the noticeably robust legs and claws compared to farmed blue crabs, which were clearly longer in length. Subsequently, he flipped the crab over to inspect its underside, gently pressing on its navel area with his finger. Firm and solid. Quite impressive. The baskets contained large blue crabs, orchid crabs, and others. Bruce Lee had even partitioned one of the baskets into 3 sections using cardboard, one for blue crabs, one for orchid crabs, and another shared by bread crabs and other types. Zhao Yunlong sampled several crabs from each type before proceeding to examine the fish in the other baskets. Upon seeing the enormous blue crabs and lobsters, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The abundance of large blue crabs was indeed a rare sight, and their size was astonishing. After thoroughly inspecting all the fish and shrimp, he finally paused and nodded in approval. Turning to Lu Shiyun, he remarked, "Boss, this is quite good, authentic wild seafood. These crabs are meaty and rich, truly a rare find." Bruce Lee's catch was diverse, including clams, jumping fish, mantis shrimp, as well as eel, bass, spotted fish, and a variety of sea snails and shellfish. Noticing Zhao Yunlong had finished inspecting the seafood, Bruce Lee took the opportunity to explain. "The claws of the crabs in this basket were broken, so I reattached the severed legs. When I was gathering them, there wasn't enough time to bind them properly, and they ended up fighting each other, resulting in some injuries, but they are all still very fresh." "Haha, young brother, you are quite honest. But I noticed that long ago." Chef Zhao Yunlong, appearing plump and perpetually cheerful, harbored his own thoughts. He was curious to see if Bruce Lee would voluntarily mention the basket of crabs with missing limbs. After all, as the head chef of Xian Kulai Hotel, he frequently procured seafood. How could he not discern whether the lobsters and crabs had missing appendages? It was simply impossible for him not to conduct a thorough inspection. The seafood Bruce Lee caught was deliberately selected to be large. The average-sized ones hardly piqued his interest. Moreover, during the gathering, if he were to catch everything indiscriminately, he would be overwhelmed. Thus, even with the crabs and lobsters that had missing limbs, their sheer size made them irresistible to Lu Shiyun, who ultimately purchased them. However, they were priced a third lower than the intact crabs. Typically, Lu Shiyun's Xian Kulai Hotel would not consider ordinary seafood, as such items could be readily found elsewhere. Yet, the seafood provided by Bruce Lee, even the more common varieties, had received praise from customers for their excellent taste and quality during previous visits. Consequently, Lu Shiyun decided to acquire his entire haul. Bruce Lee had caught just over 1,000 pounds of fish from the water pit. The intact large blue crabs weighed nearly 1,500 pounds, while the crabs with missing limbs totaled over 500 pounds. The combined weight of the lobsters, white shrimp, and other shrimp approached 1,000 pounds. Various sea snails, mantis shrimp, and jumping fish weighed around 500 pounds. The seafood transport truck for Lu Shiyun's hotel was equipped with a small scale. The total catch from the 11 large plastic baskets amounted to approximately 4,500 pounds. Ultimately, when calculated by unit price, the seafood fetched an astonishing sum of 6.98 million yuan. Lu Shiyun, being quite generous, rounded up and transferred 700,000 yuan to Bruce Lee on the spot. For someone like Bruce Lee, who could provide high-quality seafood, she was keen to cultivate a good relationship, hoping to source even more premium seafood from him in the future. After Bruce Lee's thorough sweep of Poison Dragon Bay, restoring it to its former state would not be achievable in the short term. With the 700,000 yuan earned, Bruce Lee could consider purchasing a small boat to go fishing and gather seafood. Chapter 36, Selling Gold. The transaction was successfully completed, and both parties basked in the joy of their accomplishments. Lu Shiyun was elated, having acquired another batch of high-quality seafood that would sustain the restaurant for a while, drawing many diners. Bruce Lee was equally exhilarated. He had successfully sold his catch, and the price was exceedingly satisfying, yielding him a substantial profit. After all, the purpose of catching so many fish and shrimp was to sell them. If he didn't act quickly, they would perish over time, resulting in tangible losses. He contemplated buying a fishing boat, but being unfamiliar with the area posed a challenge. He immediately thought of consulting online. Eagerly, he searched several nearby shipyards, subsequently calling to inquire about the price of fishing boats. However, the results were disappointing. None of the shipyards had boats available, all required pre-orders, and only upon payment of a deposit would they commence construction, which generally took at least 6 months. Bruce Lee did not wish to wait that long. Even if he ordered a boat, he would still need a temporary vessel in the interim. After making several calls without success, he was on the verge of giving up when the last shipyard he contacted provided unexpected news. Fata Shipyard had a 20-meter luxury fishing yacht that had originally been ordered by the son of a corporate owner. This yacht was nearing completion for delivery when, unexpectedly, the wealthy heir's family business went bankrupt. It was reported that the company had undergone inspections from various departments a staggering 220 times within a year, excluding holidays. Inspections occurred almost daily. Although no issues were ever identified, the incessant inspections ultimately led to the complete shutdown of the enterprise, rendering the factory incapable of operating and culminating in its utter bankruptcy. Whispers circulated that the owner of the company had incurred the wrath of certain individuals. Yet the official communique insisted that these inspections were standard procedure. Given that the official announcement deemed it a routine check, it naturally followed that it was indeed a routine check. The populace has always placed unwavering trust in such official pronouncements. The opulent fishing yacht, measuring 20 meters in length and valued at 1.5 million yuan, had initially seen a wealthy scion deposit 500,000 yuan as a down payment. Now, this young heir was eager to relinquish the yacht, yet he had yet to pay the remaining 1 million yuan. Should he fail to meet the payment deadline, according to industry norms, his deposit would be rendered null and void. Previously, 500,000 yuan might have seemed inconsequential to him, but the circumstances had dramatically shifted. Moreover, even if he were financially capable of purchasing the yacht now, he lacked the enthusiasm to set sail for leisure fishing. After all, the expenses associated with ocean fishing are exorbitant, with fuel costs that are burdensome for the average individual. Upon receiving this fortunate tidings, Li Xiaolong promptly requested that the other party contact the wealthy heir to arrange a meeting at the shipyard 2 days hence at 10 a.m. In the past, the notion of acquiring a 20-meter luxury fishing yacht for 1.5 million yuan would have seemed preposterous to Li Xiaolong. However, he now made the decision to proceed without hesitation. His earnings from fish sales amounted to only 700,000 yuan, leaving a shortfall of 800,000 yuan. Nevertheless, he recalled the treasures he had recently acquired from the Dragon Bay and realized he could afford to part with a few items. The pirate treasure from Dragon Bay had indeed been substantial. Yet, Li Xiaolong was reluctant to sell too many possessions, knowing that he would not lack for money in the future and had no need to liquidate all of his treasures. He entered his space and rummaged through several boxes, ultimately selecting a number of gold bars, as they were the most manageable and held considerable value. Each gold bar weighed just over 2 taels, and he carefully placed 30 bars into a satchel. That evening, as was his custom, Li Xiaolong practiced his martial arts. He began with the boxing techniques he had learned since childhood in his hometown to loosen his muscles. Subsequently, he added a drop of dragon blood to a plastic basin filled with warm water, then immersed himself in the basin and ingested another drop of dragon blood. Following these rituals, he sat cross-legged in the basin and commenced his internal and external cultivation according to the sacred dragon indestructible body technique. The following morning, as gentle sunlight bathed the bustling streets, a transformed Li Xiaolong, having donned a simple disguise, clutched his satchel tightly and stepped into a gold shop with aspirations of raising funds for his boat. In that moment, he felt an immense surge of strength. Even if a gang attempted to snatch his satchel, they would find themselves easily overpowered, perhaps even pulled from their vehicle by his formidable might. Upon entering the store, he surveyed the surroundings and approached a congenial saleswoman, lowering his voice to inquire, "Excuse me, do you purchase gold?" The sales associate beamed with a smile and replied sweetly, "Yes, we do buy gold. Please hold on a moment while I fetch our manager." Shortly thereafter, the manager approached with measured steps. "Young man, let us discuss this in the meeting room." Following the manager into the meeting room, Li Xiaolong was warmly offered a cup of tea, which he sipped lightly before leisurely placing the gold bars on the table, signaling for the manager to inspect them. After a thorough discussion, Li Xiaolong learned that the current market price for gold was 578 yuan per gram. The manager, Mr. Yao, examined the gold bars meticulously and enlisted the expertise of a professional from the store for verification. Ultimately, it was determined that the gold bars had a purity of 95. Li Xiaolong was not surprised by the quality, explaining to the manager, "These gold bars have been passed down through my family, and it is a known fact that the purity of gold from earlier times was often less than optimal." The manager nodded in understanding, seemingly unconcerned about the provenance of the gold. Mr. Yao then requested proof of the gold's authenticity, but naturally, Li Xiaolong had none. "These gold bars are heirlooms from my ancestors. They carry no formal documentation." The negotiations for price ensued, and after several rounds of bargaining, an agreement was reached at a price of 570 yuan per gram, resulting in the sale of 6 for gene of gold, totaling 3,040 grams at the established purity. The transaction was smoothly concluded, with both parties satisfied, as he received the notification of 732,800 yuan deposited into his account. A profound sense of fulfillment washed over Li Xiaolong. He had finally accumulated enough funds to purchase the fishing vessel and could envision himself steering it across the vast, uncharted seas. With a contented smile, he exited the gold shop, his steps light and filled with anticipation for the future. This transaction not only realized his dream, but also opened a new chapter in his life. The next day, unfamiliar with the area and driven by excitement, Li Xiaolong set out early. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the renowned shipyard. Upon arrival, He informed the security personnel of his appointment from the previous day to view the boat. After confirming with the office, the guard granted him access to the shipyard. The shipyard primarily produced small to medium-sized vessels, specializing in 20-meter fishing boats, 20-meter luxury yachts, and 25-meter professional fishing vessels. They also offered custom-built fishing boats ranging from 18 to 25 meters to accommodate client specifications. Under the guidance of sales manager Du, Li Xiaolong soon laid eyes on the new fishing vessel up for transfer. The boat had a net length of 19.8 meters, an overall length of 22 meters, and a width of 4.8 meters. Classified as a second-class fishing boat, it could navigate 200 nautical miles, making it a true deep-sea fishing vessel. The entire yacht was equipped with dual Weichai engines, each boasting 400 horsepower, utilizing a bottom-shaft propeller and outfitted with a Hangzhou gear transmission. The dual engines not only provided greater power, but also ensured enhanced safety while navigating the seas, with an approximate cruising speed of 20 knots. Manager Du explained that if Li Xiaolong found the speed insufficient, he could opt for an imported Yanmar diesel engine, which could reach speeds of up to 30 knots. Without hesitation upon learning of the option to increase speed, Li Xiaolong decisively declared, "Install the best diesel engine." Having just sold gold for over 1.7 million yuan, coupled with the 700,000 yuan remaining from his fish sales, he felt empowered and financially secure. This fishing yacht was meticulously designed, featuring 3 levels with spacious sleeping quarters capable of comfortably accommodating 12 individuals, adorned with a sweeping staircase that exuded luxury. Additionally, it included a kitchen to facilitate daily meal preparation, along with complete bathroom and shower facilities, and an adequately supplied freshwater tank, fully equipped for life at sea. Chapter 37. The Shenlong Fuck. Li Xiaolong scrutinized the vessel with a discerning eye, generally satisfied with its features. However, he noted that the space allocated for storing fish was regrettably insufficient for his needs. Thus, he approached sales manager Du and earnestly discussed, "Manager Du, once I purchase this boat, I would appreciate your assistance in modifying it." He gestured toward the spacious sleeping area, continuing, "You see, I do not require accommodations for 12 people. Such an expansive resting space is quite wasteful." After a brief pause, he articulated his thoughts with clarity. "Very well, Manager Du. Please reserve resting spots for only 4 individuals, while transforming the remaining 8 into live wells for fish." He then added, "Furthermore, the cold storage must be adequately equipped, ensuring it is spacious enough to preserve the freshness of the catch." "Certainly, we shall proceed with the modifications as per Mr. Li's instructions." Manager Du replied with a beaming smile, for customers are indeed kings. As long as Li Xiaolong was willing to part with his money, any alterations would be accommodated without question. At 10 a.m., Li Xiaolong finally awaited the arrival of the once privileged scion, Du Xingyun. Du Xingyun appeared to be in his early 20s, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly portly physique. However, the decline of his family fortune and the bankruptcy of his business had rendered him haggard and weary. Li Xiaolong did not seize the opportunity to haggle. Instead, he readily purchased the fishing boat at the original price of 1.5 million. The two parties swiftly completed the transfer and signing of the contract, after which Li Xiaolong unhesitatingly made the payment. Thus, this luxurious 20-meter fishing vessel officially belonged to him, Li Xiaolong. Yet, to navigate this boat into the sea, he would need to acquire the necessary boating skills, as sailing without a maritime license was strictly prohibited. "Mr. Li, shall we consider renaming this fishing vessel?" Manager Du inquired cheerfully after the successful transaction. The boat had previously been named the Xingyun by Du Xingyun, and it was customary for new owners to change the vessel's name. "Manager Du, I wish to name her Shenlong," Li Xiaolong declared with unwavering determination and a tone brimming with ambition. "Shenlong, what an excellent name. Grand and resounding. I shall ensure that the name is officially changed to Shenlong for registration purposes." Manager Du, a seasoned veteran, praised the choice, regardless of what name the client selected. "Manager Du, do not forget the modifications I mentioned earlier. The engine should also be of the highest quality, capable of enhancing the sailing speed by 10 knots. Achieving a total of 30 knots, Li Xiaolong reiterated with emphasis. "Very well, let us draft an agreement, and you may settle the payment," Manager Du suggested. Li Xiaolong signed the modification agreement once more and transferred the required funds for the upgrades. Once the boat was fully modified and inspected for seaworthiness, it would truly belong to Li Xiaolong. Clearly, he needed to expedite his training in sailing and concurrently procure a captain's license. Li Xiaolong had no intention of leisurely learning to sail or taking the time-consuming route to obtain his captain's license. Such a delay would be a waste of both time and money. Typically, acquiring a captain's license through conventional training would require a minimum of 2 to 3 months. Time equated to money, and Li Xiaolong was not inclined to squander either. After lunch that day, he promptly headed to a training facility specializing in crew and captain training. This establishment was among the finest in the vicinity, known as the Pacific Mariners Training Base. Upon entering the office, a receptionist warmly greeted him. "Hello, handsome. Are you here to enroll in a sailing course?" "Hello. I'd like to inquire about the tuition fees for learning to sail here," Li Xiaolong politely responded. "Greetings. Our Pacific Training Base boasts a robust faculty, an excellent environment, and the highest teaching quality in the area. Hence, our fees are somewhat elevated. While others charge 8,000 yuan, we charge 10,000. However, rest assured, we guarantee you will learn and that your investment will not be in vain." The receptionist confidently elaborated. Li Xiaolong had previously researched tuition fees, which typically range from 7,000 to 10,000 yuan. Observing the sizable scale of the facility, he presumed it possessed considerable capability. With the receptionist's assistance, Li Xiaolong registered and paid the tuition of 10,000 yuan. Subsequently, he was informed to return the following day to commence his studies. Li Xiaolong approached his batch's instructor, offering a cigarette and politely inquiring, "Coach Sun, may I ask when I might expect to receive my captain's license?" Coach Sun, adopting an official demeanor, replied, "Typically, it takes about 2 to 3 months. It's the same for everyone." Coach Sun, to be candid, "My fishing boat is set to launch in 3 days, and I am eager to obtain my captain's license as soon as possible. Is there any chance I could receive it within a week?" Li Xiaolong asked with urgency. No, a week is far too short. At least a month is required." Coach Sun firmly declined. "Would 20,000 yuan expedite the process to secure the license within a week?" Li Xiaolong tentatively inquired. "Impossible. 20,000 yuan is insufficient." Coach Sun shook his head. "What about 30,000? Li Xiaolong continued to increase his offer. 30,000 is also out of the question. Coach Sun remained resolute. "I'll offer a flat rate of 50,000. Otherwise, I'll seek assistance elsewhere." Li Xiaolong gritted his teeth. "I can't make that decision. I'll need to consult with my supervisor." Coach Sun finally relented. Li Xiaolong felt a surge of hope. He understood that there was potential for success. After all, in his view, the rules of the world were often crafted for the impoverished. In this realm, anything could be achieved with sufficient funds. If it could not be achieved, it merely indicated that the offered sum was inadequate. That day, Coach Sun requested Li Xiaolong's identification card, a photocopy of it, and other relevant documentation necessary for processing the license. Indeed, 50,000 yuan for a crew certificate was not an outrageous price. But Coach Sun was intimidated by Li Xiaolong's presence. The mention of his custom-built luxurious fishing boat soon to launch, coupled with his seemingly affluent demeanor, led Coach Sun to believe Li Xiaolong was a person of considerable means. Such individuals were not to be trifled with, and Coach Sun felt that assisting him would pose no detriment to himself. In the following days, Li Xiaolong diligently practiced Dragon Fist, the immortal dragon body, and the dragon swimming technique, while also exploring the water dragon clone technique during his free time. This technique would prove immensely beneficial in the ocean. Although the dragon swimming technique could also be executed in water, it paled in comparison to the water dragon clone technique. Mastering the water dragon clone technique would enable Li Xiaolong to navigate the ocean with the grace and freedom of a fish. Taking advantage of his spare time, he procured a dozen large plastic baskets, similar to those used for holding fish but in different colors. He placed these baskets on the opposite side of the cold pool, preparing to collect dragon droppings and urine for Aobing. In recent days, Li Xiaolong had neither fished nor ventured to the sea. The sole endeavor he undertook was to construct a 2.5-meter-high wooden frame, spanning approximately 20 square meters, within his courtyard, utilizing some trees left by the previous owner. He suspended 9 sandbags of varying sizes and heights from the frame, specifically designed for practicing evasive maneuvers. Each day, during available moments, he would position himself in the center of the sandbags and commence striking them. Upon impact, the sandbags would swing back towards him, necessitating that he evade the incoming bags while continuing to attack others. Only by striking the other bags could he create space to evade. Otherwise, the sandbags would obstruct his path, leaving him with no escape. Chapter 38, The Space Ginseng. Only the art of cloud and rain. Bruce Lee had no intention of learning at this moment. He pondered that it would be prudent to delve into this arcane art only after his skills had matured further. After all, even if he were to acquire the knowledge now, given his current prowess, the execution would yield little impact. Moreover, he believed that this technique held little substantial benefit for him at this stage. Should he rashly proclaim his ability to summon the winds and rain, others would likely dismiss him as a lunatic, or worse, confine him as a madman, wholly disbelieving his claims. Even if he were to demonstrate this wondrous ability on the spot, he feared that the consequence would be arrest, followed by a dissection akin to that of a monstrous specimen for research purposes. Thus, Although the art of weather manipulation sounded grandiose, in reality, it was akin to a tasteless delicacy, neither satisfying to consume nor worth discarding. This was not his homeland. He need not fret over the droughts or floods of this land. Furthermore, even if he were to amass great wealth in the future, he would not engage in the seemingly altruistic folly of repairing bridges and paving roads. He understood all too well that in this country, should he undertake such endeavors, the outcome would likely involve dismantled bridges, excavated roads, and a return to the status quo, along with the risk of detention and fines. Regardless of whether others believed him, certain regulations in this country were indeed perplexing. As the saying goes, one can commit murder and arson without consequence, yet repairing bridges and paving roads invites calamity. Hence, even with wealth, it is wise to proceed with discretion, concealing one's riches. To be overly ostentatious often leads to adverse outcomes. If one inadvertently finds themselves on the radar of those with ulterior motives, they might as well brace for slaughter. In this world, there is no shortage of those who covet the affluent, seeking to profit from their fortunes. Unless one's martial prowess is formidable enough to rival an entire nation, or even the planet itself, it is prudent to tread carefully. A week later, Bruce Lee successfully obtained his captain's license. Coincidentally, at this juncture, his luxurious fishing boat had also passed inspection and was ready to embark. On the day the boat was launched, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle sea breeze caressed the air. Bruce was filled with exhilaration. He not only invited Coach Sun, but also several fellow students from his semester to witness the unveiling of his fishing vessel. For this momentous occasion, Bruce had meticulously prepared. He first procured an array of offerings necessary for the ritual. Launching a new boat, honoring the sea god, and venerating Mazu were indeed indispensable ceremonies. Standing beside his pristine fishing boat, he gazed at this new companion that would accompany him across the vast ocean, his heart brimming with anticipation. An abundance of carefully selected offerings lay before him: succulent, dripping fruits, vibrantly blooming flowers, and fragrant incense sticks. Additionally, there were meat offerings, including a pig's head, a goat's head, and a rooster, all intact, symbolizing a safe and successful return from every voyage. With a solemn demeanor, he gradually arranged the offerings at the bow of the boat, then cautiously lit the incense. The sea breeze softly brushed against his face, carrying the unique, briny scent of the ocean. Bruce closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully to the sea, silently praying for divine protection. He wished for smooth sailing in the days to come, hoping that each journey would yield a bountiful catch. Once the ritual concluded, amidst the crackling sound of firecrackers, the Shenlong officially set sail, gliding gracefully into the sea. Subsequently, 7 or 8 individuals took turns navigating the brand-new fishing boat, making their way to the coastal pier of Huizhou. The cost of docking the fishing boat at the pier was significantly higher than parking on land. Moreover, this vessel was a notorious fuel guzzler. Bruce spent a staggering $50,000 on fuel during his first refueling, a hefty sum that caused him a momentary pang of regret. After completing the registration and paying the docking fees at the pier, Bruce and his companions headed to a hotel for a hearty meal, celebrating the successful launch of his new fishing boat. After bidding farewell to Coach Sun and his fellow students, Bruce found a secluded corner and released his electric cargo bike from his spatial storage. He rode the bike to a village in front of his rented house, where the ginseng seeds and tea seedlings he had ordered online had finally arrived. This was during his first day of learning to operate a boat, when he had seized the opportunity to place the order during his free time. Given the remoteness of his residence, he had directed the delivery to the nearby Dahua supermarket in the neighboring village, ensuring he had a reliable place to receive packages. Whenever he shopped for items like cigarettes, rice, beverages, or various cooking condiments, he would typically choose Dahua supermarket, thus familiarizing himself with the store owner for convenience in receiving his online purchases. This time, he had ordered a total of 100 ginseng seeds, which the seller claimed were authentic seeds from the wild ginseng of Changbai Mountain. However, Bruce remained somewhat skeptical, merely hoping the seller would not try to deceive him with inferior seeds. To him, it mattered little whether they were wild, as long as they were genuine ginseng seeds. He was satisfied. He feared encountering unscrupulous vendors who might substitute wild grass seeds for ginseng seeds. Discovering after a year of cultivation that they were counterfeit would indeed be infuriating. He also ordered 100 tea seedlings, selecting several varieties, with an even split between black tea and green tea, all of which were premium cultivars. Before he ventured into this realm, he had been unaware that there were over 600 varieties of tea cultivated in the country, with a staggering 76 being particularly renowned. He meticulously chose 50 black tea seedlings suitable for growth in the southern region and another 50 green tea seedlings that thrived in the colder northern climates. His plan was to plant 25 black tea seedlings on the mountain and the remaining 25 in the plains. As for the green tea seedlings adapted to colder regions, He intended to plant them all by the edge of a chilly pond. The area around the pond was expansive, and selecting a small patch would suffice for planting these numerous tea trees. He recalled a famous tea known as Yunwu tea that thrived amid the rising chilly mists, thus deciding to name the tea from the pond Hanwu tea. As for the tea trees on the mountain, after much contemplation, he ultimately settled on the name Longyuan tea. Bruce Lee humorously referred to himself as someone lacking creativity in naming. After much contemplation, he could only come up with such a name. The ginseng seeds were contained in a small pouch, easily stowed in his pocket. However, the 100 tea saplings were considerably bulkier, necessitating the use of an electric cart for transport. He opened the iron frame at the back of the cart and carefully placed the tea saplings atop it, securing them meticulously with ropes to ensure they would not fall. Once everything was prepared, he started the electric cart and swiftly returned to his rented abode. After closing the yard gate, he glanced around once more to confirm that no one was in sight before finally bringing both the cart and the tea saplings into his spatial realm. The land within the dragon-taming pendant could morph at his will, allowing him to plant ginseng and tea saplings without needing to toil himself or employ tools like hoes. He first ascended the towering mountain within the dragon-taming pendant. Conventionally, ginseng is cultivated on the shady slopes of mountains, but in this unique space devoid of sunlight, the illumination conditions were extraordinary. Thus, he randomly selected several spots on the mountain. Utilizing his mind, he commanded the areas free of stones to transform into sizable pits. Subsequently, he summoned some dragon dung and mixed it with soil to lay at the bottom of the pits, followed by a thick layer of earth. He then soaked the ginseng seeds in water, allowing them to absorb moisture adequately. Meanwhile, he continued to conjure pits with his mind, preparing a total of 100 for the seeds. Each pit was lined with a layer of dragon dung. Considering the potential potency of dragon urine, he refrained from using it for the time being. Ultimately, he planted the ginseng seeds, intending for 1 seed per pit, but to his dismay, he only managed to plant 96, leaving 4 pits empty. What a scam! Bruce Lee silently cursed, realizing that 4 seeds were missing from the total count of 100. If there were a feedback function on the shopping platform, he would have undoubtedly left scathing reviews. In Chapter 39, Planting Tea Trees, he carefully spread a thin layer of soil over the pits, gently covering the ginseng seeds as if tucking them in with a warm blanket. He then patiently watered each pit thoroughly, ensuring the seeds would germinate swiftly and take root in this land brimming with promise. After completing the ginseng planting, it was time to tend to the tea trees. He approached the hillside and, utilizing his extraordinary mental abilities, meticulously created 25 large pits. Each pit was similarly lined with dragon dung, exuding its distinctive nourishment. His method of planting tea trees was unconventional and sparse, unlike the densely planted trees on other mountains. He ensured a spacing of over a meter between each sapling, with widths extending 2 to 3 meters apart. Given the vastness of the dragon-taming pendant, he had no intention of filling every inch, recognizing the impracticality of managing such an endeavor meticulously. On the hillside, he delicately planted the black tea saplings and then lavished them with ample water, which seeped into the earth as if infusing the trees with life-giving energy. Afterward, he descended to the flat expanse at the foot of the hill, where he created another 25 large pits, once again lining them with dragon dung before covering them with a thick layer of soil. Each tea sapling was planted with the same careful spacing of over a meter apart. With the completion of these 25 saplings at the base of the hill, he turned his attention to the final 50 northern tea saplings to be planted by the cold pond. Upon reaching the pond, he noticed the third prince of the dragon, Ao Bing, peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed in the chilly waters. Ao Bing, finding himself exceedingly bored in the dragon-taming pendant, resorted to sleeping as a means to pass the long hours. Bruce Lee, observing this, had no intention of waking the slumbering prince and began controlling the land beside the pond with his mind. Methodically, he created a pit every meter, preparing to plant the tea trees. Each sapling required a layer of dragon dung beneath it. Perhaps the unique scent of the dung wafted into Ao Bing's nostrils, stirring him from his slumber. Slowly, he opened his dragon eyes, gazing at Bruce Lee and inquiring, "Brother, what are you planting?" "Big brother, I've come in to plant some tea trees. I saw you sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you," Bruce Lee replied while continuing to manipulate the earth with his mind. Soon, 50 large pits appeared beside the pond. He adhered to the principle of deep cultivation and shallow planting, ensuring that these pits were quite deep. Fortunately, all of this required no significant effort on his part, and he proceeded to layer them with dragon dung. At this point, he had completely exhausted his supply of dragon dung. Even so, he felt it was insufficient. If only he could have more, he would use it without hesitation. As for the dragon urine, he had deliberately constructed a large mud pit at the base of the hillside to collect it, also adding some dragon dung to soak within. He created 5 storage pits for the dragon urine, as only after sufficient fermentation would he use it to nourish the tea trees, ensuring a more effective fertilizer. After thoroughly watering each planted tea tree, he finally deemed the planting complete. Notably, the water he used did not come from the cold pond, but was instead transported from a distant river. Within this enchanting realm of the dragon-taming pendant, apart from the mysterious cold pond at its center, there were abundant mountains, lakes, and rivers. Gazing at the expansive, empty spaces within the pendant, he conceived new ideas. He resolved to plant some fruits and vegetables, not for profit, but rather to achieve self-sufficiency. The primary concern was the excessive pesticide residues present in the external vegetables and fruits. Now that he possessed such exceptional conditions, it was only prudent to cultivate his own, ensuring a safer and healthier diet. Furthermore, it was likely that the fruits and vegetables grown with dragon dung and urine would yield unexpected benefits. In addition to vegetables, he planned to plant 2 of each type of fruit. Acting on his thoughts, he promptly exited the space, hopped onto the electric cart, and headed towards the market that sold both vegetables and seedlings. The stall for seedlings was situated not far from the neighboring village, run by elderly individuals who sold their carefully cultivated produce. Upon arriving, he selected 2 cucumber seedlings, 2 pumpkin seedlings, 2 eggplant seedlings, and a slightly larger quantity of chili seedlings, totaling 10. He also acquired 1 knife bean plant, 2 bitter gourd plants, and 2 tomato plants. He did not purchase sweet potato vines, as he only required 2 or 3, but the kind-hearted elder vendor gifted him 10 sweet potato seedlings without charge. The sweet potato seedlings, once matured, can be propagated further by simply plucking the vines for continued cultivation. In Guangdong, numerous nurseries abound. He mounted his electric bike and set off towards a nearby nursery he often passed, a vibrant establishment known as Hongguogua Nursery. Upon entering the nursery, a fierce wolf dog, chained to a tree, immediately took notice of him. The dog barked ferociously, charging towards him, its chain clattering ominously on the ground. The menacing display would undoubtedly intimidate an ordinary person. Hearing the commotion, the nursery owner hurried outside to investigate. Upon seeing Li Xiaolong, the owner inquired, "Hello, young man. Are you here to purchase fruit trees?" "Greetings. Yes, I wish to acquire some common fruit trees for my yard," Li Xiaolong politely replied. "Which variety do you require?" The owner asked enthusiastically. "Could you show me what fruit trees you have available? I'd like to take a look before making a decision," Li Xiaolong responded. "Certainly. Follow me." The owner beckoned. Thus, under the owner's guidance, Li Xiaolong commenced a tour of the various fruit trees. As they walked, the owner exuberantly shared information about each type of tree, detailing the latest varieties, insisting that choosing his recommendations would surely yield satisfaction. Ultimately, Li Xiaolong selected multiple varieties, including peach, plum, bayberry, walnut, kiwi, jujube, citrus, and orange trees, purchasing 2 specimens of each. He specifically chose 3-year-old trees, which would bear fruit in the same year, allowing him to taste fresh produce promptly. After settling the payment, the owner's wife arranged for a truck to deliver the trees to Li Xiaolong's yard. Upon arrival at his residence, he willingly assisted the delivery driver in unloading the trees. Gratefully, he offered the driver a cigarette, saying, "Thank you, my friend. Safe travels." Once the driver departed, Li Xiaolong gently caressed the trees, carefully storing each one within his spatial realm. As he currently lacked dragon dung for nourishment, he had to make do by planting the vegetable seedlings first. He then proceeded to plant the fruit trees, allocating some on the mountainside and others at the foot of the hill. Fortunately, he did not need to labor himself, otherwise he would have been thoroughly exhausted. He spaced the trees generously, ensuring at least 3 meters between each one. For the grapes and kiwis, he planned to construct a substantial trellis once the vines grew long enough. After completing the planting and watering, this endeavor consumed over an hour of his time. Observing the vibrant scene within his spatial realm, he nodded in satisfaction. It was beginning to resemble a thriving garden, no longer desolate and barren. Chapter 40. The Dragon's Voyage. Departure. Just as he exited the spatial realm, his phone rang abruptly. "Hello," Li Xiaolong answered, his tone polite. "Hello, young man. Your custom-made traps are ready. When will you come to collect them?" Came the voice of the fishing gear store owner. "So soon? I'll come right over," Li Xiaolong replied, excitement evident in his voice. Recalling that he had ordered 100 specialized traps from the Heo Yunlai fishing gear store 8 or 9 days prior. He was keenly aware of the limitations of ordinary traps and had specifically requested the owner to use nylon rope as thick as chopsticks for construction. The traps he commissioned measured 1.5 meters in width and height and 3 meters in length, with particularly large mesh openings to allow small fish and shrimp to enter and exit freely. He had no intention of using these traps to catch small fish. In his view, standard traps would likely succumb to the struggles of larger fish. He firmly believed that these reinforced traps, crafted from thick nylon rope, could withstand even the mightiest of sea creatures. After all, he held the conviction that nothing could rival the allure of dragon blood in attracting marine life. He swiftly mounted his electric bike and sped towards the fishing gear store. Soon, he arrived at the shop, parking his bike with precision before striding inside. "Boss, I'm here to collect my traps," Li Xiaolong announced. "Wow, you're quite prompt." The owner chuckled in response. He gestured towards a stack of 10 large woven bags against the wall, saying, "These just arrived. I've only checked one bag. Feel free to inspect the others yourself." Without hesitation, Li Xiaolong approached one of the bags, opened it, and retrieved a trap. The traps were folded, and once unfurled, they didn't take up much space. He laid the trap flat on the ground, crouching down to examine it thoroughly. Inspecting the material and weaving technique, he deemed the quality satisfactory. He continued to check 2 or 3 more traps, finding them all consistent in quality. After confirming there were no issues, he generously paid the remaining balance. The 100 traps filled 10 large burlap sacks. He carefully loaded them onto his electric bike, distributing the weight evenly before returning home. Once back, he adeptly placed the traps into his spatial realm. At this moment, his fishing boat was ready, and the custom traps were in hand. Tomorrow promised to be an excellent day for casting nets. It seemed as though fate itself was urging him to venture forth into the sea for fishing. Understanding the necessity of stocking up on supplies before embarking, he hopped back on his electric bike, racing towards the nearby Dahua supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, he initiated a fervent shopping spree, gathering not only staple food items such as rice, flour, and cooking oil, but also an array of vegetables, fruits, drinks, and even toiletries like wash basins, towels, toothpaste, and salt, along with various seasonings. He selected a folding bed and purchased 2 thick blankets. Considering the unpredictable nature of life at sea, should he find himself stranded or facing a storm, he could take refuge within his spatial realm. Lastly, he specifically acquired several plastic barrels for storing diesel, contemplating the prospect of purchasing a substantial quantity of diesel at the dock to take along. He reasoned that these fuel barrels could be conveniently stored within his designated space, thus optimizing the limited area aboard his fishing vessel. Preparedness, after all, is a prudent strategy. Given the restricted range of his fishing boat, which could only traverse a mere 200 nautical miles, venturing too far could lead to dire consequences should he find himself stranded at sea without fuel. The following day, at the break of dawn around 5 o'clock, before the first light had fully emerged, Li Xiaolong arose early. He entered the kitchen and prepared a steaming bowl of noodles for himself. After savoring his meal, he mounted his electric bicycle and sped towards the coastal dock. By 6 in the morning, the dock appeared to be shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist. A delicate fog permeated the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The sea lay tranquil, as smooth as a mirror, with the fog gently swirling above its surface, rendering the distant vessels and coastline indistinct, thereby imbuing the ocean with an aura of mystery and allure. At this moment, the sun began to rise, casting its warm orange glow through the mist, which danced upon the shimmering waters. The dock was bustling with activity, as numerous fishermen returned from their nocturnal excursions, diligently unloading their catches of fish, shrimp, and crabs. These fishermen had set out in the dead of night to retrieve the nets or traps they had placed in the sea the previous day or even a few days prior. Their arduous efforts aimed to maintain the freshness of their catches, racing against the dawn to sell their haul and secure a livelihood. Yet, among the throngs of fishermen, there were also many, like Li Xiaolong, who were just preparing to embark. As he passed a vendor's stall, the vendor's wife called out to him with enthusiasm. "Young man, do you need live bait for your fishing trip? These small fish and shrimp are being sold at a bargain, perfect for those heading out to fish." After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaolong gently shook his head and replied, "I still have some bait left, so I won't be purchasing any this time." He had bought 100 sandworms previously, using only about 20, leaving him with 70 which he had been carefully nurturing in a large basin. He believed these would suffice for his fishing endeavors. Furthermore, should he exhaust these sandworms, he still had 2 packets of potent stinky bait at his disposal, which could also be effective for fishing. Indeed, when mixed with dragon's blood, this bait might prove even more enticing than live bait, as its aroma could attract fish from afar. He made his way to his designated fishing vessel, crouched down to unfasten the iron chain tethering it to the dock, and with a nimble leap, gracefully boarded his boat. Once inside, he retrieved 10 plastic barrels from his storage space, which he had prepared in advance for storing diesel. In several trips, he transported these barrels onto the deck. Next, he started the engine of his fishing boat and navigated towards a nearby fueling station. Fortune smiled upon him, for only 2 fishing vessels were at the pump when he arrived. He patiently queued behind them, and once they had finished refueling and departed, he eased his boat alongside the pump and addressed the attendant with a friendly demeanor. "Could you please fill my barrels with some diesel? I want to ensure I have enough fuel for my return journey." The attendant, evidently an employee of the fueling station, greeted him with a broad smile. Eager to fulfill his request, knowing that the more fuel he dispensed, the greater his commission. "Of course, sir," he replied cheerfully, promptly starting to fill Li Xiaolong's barrels. Once all 10 barrels were brimming, the total cost amounted to 25,000 yuan. Coupled with the previous expenditure of 50,000 yuan, he had already spent 75,000 yuan on fuel before even embarking on his venture. However, Li Xiaolong remained unfazed. He started his vessel, the Divine Dragon, and steered confidently towards the vast ocean, the sun rising before him. Though he had only been learning to navigate for a week, his proficiency at the helm was already commendable. In truth, operating a fishing boat is not overly complicated. The true challenge lies in mastering various maritime skills and the ability to assess potential dangers at sea. Nevertheless, with the dragon pendant in his possession, he felt little trepidation regarding maritime hazards. Moreover, his fishing boat was equipped not only with life jackets, but also with life buoys and other safety apparatus. He had even stored 2 additional life jackets and life buoys in his space, just in case, regardless of whether aboard the fishing boat or in his storage space. He had meticulously stocked sufficient provisions and fresh water. His storage space now also contained a folding bed, 2 blankets, and a complete set of cooking utensils, including a stove and a cutting knife. He was confident that, even in the event of an unforeseen incident at sea, his preparations would enable him to survive comfortably. Chapter 41. The Allure of Dragon's Blood. Initially, other vessels were visible in the vicinity of Li Xiaolong's fishing boat. Gradually, however, the number of boats on the water dwindled until none could be seen. Experienced captains usually have their designated fishing grounds, but Li Xiaolong was different. He did not check the weather, the fish conditions, or the ocean currents. Instead, he wielded the ultimate baiting weapon, dragon's blood. With it in hand, he felt invincible, regardless of whether fish were present nearby or not. Even fish from afar would be lured to him. Having set no specific destination or target, he simply steered his vessel straight ahead. After some time at sea, he glanced at the fishing boat's instruments, which indicated he had traveled 86 nautical miles. This seemed sufficient. It was time to deploy the traps. He halted the boat and retrieved several large sacks from his storage space, containing 10 traps in total. One by one, he extracted the traps from the woven sacks, attaching markers to the ropes of all 10. Then, he unloaded the remaining traps, stacking a total of 100 within the cabin. All the floats for the traps were secured. Next, he retrieved the bait containers, which were egg-sized and hollow, designed to allow the bait sent to disperse while preventing the fish from easily consuming it unless they swallowed the entire plastic bottle. Setting those aside, he took a packet of potent stinky bait and poured a small amount of seawater into a basin. This time, he added 10 drops of dragon's blood, swiftly stirring to ensure the 2 substances melded thoroughly. He then added half a packet of bait to the basin, rapidly mixing it in. The bait placed within the trap is not required to be akin to that used for traditional fishing. It must be allowed to awaken for several minutes. After a vigorous stirring, it is kneaded into a substantial mass. He then begins to divide this mass into 10 smaller portions. However, it appears that the bait is somewhat insufficient. He decides to pour the remainder of the half packet of bait into the bowl. Following this, he adds a touch of seawater to the mixture, ensuring an even blend with the previously prepared bait. Now he has achieved a considerable quantity of bait, which he subsequently divides into 10 portions. It is only then that he commences filling the bait bottles. He meticulously counts a total of 100 bait bottles. Once each bottle is filled with the dragon blood-infused bait, he places them into 100 traps, allocating 1 bait bottle per trap. He also retains a small mass of bait, slightly larger than a pea, for later use in fishing. Should the results of this baiting endeavor prove unsatisfactory, he plans to increase the amount of dragon blood next time. Nevertheless, currently, each trap contains an average of 10 portions of dragon blood, which should yield commendable results in attracting fish. First, he heads to the cabin to set the fishing boat on an automatic navigation course. Returning to the deck, he begins to lower the first trap into the water. He spaces each trap 20 meters apart. This spacing is primarily due to the relatively small size of his traps, measuring only 3 meters in length, which limits their capacity. Thus, he deems a 20-meter gap between each trap to be appropriate. Should the fish yield from this set of traps be meager, he intends to increase the spacing for the next deployment. However, 20 meters should suffice for now. Although the distance between each trap is 20 meters, they can extend infinitely on either side. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, or even further without issue. He places the traps in a linear fashion, continuously laying them out until completed. Once all traps are set, he does not continue to propel the fishing boat forward. Instead, he turns the vessel around, heading towards a point 500 meters away from the last placed trap. He navigates until he reaches the midpoint of the 100 traps. Upon arrival, he halts the fishing boat, drops anchor, and secures the vessel in place. Now, approximately 500 meters ahead lies the 50th trap. At this moment, all 100 traps in a straight line fall within his line of sight. His actions are primarily motivated by the fear of theft. Traps hold significant value, especially considering the potential worth of the catch within them. While he would not pilfer from others, he cannot guarantee that no one would steal from him. Even if his traps are left intact, should someone abscond with the fish, shrimp, or crabs contained within, it would result in a considerable loss for him. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against the intentions of others, especially in a country where one's own may turn against them. He retrieves a fishing rod, extracting the remaining 70 or so sandworms, placing them aside. However, he initially refrains from baiting the sandworms, as he has saved a small portion of bait larger than a pea for 2 fishing lines. He rolls 2 bait balls the size of peanuts and attaches them to the fish hook. These bait balls seem a tad small. He muses to himself. Given that he is employing large hooks and thick lines, the ocean fish are inherently fierce. Moreover, he is using dragon blood as bait. It would be foolish to use smaller hooks and thinner lines. Once the bait is secured, he grips the fishing rod in his right hand and casts it roughly 4 to 5 meters away from the boat's side into the sea. Aware of the potency of his dragon blood bait, he tightens his grip on the rod as he observes the bait sinking into the water. His gaze fixed on the bobber dancing with the waves, poised to strike at any moment. As the bait descends into the depths, an enchanting aroma begins to diffuse throughout the water. Wow, what divine fragrance is this? It nearly sends my heart racing. My goodness, what is this alluring scent? It is 1,000 times more enticing than the most delectable delicacies of the ocean. I can feel my gills quivering with anticipation, yearning to devour this exquisite treat. Oh, God, this aroma assaults my olfactory senses like the Big Bang of the universe. I am utterly entranced. At this moment, I would willingly forsake the entire ocean for a mere taste of this unparalleled delicacy. This inexplicable fragrance is like the temptation of a demon, rendering me helpless to resist. I can almost envision myself transformed into the happiest fish in the world, swimming freely in the vast ocean. Wow, this scent is even more melodious than the songs of mermaids. I feel as though my very soul is being lured away. No matter what, I must savor this miraculous flavor. This aroma contains a mysterious power that drives me wild, making my blood race with excitement. In the expansive ocean, the fish, shrimp, and crabs have all caught wind of this mysterious and enticing fragrance. It is an ineffable scent that embodies an ultimate allure. This extraordinary aroma possesses an irresistible magic, deeply stirring their primal instincts. The fish's eyes gleam with fervor, and their swimming speed accelerates dramatically, seemingly propelled by a raw desire. The shrimp leap eagerly towards the source of this enigmatic fragrance, while the crabs scuttle sideways with urgency toward the direction from whence the scent emanates. Their singular thought is to consume it. These marine creatures appear to innately understand that the treasure ahead harbors some miraculous power capable of inciting their evolution. They yearn to acquire this power, desiring to become more formidable, to reign supreme in this vast oceanic realm. Everywhere the scent of the bait reaches, all marine life is enveloped by this primal longing. The fish, shrimp, and crabs are clamoring, eager to taste the treasure that promises transformation. Driven by this insatiable desire, they rush toward the same destination, igniting a fierce competition among them. Now, it remains to be seen who will be swift enough to seize the mysterious prize. Chapter 42. The first cast brings a colossal catch. In the profound depths of the sea, a long line of 30 to 40 magnificent big-eye tuna surged through the water, exuding an innate wildness and power. In this moment, they erupted into breathtaking speed, darting through the depths like bolts of lightning. The velocity of this school of tuna was nothing short of terrifying as they swept past countless other fish schools, leaving chaos in their wake. Any hapless fish that stood in their path was either mercilessly struck by their cannonball-like bodies or swiftly devoured. At last, the lead tuna spotted the object of its fervent desire, the elusive Pokemon. Just then, it noticed a smaller creature poised to seize the opportunity ahead of it. Roaring in fury, it thought disdainfully, how dare such a diminutive being covet this wondrous prize? With a muscular tail that resembled a formidable club, it lashed out violently, stirring up a cloud of sediment from the ocean floor. In a flash, it propelled itself forward, sending a 20-pound sea bass hurtling through the air. Following this, its massive jaws opened wide, voraciously swallowing 2 bait pieces in one gulp. Above the surface, the bobber was suddenly yanked beneath the waves with tremendous force. Li Xiaolong felt an abrupt heaviness in his hands as a tremendous power surged forth, instantly pulling the once loose fishing line taut. Reacting instinctively, he raised the fishing rod with his right hand while bracing it with his left, exerting a combined force to drive it upward. The hook had found its target. This swift motion of striking sent a sharp pang through the colossal creature beneath the waves. Enraged, it thrashed wildly, its immense tail propelling it into a frenzied escape. The piercing sound of the line slicing through the water filled the air, drowning out the crashing waves against the boat. The fishing rod bent to an almost exaggerated degree, and the locked reel emitted a painful groan under the strain of the relentless pull. The vessel, aptly named Shenlong, began to sway violently from side to side under the weight of the struggling behemoth. Oh no! Although Li Xiaolong was not prone to seasickness, his limited boating experience made him feel uneasy. Yet, years of martial arts training had instilled in him a calmness and adaptability in the face of adversity, allowing him to respond swiftly. He stepped firmly across the deck, grounding his feet wide apart and lowering his center of gravity to prevent being tossed overboard by the rocking boat. Gripping the rod tightly, he positioned it against his abdomen for leverage, leaning slightly back as his fingers turned white from exertion. The muscles in his arms bulged as they trembled from the strain of contending with the colossal creature beneath the surface, stabilizing the rod. He couldn't help but marvel at how exhilarating deep-sea fishing was. Although he had spent considerable time fishing before, it was only after arriving in Guangdong that he had hooked such a formidable prize. Yet, the strength of this fish was far beyond that of his previous catch. It felt as if he were wrestling with a rampaging bull rather than a mere fish. The thrill of landing such a great catch was intoxicating and addictive. Nevertheless, he dared not relax his grip. Holding his breath and steeling himself, he engaged in a heart-pounding tug-of-war with the creature below. Observing the rod tip nearly bending to the water's surface, he silently thanked his foresight in preparing a sufficiently large hook and thick line. What kind of monster had he hooked? The line had already extended 300 meters, and the formidable fish showed no signs of fatigue. Li Xiaolong attempted to maneuver the rod, pulling in the fish to change its direction, but found it utterly immovable. The creature's power was overwhelming. Fortunately, having grown up in the countryside and practiced martial arts, particularly after recently acquiring the dragon blood and training in the sacred dragon's indomitable body technique, his strength had significantly increased. He mused that if it had been his former self, he would either be letting out more line or conceding defeat, utterly unable to control the rod and line. However, while fishing from a boat with a surf-casting rod, one must be especially cautious. The rod must never be dragged down against the side of the boat, lest it snap in an instant. This fish still had plenty of fight left. Li Xiaolong muttered to himself, bolstering his resolve. No matter how furious you are, you can only throw a few punches. This fish has been struggling for so long. Even if it still has strength, it must be nearing its limit. He began to pull on the rod, stepping back to stabilize his stance, exerting more force to lift the rod repeatedly while attempting to reel in the line. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, each striving against the other. Eventually, Li Xiaolong gradually drew the fish closer. He reeled in over 100 meters of line, only to find the fish regaining its strength and surging away once more. The line screeched sharply as it was yanked back out, the sound echoing ominously in the air. The mighty fish continued its desperate struggle, trying to free itself from the hook's grasp and escape. Li Xiaolong clung tightly to the rod, releasing line slightly when the fish thrashed, and as soon as it slowed, he would lift the rod again, reeling in as he did so. This back and forth continued for over an hour of extreme exertion, until finally, the fish's endurance began to wane against Li Xiaolong's strength. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly reeled in the line, thinking, now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. With the line growing shorter, the great fish finally broke the surface of the sea. It was a colossal creature, resembling a spindle, its length surpassing Li Xiaolong's own height, easily weighing over 300 pounds. What splendid fortune! He had managed to hook a big-eye tuna right off the bat. The once vibrant creature now lay exhausted, its once bright eyes dimmed, devoid of the spark of life. Its gills weakly fluttered as it struggled to draw in oxygen, but with little success. Its body floated limply on the waves, swaying gently with the rhythm of the water. The once strong tail now lacked vigor, and its fins lay slack against its sides, unable to maneuver as nimbly as before. The fish had become utterly languid. Its once sleek scales now dulled, as if shrouded in an invisible fatigue. The big-eye tuna drifted silently, resembling a soulless husk, utterly stripped of its previous vitality. Bringing the big-eye tuna alongside the boat, Li Xiaolong retrieved a large iron hook designed for such catches. He pierced the iron hook through the gills of the large-eyed tuna, securing it firmly, and then swiftly alternated his hands to lift it upwards. In no time, he had brought this magnificent creature to the edge of the boat. With a sudden thrust of his waist, he hoisted it upward with a bellow. Up, his body twisted to the left, channeling his strength into his hands with a force as thunderous as a storm, and he flung the 200-plus-pound tuna onto the deck. The tuna, now cast onto the deck, began to thrash in its final desperate struggle for life, its tail slapping against the surface with a resounding cadence as it attempted to right itself. However, its strength had waned significantly, rendering it incapable of even the simplest movement, let alone flipping over. Li Xiaolong acted with alacrity, retrieving the specialized fish filleting knife from aboard the vessel. He deftly made swift incisions along the fish's body in a precise sequence, a method he had learned from a seasoned master in a video. Blood gushed forth immediately. He laid the fish flat on the deck to facilitate the continuous flow of its lifeblood. While most anglers would typically spread a carpet on the deck when catching tuna, Li Xiaolong had not prepared such an arrangement today. Clearly, he would need to bring a carpet next time to mitigate damage to the magnificent fish. Throughout the bleeding process, Li Xiaolong carefully monitored the fish's condition, ensuring that all the blood was expelled. As time passed, the fish's thrashing diminished, the blood flowed steadily, and a potent fishy odor enveloped the deck. Finally, he rinsed the fish with fresh water, cleansing it, and completing the bleeding process. Though his movements were not particularly practiced, they were executed with remarkable decisiveness. Ultimately, he proceeded to cut the large-eyed tuna into 8 pieces before placing it into the cold storage to freeze. Tuna often appear in schools. Were there more lurking below? He hastened to cast another line to test the waters. Filled with anticipation, Li Xiaolong's gaze was fixed intently on the sea surface, ready to embark on the next round of fishing. Chapter 43, The Tuna Frenzy, 1. He hesitated not for a moment. Time equates to money in the realm of deep-sea fishing, where every second is invaluable. With swift precision, he rebaited the hook with 2 more morsels. Almost immediately, his hands moved in harmonious unison. With a graceful flick of his right hand, the fishing rod soared, as if imbued with life, tracing an elegant arc through the air. Expertly, he cast the hook once more into the waters, 3 to 5 meters from the side of the boat. As the bait touched the water, he settled into a sturdy stance, gripping the fishing rod firmly with both hands. His gaze conveyed unwavering determination and focus, every muscle in his body taut, poised for the instant he would lift the rod to strike at the fish. His eyes were fixed on the bait as it slowly sank into the depths. Li Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with hope, unwaveringly watching the float bobbing on the surface of the sea. To his surprise, his heart began to race uncontrollably. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. What was happening to him? Why was he unable to remain composed? No, he must steady himself. Li Xiaolong quickly recalibrated his mindset. It mattered not whether there were large-eyed tuna beneath the surface. As long as there was a fish to be caught, that sufficed. With confidence in the potency of his dragon-blood bait, why should he concern himself with mere large-eyed tuna? Meanwhile, the other large-eyed tuna surged forth, realizing their leader had seemingly vanished. The once tantalizing treasure that had lured them was now out of sight, leaving behind only a faint trace in the surrounding waters. Just as the other tuna felt disheartened, believing they had missed their chance at the prize, suddenly, they opened their mouths wide, lifting their heads. There it was, that primal sensation emanating from their very souls, a stirring that made their blood pulse with fervor, compelling them to pursue that enticing flavor once more. With a splashing sound, all the large-eyed tuna simultaneously flicked their tails and sped toward the surface. It's mine. This time, I shall not lose. This entire school of tuna erupted in unison, unleashing their full potential. In that moment, they reached a velocity unprecedented in their lives, utterly surpassing their previous limits, attaining an astonishing new pinnacle. The largest tuna, leading the charge, gleamed with determination. From afar, it spotted the 2 morsels exuding an alluring aroma. I have claimed it, it jubilantly exclaimed within. In an instant, it surged forward, its mouth wide open, consuming both morsels in one swift gulp. With a flick of its tail, it pivoted sharply, propelled by inertia, diving toward the depths below. Just as swiftly, the dragon's blood bait sank less than 2 meters into the ocean. Suddenly, the float was yanked beneath the surface by an immense force. In the very spot where the float had been, a whirlpool larger than a basin erupted. Goodness, how fierce! Li Xiaolong marveled at the commotion, astonished by the magnitude of the disturbance. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. In the blink of an eye, the taut fishing line pulled Li Xiaolong's rod into an exaggerated arc. The sound of the line slicing through the water pierced the air with a sharpness that echoed. Though Li Xiaolong had been prepared, he was still jolted by the sudden onslaught of ferocious energy that swayed his upper body. Goodness! Thank heavens, I am Li Xiaolong. Had it been anyone else, they might have been yanked straight into the sea. The large-eyed tuna, initially exhilarated by claiming the mysterious treasure that promised to catalyze its evolution into a formidable being, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its mouth. The 2 hooks had embedded themselves deeply into its upper lip due to Li Xiaolong's powerful lift of the rod. These treasures were problematic. Could they be a trap set by the 2-legged beasts above the surface? The thrill of seizing the prize swiftly morphed into panic. The leader that had surged ahead was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it too had fallen prey to the two-legged beast's trap? No, I must escape. I still aspire to be a leader. With the current leader captured, this school of tuna is mine. I must flee. I will surely escape. Fueled by the desire for survival and the ambition to lead, this colossal tuna surged forth once more. Its massive tail thrashed wildly, its fins coordinating in a frenzied motion as it propelled itself at astonishing speed. To amplify its forward velocity, the reel emitted a distressing screech under the strain. Once again, the tuna surged forth with unparalleled speed. The fishing line whirred incessantly from the reel, extending outward with a swift whoosh. In the blink of an eye, over 200 meters of line had been drawn out. My goodness, this speed surpasses that of the previous fish. Perhaps it is driven by a life-or-death crisis, unleashing its utmost potential. Or perhaps the dragon-blood-bred has bestowed upon it an unrelenting vigor. Regardless, Li Xiaolong sensed that the force of this fish was far more formidable than that of the earlier big-eyed tuna. He found himself unable to control the line, helplessly allowing the great fish to drag it wildly through the water. Fortunately, the line on his reel was sufficiently long. With 500 meters of fishing line, complemented by a steel wire extension, he believed it improbable that such a lengthy line would be insufficient for this great fish's escape. As the big-eyed tuna frantically fled beneath the waves, Li Xiaolong's fishing boat began to drift forward, pulled by the powerful creature. I refuse to believe you can drag my boat away. Otherwise, what purpose does my anchor serve? Sure enough, after the boat had moved forward by approximately 10 meters, it ceased to advance further. However, the vessel rocked more violently than before. Could it be that the anchor is snagged on an underwater reef? If that is the case, retrieving it later could prove troublesome. Why does this fish not tire? Could it be a shark? The first fish caught, the big-eyed tuna, was likely the leader of its school. This creature possesses even greater strength. Please, let it not be a shark. Alas, it is regrettable that my water dragon clone technique is still lacking. Otherwise, I could dive in to ascertain what I have hooked. 300 meters, 400 meters. Although Li Xiaolong had locked the drag on the reel, the line continued to be drawn out relentlessly. Observing the dwindling length of line, his expression grew grave. He could not allow it to pull out any more. He needed to retain some slack. With all his might, he raised the rod high, attempting to halt the aquatic beast's advance. Although he could not reel it back in yet, he must not permit it to surge forward any longer. Thus, the great-eyed tuna continued its aggressive charge while Li Xiaolong clung tightly to the rod, unwilling to let it progress any further. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. By this point, the big-eyed tuna had dashed nearly 400 meters through the water, and its ferocious momentum had diminished significantly. The remaining strength it possessed was no longer capable of challenging Li Xiaolong. Instead, it seemed to be shifting backward, pulled by Li Xiaolong's relentless grip. Gradually, it appeared that the colossal creature had indeed exhausted its energy, yielding to Li Xiaolong's pull as if it had surrendered its final struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaolong hastily raised the rod, while swiftly cranking the reel to reel in the line. As the distance closed in, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, Li Xiaolong began to feel that what was hooked at the end of his line was not merely a large fish, but rather a massive truck. For he sensed an overwhelming weight with every turn of the reel. Each revolution demanded considerable effort. Having retrieved 200 meters of line, the great fish showed no signs of struggle or resistance. This prompted Li Xiaolong to proceed with utmost caution. Was it merely biding its time, preparing to unleash a sudden counterattack? Chapter 44, Tuna Strike. Are fish truly this cunning nowadays? Li Xiaolong mused internally. Was it attempting to lull me into a false sense of security, conserving its strength for a surprise assault? Could it be planning to exhaust my stamina with its massive form, awaiting an opportune moment to strike back? Intriguing. Let us see who ultimately prevails. As Li Xiaolong methodically cranked the reel, he remained fully alert, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Though he deeply wished to deny the aquatic behemoth any chance of recuperation, he found himself powerless, as this excessively clever creature lay motionless in the water, allowing Li Xiaolong to drag it forward. With Li Xiaolong's relentless reeling, the enormous beast gradually surfaced. Yet, the fish remained concealed, its true form still obscured beneath the waves. All he could perceive was a large shadow, exceeding 2 meters in length. By its size, it was no smaller than the first big-eyed tuna he had caught. Its massive body remained hidden beneath the sea, as if perfectly blending with the ocean itself. Only its towering dorsal fin, resembling a razor-sharp blade, pierced the surface, reaching towards the heavens. As Li Xiaolong continued to reel it in, its massive form was drawn forth, the dorsal fin slicing through the tranquil water, leaving a long trail behind, a mysterious wake etched into the ocean. This shimmering line glimmered under the sun, creating undulating ripples that spread slowly outward. gradually dissipating in the gentle undulations of the sea. At that moment, the colossal creature on the surface exhibited no signs of movement. Yet, the mere sight of its immense form, more than 2 meters long beneath the surface, was enough to evoke a profound sense of awe. A palpable pressure enveloped him, compelling him to treat it with the utmost seriousness. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted. The sea surface erupted in a flurry of water. The great beast violently shook its head and whipped its tail, thrashing wildly across the surface. The previously calm water was instantly thrown into chaos. Waves surged, splashing loudly as the great fish attempted to plunge beneath the waves and dive into the depths. But Li Xiaolong would not permit it to have its way. He gripped the rod with unwavering determination, locking the drag on the reel, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent the line from being pulled further. The creature, seemingly regaining some strength, began to race across the surface, at times disappearing entirely beneath the water, and at other moments revealing its rapidly swimming fins above the waves. As the great fish darted beneath the surface, suddenly, a colossal, swiftly moving wave rippled across the surface of the sea. Each time this enormous fish changed direction, it conjured a tremendous vortex on the water's surface, a sight both awe-inspiring and frightening. With a tremendous splash, this aquatic behemoth lunged several times into the depths. Yet each attempt was thwarted by Li Xiaolong, who firmly grasped the fishing line, preventing its escape. Realizing it could not dive beneath the surface, the fish swiftly changed its course and began surging towards the surface. Is this a dead end? Prompting a change of route? As the fish broke through the surface, it frantically attempted to flee, its entire back exposed to the air. It intermittently thrashed its massive tail, sending sprays of water flying. Its fins, in concert with the powerful movements of its tail, dragged the line in a chaotic dance across the sea. It darted eastward, then westward, leaving Li Xiaolong utterly unable to predict its next move. He tightened the line, allowing the fish to thrash about on the surface. Sensing a waning of the fish's vigor, he seized the moment to reel in the line. The fishing reel spun in his hand with such rapidity that it left a blur in its wake. This time, he managed to draw in the line until only 50 meters remained. The fish then resumed its frantic struggles on the surface, perhaps sensing its imminent demise. Ignoring its exhaustion, it summoned its last reserves of strength for one final desperate bid. The lock drag was once again pulled, and the line surged outward. Yet, Li Xiaolong understood that this fish was nearing the end of its strength. Its current force was a mere shadow of its earlier fervor. While it may be challenging for an untrained eye to discern, Li Xiaolong, having been entangled with this fish for so long, could detect the subtle differences with clarity. Moreover, as an experienced angler, particularly after amassing substantial experience in catching sea giants in Huizhou, Guangdong, he felt it was nearly time. He ceased letting out more line and began to reel it in, searching for an opportunity. Although the fish still flailed in its final, desperate struggles, its power had significantly diminished. Just a few more minutes, Li Xiaolong thought, observing the massive shadow on the water's surface, ultimately making a decisive judgment. Indeed, within 5 minutes, the fish no longer exhibited the ferocity it once had, resembling a once mighty tiger reduced to a frail, bedraggled cat. After all this time, it was time to bring it ashore. Li Xiaolong positioned the rod against his abdomen, gripping the reel tightly with his right hand, and began to forcefully reel in the line. Though the giant creature still fought against its fate, it was utterly exhausted, having drained its final reserves of strength. Resigned and desperate, it could only be dragged closer to the fishing boat by Li Xiaolong. Before reaching the boat's edge, the fatigued fish could no longer muster the strength to steady itself, rolling over completely, belly up. At last, he managed to bring the great-eye tuna alongside the boat. Transferring the fishing rod to his left hand, he retrieved a long iron hook with his right and swiftly inserted it into the tuna's gills, firmly securing its head. With a powerful upward motion of his right arm, he quickly leveraged the rod against the boat's edge with his left hand, assisting in the effort. Alternating between both hands, he swiftly hoisted the more than 300-pound tuna onto the deck. Fortunately, Li Xiaolong's recent surge in strength made the task feasible. An ordinary person would have struggled to accomplish such a feat alone, requiring the aid of a winch to lift the massive fish. However, Li Xiaolong had no need for such machinery. Although this method exhausted him, he found it far more gratifying and a true embodiment of the joy of fishing. He regarded it as a form of cultivation, a personal trial and exercise. Unlike those who practice external martial arts through harsh self-discipline, enduring painful strikes with sticks or sandbags, he pondered, what was the toil of fishing without an electric reel in comparison? The tuna, now on deck, bore little distinction from any other fish at first glance. Its size nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Producing a fish filleting knife, Li Xiaolong skillfully began to bleed the tuna. He made a decisive incision at the lower edge of the gill covers, near the abdomen, allowing blood to spurt forth immediately. This method, performed while the fish was still alive, effectively severed the connection between the gills and the blood vessels, prompting the gills to instinctively pump blood into the body, which would then flow back out through the incision. With the aid of a hose, he washed the wound clean, and soon the tuna was pristine. It was then swiftly frozen before being transported to restaurants to become sashimi. Only through such meticulous preparation could the tuna's flesh retain its tender quality, allowing it to fetch a high price. Catching a large fish like a tuna, rich in blood, necessitated this optimal preservation method, bleeding it first. Chapter 45. A bountiful harvest of yellow croaker. Upon the vast and boundless ocean, Li Xiaolong's movements were as quick and nimble as lightning. The blade in his hand glinted coldly as it cleanly sliced into the gills of the plump tuna. Blood gushed forth instantly as he adeptly drained it. Subsequently, he swiftly activated the hose, sending a clear stream of water surging forth to wash the fish clean. He then, with utmost speed, placed the entire tuna into the freezer to be preserved. Returning to the deck, he wasted no time and quickly grasped the hose. The water shot forth like an arrow, aimed at the blood-stained deck, as if he intended to wash away the nauseating odor entirely. The thrill of fishing in the vast sea was undeniably exhilarating. Today, he managed to catch merely 2 fish, yet it consumed nearly 4 hours of his time. Even with Bruce Lee's physique, which was akin to that of steel, it was still arduous to contend with the relentless struggle of reeling in fish for 3 consecutive hours. Engaging in such physically demanding labor was exceedingly exhausting. As soon as he found a moment of respite, his stomach growled like a magically enchanted drum, demanding sustenance. He stowed away his fishing rod and hurried into the kitchen, akin to a gust of wind, to prepare a meal. He retrieved the pork and beef he had bought. While slicing the ingredients, his mind wandered, contemplating the necessity of purchasing more marinated beef, roast chicken, and pork intestines next time, allowing himself a measure of indulgence. Alas, fishing alone had proven to be an arduous endeavor. However, the source of dragon blood, along with the secrets of A.O. Bing and the Jinlong pendant, must not be divulged to others lightly. Unless he becomes truly formidable in the future, mastering the art of the water dragon's embodiment, he would remain unafraid. For now, it was prudent to act discreetly. A bit of hardship and solitude was a small price to pay. Safety was paramount, above all else. Otherwise, not only would he endanger himself, but he could also jeopardize his parents and younger sister. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable to Bruce Lee. After his meal, he lit a cigarette and smoked it languidly. Upon finishing 1 cigarette, he peeled and consumed 2 bananas, considering it a means of vitamin replenishment. After the bananas, Bruce Lee piloted the Shenlong towards the initial location where he had placed the traps. Several hours had passed, and it was time to retrieve the submerged traps from the ocean floor. These traps had remained within his line of sight. Although other vessels occasionally traversed the nearby waters, none had lingered. Upon reaching the site where he had first set down the traps, he halted the boat and retrieved an iron hook from aboard. His movements resembled that of an eagle snatching up a chick as he deftly hooked the buoy floating on the surface of the water, drawing the trap's line towards the boat. The custom-designed trap was remarkably spacious, measuring 1.5 meters in width and height, though slightly shorter in length at 3 meters. The decision to customize the trap to 3 meters was made because many larger fish exceeded 1 or 2 meters in length. If the trap were too short, the larger fish would be unable to enter. This trap, infused with dragon-blood bait, was not merely capable of capturing fish, shrimp, and crabs, but was likely to ensnare any creature inhabiting the sea. However, if the trap were too lengthy, it would be impossible for him to haul it alone, regardless of his immense strength. After all, the weight submerged in water was not merely that of the trap and its catch, but also included the formidable resistance of the water itself. Donning specialized fishing gloves, Bruce Lee began to hoist the trap aboard. Many would employ a winch to lift their traps, but he had no intention of doing so. He was resolute in using his hands to pull each trap aboard, viewing the process as a form of exercise. While others spent money at the gym lifting weights and training, he found joy in pulling traps, simultaneously honing his physique and earning a profit. The price of his custom traps was tenfold that of ordinary ones, thus necessitating thicker ropes than those of others. When ordering the traps, he had made it abundantly clear that he had only 2 requirements: durability and sturdiness. They had to withstand the rigors of use. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a patchwork of shimmering golden rays upon the ocean's surface. Bruce Lee stood at the edge of the fishing boat, his hands firmly gripping the coarse rope, his gaze filled with anticipation as he peered into the depths below. He appeared as though he were awaiting the emergence of an extraordinary treasure. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength. As he exerted force, the rope connected to the trap gradually tightened, and a sudden weightiness emanated from the trap, as if an invisible giant hand were engaged in a tug of war with him. A surge of joy coursed through him. It seemed the dragon blood bait had indeed lived up to its promise. This catch would surely yield a bountiful harvest. With each pull, the trap ascended slowly, splashing water like a dazzling display of fireworks. As the fish, shrimp, and crabs within the trap thrashed about, glistening droplets mingled with smaller fish and shrimp cascaded through the trap's openings, resembling a miniature oceanic ring. The trap gradually surfaced, and under the sun's radiance, the scales shimmered, and the shells gleamed, with flashes of golden light flickering by. To Bruce Lee, these fish and crustaceans appeared as moving stacks of currency beckoning to him. When the trap was entirely above water, he gazed upon the overcrowded mass of fish, shrimp, and crabs piled high within. A satisfied smile blossomed on his face, radiant as the sun itself. The creatures within the trap writhed desperately, with crabs waving their pincers as if protesting the injustice of fate, while the fish flailed their tails, seemingly performing a final dance. Lobsters and eels scrambled within the confines of the trap, seeking an escape route, yet none could break free from the sturdy enclosure. Grasping the trap firmly, he swiftly pulled them one by one onto the deck of the boat. In no time, the 3-meter-long trap was entirely on the deck. Bruce Lee adeptly untied the rope at the trap's tail, folding the 3 sections together. He lifted the trap and poured a third of the catch into a plastic basket on the deck. As he shook the trap, fish cascaded into the basket, and a flash of gold instantly captured his attention. Was it a mirage? Could this be real? Within the plastic basket lay 2 fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds each, accompanied by a golden figure exceeding 2 pounds. Their bodies exhibited a vibrant, striking golden hue, their scales sparkling with brilliance. Remarkably, these were 3 large yellow croakers. The yellow croakers were long and plump, their lines smooth and elegant, akin to nobility of the waters. Their large, bright eyes radiated vitality and spirit. Each yellow croaker exuded an air of refinement, irresistibly fresh and enticing. The moment they were poured out, they thrashed energetically on the deck, their tails flailing in a final desperate struggle, as if yearning for freedom. Bruce Lee hurriedly placed these 3 large yellow croakers into a separate, larger plastic basket and immediately added a drop of dragon blood to enhance their vitality and prevent their demise. After all, it was well known that yellow croakers were delicate and precious. Once removed from the water, they would not last long before perishing. Thus, it was imperative to act swiftly to rescue them and ensure their survival. Simultaneously, he rapidly conjured a small pond measuring 10 square meters and approximately 2 meters deep within his space. After filling it with seawater, he gently transferred the 3 fish, along with the seawater from the plastic basket, into this small pond. Subsequently, he apprehensively inspected the contents of the plastic basket. First, he transferred the other fish into a different plastic container. After confirming the absence of the large yellow croaker, he paid no further heed to the lobsters and crabs within the basket. Instead, he seized the ground trap and once more poured its catch into another plastic bin. However, this time, he did not observe any large yellow croakers among the catch. He collected all the fish and placed them into the new container. He then switched to yet another plastic basket and began to empty the remaining fish and shrimp from the bottom of the trap. As anticipated, once all the fish, shrimp, and crabs were emptied out, a flash of golden hue re-emerged from the trap. Although the fish was not particularly large, it weighed close to 1 to 2 pounds. This marked the 4th large yellow croaker he had captured. Without a moment's delay, he swiftly transferred the gasping fish, which appeared on the verge of collapse, into the pond within his spatial realm. He administered a drop of dragon's blood to revive it and simultaneously installed an oxygen pump in the pond to enrich the water with oxygen. Only after ensuring the well-being of the yellow croaker did he turn his attention to the other fish in the basket. To his astonishment, he discovered yet another valuable find. The seawater within the fish-keeping plastic basket was sparse, allowing him to clearly observe the fish inside. This arrangement facilitated the identification of precious specimens to cultivate separately, as the price disparity between live and dead fish was substantial. Li Xiaolong was particularly thrilled to find a rare grouper weighing approximately 1¼ pounds. Such a grouper could fetch a fortune, with prices ranging from 600 to 1,800 yuan per pound, depending on the discerning nature of potential buyers. Although it was a protected marine species, Li Xiaolong had no intention of releasing it back into the wild. After all, who would know? Besides, what good would it do to protect it alone? Others blatantly discharged nuclear waste into the ocean for years. Even if he were to return this grouper to the sea, it would still meet a grim fate once the nuclear wastewater arrived. Rather than allowing such a waste of opportunity, it seemed far more prudent to sell it discreetly for a handsome sum. If all else failed, he could even relish it himself. Li Xiaolong had always been dismissive of the concept of environmental protection and the conservation of flora and fauna. When farmers were fined 50,000 yuan for using wastewater on crops, one had to wonder how much the polluters of the ocean would incur. perhaps a mere 5 dimes. Huh. It was truly a case of the mouse wielding a gun, ruling its own den. He promptly placed the grouper into the small pond within his spatial realm, once again adding a drop of dragoness blood to ensure the survival of these precious aquatic creatures. Chapter 46. The abundance of shrimp and crabs keeping him busy. Li Xiaolong carefully packed a grouper suitable for acquisition by the Xian Kulai Grand Hotel along with 2 golden pomfrets into a plastic container. He skillfully attached an oxygen pump to this container. The 4-pound pearl grouper could sell for 60 yuan per pound, which meant it was worth over 200 yuan. Such a catch was indeed commendable. Additionally, the 2 golden pomfrets, weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, while not as valuable as silver pomfrets, could fetch around 80 yuan per pound. Li Xiaolong contemplated their weight. Combined, they weighed 7 to 8 pounds, potentially yielding 5 to 600 yuan. The remaining less valuable fish, such as several golden-eyed sea bass and sea mullet, were placed in another plastic basket, destined to be the sustenance for Ao Bing. The trap, measuring over 3 meters in length, had captured fish, shrimp, and crabs totaling between 50 to 60 pounds. However, the number of fish caught was slightly greater than that of the crustaceans. Li Xiaolong surmised that this discrepancy might be due to the swifter movement of fish compared to lobsters and crabs, allowing them to enter the trap more readily. Consequently, the lobsters and crabs within the trap were all of considerable size, as the smaller ones were too intimidated to venture in with so many fish present. After managing these fish, Li Xiaolong approached another basket. He shook it gently and examined the catch, extracting 2 octopuses that did not require binding, although not particularly large. One weighed half a pound, and the other nearly a pound. At that moment, he noticed that a few of their tentacles were clutching half a small fish, which they were gnawing on. These 2 octopuses could be sold for around 150 yuan, a reasonable price. Now, the basket primarily contained lobsters, white shrimp, and crabs, along with some fish heads and tails. Earlier, when he shook the basket, he had spotted half a tail of a stone fish, which had likely become a meal for the lobsters and crabs inside the trap. Originally, it sought to enter the trap for a feast, but ended up as a delicacy for others. He lifted the large basket with both hands and poured some lobsters and crabs into a large plastic basin, reducing their number to facilitate binding. Otherwise, the lobsters and crabs would tangle with each other, making them difficult to manage. A moment's inattention could result in a crab's formidable claws pinching his fingers. Among the 3 large blue crabs, none were small. The smallest weighed at least 2 pounds, while the largest was estimated to be around 5 pounds. There were also 2 or 3 orchid crabs and 3-eyed crabs among the lot. Mixed in with these lobsters and crabs was a sea snail the size of a fist. But it was hardly valuable, fetching only 30 yuan per pound. The Xian Kulai Grand Hotel would generally not be interested in such inexpensive fare. After emptying the remaining lobsters from the basket, he discovered that out of 5 lobsters, one was missing a claw, another had a portion of its tail bitten off, and 3 large lobsters along with 1 white shrimp were in excellent condition. He set them aside and returned the remaining assorted small fish, shrimp, and snails back into the sea. Once he had dealt with the first trap, he returned to the boat's cabin, started the engine, and headed toward the location for deploying the second trap. In truth, he merely engaged the ship's engine for a brief moment before promptly shutting off the throttle. The fishing vessel, propelled by inertia, swiftly glided to the position of the second crab trap. With a metal hook, he retrieved the buoy of the second trap, grasped the attached rope, and commenced the process of hauling it in. The second trap felt remarkably heavy in his hands, and as it surfaced, the quantity of lobsters and crabs within became conspicuously apparent, far surpassing that of the first trap. It was evident that this location served as a habitat for blue crabs, as the trap housed over a dozen sizable specimens. Additionally, there were 7 or 8 large lobsters and a substantial moray eel, writhing incessantly within the confines of the trap. The moray eel, with a girth exceeding that of an adult's arm, exhibited a soft gray body that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Its head was large, and its sharp teeth protruded ominously from its gaping mouth, instilling a sense of dread. Its eyes resembled deep, unfathomable lakes, exuding an air of indifference and ferocity. As it twisted and struggled within the trap, its sheer strength was awe-inspiring, seemingly showcasing its survival prowess and formidable fighting capability. This moray eel weighed at least 6 or 7 pounds, translating to approximately 350 yuan at 50 yuan per pound. As Li Xiaolong dragged the trap from the water, he caught sight of the moray eel poised in confrontation with a colossal blue crab through the coarse mesh. Both appeared ready to engage in battle. However, as the trap was pulled, the massive blue crab tumbled beneath it, inadvertently averting a fierce conflict. This fallen crab was no ordinary specimen. It was a behemoth, unperturbed by the presence of the moray eel. Observing the formidable claws of the blue crab, Li Xiaolong suspected that if a clash were to ensue, the toothy moray eel would likely emerge as the loser. given that the crab's weight was certainly comparable to that of the eel. Its weaponry, those formidable pincers, glistened ominously in the light, sharp and intimidating. He managed to haul the trap onto the deck, untie the rope, and shake it to release the catch, pouring half of its contents into a large basket. Using tongs, he carefully extracted the aggressive moray eel, mindful of its potential for attack, before categorically sorting the remaining fish. This time, the trap yielded no particularly rare fish. All were placed into the tank designated for Ao Bing. Any fish or shrimp valued below 50 yuan were set aside for gifting to him later. Ultimately, he emptied the lobsters and blue crabs onto the deck, swiftly capturing and binding them one by one. The other blue crabs, mud crabs, and flower crabs were easily secured. Yet the largest blue crab, weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, consistently evaded capture, deftly pinching the tongs each time Li Xiaolong reached for it. After several attempts, Li Xiaolong seized the opportunity to flip the crab over while it was gripping the tongs, using his foot to pin it down before finally binding its pincers. The haul from this trap alone, comprising lobsters and various crabs, amounted to over 30 pounds, consuming a considerable amount of time for Li Xiaolong to secure. With only 2 traps completed, he felt overwhelmed, especially knowing he had 100 traps to tend to. Reluctantly, he set the ship in motion towards the location of the 3rd trap. Upon arrival, he halted the vessel, once again using the metal hook to retrieve the buoy tethered to the trap. He began the arduous task of pulling the trap from the depths of the sea. But as it broke the surface, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of 2 elongated sea snakes ensnared within the trap's mesh. Chapter 47. The sea snakes trapped in the trap's mesh standing firmly aboard the Shenlong. The sea breeze tousled his clothing as he gripped the rope with hands as firm as iron. The other end of the rope was connected to the trap resting on the ocean floor. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles and pulled with all his might. The rope tautened, and the trap began to ascend slowly. As it neared the water's surface, the resistance of the sea became increasingly palpable. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he exerted more effort, but the moment the trap emerged from the water, he froze, astonished. His gaze was fixated on the coarse mesh of the trap, where 2 sea snakes were entrapped, their slender bodies adorned with gray skin and stark black rings. Their triangular heads thrashed in a frenzy against the mesh, desperately attempting to escape their confinement. Li Xiaolong immediately recognized the predicament. The sea snakes had ventured into the trap, seeking an exit, yet their attempts to wiggle through the mesh only resulted in them becoming more ensnared. Now, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Unable to escape or retreat, writhing helplessly within the trap. The snakes occasionally thrust their heads out of the mesh, opening their gaping maws and emitting hissing sounds, seemingly challenging him. Their sharp, venomous fangs glinted ominously in the sunlight, inducing a shiver of fear. Li Xiaolong understood the peril. These snakes were highly venomous, and a single bite would spell disaster. His brow furrowed with tension as he realized that what had once been a bounty of fish, shrimp, and crabs had now become hostages to the sea snakes. Bruce Lee swiftly surveyed his surroundings, seeking tools to resolve his predicament. His gaze fell upon a long iron hook nearby, and an idea sparked within him. He strode forward with determination, striding to the hook's side, grasping it firmly in hand. Cautiously, he approached the fish trap, raising the iron hook high, a resolute glint in his eyes. With great force, he struck at the serpent's vulnerable spot, its body ensnared in the net. Unable to evade his relentless assault, he delivered several blows, each infused with his full might, until the serpent's head was battered, grotesquely deformed. He then turned his attention to another serpent, dispatching it with the same ferocity. To ensure they could not feign death or retaliate, he struck both serpents multiple times, thoroughly obliterating their heads before he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although these sea serpents were protected by law, their threat to his life rendered their sacrifice unavoidable. Moreover, amidst the vast ocean, no one could witness his actions, and considering the rampant pollution of the seas, the notion of protecting such creatures seemed absurd. He donned rubber gloves designed for fishing, carefully avoiding the serpent's positions as he opened the trap. He began to empty the catch of fish, shrimp, and crabs into 2 plastic containers, remaining vigilant for any hidden serpents among the haul. Fortunately, he found no additional serpents lurking within, which eased his anxiety. He recalled the last encounter at the Red Cliff, where he had been bitten by a 5-step snake, instilling a newfound caution regarding venomous creatures. After all, the toxicity of these serpents was exceedingly potent, and for an ordinary person, a bite from one could spell certain doom. Lee estimated that the 2 serpents had only recently entered the trap. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to asphyxiation after being ensnared for too long. The catch from this net was commendable, boasting 3 splendid grouper, one of which was notably large. The trio weighed in at about a pound for the smallest, over 3 pounds for another, and the largest exceeding 10 pounds. Such a grouper could fetch a price exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, apart from the three groupers, the other fish caught, barramundi and sea catfish, were of little value. He tossed the estimated 20 pounds of fish into a large basket intended for Ao Bing. Li speculated that if this trend continued, after retrieving 100 traps, he would likely have around 2,000 pounds of lesser fish for Ao Bing. The catch of blue crabs was modest, with only 2 small specimens, one weighing slightly over half a pound and the other around 7 to 8 ounces. In contrast, he had several lobsters, the largest weighing over a pound, while the others ranged between half a pound to 8 ounces. After securing the lobsters and crabs, he approached the trap where he had placed the serpent's remains, using the iron hook to push the carcasses inside. Once both serpents were inside the trap, he shook it gently to dislodge their bodies, placing them into the plastic basket designated for Ao Bing. After folding the trap for storage, he set off for the next location to deploy another trap. Thus, he continued to retrieve trap after trap, each yielding bountiful rewards, often surprising him with their abundance. However, upon reaching the 10th trap, trouble arose. This particular trap refused to budge, seemingly entangled on the seabed among rocks. Pulling from the front yielded no results. So he repositioned himself and attempted to pull from another angle, yet still met with resistance. Switching to the left proved futile, and trying the right side was equally unproductive. With no other options, he decided to approach from the opposite end. He maneuvered his vessel, the Divine Dragon, to the other side, using the iron hook to snag the buoy and draw up the line, cautiously applying pressure to see if he could dislodge the trap. Retrieving a trap requires finesse. If it is snagged on the seabed, relentless pulling could result in a broken net. Especially with Li's custom traps, both the netting and the line were robust. If caught on submerged rocks, pulling them up became an arduous task. Alas, if only his water dragon technique had been more proficient, he could effortlessly retrieve the trap with ease. Initially, he found it immovable, the weight not indicative of a bountiful catch, but rather a sign of entanglement. Having no success pulling from the front, he shifted to the left, but to no avail. Even with the line taut and vigorous shakes, the trap remained stubbornly anchored. Li surmised that if he applied more force, the trap might be irreparably damaged. Hence, he moved the Divine Dragon to the right side of the trap, attempting once more to exert force. Fortunately, the trap began to shift slightly, though it remained heavy, confirming it was indeed snagged on the seabed. Now, faced with the daunting challenge of retrieval, he felt utterly out of options. Regardless, he resolved to press on, accepting whatever fate awaited him. One must eventually retrieve the net. At worst, one can patch up the damaged areas later. With all his strength, Li Xiaolong pulled on the ground trap, only to suddenly feel the rope lighten in his grasp. Taken by surprise, he tumbled onto the deck. The ground trap had become unexpectedly light, likely because it had been dislodged from the coral reef. However, given its current weight, it seemed that there was nothing inside. When Li Xiaolong finally hoisted the ground trap up, it was indeed deformed, with a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its center. On the very first day, it had already been rendered such a state. It appeared he would need to return home to mend it properly. This ground trap had yet to yield a single penny in profit, and he could not abandon it now. It still had potential. He folded the damaged trap and set it aside to be repaired later. Deploying a net on the sea was an inevitable endeavor. Li Xiaolong was not disheartened. After all, the other nets had brought in considerable profits. In the ocean, some traps, even if initially set away from the rocky edges, could easily be swept into areas with obstacles due to the currents. Ironically, the more obstacles there were, the more likely the traps were to burst. Many individuals specifically sought out coral reef formations to set their traps. Chapter 48, A Stroke of Luck. When deploying 100 traps, the quantity seemed manageable. However, once the time came to retrieve them, he realized just how labor-intensive the task was. The majority of the time was consumed in securing the crabs. Initially, Li Xiaolong meticulously bound each crab's large claws and small legs. As time pressed on, he resorted to merely securing the 2 large claws, which did hasten the process somewhat. Yet, by the time he finished collecting all the traps, the sun was already nearing the horizon. This approach was unsustainable, he mused. It appeared he would require assistance, as the task of binding the crabs alone was overwhelming. Upon completing the retrieval of over 100 traps, the bounty inside was astonishing. A dazzling array of fish and shrimp filled the traps, with numerous valuable seafood specimens among them. However, the slow-moving creatures like conchs and clams were notably scarce. Li Xiaolong surmised that their sluggish pace prevented them from reaching the traps before they were crowded out by other fish and shrimp. He restarted the fishing boat and headed toward the dock. Prior to this, he had already delivered the less valuable fish and shrimp to the cold springs in the Dragon Town space, marking his 4th trip of the day. Each time, he filled a large basket with these inexpensive catches before transporting them to the space and releasing them by the cold springs for his elder brother, A.O. Bing, to enjoy. Afterward, he retrieved an empty plastic basket to continue collecting the less valuable fish and shrimp. Today, A.O. Bing had truly feasted, with 4 full baskets amounting to at least 2,000 pounds. As the saying goes, the more one consumes, the more one produces. Li Xiaolong hoped A.O. Bing would produce a greater quantity of dragon manure, as some fruits and vegetables in the space awaited fertilization with it. Having never heard of anyone using dragon manure or urine for cultivating vegetables or fruits, he was only aware of the prized dragon's spittle grass. Nevertheless, Li Xiaolong firmly believed that produce grown with dragon manure and urine would be no less exceptional than that of the dragon's spittle grass. Moreover, he intended to incorporate some dragon blood to nourish the tea trees, ginseng, and even vegetables and fruits. By that time, the results would likely astonish everyone. A single flower blooms in the field, all reliant on manure, Li Xiaolong mused. Cultivating crops with dragon manure and urine would undoubtedly surpass the effects of pig or cow dung, especially when supplemented with dragon blood. He had faith that the yield from his cultivation would be anything but ordinary. He stored all the fish he had caught aboard the divine dragon fishing boat in his space. After all, it seemed implausible for him to return from the fishing expedition alone with such an abundant catch. Li Xiaolong pushed the throttle to the maximum, allowing the fishing boat to speed across the sea at 30 knots. His stomach grumbled with hunger, yet there was no time to eat. Next time, he vowed to bring along more cooked food and snacks, stashing them in the space to enjoy while navigating the boat. Imagine savoring delicious braised beef while steering the vessel. What a delightful experience that would be. Before long, he arrived back at the dock, securely mooring his fishing boat. He then disembarked and navigated through the bustling crowd at the pier, heading outward alone. The fishmongers at the dock, seeing him return solo without a significant catch, assumed he must be a wealthy heir, fishing merely for leisure. Given the current situation, they speculated he must have returned empty-handed. Thus no one approached him to inquire about his haul. After all, he came ashore with empty hands, unlike typical fishing enthusiasts who, even with a modest catch, would at least carry a few fish. The fishmongers understood that if a fisherman returned empty-handed, their mood would likely be sour, and it was best not to provoke them at such a moment. He reached the spot where he had parked his electric bike, mounted it, and rode off, stirring up dust. Those who witnessed Li Xiaolong departing on the electric bike found it odd. Wasn't he a wealthy heir? Why was he riding an electric bike after using a fishing boat? Could it be that he lacked a driver's license? Or perhaps he had been in a driving mishap, prompting his parents to forbid him from driving? Some fishmongers speculated in their minds. He rode straight to a fast food restaurant. Now, with a bit of money to his name, he had yet to shed his frugal habits. Moreover, he was now ravenously hungry. The thought of languishing in a restaurant awaiting his stir-fried dish filled him with impatience. Fast food establishments, on the other hand, offered unparalleled convenience. He could step inside and immediately feast without the anxiety of waiting in hunger. After his meal, he mounted his electric scooter and set off toward the nearby farmer's market, intent on purchasing a greater quantity of prepared foods to stock his space, particularly the beef tendons, and pig trotters that had long occupied his thoughts. It was prudent to acquire a surplus. As he passed by a pile of garbage, he spotted a middle-aged man. Judging by his attire, Bruce Lee surmised he was likely an itinerant laborer, though he could not be certain. The man cradled a small yellow dog in his arms and swiftly approached the refuse. Without a shred of compassion, he callously discarded the little dog onto the heap of trash before turning to walk away. The abandoned pup, sensing its owner's departure, frantically yelped in pursuit. However, as it drew near the man, an unexpected and shocking event transpired. The man abruptly turned around and delivered a vicious kick to the dog's abdomen, sending it sprawling over 2 meters away. The dog rolled on the ground twice before scrambling back to its feet, whimpering pitifully, filled with a sense of betrayal as it continued to chase after its master, perhaps already grasping that abandonment was imminent. The situation escalated, inciting Bruce Lee's outrage. The man, indifferent to the dog's plight, turned once more and delivered another brutal kick, this time causing the little creature to fall to the ground once more, where it lay, paralyzed by fear and realization. The dog understood that its master had indeed forsaken it, and any further pursuit would likely result in even harsher treatment, a truth conveyed through the force of the kicks it had received. Crouched beside the refuse, the small yellow dog gazed longingly at the retreating figure of its owner, its cries echoing the sorrow of a child in distress. Bruce Lee witnessed the entire scene unfold, furrowing his brow in discontent. He halted his electric scooter and approached the trembling pup, which was adorably rotund and plump, only slightly larger than a kitten. As he drew near, the dog did not flee. Instead, it looked up at him with curious eyes. It was at this moment that Bruce noticed a fist-sized patch of singed fur on the dog's right foreleg, the remnants of a fire leaving only a sparse covering of hair, while the surrounding fur appeared blackened and curled. He mused that the little creature must have incurred some mischief at home, leading to its unfortunate abandonment. A surge of compassion welled up within Bruce as he regarded the pitiable creature. Some individuals truly possess a deplorable character. If one does not love, why not to inflict harm? If you are unwilling to care for a puppy, why take it in the first place? To abandon it afterward and condemn it to a life of wandering is simply inexcusable. Gazing down at the yellow dog, Bruce gently spoke, "Little one, today you are fortunate to have encountered me. From now on, I shall call you Lucky." With that, he knelt down and carefully scooped the small dog into his arms. Turning back toward his electric scooter, the dog seemed to sense Bruce's kindness, offering no resistance as it allowed him to carry it back to the scooter. Initially, Bruce intended to place the dog in the large metal basket at the front of the scooter. However, after inspecting the gaps in the basket, he worried that it might harm the little creature. Thus, he approached the garbage pile and selected a discarded down jacket that appeared relatively clean. He laid it at the bottom of the basket before gently placing the yellow dog inside. The pup curiously explored its new surroundings, prompting Bruce to press it down gently onto the jacket, cautioning, "Be a good little one, don't wiggle too much. You might fall out." Once he was satisfied that the dog was settled, he started the scooter and proceeded toward the farmer's market, slowing his pace. Chapter 49, Impatient Lu Shiyan. Outside the farmer's market stood a Chongqing deli. Bruce Lee rode his scooter with exhilarating speed to the entrance, executing a flawless stop. He strode into the shop and called out, "Boss, how much braised beef do you have left?" The proprietor, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, immediately beamed with joy. "Young man, we have about 7 or 8 pounds. Do you want it all?" Without hesitation, Bruce replied, "I'll take it all. Please slice it and prepare it with a spicy seasoning." "All right, young man, just a moment." The owner busily sprang into action. As Bruce scanned the shelves, he added, "Boss, I'll take those pig trotters, the beef tendons, and this pig tongue as well. And give me all 5 of those braised chickens. Please pack them up." "Sure thing, young man." The owner was delighted, feeling fortunate to have such a lucrative customer. If he could encounter one like this every day, life would be splendid. While waiting for the deli owner to prepare his order, Bruce's gaze fell upon several jars of pickled vegetables. He mused that it would be delightful to have something tangy to balance the richness of the meats. "Boss, let me have some of that pickled cabbage. Do you have any small jars? Please fill one with your pickled radishes, ginger, cabbage, and spicy peppers." "Of course, young man. Just a moment while I gather everything," the owner replied, continuing his work. "Also, throw in some braised pig ears and fatty intestines." Bruce added, "Got it, young man. Just wait a moment." The owner's smile widened further as Bruce nearly cleared out the entire stock of prepared foods. He might even wrap up early today. "Boss, slice a few pieces of those pig ears for me, without the chili. I'll give them to the little dog." Bruce suddenly remembered the pup waiting on the scooter. "Sure thing, young man." The proprietor swiftly grabbed a small bag, filled it with a handful of sliced pig ears, and then handed the bag to Li Xiaolong. Holding the pig ears, Li Xiaolong turned and approached the electric bicycle, just in time to see a little yellow dog struggling to climb out of its basket, desperately attempting to escape this diminutive prison. However, the basket was too high, and the dog, despite several attempts, tumbled back down each time, unable to free itself. "Stop climbing. Be careful not to fall. Aren't you afraid of the height?" Li Xiaolong chided half-heartedly, his tone laced with concern. Regardless of whether the little yellow dog understood, he continued admonishing, "You must not overturn the basket next time." Afterward, he gently placed the bag containing the pig ears into the basket, arranging it thoughtfully for the dog to feast upon. "Come and eat, silly dog. I wonder what mischief you committed to warrant such harsh treatment from your owner." The moment the little yellow dog caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of the pig ears, it eagerly pounced upon them, devouring them voraciously while emitting joyful yips. Its expression seemed to convey, "Oh my, this is delicious. I've never tasted anything so delightful in my life." Witnessing the dog reveling in its meal filled Li Xiaolong's heart with warmth. He reached out to gently stroke the dog's head, murmuring tenderly, "From now on, your name shall be Lucky, do you understand?" "Woof, woof, woof." The little yellow dog appeared to comprehend, responding with several barks before lowering its head once more to immerse itself in the feast. "Handsome lad, your order is ready," called the proprietor from within the shop. "All right, boss, how much do I owe you?" Li Xiaolong inquired as he stepped inside. "Beef is 620 yuan, pork, pig intestines, and pig trotters total 530 yuan. And braised chicken costs 200 yuan, making a grand total of 350 yuan, the proprietor calculated expertly. "This jar of pickled vegetables is on the house." With that, he embraced a small jar brimming with pickled ginger, chili, radish, and green beans. Li Xiaolong estimated that this jar alone could be worth at least 30 yuan. It seemed the proprietor was indeed shrewd in his business, and Li Xiaolong found himself favorably impressed. He silently resolved to return to this shop for his next purchase of braised delicacies. Thank you, boss. Li Xiaolong expressed his gratitude without hesitation. After scanning his phone to pay the 350 yuan, he securely cradled the jar of pickled vegetables in his right hand, while his left hand carried 3 large plastic bags containing beef, pork, and chicken. After thanking the proprietor, he turned to place these items atop the iron plate covering the battery of the electric bike. Lucky, let's head home, he said, starting the electric bicycle and humming a tune as he made his way back to his rented abode. Upon returning home, he surveyed the yard and found some old wooden planks. Rolling up his sleeves, he picked up his tools and meticulously crafted a doghouse for Lucky in a corner of the yard. Considering the abundance of mosquitoes in Guangdong, he ventured into another room left by previous tenants and, after some effort, dismantled an old mosquito net. He then carefully wrapped the doghouse with it, ensuring that when he closed the door at night, no mosquito could disturb Lucky. However, he noted that summer nights could be quite stifling. Well, when the hot weather comes, I can move this doghouse into the room so that this little guy can enjoy the air conditioning. Since he is named Lucky, isn't it only fitting for him to relish the comforts of air conditioning? With this little creature now in his care, there were some necessary tasks to attend to. He resolved to take Lucky for vaccinations the following day. After completing the doghouse, he boiled some water and gently placed Lucky into a wooden basin, thoroughly washing him from head to toe. This was both for hygiene and to ensure that the little one was free of fleas or other pests. The down jacket he had retrieved from a pile of discarded items earlier was now thrown far away without hesitation. He rummaged through his wardrobe and laid 2 old garments inside the doghouse, creating a more comfortable sleeping environment for Lucky. Earlier, the little dog had eaten only a small portion of the pig ears, and Li Xiaolong was uncertain how much food would be appropriate for it. He planned to find time to purchase some quality dog food and inquire with the proprietor about the suitable portion for a dog of Lucky's size. That evening, he steamed some white rice and minced the pig ears into bits. As he mixed Lucky's dog food, he even added a drop of dragon's blood, hoping it would bolster the little one's immunity against rabies and other ailments. Of course, the rabies vaccine must be administered. There is no room for complacency. Li Xiaolong mused to himself. Perhaps due to Lucky's youth, the little dog showed no signs of shyness around Li Xiaolong. Once back in the courtyard, after Li Xiaolong lifted him from the basket, Lucky followed him closely, like a little tail. Wherever Li Xiaolong went, Lucky followed suit. As Li Xiaolong hammered nails into the doghouse, Lucky circled around him, patrolling the yard like a vigilant guardian. When it was time to mix the rice, Lucky, typically well-behaved, became overly eager upon catching the scent of the dragon's blood in the food. It leaped forward, unable to wait for the meal to be evenly mixed. Li Xiaolong was surprised to see that such a small creature had a keen sense for the good stuff. Seeing Lucky's eager demeanor, Li Xiaolong decided not to bother mixing the food any further. Even if it wasn't perfectly blended, it was still for Lucky to enjoy. Watching as Lucky devoured the food with gusto, Li Xiaolong retrieved a stainless steel bowl filled with fresh water and placed it next to the doghouse. This way, once Lucky finished his meal, he could easily quench his thirst. With the doghouse completed, Li Xiaolong ventured into his space to have a brief conversation with Ao Bing, who graciously thanked him for the fish and shrimp he had delivered earlier that day. Li Xiaolong then checked on the ginseng he had planted, which had yet to sprout. The tea trees and fruit trees, having been planted only a day prior, showed no signs of growth. He had not watered the fruit trees today, as he had been advised during the purchase. The owner of the baochang had previously mentioned that these fruit trees require watering no more than once every 3 days. Overwatering can be detrimental, after all. At 8 o'clock in the evening, before he began his training, he made a phone call to Lu Shiyun of the Ziankalai Grand Hotel to avoid disturbing her too early the following morning. Beautiful lady, I've procured another batch of exquisite seafood. Please let me know when you can send someone over tomorrow morning. On the other end of the line, Lu Shiyun, the owner of the Ziankalai Grand Hotel, felt a surge of excitement upon receiving Li Xiaolong's call. Are you home now? I'm coming over right away. It was no joke. She had not received a call from Li Xiaolong until now, and to hear that he had obtained a splendid batch of seafood was simply thrilling. If Li Xiaolong deemed the seafood to be of high quality, it undoubtedly was. She could not possibly wait until tomorrow morning to arrange for someone to pick it up. That would mean she would spend the entire night in anxiety. Chapter 50, All Beautiful Goods. Li Xiaolong was slightly taken aback when he heard Lu Shiyun's eager response to come over immediately for the seafood. He pondered silently. Was it really necessary to be in such a rush? Little did he know, Lu Shiyun was entangled in a dire predicament. All the top hotels in Huizhou had banded together to target her Ziankalai Grand Hotel. Their objective was crystal clear, to force Lu Shiyun's seafood hotel to shut down due to a lack of supply. This was particularly true for the top 2 hotels, which leveraged their local advantages and the deep connections they had built over the years. In Huizhou, before the fishing boats even docked, they were already aware of the catch and whether any rare seafood had been captured, thanks to their long-standing collaborations with the boat captains and their shared local routes. Lu Shiyin could not procure goods at the same price. To make matters worse, she could not even meet the boat captains in person. Even if Lu Shiyin went to the seafood docks to collect her supplies, the small-time fishermen occasionally went out to sea and rarely caught anything of value. Thus, the Xiankali Grand Hotel was currently relying heavily on the seafood provided by Li Xiaolong. The quality of the seafood he supplied was exceptionally high, and customer feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Since the first procurement from Li Xiaolong, the business of the Xiankali Grand Hotel had flourished, with each day surpassing the last. Many patrons who had sampled the seafood provided by Li Xiaolong had become loyal customers of the hotel. During this period, the number of returning guests had surged, with many relatives and friends of diners also coming in, all unanimously praising that the seafood at Xiankali Grand Hotel was genuinely wild and notably nutritious. After indulging in the hotel's seafood, they felt invigorated and revitalized. Consequently, Lu Shiyin was determined to secure every bit of Li Xiaolong's supply. She could not afford any errors in this crucial supply line. "Handsome, are you at home now? I'm sending a vehicle over right away." Lu Shiyin's anxious voice came through the phone. "I'm at home. You all can come over immediately," Li Xiaolong replied. Given the urgency in her voice, he found no reason to object. He stepped into the courtyard, where Lucky was joyfully running about. Ignoring Lucky's protests, he gently placed it into its doghouse and carefully closed the door. He did not want Lucky to wander around the yard. It could pose a risk of biting someone, considering it had not yet received its rabies vaccine. After that, Li Xiaolong approached the area near the main gate of the courtyard. He closed his eyes, and with a mere thought, the fish and shrimp from the space were neatly transported into the yard in baskets. The flesh of 2 large-eyed tuna was meticulously arranged in baskets, with a thick layer of ice at the bottom. The tuna flesh was layered alternately with ice, with the topmost layer also covered in ice. He used 2 separate baskets to hold the meat from the 2 tuna. Next came the prized large yellow croaker, of which he initially caught 4, and later, during the collection of the fish traps, he fortuitously garnered 2 more, making a total of 6. The solitary sumi fish, weighing 1 pound and 2 ounces, was set aside in a separate room, intended for a distinct transaction with Lu Shiyin. At that moment, the sumi fish was kept in a basin of water. Additionally, there were the East Star groupers, initially weighing 1 pound, 3 pounds, and 10 pounds, and later, he collected 3 more smaller ones, weighing around 1, 2, and 3 pounds respectively. The quantity of various groupers was significant, with the green grouper being the most abundant. Furthermore, there were octopuses, sea eels, and other seafood. Among the large blue crabs, those weighing between 7 to 8 ounces to 1 pound were the most numerous, filling 3 baskets entirely. There were also larger blue crabs weighing 2 to 3 pounds, 4 to 5 pounds, and even the largest ones reaching 7 to 8 pounds, which were kept separately in a plastic basket. He had also captured a considerable amount of large lobsters, small white shrimp, and Australian lobsters, all neatly arranged in baskets. The scene before him resembled a lavish visual feast of seafood. The fish, shrimp, and crabs destined for sale had all been nourished with dragon's blood. Though the quantity was minimal, the effects were remarkable. These seafood were vibrant and full of life, entirely devoid of the lethargic and sickly appearance typical of other fish caught for an extended period. Once everything was prepared, it was not long before Lu Shiyin arrived, leading a vehicle followed by a seafood transport truck. Soon, the convoy reached the entrance of Li Xiaolong's courtyard. Upon noticing the headlights outside, Li Xiaolong opened the gate and stepped out. "Handsome, how much seafood have you managed to procure this time?" Lu Shiyin greeted him enthusiastically upon their meeting. "Boss Lu, come into the courtyard and take a look," Li Xiaolong replied with a smile. He turned back into the courtyard and switched on the streetlights. In an instant, the 200-watt bulbs emitted a dazzling brightness, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were broad daylight. Lu Shiyin was the first to step into the courtyard, followed by Chef Zhao Yunlong from the Xiankali Grand Hotel, several waitstaff, and the driver of the seafood transport truck, Li Chong. Upon seeing the abundance of large baskets in the courtyard, Lu Shiyin's heart soared with joy. "This is wonderful. So much high-quality seafood. Li Xiaolong truly is my lucky star." She eagerly approached the first basket, which was covered with ice. Turning to Li Xiaolong, her face alight with curiosity, she asked, "Handsome, what treasures lie within these baskets topped with ice?" "Boss Lu, this is the flesh of the large-eyed tuna," Li Xiaolong explained. "Tuna?" Lu Shiyin was momentarily taken aback. Although not the most exquisite of bluefin tuna, the big-eye tuna is still rather difficult to procure. "Are both these baskets filled with it?" She raised her gaze towards Bruce Lee, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Indeed, these are 2 specimens of big-eye tuna, each weighing slightly over 300 pounds. With 1 fish nestled in each basket." Bruce Lee nodded in affirmation. Lu Shiyin stifled her inner delight. Since they had been meticulously preserved with ice, there was no cause for concern. She resolved to inspect the other live seafood. Turning her attention to another plastic basket, she noted that it contained relatively few fish. However, upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an involuntary O. She pointed excitedly at the plastic basket, her voice quivering with exhilaration. Hey, could this be the yellow croaker? In this basket, which contained the least fish, Bruce Lee had only packed 6 yellow croakers and 7 mangrove snappers. With fewer fish, the seawater inside was also minimal. Among the yellow croakers, 2 weighed a remarkable 6 pounds, while the remaining 4 were also substantial, with the lightest exceeding a pound, and others weighing 2 and 3 pounds. The largest of the mangrove snappers was estimated to weigh just over 10 pounds, with the others ranging from 1 to 3 pounds. These were indeed exquisite specimens of the highest quality. Bruce Lee truly is my lucky star. Lu Shiyun mused internally, overwhelmed by the unexpected delight. With tuna, yellow croaker, and mangrove snapper already in sight, what other surprises might await her? Filled with curiosity, she briskly approached the next plastic basket. This one was entirely filled with large blue crabs, the biggest catch among them weighing 7 to 8 pounds. The sheer size of its shell was comparable to a hotel soup basin. The other crabs were also quite sizable. Among the lobsters, there were similarly large specimens weighing 7 to 8 pounds, even 11 to 12 pounds. Upon spotting the largest lobsters, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but gasp, not to mention their length. Even the tails of the lobsters were thicker than an adult's arm. Other crabs, such as the flower crabs and swimming crabs, were also impressively sized. In short, within Bruce Lee's baskets, Lu Shiyun encountered no diminutive seafood. Many other fishermen tend to catch everything, regardless of size. But Bruce Lee was the most discerning fisherman Lu Shiyun had ever encountered. It seemed he either refrained from capturing smaller seafood, or if he did, he would release them back into the sea. If all fishermen practiced such sustainable methods of keeping the larger catches while releasing the smaller ones, the ocean's resources wouldn't be depleting so rapidly. However, gazing across the world's oceans, it appeared that only the coastline of her own country was so severely affected by human activities, with seafood in these waters nearly fished out. Australia, on the other hand, was rumored to have an abundance of seafood, with no reports of any species being completely exhausted. Perhaps this disparity stemmed from the differences in the nature of people and legal regulations across countries. Chapter 51. Selling Fish. 1. Lu Shiyun had taken a cursory glance, but she still needed to wait for Chef Zhao Yunlong to conduct a thorough inspection before finalizing any decisions. Although she was the owner, she understood that she could not arbitrarily direct matters in these professional domains. At this moment, she was filled with an overwhelming desire to load the seafood onto the truck and return immediately. Yet, she recognized that haste would not yield favorable results. The inspection and verification process was indispensable, and she mustn't appear overly eager. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunlong was inspecting the big yellow croakers in the plastic basket, examining the fish and tuna. To her surprise, he had brought a spotlight with him. It seemed that this chief chef operated with great caution and experience, likely fearing being taken advantage of by Bruce Lee at night. He even had a server accompanying him to hold the spotlight, illuminating wherever he wished to inspect. Wherever he ventured, the server promptly directed the light accordingly. Their synergy suggested that they had engaged in such activities numerous times before. Bruce Lee allowed Zhao Yunlong to conduct his inspection, confident that his catch consisted of authentic wild seafood, unafraid of scrutiny. In fact, he would prefer an inspection. Clarity in any transaction was paramount. As Zhao Yunlong scrutinized the fish before him, Bruce Lee leaned closer to Lu Shiyun and whispered, "Boss Lu, I have a barramundi. Would you like it?" Barramundi? That particular fish is classified as a marine protected species. However, in this day and age, with the oceans tainted by nuclear wastewater, can we truly speak of protection? Countless seafood species are perishing due to the discharge of nuclear waste. Can we not freely trade even a single barramundi? Even if I don't catch it, how long can it survive? As long as the nuclear wastewater hasn't reached us yet, it's likely that soon no one will dare to buy such seafood. Contemplating the nuclear contamination, Bruce Lee suddenly had an epiphany. If wild seafood were rendered inedible, people would have no choice but to consume farmed seafood. It seemed that aquaculture was a promising direction for development. Once he earned more money, he could lease some elevated waters, isolating them from the ocean, thereby ensuring they remained uncontaminated by nuclear wastewater. Currently, affluent individuals favored wild seafood. But perhaps in just a year or two, the situation would reverse, and no one would dare to touch wild seafood again. He had space to plan ahead. Bruce Lee silently noted this in his mind. In truth, he held a certain admiration for the small nation. Despite its pervasive flaws, it exhibited a remarkable audacity, boldly provoking numerous powerful countries and openly discharging nuclear wastewater without fear of repercussions. No nation seemed capable of compelling it to cease such actions. Hey, let us go take a look. Lu Shiyun was intrigued as well. Subsequently, Bruce Lee led her into the main room, pointing to the basin where the barramundi was kept. Boss Liu, this barramundi weighs about 1¼ pounds, just the right size for those discerning gourmets. Lu Shiyun's gaze fell upon the barramundi in the basin. This fish, approximately 1¼ pounds, had a uniquely oval shape, its scales glimmering with a subtle sheen. Its vibrant coloration, adorned with dazzling patterns reminiscent of a rainbow, possessed a striking visual impact. The barramundi's large, bright eyes exuded a sense of cleverness and vitality. As it swam in the basin, its movements were graceful, akin to a water nymph, light and agile. With each swish of its tail, it seemed to perform a beautiful dance. The barramundi was a precious marine creature, cherished for its unique beauty and rarity. Gazing at the barramundi, Lu Shiyun couldn't help but marvel at nature's wonders. Truth be told, she yearned to purchase this barramundi and release it back into the sea. However, recalling Bruce Lee's earlier words, she realized that it wouldn't be long before the entire ocean would be tainted by nuclear wastewater. Even if she bought the barramundi and set it free, it would be futile. Alas, for now, she would purchase this barramundi and decide its fate later. Perhaps she could set up a fish tank in her hotel office and keep it there. Young man, I shall take this fish and offer you 2,000 yuan. How does that sound? Very well, as Boss Liu has suggested. I will come to collect the fish later when I leave. Please package it separately. Then I shall provide a plastic bucket for Boss Liu. You can place it inside for transport, and there is no need to return the bucket. Thank you, young man. This snapper is not particularly large and is not safe among the other fish in the basket. The two exited the room and made their way to the courtyard, where Chef Zhao Yunlong was meticulously inspecting basket after basket. Li Xiaolong suspected that during the day, Chef Zhao might conduct the inspections more swiftly, but as night fell, his scrutiny intensified. After all, it was his duty. If Li Xiaolong were to mix farm-raised fish with wild seafood for sale, the financial loss would be minor compared to the potential damage to the hotel's reputation if guests were to find the taste lacking. Guests would not perceive the hotel as a victim, but rather as one seeking to deceive them. Passing off farmed seafood as wild. Li Xiaolong remained unhurried, accompanying Lu Shiyun to a spot not far from Zhao Yunlong, patiently awaiting his thorough examination of the baskets. In truth, having inspected so many, Zhao Yunlong was well aware that these were indeed the finest authentic wild seafood, exceptionally fresh. Just observing the vitality of the fish, shrimp, and crabs was enough to confirm their quality. Finally, after inspecting the last basket of swimming crabs, Zhao Yunlong lifted his head and addressed Lu Shiyun. Boss, the inspection is complete. Brother Xiaolong's seafood is top-notch, all genuine wild catch, and of the highest quality. Indeed, it must be of superior quality. For Li Xiaolong would never deign to capture the smaller seafood. He dismisses those of insufficient size. Moreover, the tiny ones can easily escape through the large mesh of the traps, which are not designed to contain small fish. Additionally, the small fish and shrimp serve as a meal for the larger ones. Did you not notice that each trap, upon being emptied, contained remnants of fish and shrimp, many reduced to mere shells? Xiao Wang, go retrieve the small scale from the fish transport vehicle. Understood, chef. The two servers, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang, approached the rear of the fish transport vehicle, opened the door, and carefully lifted a small scale from the cargo area. Though diminutive, the scale was precise in its measurements. Before weighing the fish, it was crucial to establish the prices for the seafood. They placed a basket on the scale to measure its tare weight. It weighed 24 jin. When weighing the fish, they would simply subtract the basket's weight. First, they weighed the two largest yellow croakers. Yellow croakers over 5 jin are quite rare, currently fetching around 10,000 yuan per jin in the market. The two fish together weighed 12 jin and 7 liang, amounting to a total of 127,000 yuan. The other 4 yellow croakers were priced at the market rate of 5,000 yuan per jin. The smallest weighed just over a jin, while the largest exceeded 3 jin. Together, they totaled 9 jin, equating to 45,000 yuan. With just these few yellow croakers, Li Xiaolong had made a profit of 172,000 yuan, a pleasant gain indeed. Despite Lu Shiyun's substantial expenditure on a few fish, Li Xiaolong was confident that once these 6 fish reached her Xiankulai hotel, their value would at least double, if not more. Chapter 52, Selling Fish, Part 2. Next, it was time to weigh the few groupers. The first to be weighed was a grouper over 10 jin. Such a sizable grouper is rarely seen, and its market price is correspondingly high. Young man, this grouper is exceptionally fine. I will offer you 1,000 yuan per jin. How does that sound? Lu Shiyun inquired with a smile, her eyes reflecting her admiration for the fish. Very well, let us proceed as Boss Lu suggests, Li Xiaolong replied, nodding in satisfaction. 1,000 yuan per jin is indeed the standard market price, and Lu Shiyun did not haggle, which pleased him greatly. The waiter, Xiao Wang, carefully transferred the largest grouper into a plastic basket. After weighing, they deducted the weight of the basket and water. The digital scale displayed a clear reading, 12 Jin and 3 Liang. For this single fish, Li Xiaolong effortlessly earned 300 yuan. This profit was remarkably easy, filling him with immense pride. The remaining groupers weighed collectively only 13 Jin. Both parties agreed to a price of 500 yuan per Jin. This batch of groupers netted Li Xiaolong an additional 500 yuan. Although it paled in comparison to the large fish, it was still a commendable sum, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Next came the weighing of the more common varieties of grouper, green grouper, eel, sea eel, octopus, and other types. While these fish do not command high prices individually, their abundance is noteworthy. For instance, golden pomfret sells for 80 yuan per Jin, a reasonable price. The octopus is even more impressive, fetching 100 yuan per Jin, a substantial figure. The total weight of various fish, including sea eels and sea eels, reached around 2,000 Jin. After meticulous calculations, the total sales amounted to 180,000 yuan. This influx of income was like snowflakes drifting into Li Xiaolong's pocket, causing his heart to race with excitement. Next came the weighing of the blue crabs. The largest basket contained only 63 Jin and 2 Liang. Lu Shiyun generously waved her hand, disregarding the 2 Liang in calculations. However, that basket was filled entirely with sizable blue crabs, priced at 500 yuan per Jin. This single basket yielded over 30,000 for Li Xiaolong. His eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling as though he were counting money until his hands cramped. The remaining crabs, which Li Xiaolong referred to as small blue crabs, were, in fact, large blue crabs in others' eyes. After careful weighing, they totaled an astonishing 520 Jin. The price for these blue crabs was 200 yuan per Jin. This resulted in another windfall of over 100,000. Watching the growing sum, Li Xiaolong felt as though he were in a dream, the sudden fortune overwhelming. The swimming crabs weighed over 300 Jin, while the bread crabs weighed 186 Jin. The swimming crabs, ranging from 4 Liang to 2 Jin, were priced at 200 yuan per Jin, while those weighing 6 Liang and above were 400 yuan per Jin. The allure of these prices was undeniable, and the swimming crabs alone brought in over 70,000. However, the price for bread crabs was considerably lower, at only 100 yuan per Jin, totaling just over 18,000. Yet, as the saying goes, every bit counts. And Li Xiaolong felt a swell of satisfaction. The orchid crabs weighed 126 Jin. Although they belonged to the same family as swimming crabs, their price was remarkably attractive. Lu Shiyun offered 300 yuan per Jin, which delighted Li Xiaolong. This transaction added over 30,000 to his earnings. The speed of this financial gain felt like riding a rocket, and Li Xiaolong was thoroughly exhilarated. Next, the price of the lobsters soared to outrageous heights. Typically, a common lobster can fetch a price of 500 yuan per pound, while those weighing over 2 pounds can soar to an astonishing 1,000 yuan each. This time, several larger lobsters were caught, prompting Lu Shiyun to offer prices of 2,000, 3,000, and even 5,000 yuan per piece. The remaining lobsters, of more ordinary size, totaled 300 pounds, calculated at 500 yuan per pound, resulting in an impressive total of 150,000 yuan. Li Xiaolong felt as though his wallet might burst. The exhilaration of such swift earnings was unparalleled. Additionally, there were over 310 pounds of sizable white prawns and shrimp. However, the price of white prawns was not comparable to that of lobsters. Lu Shiyun set the price at 100 yuan per pound, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaolong readily agreed. Selling the white prawns and shrimp brought him another 30,000 yuan. Each influx of income felt like a jubilant celebration of wealth, ensnaring him in its intoxicating grip. At the forefront were 2 boxes of big eye tuna. The price of big eye tuna varies from 200 to 600 yuan, depending on the specific cut of the meat. These 2 big eye tunas weighed just over 600 pounds. After a complex calculation, Li Xiaolong ultimately added another 240,000 yuan to his earnings. This time, he truly struck gold, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. In the end, every fish was sold, resulting in a staggering total of over 1,000,000 yuan. With the extraordinary additive known as dragon's blood, fishing had become an incredibly lucrative venture. If one were to claim they could earn 1,000,000 in a single day from fishing alone, few would believe it. Yet, this was the reality Li Xiaolong had achieved, filling his heart with immense pride. Once again, Lu Shiyun generously rounded his earnings to a neat 1,000,000 yuan. Subsequently, several hotel staff members, along with the driver, Chef Zhao Yunlong, and Li Xiaolong himself, collaborated to transport all the weighed fish and shrimp onto the vehicle. The atmosphere was vibrant with teamwork. After transporting all the seafood, Li Xiaolong returned to the main room, retrieving a plastic bucket. The fish within this bucket were not loaded onto the transport vehicle, but instead placed directly into Lu Shiyun's small cart. Concerned about spillage, he even stepped outside the yard to gather a handful of weeds to toss into the bucket. His meticulous nature ensured that no detail was overlooked. Having earned over $1 million in a single day, Li Xiaolong was beaming with joy, and Lu Shiyun shared in his delight. The quality of the fish collected today surpassed previous catches, with a greater variety as well. Whether it was the large yellow croaker or the big eye tuna, these were not easily obtainable in Huizhou or even throughout Guangdong. It often relied on fortune. Dear friend, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Do remember to call me next time you have a catch. I assure you of satisfactory purchasing prices. As they parted ways, Lu Shiyun reminded Li Xiaolong not to forget to contact her when he had quality goods. She too cherished these premium seafood offerings, eagerly anticipating their next partnership. Li Xiaolong nodded with a smile. As long as Lu Shiyun offered fair prices, he was more than willing to continue their collaboration. No one would complain about high unit prices when purchasing. Upon returning to the yard, Lucky, the little dog, was barking excitedly in its kennel. Li Xiaolong approached, opening the door of the doghouse and letting it out. The little creature joyfully dashed around the yard, even playfully tugging at Li Xiaolong's shoelaces. Silly dog, no biting. Li Xiaolong quickly scolded. He couldn't allow it to develop the habit of biting or tearing things apart. Otherwise, it would be difficult to change later on. After shooing Lucky aside, he began practicing martial arts beneath the wooden frame in the yard. The small sandbag beneath the frame was primarily for practicing dodging and evading attacks. He started with some body movements to stretch and warm up, performing basic exercises. After warming up, he progressed to practicing the boxing and kicking techniques he had learned previously. Each move was executed with vigor and strength. After a brief rest, he practiced the dragon fist and the water spirit body technique. These advanced skills were his secret weapons. And with each practice session, he felt his prowess steadily increasing. Finally, he placed some fresh water in a plastic basket, added a drop of dragon's blood, and swallowed another drop, beginning to meditate and practice the sacred dragon immortal body technique. He immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, seemingly isolating himself from everything around him. As Li Xiaolong practiced his kicks and punches, the lively little dog Lucky mirrored his movements, attempting to imitate him with amusing antics that elicited laughter. Are you aspiring to be a kung fu dog? Li Xiaolong teased, chuckling at the sight. Bark, bark, bark. Lucky responded with a flurry of barks. As if in reply to the jest, what could this little yellow dog possibly be saying? Li Xiaolong listened to Lucky's barking but could not decipher its words. He looked at Lucky, puzzled, while Lucky tilted its head, seemingly questioning why Li Xiaolong did not understand its meaning. Chapter 53, Developing Dragon Bone Wine. Early this morning, before the dawn had fully dispelled the chill of night, Li Xiaolong mounted his brand new electric scooter. On the back seat, Lucky the little yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly, occasionally peering out with curiosity at the awakening world. Their destination was the Dahua supermarket in the neighboring village. Li Xiaolong parked the scooter steadily outside the supermarket. Its exterior bore some scratches, glaring in the morning light, likely the handiwork of Lucky. After securing the vehicle, he took Lucky to a nearby breakfast stall. The air was filled with enticing aromas, steam rising from the bamboo baskets, enveloping the food in delightful fragrance. Li Xiaolong ordered himself a steaming breakfast and thoughtfully bought a meat bun for Lucky. After a night had passed, Li Xiaolong felt that Lucky seemed to have grown a bit. He crouched down, cradling Lucky's head in his hands to examine it closely. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared not much had changed. It looked much the same as before. The most noticeable difference was that the fur on Lucky's back, previously singed in a fire, had begun to grow back quite a bit. In a couple of days, it would be impossible to tell that it had ever suffered burns. The saying goes that a meat bun thrown to a dog will never return. Li Xiaolong gently placed the meat bun at his feet, signaling for Lucky to eat. The little creature approached, sniffing the bun with its nose. After a couple of sniffs, it turned its head in apparent disdain, as if to say, "Is this it?" Ultimately, however, perhaps unable to resist its hunger, it began to eat, albeit reluctantly. This scene surprised Li Xiaolong. Rather than devouring it whole, Lucky carefully nibbled only the outer skin of the meat bun. The little creature paid no attention to the minced meat, disdainfully pushing it away with its toe, sending the morsel flying far from it. With a haughty expression, it then looked up and barked at Bruce Lee. As it barked, it extended a paw, gesturing in the air as if to say, "I want more. I'm still hungry." Bruce Lee, observing the untouched meat on the ground, let out a resigned sigh and fell into contemplation. It seemed he would indeed need to change breakfast spots next time. Furthermore, he resolved to forego meat buns in favor of simpler fare like steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and porridge. This time, Bruce Lee decided to offer the little creature a vegetable bun. To his surprise, its eyes lit up instantly, and without a hint of disdain, it eagerly began to devour it. its little tail wagging like a rattle drum. After breakfast, instead of riding his electric bike, Bruce Lee took the little yellow dog, Lucky, and stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. It was unavoidable. He needed to take Lucky for vaccinations, and riding the electric bike was out of the question. It would surely be confiscated. His electric bike was only suitable for meandering along the secluded paths of the countryside. If he dared to ride it into the city, it would undoubtedly be a one-way trip. Nowadays, the traffic police were exceedingly diligent, their imposing figures stationed at every checkpoint. Their keen eyes would not overlook any electric bike failing to meet the new national standards that passed before them. In the past, when Bruce Lee's family had dogs, his parents handled all the paperwork and vaccinations, leaving him utterly clueless about the process. Upon arriving at the pet hospital, he was greeted by a faint scent of disinfectant, with the cacophony of various animal sounds intertwining in the air. After consultations, Bruce Lee learned that numerous vaccines were required, including those for canine distemper, parvovirus, and leptospirosis. Before administering the vaccines, Lucky needed a thorough examination at a qualified veterinary facility, strictly adhering to the veterinarian's recommendations. Fortunately, the pet hospital he visited was legitimate and well-equipped, allowing for a smooth examination and vaccination process for the dog. Following a flurry of activity, taking temperatures, and conducting various tests, Bruce Lee anxiously awaited in the hospital. After a long morning, the doctor finally administered the vaccine with utmost care. However, the doctor cautioned him that future vaccinations would be necessary. One shot would not suffice. Additionally, he needed to obtain a dog ownership certificate for Lucky. Under the detailed guidance of the pet hospital owner, Bruce Lee discovered that acquiring a pet certificate was no simple task. In addition to needing photographs of the dog and himself, as well as his identification card, he also required a property deed or rental agreement. All paperwork had to be meticulously prepared before he could proceed to the designated department for pet registration. He had not anticipated that owning a dog would be so cumbersome. Nevertheless, having made the decision to keep Lucky, he was not one to easily abandon his commitment. After returning home and having a meal, he gathered the necessary documents and took Lucky to a photo studio to have some pictures taken. Lucky was quite lively in front of the camera, tilting its head and hopping about. Once the photo shoot was completed, he took Lucky to the Animal Husbandry Bureau. There, he found himself waiting in line and filling out various forms. After a series of efforts, he finally obtained the dog ownership certificate. Holding the brand new certificate in his hands, Bruce Lee felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without missing a beat, he hurried to a pet food store. The shelves were lined with a dazzling array of dog food, beautifully packaged and priced variably. He selected a hefty 50-pound bag of premium dog food. At the checkout, he was taken aback by the exorbitant price, far exceeding that of ordinary rice. Bruce Lee also took the opportunity to consult the store owner about dog care. He earnestly inquired about how much and how often to feed such a small puppy as Lucky. The store owner patiently answered his questions while Bruce Lee listened intently, nodding and committing the advice to memory. Finally, he sincerely thanked the pet store owner. After paying for the dog food, he also purchased a leash and collar for Lucky, opting for a charming dog tag on which he carefully inscribed his phone number. This way, if the little creature were ever to go missing, anyone who found it could easily contact him to return Lucky. Although he hoped that once Lucky grew up, it would be less likely to wander off. He understood the importance of being prepared. After all, even if Lucky did go missing, as long as he was willing to offer a generous reward, someone would surely return his beloved pup. Having gathered all the necessary supplies, Bruce Lee left the pet store, shaking his head with a rueful smile. If it weren't for his unexpected fortune, he mused, his life would be far less enviable than that of a dog. Reflecting on his previous monthly budget, he recalled how he used to buy the cheapest rice at just 2 yuan and 30 cents per pound. Now, however, the dog food he purchased cost an astonishing 23 yuan per pound, a tenfold difference. Upon returning home, the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns across the floor. With nothing to do and feeling bored, Bruce Lee picked up his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a short video caught his attention. It featured a resident who had stored 10 tons of 53-degree white liquor in their home and had been fined 23,000 yuan by the fire department. At this point, Bruce Lee felt a spark of inspiration. Storing white liquor was indeed a brilliant idea. How had he not thought of it before? With his spatial abilities and dragon blood, he could easily replicate this resident's method by purchasing some white liquor for storage. He envisioned adding a drop of dragon blood to each vat of liquor and placing it in his space for aging. The best part was that he wouldn't have to worry about fines. No one would be able to uncover his hidden stash. Once his water dragon clone achieved a commendable level of cultivation, he could venture into the depths of the sea, seeking the colossal skeletal remains of marine creatures that had perished. He would bring them back, saw them into segments, and steep them in large jars of liquor. Then, he could simply search online for a recipe for health tonics, acquiring some Chinese medicinal herbs. The herbs and dragon bones would serve merely as a facade. The true efficacy would stem from that drop of dragon blood. Such dragon bone liquor would not only be impressive but visually appealing, and it would undoubtedly possess extraordinary properties. When the time came, he could claim it was a secret formula brewed from rare medicinal herbs, setting the price at his discretion. Indeed, this was a venture worth pursuing. There was no time like the present. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he eagerly began searching online for suitable liquors for storage. After some research, he discovered that strong, aromatic, and sauce-flavored liquors were the top choices for aging. Moreover, it is imperative that the liquor be brewed from pure grain. And the sauce-flavored liquor produced by Matai is undoubtedly the premier choice among cellar-aged spirits. This is it, the sauce-flavored liquor from Matai. After all, this particular beverage stands as a symbol of sophistication and prestige within the domestic market, making it considerably easier to sell at a premium price in the future. But where to procure such a fine wine? The solution is simple. Consult the internet. A thorough search soon yielded the necessary information. The address of the exclusive Mutai store located at 1069 Zhongtian Rainbow City, North District, number 18 Renmin Road, Danzhong, Huizhou, Guangdong Province, along with the store's contact number. Chapter 54, Placing the Order. Taking a deep breath to calm his eager anticipation, he dialed the number he had found. Hello, is this the Matai liquor store? A melodious and sweet voice answered on the other end. Yes, sir, this is the Matai store in Huizhou, Guangdong. How may I assist you today? Hello, I would like to purchase a quantity of the 53-degree regular Feitian Matai for my collection. How much do you have available? Li Xiaolong endeavored to maintain a steady and professional tone. Hello, sir. Your taste is impeccable. This is indeed a remarkable liquor worthy of collection. However, I must apologize, as this particular 53-degree Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor is in high demand and currently out of stock. If you wish to purchase it, you can make a reservation in advance. The voice on the line carried a hint of regret. Unable to procure it immediately, and faced with the need for a reservation, Li Xiaolong furrowed his brow in surprise. Though this was quickly overshadowed by a surge of heightened anticipation. May I inquire when the goods will be available? Could I have your surname, sir? And how many bottles would you like to purchase? The customer service representative inquired in return. My surname is Li. What is the selling price for this liquor? Li Xiaolong decided to clarify the price first. Hello, Mr. Li. Our 53-degree Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor is priced quite reasonably at only 199 yuan per bottle. How many would you like to buy? The enthusiastic voice of the customer service representative continued. Upon hearing the price, Li Xiaolong pondered briefly, swiftly calculating his savings. His previous sale of gold had depleted his funds, but the 700,000 from selling fish previously, combined with another million from a recent transaction, comfortably resided in his account, totaling 7 million yuan. With a clear understanding of his finances, Li Xiaolong confidently stated to the customer service representative, I would like to pre-order 1,000 bottles of this 53-degree Feitian Matai sauce-flavored liquor. Very well, Mr. Li. However, you will need to pay a deposit. Please come to our store so we can finalize the agreement in person, the representative responded methodically. All right, I will be there shortly. Li Xiaolong hung up, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Setting aside the phone, he hastily exited his courtyard and hopped onto his somewhat worn electric bicycle, swiftly making his way to the neighboring village. The bicycle came to a steady halt outside Dahua supermarket. After securing the bike, he hailed a taxi and hurried off to the Matai liquor store. En route, he couldn't help but reflect on the inconvenience of not owning a car. Once he earned more money, he vowed to purchase one, as relying on taxis was not only time-consuming but also quite troublesome. Before long, Li Xiaolong arrived at the Matai store in Huizhou. After alighting from the taxi and settling the fare, he gazed up at the imposing and elegant facade of the Matai store. It was undeniable. This establishment was truly the king of liquor, and the grandeur of the shop was a testament to its prestigious reputation. The exquisite sign shimmered with golden light under the sun, and the interior was tastefully arranged, with every detail reflecting exceptional taste. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his attire, he walked confidently into the store. Almost immediately, a beautifully dressed young lady with a professional demeanor approached him with a warm smile. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? I just made an appointment over the phone to place a bulk order, Li Xiaolong replied courteously. You must be Mr. Li. Please follow me, the lady said, her professional smile unwavering as she led him to the manager's office. Mr. Li, this is our store manager, Mr. Zhang, the young lady introduced. Manager Zhang, this gentleman is Mr. Li, who made the reservation over the phone and is here to pay the deposit. Hello, Mr. Li, you are quite the young achiever. Manager Zhang greeted with an affable smile, enthusiastically shaking Li Xiaolong's hand. Although the order of 1,000 bottles was not earth-shattering, it was certainly substantial, marking Li Xiaolong as a capable client. Moreover, Zhang instinctively viewed the young man as a member of the affluent class. Subsequently, Manager Zhang elaborated on the characteristics and pricing of the Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor. The price matched what the customer service representative had stated earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaolong decisively opted to purchase 1,000 bottles of the 53-degree Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor and inquired about the deposit amount. Manager Zhang informed him that a deposit of 10% of the total order was necessary to confirm the purchase and reserve the goods. Li Xiaolong considered this and, without hesitation, agreed to pay a deposit of 149,999 yuan. He was always straightforward in his dealings and promptly completed the payment via his mobile device. Following the payment, Manager Zhang provided him with a receipt and meticulously explained the timeline and method for settling the remaining balance. After finalizing the deposit, Li Xiaolong and Manager Zhang agreed on a pickup date 1 month hence and exchanged contact information. With the agreement concluded, they shook hands firmly, both wearing satisfied smiles, signifying the successful completion of the transaction. The entire process unfolded smoothly, leaving Li Xiaolong thoroughly impressed with the store's service and efficiency. He was confident that within the agreed time frame, he would receive this batch of high-quality Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor. Now, he could only wait, filled with anticipation, eagerly wishing for time to pass swiftly so he could soon receive his order. This venture represented yet another avenue for financial gain, and he firmly believed it would blossom into a sustainable business endeavor, prompting him to continue ordering Mutai liquor for cellar aging in the future. As the transaction drew to a close, Li Xiaolong bid farewell to Manager Zhang with enthusiasm, expressing his intent to continue purchasing the 53-degree Feitian Mutai sauce-flavored liquor. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your trust in our Mutai products. We eagerly await your next order, Manager Zhang replied with a beaming smile, his words sincere. Manager Zhang praised Li Xiaolong's discerning taste, asserting that the market prospects for their sauce-flavored liquor were exceedingly promising, and that Li Xiaolong was destined to reap substantial profits. May your words prove prophetic, Manager Zhang. I hope to enjoy a bountiful return, Li Xiaolong responded with a cheerful smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Yet, he understood that his future endeavors would not merely consist of selling this liquor. Given the high demand for this beverage, the potential profits, even after several years, remained an uncertain prospect. However, if he were to infuse traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, procure some colossal fish bones from the ocean to masquerade as dragon bones, and then add a single drop of dragon's blood, followed by steeping an array of precious herbal ingredients in wine for a period, he firmly believed that the resulting concoction would yield remarkable effects. Dragon's blood is indeed a potent tonic, rich in yang energy, capable of effortlessly vanquishing all malevolent forces. Moreover, dragon's blood is undoubtedly an excellent aphrodisiac. It seems prudent to seek out a formula for a potent aphrodisiac herbal wine. This endeavor is quite manageable. Whether through online searches or consulting medical texts, locating a recipe for an aphrodisiac herbal wine is exceedingly simple. He hailed a taxi to return to the small village where his electric scooter was parked, but instead of going directly back, he rode to the Good Luck fishing tackle shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar scent of fishing gear. Skillfully, he selected and purchased 20 packets of pungent bait and 10 large plastic baskets for holding fish. These items, when not in use, could be neatly stacked without occupying much space, and when needed, they could be easily retrieved. At present, he required a plastic basket to remain by the cold pool for A.O. Bing's convenience. As for the other matter, it sufficed for A.O. Bing to relieve himself directly beside the pool, and in a few days, Bruce Lee would attend to the cleanup. The main issue was that Bruce Lee's provisions were insufficient. A.O. Bing could only manage a meal every few days. Yet, unlike humans, the Dragon Clan could endure such fasting. As long as they weren't perpetually deprived, they could withstand the hunger. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his spiritual power had been shackled by the ancient cold iron chain submerged in the icy pool, which was the source of his hunger. Chapter 55, Junior Brother Daxian. Upon returning to the quaint village, Bruce Lee proceeded directly to the bustling market. The marketplace was alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, creating a vibrant atmosphere. He paused at the meat stall, meticulously selecting over 5 pounds of lean pork for his little dog, Lucky. He intended to store this meat in his space, to be mixed with the dog food he purchased daily for Lucky. As he passed a fast food restaurant, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air stirred his appetite. Without hesitation, he entered, ordering 3 sets of meals and 3 portions of rice. Upon returning home, he first approached the doghouse and opened the small door. Before leaving earlier that day, he had deliberately confined Lucky, as the little creature was far too small and might easily get lost if allowed to roam freely. Released from confinement, Lucky whimpered, as if expressing profound grievances. The sound seemed to convey the loneliness, pain, and discomfort of being locked away. Observing this, Bruce Lee bent down, gently stroking Lucky's head, and softly reassured him. It was to prevent you from being captured by others. Now, come on, it's time to eat. He then proceeded to fill Lucky's bowl with dog food, adhering strictly to the quantities recommended by the pet store owner. However, given that Lucky had consumed a drop of dragoness blood, his appetite was likely greater than that of an ordinary puppy. Thus, Bruce Lee supplemented each meal with an additional couple of ounces of lean pork to ensure Lucky would not go hungry. Watching the little creature wag its tail joyfully as it devoured its food, he then retrieved the 3 boxes of takeout from his scooter. He entered the room and set a stool outside in the yard, where he began to relish his lunch. He quickly polished off the 3 meals and 3 portions of vegetables, consuming what would typically suffice for 2 people. Yet, since he began practicing the indestructible body of the sacred dragon, his appetite had increased. This was compounded by the fact that his recent diet had improved. Otherwise, even 4 meals might not have satiated him. After finishing his meal, he placed the empty containers into a bag, intending to dispose of them next time he ventured out. Just as he completed his meal, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and was surprised to see a call from his junior brother, Yang Daxian. Curiosity piqued, as his junior brother seldom initiated contact. Upon answering, Yang Daxian's booming voice resonated from the other end. Fourth brother. I heard from Uncle Lee that you have come to Guangdong. Where are you now? I'm in Huizhou, Guangdong. What about you, junior brother? Still in Fujian? Fourth brother. I'm also in Guangdong, in Huizhou as well. Which part of Huizhou are you in? I'm in Huizhou County. Weren't you always in Fujian? When did you come to Guangdong? I had no idea. Before Bruce Lee left the company, his junior brother was still in Fujian. I just arrived in Huizhou a day or 2 ago. Why aren't you in Shanghai anymore? What brings you to Guangdong? It's a long story. What about you? The stone carving business has been sluggish. So I decided to see if I could find some work in Guangdong. Why don't you come help me out? It's been years since we last saw each other. We can share a drink together. Is Xiao Tao with you? Of course. Then bring her along tomorrow. You both can come help me out. And we can discuss the payment later. All right, I'll come over tomorrow. It's getting a bit late tonight. In truth, they were both in Huizhou, and a taxi ride would bring them together quickly. However, Bruce Lee had not yet arranged accommodations for his brother. If guests arrived, there would be no bedding available. Conveniently, he could rent the house just 20 meters away from his own courtyard tomorrow, though his courtyard was quite spacious, with 10 rooms. Accommodating his brother and sister-in-law would pose no issue. However, he preferred not to have them living there, as he harbored too many secrets. Furthermore, he did not wish to witness the romantic exchanges between his brother and sister-in-law daily. He certainly did not want to be a bystander to their affections. After ending the call, he promptly dialed the intermediary from before. Hello, Lu Gu. This is Li Xiaolong, the one you helped find a rental courtyard. I understand there's another house available. I would like to rent that one as well. Oh, it's you, Li Xiaolong. You want to rent another house? Yes. Could you come a bit earlier tomorrow morning? Bring the landlord along. I have a friend coming to stay. Sure, let's plan for that. I'll bring the landlord at 8 in the morning. All right, that's settled then. See you at 8 tomorrow. Bye. With matters arranged, he diligently resumed the training of the martial arts taught by his master, Yang Xiaofeng. He commenced with stretching and fundamental exercises, including leg and foot drills. These basic techniques may seem simple, yet they form the foundation of all martial arts. He executed each movement with utmost seriousness. After completing the fundamentals, he began practicing various martial arts forms, every stance and technique exuding the essence of a warrior. Ultimately, he focused on the dragon fist, the dragon's movement technique, and the water dragon clone learned from Ao Bing. He also attempted to practice the cloud and rain technique, though the results were not particularly impressive. The bowl of water he poured into the air returned to the ground unchanged, without increasing its volume. After finishing his physical training, he turned to his internal cultivation. This time, he added 2 drops of dragon's blood to the plastic basket for his practice. He had only swallowed a single drop of dragon's blood for internal cultivation. After all, compared to the entirety of the body, the internal organs are more fragile, so a mere drop of dragon's blood sufficed. Cultivation requires a gradual approach. Excess can be detrimental. On the following morning at 8 o'clock, the agent arrived punctually with the landlord. The price had already been agreed upon during their previous discussion. Li Xiaolong did not elaborate further this time, renting the compound for an annual fee of 2,000 yuan. This time, there was no viewing fee, and the introduction fee was reduced by 1,000, bringing the total from 13,000 to 12,000. Many doubted this, yet it was indeed the reality. In Huizhou City and even throughout the nation, the introduction fees for long-term rentals in suburban courtyards are exorbitant. Moreover, he was fortunate. Some properties demanded transfer fees as high as 50 to 80,000, which were truly outrageous. Brother Lu, the real estate agent, feigned hesitation before ultimately agreeing. The profits in the property rental business are astonishingly high, often surpassing the landlord's earnings. The landlord's annual rent was merely 2,000 yuan. while the agent pocketed 12,000 in one go, equivalent to 6 years of rent, which was almost unbelievable. On platforms like Douyin, Xigua Video, or Baidu, one can find videos showcasing rural courtyards for rent. For those in the city wishing to embrace a pastoral lifestyle, it is imperative to inquire clearly about the introduction fees and any transfer fees before renting. Li Xiaolong paid 2 years' rent, a deposit of 1,000 yuan, and signed the rental agreement, thus finalizing the arrangement. He then rode his electric bike to the nearby village's Dahua supermarket. There, he selected 2 comforters along with various household essentials such as basins, buckets, and brooms. All these items were loaded onto his electric bike, intended for his junior disciple, Yang Dashan. Should they find these provisions insufficient in the future, they could purchase more themselves. At the entrance of Dahua supermarket in Shaoyang village, he called his junior disciple. You should take a taxi over, otherwise, you might have trouble finding the place. I'm waiting for you at Dahua supermarket in Huizhou County. Okay. Thank you, fourth brother. We'll be there shortly, came the reply. After approximately 40 minutes, a taxi finally pulled up at the entrance of Dahua supermarket. From the vehicle emerged a towering youth, standing at around 2 meters tall, who was none other than his junior disciple, Yang Dashan. Gifted with extraordinary strength and a robust physique since childhood, Yang Dashan was slightly taller than Yao Ming, standing alongside ordinary individuals. He exuded an imposing presence akin to a mountain, which is why he was aptly named Yang Dashan. Yang Dashan was known for his straightforward nature and unwavering principles. Among the group of disciples, he shared the closest bond with Li Xiaolong. Chapter 56. Yang Dashan saves the beauty. Dashan, shout out, you've arrived. Li Xiaolong greeted them with a beaming smile as he hurried forward. Fourth brother, we're here. Yang Dashan's booming voice radiated joy at their reunion. Great, follow me, Li Xiaolong said, noticing the taxi driver preparing to turn around. He quickly approached the driver. Sir, could you please take them to the outskirts one more time? It's just a few minutes away. The driver frowned, displaying reluctance. Observing this, Li Xiaolong inquired, Sir, it's only 5 or 6 kilometers to the outskirts. What would you charge? 50 yuan, the driver replied, his tone firm and uncompromising. Though the distance was short, the driver was concerned about returning with an empty car. And seeing Yang Dashan's formidable build, along with Li Xiaolong's own height of 1.85 meters, made him apprehensive about making the trip. Fine, 50 it is. Li Xiaolong responded without hesitation, handing over 50 yuan to the driver before beckoning Yang Dashan and his wife to reboard the taxi. I'll lead the way, you follow behind, he instructed, mounting his electric bike, laden with the newly acquired bedding and household items, and set off towards the countryside. Had it not been for the visible load of necessities on Li Xiaolong's bike, the taxi driver would have been even less inclined to venture out to the countryside. Fortunately, the village was not far, and soon they arrived at the yard of the house Li Xiaolong had just rented. Dashan, we've arrived. This is the courtyard, he announced, parking his bike. Though it appears somewhat dilapidated, it is indeed tranquil, perfect for us brothers to reside in. While the exterior of the courtyard looked aged, its overall structure was still sound, far from being a hazardous dwelling. It was notably more spacious and comfortable than Yang Dashan's childhood home. However, due to prolonged vacancy, the yard was overgrown with weeds, emanating an air of desolation. Nonetheless, both Yang Dashan and Luo Xiaotao hailed from humble rural backgrounds and were accustomed to hardship. Thus, they did not place excessive demands on their living conditions. Yang Dashan's childhood was particularly arduous, having lost his parents at an early age, leaving him with only a dilapidated house. He was straightforward and practical, lacking the cunning social skills of others, leading some to perceive him as simple-minded, thinking that finding a wife would be a challenge for him in adulthood. In his youth, Li Xiaolong often secretly brought buns and steamed bread from home to share with Yang Dashan. Even salted duck eggs, he would find ways to sneak away, giving Yang Dashan 1 today, 2 tomorrow. Eventually, their master recognized Yang Dashan's exceptional talent for martial arts and took him under his wing. With the support of his master and senior brothers, Yang Dashan's life gradually improved, freeing him from the worries of basic sustenance. The tale of how Yang Dashan met his wife, Luo Xiaotao, is steeped in a legendary narrative of heroism and rescue. When he was around 17 or 18, while attending a market, he decided to pass the time by watching a film at the cinema. At the same time, Luo Xiaotao and her then-boyfriend were seated right next to him. Coming from a modest background, Luo Xiaotao was nonetheless strikingly beautiful, her figure particularly captivating. As the film commenced, the lights in the cinema dimmed. Seated behind them were several young men from nearby villages, among them a notorious troublemaker named Lu Laoqi. At just 17, Lu Laoqi belonged to a family of 7 brothers, all of whom were robust and boisterous, known throughout the village for their unruly behavior. His 5th brother, Lu Laowu, had been in the same class as Yang Dashan and Li Xiaolong, having repeated grades due to his mischievousness. Accustomed to his domineering ways, Lu Laoqi's attention was drawn to the alluring Luo Xiaotao sitting in front of him. Seizing the opportunity in the dim light of the cinema, he brazenly stood up and reached over, groping Luo Xiaotao without any regard for decency. Her boyfriend, a cowardly and timid individual, turned pale at the sight of Lu Laoqi, too intimidated to intervene and instead cowered in his seat. Despite Luo Xiaotao's desperate struggles, she was no match for Lu Laoqi's strength. Just when the situation seemed dire, Yang Dashan, who had been absorbed in the movie, felt a surge of indignation and sprang to his feet. With a resounding slap, Yang Dashan struck Lu Laoqi across the face. The resounding slap echoed throughout the cinema, leaving one side of Lu Laoqi's face red and swollen. Infuriated by the blow, Lu Laoqi was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he turned to see Yang Dashan. Instantly, the vitriol died on his lips. He feared no one, but held a deep-seated trepidation towards Yang Dashan. Not only was he formidable on his own, but even if his 7 brothers joined forces, they would still be no match for Yang Dashan. The latter, towering and muscular, had honed his martial skills, exhibiting an extraordinary capacity for resilience. While others might land a punch or 10 without phasing him, a mere touch from him would spell disaster for his opponents, broken bones and shattered spirits. Unsettled by the initial slap, Yang Dashan seized the cowardly figure sitting beside Luo Xiaotao and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. You pathetic wretch. Witnessing your girlfriend being bullied, and yet you stand idly by? What good are you to this world? From now on, keep your distance from this lady. A spineless creature like you is unworthy of her. If I catch you near her again, I shall strike you without hesitation. Be gone. The young man, thoroughly chastised by Yang Dashan's tirade, hung his head in shame and scurried out of the cinema. With the contemptible man dispatched, Yang Dashan turned to find Lu Laoqi glaring at him with resentment. With a swift motion, he struck Lu Laoqi again, this time delivering a resounding slap to the left side of his face. What a scoundrel! How dare you act so brazenly in broad daylight? What? You're not satisfied? Bring your 6 older brothers, and let us settle this. Faced with Yang Dashan, who towered over him, the usually arrogant Lu Laoqi wilted under pressure, no longer daring to issue threats, and slinked away from the cinema. The group of young men who accompanied him, frightened, quickly rose and hurriedly departed from Yang Dashan's presence. Thank you, big brother. I am truly grateful. Luo Xiaotao looked at Yang Dashan with admiration, his imposing stature instilling a profound sense of security within her. Later that afternoon, after the film concluded, Yang Dashan had barely returned home when Luo Xiaotao, bearing gifts, inquired about his whereabouts and made her way to his residence. Upon entering, she exclaimed, Big brother Yang, thank you for your gallant intervention today, saving me from that predicament. Had I not encountered you, I cannot fathom what might have transpired. Big brother, I have longed for an elder brother, but have never had one. May I adopt you as my big brother? If anyone dares to bully me henceforth, I shall invoke your name, and they will surely think twice. Li Xiaolong was unsure how Yang Dashan responded at that moment. But given his sense of justice and upon seeing the vulnerable Luo Xiaotao, he likely vowed to protect her and readily agreed. From that day forth, Luo Xiaotao frequently visited Yang Dashan's home, assisting him with laundry, mending, and tidying up his household. As time passed, whispers began to circulate in the community regarding their relationship. However, Luo Xiaotao remained unfazed. With rumors proliferating, her parents, unable to manage their daughter's affairs, ultimately sought out Yang Dashan, requesting that he formally propose. Initially, Yang Dashan hesitated, insisting that he was impoverished and regarded Luo Xiaotao merely as a sister, harboring no romantic intentions, and that nothing inappropriate had occurred between them. Chapter 57. A Helping Hand. Luo Xiaotao's father erupted. Although you have not engaged in anything improper, a solitary man and woman together inevitably stirs gossip. Do you realize what is paramount for a young lady? Reputation. The community is rife with speculation about you both. If you do not marry her, how will she find a spouse? Truth be told, Yang Dashan did harbor feelings for Luo Xiaotao. She was beautiful, with a pleasing figure, diligent and gentle. Yet, he felt unworthy, believing his empty abode would only bring her hardship. Eventually, it was Master Li Xiaolong who intervened, providing a dowry to facilitate their union. The dowry demanded by Luo Xiaotao's family was modest, merely a formality. Thus, many assumed that Yang Dashan, having just graduated from middle school with a destitute background and lacking the charm to woo women, would find it exceedingly difficult to secure a wife. Yet, to their surprise, he was the first among his peers to marry. Ironically, Li Xiaolong, the high-achieving university student once deemed a catch, remained single to this day. Now, Yang Dashan's daughter was already capable of running errands, residing with her maternal grandparents. For the past few years, Yang Dashan and his wife had been laboring in Fujian, entrusting their daughter's care to her grandparents. In this era, It was not uncommon for individuals like Yang Deshan to leave children in the care of elders while they sought work elsewhere. Brother, will Xiao Tao and I be living here from now on? Where will you reside? Yang Deshan asked, perplexed, surveying the yard, before turning to Li Xiaolong for clarification. I live just over 20 meters away, right there, replied Li Xiaolong, gesturing behind him. A large house stood a short distance away. Brother, with such a spacious courtyard, why don't you move in here with us? Renting 2 places seems such a waste. Yang Deshan scratched his head, confused. Not to worry, come. Let us clean up inside first. Li Xiaolong smiled, offering no further explanation as he pushed the electric cart toward the small courtyard. Once inside, Li Xiaolong brought down the small golden dog, Lucky, who had been resting quietly by his feet during their journey. Upon arrival, the little creature joyfully dashed around the new courtyard. What an adorable little dog. Both Yang Deshan and Luo Xiao Tao were smitten with Lucky. The chubby, plump pup was undeniably charming. Li Xiaolong noticed that Lucky had indeed grown and seemed even more endearing than before. Since consuming the dragon blood, Lucky appeared to have become a tad smarter. Li Xiaolong planned to administer another drop of dragon blood in a few days to promote further growth and intelligence. Leaving the bedding on the electric cart, Li Xiaolong removed only the cleaning supplies. The trio set to work tidying the house, with the combined efforts swiftly transforming the space. All right, Deshan, Xiao Tao, you two go take a shower. I'll head back home and return for dinner shortly, Li Xiaolong called to the exuberant Lucky, gathering him into his arms as he headed back to his residence. Upon arriving home, he parked the cart in the yard, letting Lucky play while he hurried to wash off the grime accumulated from cleaning the musty, dust-filled space that had been uninhabited for so long. After taking a shower and washing his hair, he tossed his soiled clothes into the washing machine. His culinary endeavors were rather simplistic. He merely utilized a rice cooker to rinse and steam some rice, while an abundance of ready-made marinated dishes awaited him. He procured a plate filled with beef, another with beef tendon, a third with pig's ears, and yet another with roasted chicken. All were meaty dishes, robust and hearty. He then retrieved a bowl and scooped some pickled vegetables from the jar gifted to him by the owner of the deli. This ensured a balance of meat and vegetables. Lacking any wine at home, he hopped on his electric bike and made his way to the Dahua supermarket in Shaoyang village to purchase 2 cases of beer. Upon his return, Yang Dashan and his wife had already arrived at his yard, playfully entertaining the little pup, Xiao's son. At that moment, Luo Xiaodao was enthusiastically switching hands to shake paws with Xiao's son, who surprisingly mimicked her by alternating his little paws in response. Even Li Xiaolong was taken aback, pondering when the little creature had learned such an endearing gesture. Dashan, Xiaodao, come on, let us head inside for dinner, he called. Before dining, he prepared a small bowl of dog food for Xiao's son, mixing in a couple of ounces of diced meat, and added a bowl of clean water beside the pup's bed, inviting him to feast. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolong and Dashan each carried a case of beer into the main room. The large table was already set with the hearty dishes Li Xiaolong had prepared, albeit covered with a lid. He removed the lid, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and opened 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Yang Dashan as they began their meal. Dashan, it has been ages since we've shared a drink together. Let us raise a toast, Li Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Cheers, Dashan replied, clinking his beer bottle against Li Xiaolong's before tilting his head back to gulp it down in one go. As they savored their meal and engaged in light conversation, the topic soon turned to the work Li Xiaolong had invited them for. Dashan, I've recently acquired a fishing boat here, and I venture out daily to fish, gather seafood, and set traps. I could use your assistance in binding crabs and managing the traps. Essentially, just follow my lead in whatever I do. As for remuneration, the typical salary for ordinary crew members at sea ranges from 10 to 20,000. I'll offer you 20,000 a month, with bonuses to be discussed separately. Fourth brother, is 20,000 too generous? I hope you aren't sacrificing your own profit for our sake, Yang Dashan replied earnestly, concern etched on his face. Not at all. Life at sea is arduous. You must be prepared for hard work, Li Xiaolong reassured him, his demeanor serious. That won't be an issue. Both Xiao Tao and I are accustomed to hardship. We've endured our fair share of trials as country folk, Yang Dashan declared confidently, thumping his chest. Very well. Take a couple of days to rest, then we'll set out to fish. Rest? Let us head out tomorrow. There's nothing pressing, Dashan insisted, his eagerness palpable. All right. Tomorrow it is. By the way, does Xiao Tao know how to swim? I can swim, but my skills are quite rudimentary, Luo Xiao Tao answered shyly. When time allows, Dashan should teach you more. However, on the fishing boat, we will wear life jackets, so there's no need for undue concern. By the way, have either of you experienced seasickness? Li Xiaolong suddenly inquired. Not sure. We've ain't never been on a boat before, but we don't get carsick, Yang Dashan replied uncertainly. We'll only know if we get seasick once we're on the boat. We can find out then, but I doubt it will be an issue. Chapter 58, Dashan's body refinement. The drinking session between Li Xiaolong and Yang Dashan did not last long. They had rushed over from Huizhou and spent the morning cleaning, leaving them utterly fatigued. Therefore, Li Xiaolong suggested they return home early to rest and enjoy a proper nap, reminding them to come back for dinner in the afternoon. "We'll cook ourselves in the afternoon," Luo Xiaotao proposed. "No need. The reason I invited you was to provide meals and accommodations. And I also wanted to indulge in some leisure myself, enjoying prepared food. In the future, Xiaotao, whenever you have time, feel free to come over and help with the cooking, as it's just the three of us eating, no outsiders, so you can prepare whatever you wish." Li Xiaolong replied with a playful grin. Once Luo Xiaotao understood that Li Xiaolong was indeed seeking to avoid exertion, she ceased to protest. "All right, I'll come over early to cook this afternoon." With that settled, Luo Xiaotao and Yang Dashan returned home to rest. With some free time on his hands during the afternoon, Li Xiaolong began searching for herbal recipes for a tonic to enhance vitality. He scrolled through numerous recipes on his phone, his eyes darting across the screen as his fingers glided effortlessly. After a thorough search, he finally settled on a remarkably simple recipe for a ginseng and goji berry wine, requiring ingredients such as ginseng, goji berries, rock candy, cooked Rehmannia, and yellow wine. He mused that he had already planted ginseng in his space and merely needed to cultivate goji berries and cooked Rehmannia, utilizing dragon manure and urine for their growth. Later, he could substitute yellow wine with white wine, resulting in a superior tonic. With all ingredients sourced from dragon manure, urine, and blood, he could even add a drop of dragon blood to the wine for infusion, rivaling any concoction made with authentic dragon bones. With thoughts of a potential marketing strategy in mind, he could hardly believe such a tonic would command a handsome price. Resolute, he promptly placed an order on Taobao for 20 goji saplings and a pound of cooked Rehmannia seeds, eagerly awaiting their arrival to plant them in his space. At 4 in the afternoon, Li Xiaolong ventured to the neighboring Shaoyang village to procure supplies. The market was teeming with people, vibrant calls of merchants filling the air. He navigated through the stalls, carefully selecting an array of fresh vegetables, along with some pork and fresh beef. Given that his room contained a refrigerator, albeit an old one, it still functioned adequately, so he decided to stock up, ensuring he wouldn't need to make multiple trips. He could easily store enough to last 3 days. Upon returning with his purchases, he found Yang Dashan and Luo Xiaotao already there. Li Xiaolong halted his bike, and Luo Xiaotao stepped forward to assist, taking some vegetables from the bike to wash. The remainder was swiftly taken inside to be stored in the refrigerator. As Luo Xiaotao prepared the meal, Li Xiaolong beckoned Yang Dashan aside. "Dashan, I wish to share with you a remarkable method for body refinement. This practice is truly extraordinary. Legend has it that it is a technique from the celestial realm, and at advanced levels, one becomes impervious to water and fire and resistant to blades. While the claims may sound exaggerated, the effectiveness is undeniable. I haven't practiced it for long, yet my strength has significantly increased. Brother, is this technique truly so wondrous?" Yang Dashan asked, a blend of skepticism and anticipation evident in his expression. "Of course it is. If you don't believe me, let us try a test of strength." This test of strength referred to a unique method of practice employed by Li Xiaolong and his companions, which could be performed solo or with a partner, using one hand or both simultaneously. In solo practice, one would insert a pole into the crevices of several large movable stones. Previously, they had utilized thick wooden planks or small trees, flattened on both sides to any desired length, be it 1 meter or 2. By inserting the plank or pole into the stones and using their energy to twist it, they could enhance their strength. One may twist in both the clockwise and counterclockwise directions, engaging in repetitive motions. Following the displacement of the stone, one can insert the wooden plank into another crevice and subsequently twist the stone back into its original position, practicing this cycle repeatedly to strengthen the wrists and arms. In the realm of strength, no one could surpass Yang Dashan. Even the deeply skilled senior brother was no match for him. Bruce Lee searched diligently throughout the room and courtyard but failed to locate a carrying pole. However, he did find a sturdy wooden stick, roughly the thickness of an arm. Consequently, the two brothers each grasped one end of the stick and began to exert force in opposite directions simultaneously. Initially, the stick remained immovable, as if firmly anchored, with neither party gaining an advantage. As they intensified their efforts, muscles tensed and veins bulged, until with a loud crack, the stick abruptly snapped in two. The immense twisting force exerted by the two was too great for the stick to endure, resulting in its abrupt fracture. "Your prowess is remarkable. This technique is indeed extraordinary," Yang Dashan exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment and admiration. It is worth noting that in previous instances, Bruce Lee had never been Yang Dashan's equal in this contest of strength, and among their brotherhood, no one could claim to rival him. In truth, Bruce Lee had been holding back, for he had always found himself outmatched by Yang Dashin in the twisting of the stick. To suddenly surpass him now would seem excessive. Thus, he maintained a balance, ensuring an evenly matched contest. Yet even so, he managed to astonish Yang Dashin. Subsequently, Bruce Lee meticulously imparted the intricacies of the sacred dragon indestructible body technique to Yang Dashin. This technique, even if disseminated, would yield minimal results for others, as the absence of dragon blood to augment the practice would render significant advancement exceedingly arduous. By the time Yang Dashin had familiarized himself with the technique, Luo Xiaotao's meal was also prepared. The three then set the table and commenced their meal. Meanwhile, Bruce Lee took the liberty of preparing food for the little yellow dog. Lucky, in advance, knowing that without this preemptive measure, the mealtime would be far from tranquil. After dining and engaging in conversation for approximately half an hour, Bruce Lee beckoned Yang Dashin into the room. Within, he had placed a plastic basket filled with nearly half a basket of clear water, into which he added a single drop of dragon blood. Dashin, please sit cross-legged in the water and circulate your energy according to the route of the body refining technique. The water contains the exceedingly rare essence of a century-old blood ginseng, which serves as a medicinal aid for the cultivation of this technique. Without this supplement, achieving remarkable results in practice becomes exceedingly challenging. This century-old blood ginseng is incredibly rare, even more so than a century-old ginseng root. Please, enter the basket and test its efficacy. All right, thank you, fourth brother. I will give it a try. Yang Dashin readily accepted, shedding his outer garments and stepping into the plastic frame. He sat cross-legged in the water, closed his eyes, and silently recalled the route of the body refining technique that Bruce Lee had taught him at noon, before gradually beginning to circulate his energy along the prescribed path. Soon, he felt a series of intense heat waves surging from the outside of his body into his limbs and internal organs. Yang Dashin quietly immersed himself in the dragon blood-infused water, savoring the powerful and mysterious force it imparted. As he practiced the technique, his body began to ravenously absorb the essence of the dragon blood. The dragon blood seemed to meld with his being, transforming every inch of his skin and every meridian. He could sense a surge of power coursing within him, his muscles becoming more taut and robust, and his bones increasingly resilient. Throughout the cultivation process, he experienced an unprecedented intensity, as though his entire being was ablaze with fire. However, rather than feeling discomfort, he was overwhelmed by a sense of exhilaration. He understood that this was the medicinal potency of the blood ginseng unlocking his latent potential, rendering him even stronger. As time progressed, the power of the dragon blood penetrated deeper into his body, and his breath grew increasingly steady. He felt as though he had transformed into a colossal dragon, swimming through the water, experiencing the growth of his strength and the metamorphosis of his physique. His mental state became more tranquil than ever, his pure heart elevated, as if he were one with the universe. Upon concluding his practice, Yang Dashin rose from the water, exuding a formidable aura that attested to the transformation wrought by the dragon blood. He felt rejuvenated, brimming with strength and confidence, aware that this training had propelled him significantly closer to the pinnacle of martial arts. Chapter 59, finally no longer alone in the fields. After completing his training, Yang Dashin stepped steadily out of the plastic basket, still imbued with the invigorating energy of his practice. He quickly donned his clothing and respectfully bowed to Bruce Lee, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, fourth brother. It was only after this experience that he truly grasped the miraculous and potent nature of this technique. Fully appreciating the immense value of the blood ginseng that fourth brother had spoken of, at that moment, he felt more invigorated than ever, filled with power, as if a single punch could fell a bull. Yang Dashin's innate strength was no mere boast. At the age of 17, he had crafted a weightlifting stone lock in the Master-S courtyard, weighing a staggering 170 pounds. At that time, Bruce Lee and their fellow brothers could only barely lift it using both hands, while each could manage a few repetitions. The disparity between them and Yang Dashin was nothing short of astronomical. Yang Dashin effortlessly hoisted the 170-pound stone burden with a single hand, as if it were a trivial object. He then proceeded to lift the stone above his head 3 times in succession with ease, before heaving it far away with great force. In an instant, the 170-pound stone flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the courtyard and creating 2 deep impressions in the hard earth. What constitutes inherent talent? What defines natural strength? Yang Dashin is the epitome of such qualities. This exceptional power cannot merely be achieved through diligent practice. At that moment, his fellow brothers stood in stunned silence, for while they had always known of Yang Dashin's innate strength, they had never comprehended the extent of his power. From that day forth, it became abundantly clear to everyone. Should an adult fall prey to Yang Dashin's expansive hands, they would be tossed aside like a mere chick, flung far from their original position. He could even grasp a fully grown person and slam them to the ground repeatedly, as if they were a ragged sack. Would you not feel fear? He had never specifically trained in weightlifting, yet he could achieve such feats with apparent ease. At that time, everyone could not help but lament that it was unfortunate young Dashin was born in the countryside. Had he been in a city school, he would have long been recruited by weightlifting or basketball coaches as an athlete. After young Dashin departed, Bruce Lee suddenly realized a pressing issue. Tomorrow he would be the sole one with an electric bike, making it inconvenient for 3 people to travel together. Thus, he took advantage of the night and rode to the outskirts of Shaoyang village. He looked around, ensuring no one was present before proceeding. Swiftly, he stowed the electric bike into the designated space, then strode purposefully into the village. This suburban hamlet offered electric bikes for sale, catering to the numerous migrant workers who resided here. He made his way directly to the shop that sold electric bikes, and without a moment's hesitation, purchased another identical heavy-load King electric bike. This one was intended for young Dashin and his wife. The heavy-load King was not only capable of carrying passengers, but also transporting goods, making it exceptionally convenient and practical. After acquiring the electric bike, he energetically rode to the Heo Yunlai fishing tackle shop. He purchased 2 more of the same brand of fishing rods, ensuring they were fully equipped. He also filled a large plastic bag with rubber bands for binding crabs and bought 20 bags of potent bait, sufficient to last him a long time. Upon returning home, he suddenly recalled that some of the bait containers from his last outing had been too small, leading to them being swallowed by fish. Realizing he lacked adequate smaller bait containers, he rummaged through his belongings to find a dozen empty mineral water bottles. With scissors in hand, he meticulously punctured small holes in each bottle, transforming them into makeshift bait containers. When the time came, he could simply fill the bottles with the prepared bait and secure the lids. These mineral water bottles would thwart ordinary fish from swallowing them, unless, of course, a particularly large fish came along. Fearing he might forget by morning, he tied each completed bait container to the back of the electric bike. He mentally reviewed the supplies needed for the next day's sea voyage, ensuring nothing was overlooked before commencing his daily training routine. He first dripped 2 drops of dragon's blood into the basket, swallowed a drop himself, then settled his mind to practice the sacred dragon indestructible body cultivation technique. At dawn the following day, Li Xiaolong rose from his bed. He first called young Dashin, inviting him and his wife to join for breakfast and to ride the electric bike. After hanging up the phone, he entered the kitchen and prepared 3 bowls of noodles. Appreciating their convenience and simplicity, when young Dashin and his wife arrived, the noodles were perfectly cooked, and the 3 of them each enjoyed a generous bowl. Li Xiaolong gestured towards the 2 electric bikes parked in the yard and said to young Dashin, "Dashin, choose one for yourself. Pick the one you prefer. As both are identical, what is there to choose? Any bike will do," young Dashin replied nonchalantly. Li Xiaolong placed some vegetables, fruits, and drinking water in the baskets of the electric bikes, provisions for their journey to the boat where Luo Xiaotao would cook lunch. Considering that no one would be at home after they left, he decided to let the little dog, Lucky, out of the house. He lifted Lucky onto the electric bike, ensuring the dog would stay by his feet. Subsequently, Li Xiaolong led the way, with young Dashin riding the electric bike alongside his wife. Together, they made their way to the seaside dock. The distance was not great, and soon they arrived at the pier. Li Xiaolong parked the electric bikes in the designated area for electric vehicles and secured them. "You keep the key. It's yours from now on," he said, handing the key to young Dashin. "All right, I'll hold on to it," young Dashin replied, tucking the key into his pocket. With his left hand carrying vegetables and his right hand holding the mineral water bottles, and Lucky bouncing along beside him, they descended the dock. He pointed proudly at the nearby vessel, the Divine Dragon. "This boat is mine. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? Wow. 4th brother, you've struck it rich. This boat is magnificent," exclaimed young Dashin and Luo Xiaotao in awe. Indeed, the 20-meter-long fishing boat appeared quite imposing, especially as it was a luxurious model, exuding an air of sophistication. Li Xiaolong unfastened the iron chain that secured the boat to the shore and first carried Lucky aboard the Divine Dragon. Then, he entered the cabin to retrieve 2 life jackets, handing them to young Dashin and Luo Xiaotao. "Put these on. It's safer to wear life jackets while at sea." He also secured a rope around Lucky, tethering him in a corner of the deck with just under 2 meters of slack, to prevent the little creature from wandering off or falling overboard. With all preparations complete, Li Xiaolong started the fishing boat and steered towards the designated fueling area. Refueling before setting out to sea was an essential task. Once the tank was filled, he restarted the Divine Dragon and set sail into the vast ocean. The morning sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of the sea, enveloped him as flocks of seabirds circled above. The entire ocean pulsed with vibrant life. Curious, young Dashin ventured into the cabin to observe how Li Xiaolong operated the fishing boat. Li Xiaolong patiently explained the process, noting that it was far better for both of them to know how to navigate the boat than for him to be the sole operator. This time, Li Xiaolong was steering towards a remote island positioned diagonally ahead, approximately 80 to 90 nautical miles from the coastline. Not too far, yet not too close. This elongated island measures over 500 meters in length and 200 meters in width, with its narrowest point being merely a few dozen meters. The island was rugged and rocky, making it an ideal location for foraging along the shore. However, it lacked any shrubs or trees. As such, flora could not thrive in the harsh coastal environment. During inclement weather, the island would often become submerged. In the past, people frequently visited this small island to gather seafood, but due to its diminutive size, the number of visitors diminished over time. When too many people came, the seafood catch was insufficient to cover the cost of the boat fare. Conversely, when few ventured out, boat operators were reluctant to transport them, as the fees barely covered fuel expenses. Gradually, the number of people foraging on this island dwindled. Now, with coastal resources becoming scarce, even those who operated their own fishing boats found it challenging to profit from gathering seafood on the island, unless fortune smiled upon them. Conversely, Li Xiaolong believed he could certainly earn a profit here, a sentiment bolstered by what he had learned from the owner of the Heo Yunlai fishing tackle shop about the island's location. He not only had the ability to catch seafood from the island, but could also delve beneath the waves. With the dragon blood bait in hand, financial loss was an impossibility. As the fishing boat was still 3 or 4 miles away from the deserted island, Li Xiaolong set the fishing vessel to autopilot. He then made his way to the deck, addressing Yang Dashan and Luo Xiaodao. Dashan, Xiaodao, I will now teach you how to set the bottom traps. He first retrieved a plastic basin and then took out a vial of dragon blood, carefully pouring a single drop into the basin. Following this, he added some seawater and then opened 2 packages of potent fish bait, emptying their contents into the basin. After a swift and thorough mixing, a substantial mass of bait, exuding a peculiar aroma, was soon prepared. He divided this large quantity into 3 smaller portions, handing one to each of them. Next, he presented the bait containers alongside the plastic bottles he had prepared, explaining with diligence, "Here we have 100 traps. Each of us will use approximately 35 portions of bait. It is imperative that we have more bait than not enough. Each bait container should hold a small portion, which we will seal tightly, just like the mineral water bottles. These will be placed inside the traps. 1 bait per trap will suffice. In the future, when I navigate the boat, you must begin filling the traps with bait as soon as we disembark. Once we reach a suitable fishing ground and are ready to deploy the traps, we can do so immediately." This time, Li Xiaolong set the traps around the small deserted island from a distance of 3 or 4 miles. Yet he only encircled more than half of the island with his 100 traps, failing to completely enclose it. Subsequently, he anchored the fishing boat over 500 meters away from the nearest trap, preparing to commence fishing. Upon arrival, he mixed another batch of bait, adding a drop of dragon blood to the mixture. The vial containing the dragon blood was a small bottle typically used for fishing lures, which was also red in color, ensuring it would not raise suspicion. Once the bait was prepared, Li Xiaolong handed Dashan a fishing rod along with a small portion of bait. "Dashan, I presume you have never fished for sea fish before. These sea fish strike fiercely and possess considerable strength, so be gentle while reeling them in. We wouldn't want to break the rod. It's quite expensive," he said with a hint of jest. With that, he attached 2 pieces of bait to his own hook and moved to the left side of the boat. "Dashan, I'll fish from the left. You'll fish from the right. Let us each take our respective positions." "All right," Dashan replied. As the bait was cast into the water, the unique scent of the dragon blood bait swiftly dispersed in all directions. In this expanse of sea, every marine creature that caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma was instantly stirred into a frenzy, as though propelled by an unseen force, racing towards the source of this magical scent. Before the freshly cast hook could sink to the ocean floor, a large fish, drawn by the dragon blood bait, surged forward and swallowed the bait whole. "Black float, I got it," Li Xiaolong exclaimed, reacting swiftly as he raised the fishing rod. Chapter 60, The Shark Interruption. Prior to this, Li Xiaolong had placed several bottles of mineral water on the deck. He turned to Luo Xiaodao, his expression serious as he stated, "Xiaodao, if we catch a fish that is too large, please pour a bit of mineral water onto the reel to cool it down." "Cool the reel while fishing?" Luo Xiaodao inquired, her face reflecting disbelief. "Indeed, sea fish are not like freshwater fish," Li Xiaolong patiently clarified. "Just wait. Once Dashan hooks a big one, you will understand." No sooner had he finished speaking than his bobber suddenly dipped. "I've got one." Li Xiaolong's gaze sharpened, decisively lifting the rod to set the hook. In an instant, a heavy force surged from the hook along the line. The taut fishing line emitted an exhilarating whistling sound, akin to a battle cry. The fish, having just swallowed the enticing bait emanating a mysterious aura, was preparing to escape this perilous situation when Li Xiaolong's swift action caused a sharp pain in its mouth. The sudden sting provoked the fish into a violent frenzy. It thrashed its massive head in desperation, unaware that this forceful motion only tightened the hook's grip, piercing through its upper lip. Now, it was ensnared in a fatal bind. After a few furious shakes of its head, the fish, feeling the intensified pain, abandoned its struggle to free itself and instead sought to flee from this frightening place. Its tail thrashed wildly, its fins slicing through the water, propelling its entire body forward like an arrow, creating considerable ripples in its wake. Meanwhile, Yang Dashan, who had just managed to attach his bait, had yet to cast his line when he heard the sound of Li Xiaolong's line slicing through the water. Instinctively, he turned to look. Goodness! The fishing rod was bent into an exaggerated arc, indicating that he had hooked something substantial. Is fishing in the sea really this easy? He had barely cast the hook when he was already reeling in a catch. The speed was astonishing. No time to lose, he thought, and quickly returned to his task, casting his own line. With only the two of them fishing on the boat, and Li Xiaolong already having landed a fish, Dashan felt compelled to hurry. After all, his wife was watching nearby, and he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Luo Xiaotao observed the line rapidly unwinding from Li Xiaolong's reel, finally grasping why he had mentioned the need to cool the reel when catching larger fish. She fixated on the reel, which was frantically dispensing line, only able to catch glimpses of the line as it shot out. Just how large could the fish be to pull line at such a speed? In truth, the sea fish was not extraordinarily large. Li Xiaolong could tell from the tension in the line that it was unlikely to exceed 50 pounds. 1 pound of fish equated to 10 pounds of force. These sea fish were indeed powerful, having successfully reeled in many large fish before. He expertly tightened the drag on the reel, skillfully controlling the line's release speed. Remaining composed, he awaited the fish's surge to subside before preparing to reel it in. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting its radiant glow upon the shimmering surface of the sea. The glistening reflections adorned the contest between man and fish with a touch of grandeur. Bruce Lee was wholly engrossed in a fierce struggle with a large fish beneath the waves. The other end of the fishing rod trembled violently, a signal of the fish's frantic movements as it darted left and right. Suddenly, the fish's thrashing intensified, as if provoked by some unseen force, its frenzy escalating. Darting towards the surface with remarkable speed, Bruce Lee's heart raced, his grip on the rod tightened, his knuckles whitening from the exertion as he braced himself for the impending challenge. With a resounding splash, a fish erupted from the water, soaring into the air amidst a flurry of foam. At that moment, the water's surface began to churn violently as a larger wave surged upwards. Bruce's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in disbelief as a massive shark breached the surface, lunging at the airborne fish. Its enormous jaws gaped open, revealing dagger-like teeth, and in an instant, it clamped down on the fish, severing much of its body. Bruce could only gasp in astonishment as the taut fishing line slackened immediately. A thunderous crash echoed across the water as the colossal shark, along with the half-eaten fish, plunged back into the depths, sending waves crashing like a miniature tsunami. Both creatures vanished from sight. After a brief moment of shock, Bruce hastily reeled in the line, feeling an ominous lightness. The sensation was drastically different. When he finally brought the fish out of the water, he was astounded to find only the head remaining on the hook. The rear half of the fish had vanished, evidently bitten off and swallowed by the shark. At that moment, Bruce was filled with awe and admiration. He had never anticipated such an exhilarating and perilous scene during a simple fishing outing. Yet, simultaneously, he experienced an indescribable thrill and excitement, a unique joy and sense of fulfillment. This was the allure of fishing, always imbued with the unknown and the unpredictable. He took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Although he hadn't caught a whole fish, this experience profoundly deepened his appreciation for the excitement and enjoyment of sea fishing. His body and hands still trembled slightly, as if reverberating from the intense encounter with nature. Turning to his side, he noticed Luo Xiaotao, her mouth agape in an O shape, clearly stunned by the earlier spectacle, even forgetting to exclaim in surprise. The rise and fall of her chest indicated her own evident agitation. After all, the scene had been overwhelmingly thrilling and terrifying. Such a massive shark, such a bloody spectacle. She, as a girl, had never witnessed anything so gruesome and horrifying. That she and T collapsed was a testament to her considerable courage. Meanwhile, Yang Dashan was engrossed in a struggle with a formidable fish. Clearly, during Bruce's encounter, he too had hooked a large catch. Upon seeing Bruce's success, Yang Dashan had quickly cast his own line into the water. Before his hook could settle into the depths, a massive whirlpool erupted, and with a whoosh, his float vanished from sight. Joy surged within him. He knew this indicated a substantial catch had taken the bait. Swiftly, he lifted his rod, feeling a powerful tug from below. Gripping the rod firmly, he battled against the immense force pulling him down. The fishing line drawing an elegant arc across the water, splashes erupting like an intense showdown. He felt the rod quiver in his hands. A clear sign of the fish's struggle. Yang Dashin steadied himself, drawing upon his years of fishing experience to engage in a tug-of-war with the fish. He meticulously managed the line, balancing the fish's strength while ensuring it wouldn't snap from the tension. Time ticked by, and gradually, the fish began to tire. Yang Dashin started to gain the upper hand. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in pulling the fish closer to the boat. When it broke the surface, he marveled at its colossal form, a 2-meter-long, rotund creature. Sunlight glinted off its scales, refracting a dazzling array of colors, both beautiful and awe-inspiring. Regrettably, he did not recognize this species of fish and was uncertain of its market value. Nevertheless, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This was the largest fish he had ever caught in his fishing career. Chapter 61. Those who walk by the riverbank will surely get their shoes wet. Fourth brother, come quickly and see what kind of fish this is, Yang Dashin exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and curiosity as he beckoned Bruce Lee. Bruce hurried over, gazing intently at the catch, and exclaimed, "Wow, Dashin, you're lucky." Right off the bat, it's a yellowfin tuna. How does it feel to reel in a submarine? Is it exhilarating? Bruce teased, his face alight with envy and amusement. Is the yellowfin tuna valuable? Yang Dashin asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Similar to the old Bruce Lee, Yang Dashin knew little about sea fish. He had only heard of bluefin tuna. Terms like big-eye tuna and yellowfin tuna were entirely foreign to him. This fish is quite valuable, although it doesn't compare to bluefin tuna. It still commands a good price, Bruce explained patiently. The market price seems to be a few hundred yuan per pound, and I think it varies by cut. But I'm not entirely sure. He scratched his head, adding somewhat uncertain information. Before his words had fully settled, Bruce swiftly retrieved a spear gun from the cabin. With agile strides, he approached the boat's edge, his gaze fixated on the yellowfin tuna's large eye, and thrust the spear with force. The sound of a muffled thud echoed as the spear penetrated the left eye, piercing through to emerge from the right. Subsequently, Bruce turned and skillfully retrieved a hook from the cabin, deftly inserting it into the tuna's gills, securing it firmly. With a mighty shout, he hoisted the entire yellowfin tuna from the water and onto the deck. Ah, what a splendid day it is. Today's fortune is truly remarkable, a resounding success. Bruce Lee could not help but exclaim. Fourth brother, where are the fish you caught? How large are they? At that moment, Yang Dashin finally found the time to inquire about Bruce Lee's catch. Bruce pointed to the head of a mackerel lying on one side of the deck and replied, "Behold, the fish I caught is right there." "Wow, why is there only the fish head left?" Yang Dashin asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, Luo Xiaotao, regaining her senses, hurriedly approached, brimming with excitement as she animatedly recounted the thrilling scene that had just unfolded with Bruce Lee. Her vivid narration left Yang Dashin utterly captivated. However, unlike Luo Xiaotao, upon hearing that a shark had leapt from the water to intercept Bruce Lee's catch, Yang Dashin felt no fear. Instead, his interest in sea fishing was only heightened. It seems that sea fishing is indeed exhilarating. Fishing for those small fish and shrimp in the rivers back home is simply too dull, he lamented, his face alight with passion for the open sea. I want to try catching a shark too, he declared, undeterred by the dangers that others would seek to avoid. Dashin, sharks are protected species. You cannot fish for them. Even if you catch one, you must not speak of it, or you could find yourself in trouble. Do you understand? Bruce Lee warned him earnestly, his demeanor serious. I understand, fourth brother. I promise not to speak recklessly, Yang Dashin replied, nodding vigorously in assurance. While they spoke, Bruce Lee had already retrieved the fish filleting knife from the boat. With practiced skill, he began to gut the tuna. As he worked, he patiently explained to Yang Dashin. Dashin, once you catch a tuna, you must bleed it immediately. Otherwise, if too much time passes, the quality of the meat will diminish significantly, and it won't fetch a good price. Sharks and tunas often appear in schools, and it seemed that the aroma of the dragon blood bait had not only attracted sharks, but also drawn in tunas. This complicates matters. Now we have both tunas and sharks beneath us, he pondered. But what does it matter? They are all large fish. Let us fish. If we catch a shark, I can give it to A.O. Bing. He loves big fish. There was no way he would let the presence of sharks deter him from fishing. Bruce Lee skillfully rolled 2 pea-sized bait balls and secured them onto his hook. Then he turned to Luo Xiaotao with a serious expression, instructing her to stand back. He rested the fishing rod on his shoulder, slightly arched his back to gather strength, and then suddenly cast it forward with vigor. With a whoosh, the lead weight and hook traced a perfect parabolic arc, soaring towards the distant sea like an arrow released from its bow. The fish I caught earlier was intercepted by a shark. This time, I'll cast farther out. Surely it won't come for this one, he thought. Determination etched across his face. This time, Bruce Lee cast his line at least 20 to 30 meters, the hook finally plunging into the sea. A dull thud echoed as the bait hit the water, splashing up a small wave before disappearing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Yang Dashin was also rebaiting his hook. With a swift motion of his arm, he cast his line, but not as far, opting to fish in the same spot where he had previously caught a fish. It appeared he aimed to catch another. After glancing at him, Bruce Lee focused his attention on the float bobbing 2 to 3 dozen meters away. As the waves rolled, the float danced upon the surface, never ceasing its movement. If he were fishing for freshwater fish, he might not have been able to discern subtle bites. Fortunately, the strikes from sea fish were vigorous and pronounced. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to detect from a distance. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting shimmering reflections on the water's surface, as if countless diamonds were dancing. Bruce Lee stood at the edge of the boat, rod in hand, filled with anticipation. His target was the yellowfin tuna that Yang Dashin had caught earlier. Suddenly, the float began to sway gently before being forcefully submerged. As if an invisible hand had pressed it down, Bruce Lee's heart raced. Without hesitation, he swiftly lifted the rod to strike. The tip of the rod glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a dark sheen. A powerful pull emanated from the depths, indicating that a substantial fish was fighting against him. Bruce Lee gripped the rod tightly, feeling the transfer of strength. He estimated the fish's weight to be around 20 to 30 pounds. Although not as massive as the anticipated yellowfin tuna, it was still exhilarating. He pressed the rod against his abdomen, beginning to reel in the line. Yet his movements seemed overly hasty. The fish was exerting its strength at that moment, and his attempts to reel it in were futile against its formidable resistance. Realizing his error, Bruce Lee took a deep breath to regain his composure. He understood that patience was essential for successfully landing the fish. He began to control the fish and line more slowly, allowing it to swim freely while gradually wearing it out. As time passed, the fish's struggles grew weaker. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce Lee swiftly raised the rod while reeling in the line, executing his movements with skill and decisiveness, as if he and the fish were in perfect harmony. Just then, the fish suddenly went into a frenzy again, darting towards the surface, its tail thrashing violently, leaping above the water like a flash of lightning. Upon witnessing this, Bruce Lee tightened his grip, allowing the fish to thrash on the surface. However, as the fish fell back into the water, he noticed something amiss. A massive silhouette emerged beneath the surface, sending another wave crashing upon the water. Suddenly, a colossal figure leapt from the depths, snapping up the descending sea mullet in one swift motion. With a resounding splash, the great fish tumbled back into the sea, creating a spray of water. Bruce Lee was startled. He instantly recognized that it was yet another shark. What a predicament, he thought, quickly reeling in the line, attempting to retrieve his hook. Yet, the shark clung tightly to the sea mullet, refusing to let go, exerting a force that seemed intent on tearing its prey apart. The shark's gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, gripped the sea mullet, its immense biting power sending shivers down one's spine. Its cold, merciless eyes glinted with a chilling predatory intent. As the shark bit through the sea mullet's head, it inadvertently released the fish hook. However, the taut line snapped upward, piercing the shark's lip. In pain, the shark went into a frenzy, thrashing about in the water, creating chaos as it darted from side to side, placing immense pressure on Bruce Lee. A fierce battle ensued in the sea, as Bruce Lee, armed with remarkable skill and unwavering determination, engaged in a heart-stopping tug-of-war with the shark. His hands turned pale from exertion, and sweat poured from his palms, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to relent. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, Bruce Lee finally managed to flip the shark over and haul it aboard the boat. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the 3-meter-long giant before him, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. Chapter 62, Driven by Sharks to Fish the Sea. The sun poured down unreservedly upon the sea, which lay tranquil as a mirror. The golden rays shimmered like delicate fragments of gold leaf, harmonizing with the crystalline azure waters, together forming a breathtaking tableau. Each glistening ripple seemed to be a meticulously crafted line by nature, radiating an enchanting luster. Li Xiaolong exerted considerable effort to drag the massive shark inch by inch to the cold storage at the back. With practiced skill, he secured the shark and meticulously covered it with ice. He mused that had it not been for Yang Dashin and Luo Xiaotao being aboard, he would have long entertained the thought of delivering this shark to Ao Bing's mouth. Barely a few minutes after Li Xiaolong caught the fish, Yang Dashin's fishing rod began to tremble violently without warning. The intensity of the quaking felt as though a colossal beast from the depths was desperately pulling at it. Yang Dashin's heart leaped with joy, excitement flashing in his eyes. Reacting swiftly, he jerked the rod upward. After executing the hook set, he immediately steadied the rod with force. He could distinctly feel the powerful tug in his hands, as if engaged in a contest of strength. As the trembling of the rod intensified, Yang Dashan understood that he had hooked a substantial fish. Summoning all his strength, he pressed the rod firmly against his abdomen while rapidly reeling in the line, attempting to bring the fish back. However, the fish proved to be exceptionally cunning, behaving like an experienced adversary. It would thrash wildly in a frenzy, desperately trying to escape, the line buzzing under its strain. At other times, it swam leisurely, unfazed, as if it had entirely forgotten the painful hook lodged in its mouth. Yet this was no lapse of memory. It was cleverly biding its time, gathering strength for a more ferocious counterattack. Though tension gripped his heart, Yang Dashan maintained a facade of calm. Drawing upon years of fishing experience, he began to deftly manipulate the line. His hands danced like agile performers, sometimes easing the tension to give the fish the illusion of freedom, and at other times swiftly tightening the line to apply pressure. Thus commenced an intense battle, a relentless back and forth between him and the fish. As seconds ticked by, the tension in the line grew, bending the rod to an exaggerated degree. The rod protested with anguished creaks, as if lamenting its imminent breaking point. A look of anxiety crossed Yang Dashan's face. He knew that at this critical juncture, he must avoid any blunders such as snapping the rod or cutting the line. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he became even more cautious in his contest with the fish. Every movement was meticulously calculated, each reel and release executed with precision. Suddenly, the calm surface of the water erupted into a gigantic wave without warning. Yang Dashan's heart raced. He realized the fish was nearing the surface. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to heave the rod upward. The fish, feeling the sting in its lips, dove sharply, its head plunging into the depths. With a tremendous slap of its powerful tail, it broke the surface, revealing a glimpse of its tail before resuming its frenzied escape, creating a significant splash. With a thunderous crash, a massive whirlpool formed on the sea's surface. An overwhelming force of pull surged from the depths, causing Yang Dashan to wobble precariously. Yet he was no ordinary individual. Drawing upon his remarkable strength and skill, he managed to stabilize himself. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he continued to battle the great fish. "Quick, pour some water on my reel. If I don't, it'll start smoking." He urgently called out to his wife, Luo Xiaotao. She had been waiting nearby, and, upon hearing her husband's plea, rushed over. She poured the prepared mineral water over Yang Dashan's reel and shook the bottle vigorously to expedite the flow. After emptying the bottle, she quickly stepped back, fearful that her actions might interfere with Yang Dashan's struggle with the fish. At last, after yet another fiercely intense bout, Yang Dashan exhausted the fish's strength. He finally brought the over 2-meter-long yellowfin tuna to the side of the boat. Breathing heavily, sweat soaking his back, he gazed at the exhausted creature lying beside the boat, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The joy of conquering such a formidable opponent brought a radiant smile to his face. This time, he did not summon Li Xiaolong. Instead, he asked Luo Xiaotao to hand him the harpoon. With unwavering determination, he aimed at the tuna's large eye, his arm straining as he hurled the weapon down. With a satisfying plop, the harpoon penetrated the tuna's eye, the force driving it through the fish's head, the tip emerging from the other side, a testament to Yang Dashan's excitement and resolve. At this moment, Luo Xiaotao had already prepared a long fish hook, which she handed to Yang Dashan. Mimicking Li Xiaolong's technique, he inserted the iron hook into the tuna's gills, securing it firmly. With a powerful upward motion, he swiftly transitioned the fish, hoisting the 200-plus-pound creature onto the deck. Neither Li Xiaolong nor Yang Dashan found the task of lifting the hefty fish burdensome. For others, however, it would have been impossible. After all, daily indulgence in technology and rigorous tasks, coupled with a lack of exercise, rendered many incapable of lifting such a weight. Just imagine trying to haul a 20-plus-pound fish from the riverbank over a railing. Most men in a state of poor health would struggle to achieve such a feat just then. Li Xiaolong emerged from the cold storage, spotting the yellowfin tuna on the deck. He couldn't help but give Yang Dashan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Dashan, you've truly had remarkable luck today. Could it be that novice anglers enjoy a protective grace period? Your beginner's aura is quite formidable. Fourth brother, let us bleed it out." Yang Dashan recalled Li Xiaolong's instruction that the tuna needed to be bled immediately once caught. Although he had watched Li Xiaolong perform the task earlier, a twinge of insecurity lingered. He feared that mishandling the bleeding process might diminish the tuna's value, leading to regret later. After all, for such a large fish, losing even a pound could mean a substantial financial loss. Li Xiaolong wasted no time, seizing the fish knife and swiftly getting to work. Before long, the over 200-pound yellowfin tuna was expertly filleted. They quickly rinsed the fish meat and, together, placed the cuts into plastic containers, dispatching them to the cold storage for freezing. The two individuals returned to the cabin, fetched several buckets of seawater, and proceeded to wash the entire deck, for the pungent scent of blood was overwhelmingly oppressive, as the crimson liquid was washed away into the ocean. A series of triangular dorsal fins emerged upon the surface of the sea. Ah, so many sharks! Luo Xiaotao gasped in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, fearful that she might scream in the next moment. Li Xiaolong furrowed his brow, observing the multitude of shark fins, and remarked to Yang Dashan, "There are far too many sharks in these waters. It seems we can no longer continue our fishing endeavors. Fourth brother, are we not fishing anymore?" Yang Dashan, engrossed in his catch, inquired with a hint of reluctance upon hearing Li Xiaolong's words. "Sharks are protected by the state. We shall cease our fishing for now and sail towards that remote island to gather seafood." Gather seafood. Yang Dashan's interest was instantly piqued. He had only witnessed such activities in videos and had never had the opportunity to experience it himself. Now presented with a chance to gather seafood, he was eager to see if he could emulate the streamers he had seen online, collecting blue crabs, lobsters, octopuses, various fish, and sea snails, filling a large bucket for a bountiful harvest. "Very well, I shall follow fourth brother's lead. Whatever you plan, we shall do." Li Xiaolong hoisted the anchor of the Shenlong and returned to the helm, steering the fishing boat towards the narrow stretch of the remote island a few hundred meters away. Before long, the Shenlong arrived at the midpoint of this slender isle. Li Xiaolong identified a spot devoid of hidden reefs, suitable for docking, and secured the vessel there. He dropped the anchor to stabilize the fishing boat, donned a bag he had brought along, and untied the little dog, Lucky, placing it within the pouch against his chest. With everything prepared for their seaside gathering, he descended from the Shenlong alongside Yang Dashan and Luo Xiaotao, making their way towards the island.